In Hong Kong in 1980, there was a mix of good and bad, with undercurrents surging. Awakened the overlord system with future memories. In the bloody world of rivers and lakes, a bloody path has emerged, punching old gangs and stomping on foreign firms. They monopolize underground casinos and smuggling routes with ruthless means, covering the sky with one hand and becoming the new generation of talkers on Hong Kong Island. However, his ambition goes far beyond that. When the system releases the ultimate mission of conquering the top of the world, it extends its tentacles to Wall Street and harvests the capital of wealthy families through a financial war of empty-handed catching of white wolves. Build an underground empire in Las Vegas, even secretly setting up political circles and stirring up global turbulence. From the neon streets of Causeway Bay to the corridors of power in the White House, he stepped on the bones of countless enemies and climbed to the pinnacle step by step. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1: Rebirth, Awakening the Overlord System. The salty sea breeze wrapped in the sour smell of fish decay, fiercely hitting Lu Qinghe's face. The rough hemp rope deeply penetrated into the flesh of the wrist, and the worn wound oozed blood droplets, sticking to the skin. With every step, there was a piercing pain that ran through the arm and the whole body. Two thugs in floral shirts, with their arms open, stood him on one side and on the other, cursing as they walked deep into the dock of the Yao Mati typhoon shelter. The crushed stones beneath my feet hurt the soles of my feet, mixed with the wet and slippery sea water, making me stumble every step. Damn it, do you still dare to stare? Wu Fei Gu said that today you must sink into the open sea to feed the fish. The yellow-haired thug on the left raised his hand and slapped Lu Qinghe on the back of the head with such force that his eyes turned black. Countless unfamiliar memories, like a bursting flood, crazily rushed into his mind. His name is Lu Qinghe, 22 years old. The lowest floor of the Xiangjiang and Liani Yao Mati Tangko is the Jiuzai. March 17, 1980. He is less than 10 minutes away from being forcibly framed by his fellow countrymen, owing a huge gambling debt of 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, and about to be tied to a stone and sunk into the open sea. Prior to this, he was a tenured professor at a top domestic university in 2024 who had studied the history of the rivers and lakes of Hong Kong for 40 years. From the power of the four great detectives to the anti-corruption storm of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, from the century-old disputes with Zitu, 14K, and XINEN, to every street brawl and reshuffle in the martial arts world, there are no details that he is not familiar with. He once reviewed the Xiangjiang Jianghu in 1980 countless times in the study, facing yellowed archives and old newspapers. That was an era of mixed dragons and snakes. The era of the four great detectives has just come to an end, and the storm of the Independent Commission Against Corruption has not yet swept through the bottom alleys of Yao Mati. Club fires, sea raids, and street killings are daily occurrences. A bottom 4'9" kid like him, if he dies in the sea and can't even splash a splash of water, will be bitten by fish and shrimp to the bone the next day, and no one will even remember his name. Hurry up, you've been procrastinating. The boat has been waiting for half a day. The scar-faced thug on the right kicked Lu Qinghe's knee socket. He stumbled to his knees and fell to the ground, his knees fiercely hitting the sharp gravel, instantly leaving a bloody wound. Warm blood mixed with cold seawater soaked through his pants. The two thugs burst into laughter, their tone filled with disdain and malice, piercing their ears like needles. With such cowardly behavior, how dare you break through the affairs of Wu Fei Gu? If you want me to say it, you can just smash your leg and throw it down here, saving you from running to the open sea and wasting fuel money. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Fei Gu has confessed that you must sink into the sea. Let the whole world see the consequences of opposing him. Lu Qinghe lay on the cold gravel, his fingertips deeply digging into the crevices of the stone. The sharp edge of the gravel pierced his fingertips, and blood droplets seeped out, causing him to realize with great clarity the intense pain. He is no longer the bystander sitting in the study, studying the history of the martial arts world for decades. He is currently a member of the team. It is a prey that is about to die in the sea. No, he cannot die. He has studied the rivers and lakes of Xiangjiang all his life, and no one knows the survival rules of this era better than him. No one knows how to survive in this land of mixed dragons and snakes, and even to stand at the top. The black fly is strong. Fabricate him and take his life. Then kill the fly chong first. Just as the thought exploded, a cold, emotionless mechanical sound suddenly exploded in his mind, making his eardrums hum. Detected strong survival will of the host, meeting the binding criteria. The overlord system has been officially activated. The core logic of this system is to kill and establish power, with hegemony as the top priority. Only those who eradicate the enemy, expand their territory, and control the rules can obtain hegemony points and unlock system permissions. Those who are indecisive and let the tiger go will trigger severe punishment, and in severe cases, they will be directly wiped out. Lu Qinghe's pupils suddenly contracted. System. In his past life, he had read countless online articles about the Golden Finger, but he never thought that when he was reborn, something that only existed in words would actually fall on him. Novice task release. Counter-kill 2 escorts, break free from constraints, and survive. Task reward. Beginner gift pack X1, Dominator points 500, unlock basic body enhancement. Task failed. The host will sink into the sea, and the system will automatically unbind and search for the next host. The cold system prompt sound fell, and Lu Qing and his originally cold blood instantly boiled like ignited gasoline. He slowly lifted his head. By the dim streetlights at the dock, I gained a clear view of the surrounding environment. The 2 thugs escorting him were both carrying spring knives, but they didn't take him seriously as a lamb to be slaughtered. They relaxed all over and thought he was a dead person who had lost his ability to resist. 20 meters ahead, there is a fishing boat parked on the shore, with 3 thugs waiting on board. He is currently unarmed, physically weak, and has no chance of winning against the people on the ship. The only opportunity is now. Take advantage of these 2 thugs slacking off and counterattack. The yellow-haired thug saw that he couldn't get up for a long time, so he walked up and cursed, raising his hand to slap him in the face. Damn it, are you still pretending to be dead? Get up, right now? Lu Qinghe suddenly exerted force, and his wrist, bound by the hemp rope, flipped over. Taking advantage of the gap in the opponent's raised hand, he used all his strength to hit the yellow-haired thug's abdomen. He used the 8 Extremes fist, which he had studied for over a decade in his past life, to stick to the mountain. Even though he was now physically weak, the power technique of dismantling had been deeply ingrained in his bones. This collision caused the yellow-haired thug to bow up and spew out a mouthful of sour water mixed with dinner. Huang Mao's exclamation abruptly stopped halfway through. Lu Qinghe didn't give him any chance to react and slammed his elbow hard on his neck. Only a crisp sound was heard. The yellow-haired thug fell softly to the ground, his eyes wide open, and there was no sound on the spot. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. The scar-faced thug next to him was completely stunned. He quickly pulled out the spring knife from his hand, his grip trembling uncontrollably. He looked at his lifeless companion lying on the ground, and then at Lu Qinghe, who was covered in blood and had cold eyes. His legs and stomach were trembling. He couldn't figure it out no matter what. Half an hour ago, this was still a soft egg that they dared not even raise their heads to beat and scold. Why did he suddenly act like someone else, so ruthlessly and so quickly? Do you dare to kill? There are 3 of us brothers on the ship. You can't escape. Scarface shouted, stepping back step by step, waving the spring-loaded knife in his hand with a stern expression and a trembling tip. Lu Qinghe slowly turned around. Just now, the exertion caused the hemp rope on his wrist to completely break apart, and the broken rope fell to the ground. He moved his wrist, and his joints made a crisp clicking sound. His eyes were as cold as the sea water in a shelter at night. Kill you so what? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a sudden step forward. Scared face screamed in fear, holding a spring knife and poking forward in a chaotic mess of moves, all of which were the wild paths of street thugs. Lu Qinghe easily dodged from the side, accurately grabbing the opponent's wrist, holding the knife with his left hand and twisting it fiercely in the opposite direction. Another crisp sound. My hand. Scared face's scream pierced through the night sky of the dock, and the spring knife crashed onto the gravel ground. His arm bent at a strange angle, causing him to kneel down in pain. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his floral shirt. He looked up at Lu Qinghe, who was approaching step by step, with only overwhelming fear in his eyes. His forehead hit the gravel fiercely, and he kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Qinghe, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was the fly that forced us to do it. It was his idea. It has nothing to do with us. You let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I'll treat you like a cow or a horse. His forehead hit the sharp gravel, and soon blood broke out, mixed with the seawater on the ground, staining it red. Lu Qinghe looked down at him without any ripples in his eyes. In his past life, he had read too many stories from the Underworld in archives and old newspapers. There are countless examples of releasing a tiger back into the mountains, only to be bitten back in the end. Being soft on the enemy is being cruel to oneself. The core rule of the hegemonic system is to kill and establish power, and eradicate the root cause. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Do you know you're wrong now? Lu Qinghe bent down and picked up the spring knife on the ground. The cold blade flashed a cold light under the street lamp. When you were about to sink me into the sea to feed the fish just now, how could you not have imagined today? Scar's face turned pale like paper, and his body couldn't help but shrink back. His pleading for mercy became even more urgent. Qinghe, spare my life. Spare my life. I have an old mother to raise at home. Lu Qinghe didn't listen to his nonsense anymore. Pick up the knife and let it fall. Fresh blood splattered on the cold gravel, and the plea for mercy from the scarred face abruptly ceased. The body collapsed softly, completely devoid of breath. Ding. The host successfully killed 2 escorts and completed the novice task. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Basic body strengthening has been activated. Reward overlord points 100. Current overlord points, 100. Current level, LV1 low-level bandit, 0/500. At the moment when the cold system prompt sound sounded in his mind, a warm current swept through Lu Qinghe's entire body. The muscle soreness, knee wounds, and wrist abrasions caused by the previous fight are all rapidly healing at a visible speed to the naked eye. In the originally thin and frail body, there was a constant surge of strength, and the originally thin muscle lines became tight and smooth. The gaze also became sharper, and the five senses were magnified several times. He could even hear clearly the laughter and cursing of thugs playing cards on a fishing boat 20 meters away, as well as the sound of waves crashing against the hull. Physical foundation enhancement completed. Strength 10, speed 10, physical fitness 10, reactivity 10. Unlocked skill, proficient in basic combat. The system basic panel has been unlocked, and the host can view it at any time. Lu Qinghe thought for a moment, and a light blue virtual panel appeared in front of him, visible only to himself. Host, Lu Qinghe. Level, LV1 low-level bandit, 100/500. Overlord points, 100. Attributes, strength 15, speed 15, physical fitness 15, reactivity 15. The average for an average adult male is 5. Unlocked skill, proficient in basic combat. Current task, none. Core rule of the system, kill and conquer, establish power, and prioritize hegemony. Cutting grass and eliminating roots can earn high rewards, while releasing tigers back to the mountains will trigger severe punishment. Lu Qinghe looked at the panel with a cold curve at the corner of his mouth. With this system and the 40-year history of the Xiangjiang River in his mind, Xiangjiang in 1980 is destined to change because of him. He lowered his head and looked at the two corpses on the ground, without any hesitation, dragging them to the dock and throwing them into the sea. The salty seawater instantly surged up, engulfing two bodies without leaving any trace, as if the previous fight had never happened. After finishing everything, he raised his hand to wipe away the blood splattered on his face and tidied up his tattered clothes. In his mind, the memories belonging to the original owner were completely integrated with his research on his past life. The original owner was an orphan who grew up in Tanglu in Yao Mati. At the age of 16, he joined Heliani and became the lowest-ranking member of the 49th generation. He had a weak personality and was constantly bullied. Wu Feiqiang is the godson of Scar Dong, a prominent figure in Yao Mati. He acts arrogantly in Yao Mati and, seeing that the original owner is easy to bully, sets up a gambling game to falsely accuse the original owner of owing him 30,000 Hong Kong dollars in gambling debts. In 1980, in Hong Kong, the monthly salary of an ordinary worker was only over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars or 30,000 yuan, enough to force the original owner to death 10 times. But what the fly wants is never money. It is the original owner's destiny. Because the original owner accidentally exposed the case of Wu Feiqiang embezzling club funds, colluding with Xi and He, and selling out the territory of Helian Yixing Tai Dao, Wu Feiqiang must let him die. In his past life, he studied the harmony and righteousness of this period. Scar Dong was a person who talked about the rules of the martial arts world, and he hated traders who colluded with foreign enemies and embezzled public funds the most. This is his opportunity. It is also the deadline for the strong death of the Black Fly. Lu Qinghe stood by the dock, looking up into the depths of the Yao Mati neighborhood. The light of the street lamp flickered in the rain and fog, and the lair of the strong Black Fly was located in the Wanyun Mahjong Hall on the first two streets. He raised his hand and used the hem of his clothes to wipe away the remaining bloodstains on the spring knife. The cold light on the blade reflected the coldness in his eyes, piercing straight into the night sky. Chapter 2. Dominance over Yao Mati Street. Lu Qinghe, gripping a freshly polished switchblade, strode towards the Yao Mati district. A gentle drizzle had descended unbeknownst to him, dampening his hair and clothing, as the frigid raindrops trickled down his cheeks, yet they could not dissipate the palpable aura of lethality that surrounded him. Ding. Host has eliminated a hostile entity. Bodily enhancements are actively in effect, with a 100 healing rate. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Qinghe could distinctly sense the power within him steadily surging, the fatigue from the recent skirmish evaporating without a trace. He flexed his fingers, tightening his grip on the switchblade. His mastery of basic combat skills felt ingrained in his muscle memory, every technique and maneuver etched into his consciousness. Even if faced with 10 street thugs at this moment, he could incapacitate them all within 3 minutes. The rain intensified, hammering against the metal awnings lining the street, creating a cacophony that enveloped the entire thoroughfare in a shroud of sound. The nights in Yao Mati were never devoid of vibrancy. The street-side food stalls were brimming with patrons, the sounds of playful banter, laughter, and the strains of Cantonese songs from radios mingled with the rain, creating a melody that filled the air. Groups of ruffians clad in floral shirts huddled against the walls, smoking, their vigilant gazes scanning the passers-by, occasionally whistling at women who strolled by. Lu Qinghe, clad in tattered clothing and smeared with blood, though much of it washed away by the rain, still attracted wary glances. A few thugs leaning against the wall straightened up as he approached, hands instinctively reaching for weapons at their waists, their eyes narrowing into hostile glares. The leader, a bald thug, a minor player under the infamous Fly, recognized Lu Qinghe from previous encounters, and a derisive laugh escaped his lips as he spat out the remnants of his cigarette. Well, if it isn't Lu Qinghe, the one who owes Brother Fly 30,000, here to be sunk into the sea? What's this? Not drowned yet. Seems your life is tougher than expected. His cohorts erupted into laughter, encircling Lu Qinghe and pinning him against the wall, their steel pipes clanging ominously against their palms. Listen up. Brother Fly has put a bounty of 5,000 on your head. Since you've come to us willingly, don't blame us for being rude. If you're smart, you'll come along quietly, or we'll break your legs and drag you to Brother Fly. Lu Qinghe leaned against the cold wall, casting an unflinching gaze at the 5 thugs surrounding him, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were staring at 5 chickens awaiting slaughter. Get lost. The single, icy word fell on their ears like a hammer. The bald thug froze momentarily, before bursting into uproarious laughter. What did you say? A worthless wretch about to be sunk into the sea dares to tell me to get lost? You must be tired of living. As his words faded, the steel pipe swung violently towards Lu Qinghe's head. The pipe sliced through the air, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Qinghe effortlessly sidestepped, seizing the thug's wrist with his left hand while delivering a crushing blow to the elbow with his right. A sharp crack echoed through the alley. Ah! The bald thug's scream pierced the night as the pipe clattered to the ground, and he crumpled, clutching his shattered arm, writhing in agony, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. The remaining 4 thugs stood slack-jawed, staring at their howling leader on the ground, then back at Lu Qinghe, their minds reeling. They had never anticipated that this once-mild target would strike with such ferocity and speed. Attack. All at once. Kill him. A yellow-haired thug snapped back to reality, roaring as he brandished a switchblade and charged at Lu Qinghe. The other 3 quickly followed suit, brandishing steel pipes and knives, rushing forward. The narrow alley was suddenly thick with the scent of violence. Lu Qinghe showed no signs of fear. His mastery of combat skills was at its peak, his movements swift as mere afterimages. He sidestepped the yellow-haired thug's thrust, driving his elbow forcefully into the thug's throat. The yellow-haired thug's scream was abruptly silenced, his eyes bulging as he clutched at his throat, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, on the brink of death. The remaining 3 thugs, paralyzed with fear, found themselves cornered, having committed to the attack with no retreat. Lu Qinghe picked up the steel pipe from the ground and swung it backhandedly. The pipe whistled through the air, crashing down on the first thug's knee with a resounding crack. Another scream erupted as he fell to the ground, unable to rise. The 2 remaining thugs, utterly terrified, turned to flee. But Lu Qinghe was relentless. He propelled himself forward, closing the distance in mere moments, swinging the pipe left and right. 2 dull thuds echoed as the last 2 thugs crumpled to the ground, unconscious. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 thugs lay incapacitated, either dead or grievously injured, no longer capable of resistance. Ding. Host has eliminated 1 hostile entity and severely injured 4 others, earning 80 dominance points. Current dominance points, 180. As the system notification faded, Lu Qinghe discarded the steel pipe and looked down at the bald thug, now trembling on the ground in pain. The bald thug, seeing Lu Qinghe approach, was paralyzed with fear, momentarily forgetting his agony as he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Brother Qinghe, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain of greatness before me. Please spare my life. I swear I will never follow Brother Fly again. I beg you. Grant me a path to survive. Lu Qinghe crouched before him, his gaze frigid. Where is Brother Fly now? At the Wanyan Mahjong parlor. The bald thug replied hastily, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He has been in a private room there tonight, drinking with a few brothers, surrounded by 4 bodyguards, with 2 lackeys at the entrance. Lu Qinghe nodded, then inquired further, what do you know about his collusion with Tong Xinhao, selling out the territory of Xingtato? The bald thug's face blanched in an instant, his eyes darting nervously, unable to speak. Lu Qinghe raised his hand, tapping the thug's broken arm. Ah, I'll tell you. The bald thug cried out, nearly fainting from the pain. I know. Brother Fly made a deal with the heavily tattooed Chong from Tong Xinhao, selling 3 streets of Xingtato for 60,000, 20,000 per street. The handover is set for next month. He has also embezzled over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars from the organization, all recorded in a black notebook he carries with him. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Qinghe's eyes. The information aligned perfectly with his recollections. That black notebook was his greatest leverage against Brother Fly and the Scarred Dong. He stood up, casting one last glance at the bald thug on the ground. His tone flat. Get lost. Don't let me see you in Yao Mati again. The bald thug, as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambled away, dragging his injured companion out of the alley, not daring to look back. In the alley, only Lu Qinghe and a solitary figure remained, alongside the bloodstains on the ground. The rain continued to fall, washing away the blood, yet failing to disperse the palpable aura of violence that surrounded him. Ding. The host has acquired crucial evidence regarding Wu Yanqiang, earning 20 dominance points. Current dominance points, 200. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Lu Qinghe leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and meticulously organized the information swirling in his mind. Wu Yanqiang, the son of the Scarface Dong, was a minor leader in the oil hemp district, holding a portion of the territory of the Xingtai Dao, with nearly 100 underlings at his command. His demeanor was arrogant and tyrannical, ruthless and devoid of any chivalric principles. For money, he would commit any atrocity. Currently, he resided in a private room at the Wanyan Mahjong Hall, flanked by 4 bodyguards, with 2 sentinels at the entrance, and a total of over 20 men inside the establishment. An outright assault was feasible, but he was alone now. Even with system enhancements and a foundation in combat proficiency, injury was inevitable. Moreover, after eliminating Wu Yanqiang, he would have to contend with the wrath of the Scar-faced Dong, necessitating that he remain in peak condition. What he sought was not merely to kill Wu Yanqiang, but to execute him publicly, establishing his reputation within Xingtai Dao, ensuring that the entire oil hemp district understood that Lu Qinghe was not to be trifled with. He also needed to procure irrefutable evidence of Wu Yanqiang's embezzlement and collusion with foreign enemies in preparation for the impending scrutiny from Scarface Dong. Lu Qinghe opened his eyes, a plan already taking form within them. He raised his hand to wipe away the rainwater from his face, turned, and strode out of the alley towards the Wanyan Mahjong Hall. The Wanyan Mahjong Hall, situated at the street's end of Xingtai Dao, was Wu Yanqiang's stronghold and the core bastion of his operations in the oil hemp district. Walking through the rain, Lu Qinghe's pace was unhurried, yet unwavering. The ruffians he passed, sensing the murderous intent emanating from him, instinctively recoiled, daring not to cast a lingering glance. The events in the alley had already spread through the vicinity. Everyone knew that the once bullied Lu Qinghe had gone mad. Not only had he not succumbed to Wu Yanqiang's threats, but he had also retaliated fiercely, taking down several of Wu Yanqiang's subordinates with a terrifying ferocity. Lu Qinghe paid no heed to the gazes around him. A singular thought consumed him: to kill Wu Yanqiang, to eradicate the root of the problem. Ding. Host's determination for violence detected, compatibility with core system rules enhanced, proficiency in basic combat techniques increased by 20. As the system notification reverberated, Lu Qinghe paused momentarily before continuing forward. He could distinctly feel his mastery of combat skills ascend to a new level. This system was birthed for the purposes of violence. The more ruthless one was, the stronger they became. The more decisive, the higher they stood. Minutes later, Lu Qinghe found himself in the alley opposite the Wangfu Mahjong Hall. Through the curtain of rain, the hall sign glowed with a blinding red light, while 2 henchmen loitered at the entrance, their vigilant eyes scanning the passing pedestrians. Inside the hall, the cacophony of shuffling tiles, laughter, and the flirtatious giggles of women filled the air. Among them, the loudest laughter belonged to Wu Yanqiang. Leaning against the wall, Lu Qinghe listened to the raucous laughter, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Laugh now, revel in your mirth. Soon, you shall find no reason to smile. He raised his hand, caressing the spring knife at his waist, adjusting his breath in preparation for action. At that moment, within the private room of the Mahjong Hall, Wu Yanqiang, embracing a hostess, clutched a mahjong tile and laughed boisterously with his underlings. Damn it, that Lu Qinghe is probably feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea by now. He dares to cross me without knowing his place. Tomorrow, that decrepit Tang building of his will be mine to convert into a horse pen. His underlings chimed in, showering him with flattery and laughter. Wu Yanqiang, lost in his revelry, remained oblivious to the grim reaper standing at the street corner, poised across from the Mahjong Hall. Chapter 3, A Lone Blade into the Tiger's Denver. The rain continued to pour. Lu Qinghe gripped the spring knife at his waist and stepped out of the alley. He did not take the back route, nor did he sneak about. He walked directly through the rain towards the main entrance of the Wanyan Mahjong Hall. The 2 guards at the entrance instantly took notice of him, their hands instinctively reaching for their spring knives, their eyes narrowing with hostility. Upon recognizing Lu Qinghe's face, the 2 guards froze, disbelief flooding their expressions as if they had encountered a ghost. They were Wu Yanqiang's personal subordinates, having personally escorted Lu Qinghe to the pier, witnessing him being taken away by 2 of his brothers to be drowned. Now, the man they believed to be dead at the bottom of the sea stood alive before them. Lu Qinghe, how the hell are you not dead? Shouted the guard on the left, panic taking over as he clumsily drew his knife, the tip trembling in Lu Qinghe's direction. Lu Qinghe did not halt his advance, continuing to walk forward, his gaze icy as he regarded them as if they were mere corpses. Step aside. The words, devoid of warmth, struck the guards' ears, causing them to shudder. They had heard of the events in the alley. This once bullied weakling had transformed into a rabid dog, striking with a terrifying ferocity, taking down 5 brothers in mere minutes. Yet, they were Wu Yangqiang's guards. If they allowed Lu Qinghe to pass, Wu Yangqiang would undoubtedly flay them alive. You're looking for death. The guard on the right gritted his teeth and, with a roar, lunged forward, aiming the spring knife at Lu Qinghe's chest. His reasoning was simple. No matter how skilled Lu Qinghe was, he was but one person. Together, they could certainly subdue him and then collect their reward from Wu Yangqiang. However, as his knife thrust forward, Lu Qinghe seized his wrist with a grip like a vice. Lu Qinghe's hand clamped down, rendering the guard's attempts to escape futile. Let go. Please let go. The guard's face paled in pain, howling as he struggled to break free. Lu Qinghe remained expressionless, twisting his wrist in the opposite direction. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The guard's wrist was snapped, and the spring knife clattered to the ground. Clutching his wrist, he fell to his knees, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The other guard, witnessing this scene, felt his legs weaken, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Not only could he not advance, but he could barely stand. Lu Qinghe turned his gaze upon him, his eyes cold as ice. The guard immediately trembled in fear, shrieking as he discarded his knife and fled into the mahjong hall, yelling, "Wu Yangqiang, it's bad." Lu Qinghe has stormed in. Lu Qinghe did not pursue. Instead, he stepped over the writhing guard on the ground and pushed open the grand door of the Wangyun mahjong hall. With a resounding crash, the heavy wooden door flew open at his kick, slamming against the wall and producing a sound that eclipsed the noise of shuffling tiles and laughter within the hall. Instantly, the entire mahjong hall fell silent. Dozens of gamblers at the tables, along with the onlooking henchmen, turned in unison to gaze at the entrance. Amidst the curtain of rain, Lu Qinghe stood at the entrance, drenched to the bone, his clothes stained with dried blood. In his hand, he clutched a gleaming spring knife. His aura of murder so palpable it seemed to solidify, suffocating everyone within the mahjong parlor. All were struck dumb, their gazes fixed on Lu Qinghe, none daring to utter a word. Even the air seemed too dangerous to breathe. They all recognized Lu Qinghe, the lowly figure among the ranks of the Liani, recently driven to desperation by Wu Yangqiang. Just this morning, they had heard whispers that Wu Yangqiang had cast him into the depths of the sea. Yet here he was, the very man they believed dead, brandishing a knife and forcefully kicking open the door of Wu Yangqiang's mahjong establishment. Disregarding the collective stare of the onlookers, Lu Qinghe gripped his knife and advanced step by step towards the private room. His pace was unhurried, each footfall echoing in the hearts of those present, causing the atmosphere of the entire parlor to thicken with tension. The onlooking lackeys finally snapped to attention, drawing their spring knives and steel pipes, encircling him at the entrance to the private room, their eyes glinting with malice. Lu Qinghe, have you lost your mind? How dare you invade Brother Wu's territory? Get out now, or you'll be leaving horizontally today. Brothers, let us take him down. Avenge Brother Wu. A dozen lackeys brandished their weapons, surrounding Lu Qinghe with murderous intent. Inside the private room, Wu Yangqiang heard the commotion and the shouts of his men, his brow furrowing in irritation as he shoved aside the woman beside him and stood up, cursing. What is all this racket outside? Seeking death? As he approached the door and flung it open, he was met with the sight of Lu Qinghe, encircled by his lackeys. Wu Yangqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The arrogance on his face instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. Lu Qinghe, how the hell are you alive? He had dispatched 5 of his men to ensure Lu Qinghe's demise. Now, witnessing Lu Qinghe standing before him, the fate of those 5 was all too apparent. Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze to meet Wu Yangqiang's, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Surprised that I'm not dead? The 5 useless fools you sent have already served as fish food. Next, it's your turn. As his words fell, the surrounding lackeys surged forward, roaring as they swung their knives and pipes towards Lu Qinghe. Kill him. Wu Yangqiang's face turned ashen as he barked orders, retreating hastily back into the private room and slamming the door shut. The 4 bodyguards at his side swiftly drew their machetes, standing guard at the entrance, their eyes fixed fiercely on Lu Qinghe. In the cramped mahjong parlor, chaos erupted into a fierce battle. Lu Qinghe wielded his spring knife with a mastery of combat skills, moving with such speed that he seemed to leave only afterimages. He exhibited no fear. Instead, he charged toward his assailants. Each swing of his knife was accompanied by a flash of red, and with every strike, a lackey fell to the ground, shrieking. His movements were ruthless and precise, every blow aimed at a vital point, showing no mercy or hesitation. To eradicate the roots, that was the system's rule and his current survival mantra. The patrons, terrified, crouched behind the mahjong tables, trembling as they witnessed the bloodshed unfold before them. Having witnessed countless street brawls over the years, they had never encountered someone as ferocious as Lu Qinghe. One man, armed with a single knife, faced down a horde of thugs, not only refusing to retreat, but pressing the attack, each strike drawing blood and delivering fatal blows. In under 5 minutes, the dozen lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, wailing and defeated, having lost all capacity to resist. The floor was soaked with blood mingled with rainwater, staining the mahjong parlor red. Lu Qinghe stood amongst the injured, splattered with blood, yet his gaze remained icy, his breath untroubled. Ding. Host has severely injured 12 hostile personnel. Reward of 120 dominance points granted. Current dominance points, 320. As the system notification chimed, Lu Qinghe turned his gaze towards the 4 bodyguards stationed at the entrance of the private room. These 4 were formidable fighters, hired at great expense by Wu Yingqiang, each having blood on their hands and having faced significant challenges. Yet now, confronted by the sight of the bloodied battlefield and the cold-eyed Lu Qinghe, sweat began to bead on their palms, their grips on their machetes tightening. They had never encountered someone so ruthless. One man, one knife, had dispatched a dozen of their brothers in mere minutes, his expression unchanged and his heart unflinching, as though he had merely crushed a few ants. Step aside. Lu Qinghe's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, seeing mutual trepidation reflected in each other's eyes, yet none dared to retreat. They were Wu Yingqiang's bodyguards. Having accepted his money, they were bound to serve him. Allowing Lu Qinghe to pass and kill Wu Yingqiang would mean the end of their own standing in the streets of Yao Mati. Kid, don't get too cocky. The leading scar-faced bodyguard tightened his grip on his machete and shouted, if you want to touch Brother Wu, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. As his words fell, the 4 bodyguards swiftly spread out, surrounding Lu Qinghe and launching their attack with lethal intent, their machetes slicing through the air, cutting off all avenues of escape. They were seasoned fighters, their teamwork honed to perfection, and their assault far superior to that of the previous street thugs. The patrons, hidden behind the mahjong tables, held their breath, their hearts racing. With 4 skilled fighters attacking in unison, it seemed impossible for Lu Qinghe to emerge unscathed. Yet, in the next instant, everyone was left astounded. Not only did Lu Qinghe not retreat, but he also charged forward to meet the incoming blades. His body twisted impossibly, evading the strikes from both sides, and his spring knife plunged mercilessly into the abdomen of the leftmost bodyguard. The bodyguard let out a cry of despair and collapsed. The remaining 3, now frenzied with rage, lunged at Lu Qinghe. In a flash, Lu Qinghe seized the fallen bodyguard's machete and turned to confront them. The clash of blades rang out with a deafening clang, sparks flying as steel met steel. Lu Qinghe's strength, speed, and reflexes had been fundamentally enhanced by the system, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. Coupled with combat skills ingrained in his very being, the remaining 3 bodyguards were nothing more than fodder in his eyes. 3 minutes later, all 3 lay defeated on the ground, silent. Ding. Host has eliminated 4 hostile personnel. Reward of 180 dominance points granted. Current dominance points, 500. Level up. Current level, LV1 Lowly Brute, 500. Upgraded to LV2 Street Enforcer. Skill unlocked. Jianghu Warning. Basic privileges of the system store unlocked. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed ominously in his mind. Lu Qinghe stood at the entrance of the private room, wielding a machete. An aura of lethal intent emanating from him that seemed poised to lift the roof off the entire mahjong parlor. Silence enveloped the establishment. Every patron's gaze was fixed upon him, their eyes filled with a blend of terror and reverence, not daring to breathe audibly. With a swift motion, Lu Qinghe raised his foot and kicked the door of the private room. A resounding crash echoed as the heavy door flew off its hinges, violently crashing against the wall within and shattering into several pieces. Inside the room, Wu Yingqiang, holding a phone, was attempting to call for help when he witnessed the door being kicked in and Lu Qinghe, drenched in blood, standing menacingly at the threshold. Fear seized him, causing his hand to tremble, and the phone clattered to the floor. He stumbled backward until his back hit the wall, unable to retreat further, his legs shaking uncontrollably and the color draining from his face as he gazed at Lu Qinghe. The hostess in the private room let out a terrified scream, shrinking into a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Qinghe stepped into the room, closing the door behind him, severing the connection to the outside world. He approached Wu Yingqiang, dragging the machete along the floor, producing a jarring, grating sound. Lu Qinghe, don't come any closer. Wu Yingqiang shrieked, terror-stricken. I am Dong Shu's godson. If you kill me, Dong Shu will not let you go. He will surely kill you. Dong Shu. Lu Qinghe halted, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Do you truly believe that if Dong Shu were aware of your embezzlement of the gang's funds, your collusion with Tong Xinhui, and your betrayal of the He Lian Yi territory, he would still protect you? Wu Yingqiang's face blanched instantly, his pupils constricting as if struck by a blade. This matter had been conducted with utmost secrecy, apart from the heavily tattooed Chong of Tong Xinhui. No one else was privy to it. How could Lu Qinghe possibly know? How do you? No. Lu Qinghe interrupted, advancing closer with an icy stare. To keep something hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. You colluded with Tong Xinhui, selling 3 streets of Xingtado at 20,000 per street, totaling 60,000. You embezzled over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, all meticulously documented in the black notebook you carry. Am I not correct? With each revelation, Wu Yiqiang's complexion turned increasingly pale, and by the time Lu Qinghe finished speaking, he resembled a ghost, trembling violently. He understood that he was finished. Once this reached the ears of Skardong, even if Lu Qinghe spared him, Skardong would adhere to the rules of the Underworld, delivering 3 stabs and 6 holes, feeding him to the fish. As he stared at Lu Qinghe, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes, and suddenly, he drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it threateningly at Lu Qinghe's head, shouting, "Lu Qinghe, don't force my hand. Lower the knife. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off." His hand quaked uncontrollably, the gun wavering, revealing his extreme nervousness. He had never imagined he would be driven to such desperation. Lu Qinghe regarded the gun aimed at him with unwavering calm, continuing to advance without hesitation, his expression devoid of fear. Warning: danger detected. Target weapon is a homemade firearm, no rifling, effective range under 5 meters. Target's hand is trembling severely, hit probability under 10, no lethal threat. The system's warning resounded in his mind. A cold smile crept across Lu Qinghe's lips. Do you dare to pull the trigger? This is a bustling area, fire a shot, and the police will arrive within minutes. If you kill me, you want to escape. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. His steps grew closer, now merely 3 meters from Wu Yiqiang. The latter's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. He truly could not bring himself to fire. This was the most prosperous intersection in Yao Mati. A shot would summon the police immediately, and he would have no chance to flee. Yet if he did not pull the trigger, he would undoubtedly die at Lu Qinghe's hands. Caught between dire choices, his hand trembled even more violently. In that moment of hesitation, Lu Qinghe suddenly lunged forward. With a forceful motion, he dashed to Wu Yiqiang's side, seizing the wrist of the hand holding the gun and twisting it upward with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed as Wu Yiqiang's wrist snapped. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wu Yiqiang, the gun clattering to the floor. Lu Qinghe did not relent. With his right hand, he plunged the machete deep into Wu Yiqiang's heart. The blade pierced through effortlessly. Wu Yiqiang's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing violently twice. Fixated on Lu Qinghe, gasping for breath yet unable to utter a word. Leaning close to his ear, Lu Qinghe's voice was icy. To uproot the weeds, but leave the roots. The spring breeze will cause them to regrow. You shall learn this lesson in the afterlife. With that, he yanked the machete free. Blood sprayed forth as Wu Yiqiang collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Elimination of core adversary, Wu Yiqiang accomplished. Newbie phase core objective completed. Reward, 300 dominance points. Current dominance points, 800. Unlock skill, lie detection. As the system's notification faded, Lu Qinghe bent down and retrieved the black notebook from Wu Yiqiang's pocket. Upon opening it, he found meticulous records of every transaction relating to Wu Yiqiang's embezzlement, along with all the details of his dealings with Tong Xinhui, irrefutable evidence. He closed the notebook, tucked it into his coat, wiped the blood from his blade, and turned to open the door of the private room. Outside, every patron in the mahjong parlor turned their gaze toward him, eyes wide with fear. Upon witnessing Wu Yiqiang's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, an audible gasp swept through the crowd, and they trembled in unison. He had indeed killed Wu Yiqiang. In front of everyone, he had single-handedly stormed the den of tigers and slain Dong Shu's godson. Gripping the machete, Lu Qinghe stepped into the center of the mahjong parlor, surveying the crowd. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the establishment. Wu Yiqiang colluded with outsiders, betrayed the gang, and embezzled public funds. His death is well-deserved. From this day forth, Xingtado is under my command, Lu Qinghe. Those willing to follow me, lay down your weapons, and I shall forgive your past transgressions. Those seeking revenge for Wu Yiqiang may step forward now. I am ready. As his words echoed, the room fell into a stunned silence. Wu Yiqiang's loyalists had already been subdued by Lu Qinghe, and the remaining underlings, merely seeking to make a living, had no desire to accompany Wu Yiqiang to the grave. Besides, they had all witnessed Lu Qinghe's ruthless prowess, charging into the mahjong parlor alone. He had felled over 20 individuals and publicly executed Wu Yiqiang. Who among them would dare oppose such a formidable figure? With a thud, the first of the underlings tossed aside his steel pipe, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head to Lu Qinghe. Brother Qinghe, we shall follow you from now on. With the first kneeling, a cascade of similar sounds followed. Every underling in the mahjong parlor knelt, bowing their heads in unison, proclaiming, Brother Qinghe, we shall follow you from now on. The chorus was deafening, reverberating throughout all of Xingtado. Lu Qinghe surveyed the kneeling throng, his expression serene. He eliminated Fly Chong, exacting revenge while simultaneously seizing control of the territory in Xingtado, firmly establishing his presence in Yao Mati. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Fly Chong was the godson of Scarred Dong, and having taken his life, Scarred Dong would undoubtedly seek retribution. Greater troubles loomed on the horizon. At that moment, within the confines of Yao Mati and the Liani Tong, a young henchman rushed in, breathless, and shouted at Scarred Dong, who occupied the main seat. "Uncle Dong, it's terrible. Brother Fly has been killed. Right at the Wang Yuan Mahjong house. By Lu Qinghe." Scarred Dong abruptly slammed his hand on the table, the scar on his face flushing crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury as he violently kicked the table over. "What did you say, Lu Qinghe? That useless wretch? He dares to kill my godson. Gather the men. Conduct a city-wide manhunt. Capture Lu Qinghe and that little brat. I want him flayed alive." Chapter 4, Brotherhood and Loyalty. As Lu Qinghe exited the Wang Yuan Mahjong house, the rain had diminished significantly, transforming into a gentle drizzle that lightly kissed his face with a refreshing chill. He tossed the cleaver to a subordinate behind him, clutching the black notebook close to his chest as he strode along the street toward the Fuanli compound. Behind him, dozens of young men followed in his wake, their gazes filled with reverence, not daring to overstep their bounds. "Brother Qinghe, should we send someone to follow you for your protection?" the lead henchman cautiously inquired. Lu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, not turning back as he replied, "No need. You all stay at the Mahjong house and keep an eye on the Xingtado territory. Just ensure there are no mishaps." "Understood, Brother Qinghe." The henchmen responded in unison, halting in place, respectfully watching as Lu Qinghe's silhouette faded into the curtain of rain. Walking through the desolate alleyway, Lu Qinghe's mind raced as he meticulously planned his next moves. Killing Fly Chong was merely the first step. Ahead lay the wrath of Scarred Dong, who reigned over the Liani Yao Mati branch. Commanding hundreds of brothers and having operated in Yao Mati for over a decade, ruthless and powerful. Although he possessed irrefutable evidence of Fly Chong's betrayal of the gang, Scarred Dong would not easily let him off the hook. After all, Fly Chong was his godson. Taking his life was akin to slapping his face, shattering his pride. In the underworld, reputation held greater significance than life itself. Lu Qinghe needed to prepare thoroughly for Scarred Dong's inevitable retribution. The black notebook in his possession was his greatest trump card. Yet, possessing it alone was insufficient. He had to demonstrate to Scarred Dong that his worth far exceeded that of a deceased Fly Chong. He needed to provide Scarred Dong with a way out. An irresistible benefit. As he walked, his mind calculated these strategies, and soon he arrived at the foot of the Fuanli compound. He glanced up at the third-floor window, where the light still glimmered. Jiang Lai awaited him. Jiang Lai was the original protagonist's soul brother in this world. He was also the only one who had followed the original protagonist during his previous life's study of Liani's history, and had ultimately sacrificed himself to save the original protagonist from being drowned by Fly Chong. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lu Qinghe vowed never to allow Jiang Lai to meet such a tragic fate again. He ascended the staircase, which was dim and damp, littered with debris and exuding a pungent, decaying odor. Upon reaching the door at the end of the third floor, he raised his hand and pushed open the old wooden door. With a creak, the door swung open. Inside, a dim yellow bulb illuminated the room, where Jiang Lai sat anxiously at the table, gripping a machete tightly, his gaze fixated on the doorway, visibly restless. Upon hearing the door open, Jiang Lai sprang to his feet, tightening his grip on the machete, his muscles tensed, ready for an offensive stance. When he recognized Lu Qinghe, drenched in blood, he froze momentarily, his wariness instantly transforming into overwhelming concern and shock. He rushed over, scanning Lu Qinghe from head to toe, his voice trembling. "Qinghe, you're back? Are you all right?" His eyes fell upon the bloodstains on Lu Qinghe, and they immediately reddened as he grasped Lu Qinghe's arm, urgently asking, "Are you hurt? Where are you injured? Is it serious?" Seeing Jiang Lai's anxious demeanor, warmth surged within Lu Qinghe, and he patted his arm with a smile, saying, "I'm fine, the blood isn't mine, not yours." Jiang Lai paused. Then his pupils constricted as he suddenly grasped Lu Qinghe's shoulders, disbelief lacing his voice. "Did you truly kill Fly Chong?" He had already heard rumors on the street that Lu Qinghe had single-handedly stormed the Wang Yuan Mahjong house and killed Fly Chong. He could hardly believe it. Fly Chong was surrounded by dozens of henchmen and 4 personal bodyguards. For Lu Qinghe to go alone was akin to walking into a lioness den. Yet now, Lu Qinghe stood before him, bloodied but alive, which, even if not his own, was enough to confirm the truth of the rumors. Lu Qinghe nodded, pulling Jiang Lai to sit beside him at the table, calmly recounting the events that had transpired at the Wang Yuan Mahjong house. From his solitary infiltration into the lair of the tiger to dispatching more than 20 henchmen and finally killing Fly Chong in public, capturing Xingtado. He narrated it all with a casual tone. Yet for Zhang Lai, each detail was harrowing, sending chills down his spine and causing his palms to sweat profusely. He could hardly fathom that his childhood companion, once a timid boy who wouldn't dare retaliate against bullies, had transformed into someone so ruthless and formidable. To single-handedly invade Fly Chong's stronghold, publicly execute him, and subdue all his henchmen, claiming Xingtato, that was nothing short of fantastical. Yet, witnessing Lu Qinghe's calm demeanor and the fierce aura he now exuded, Zhang Lai understood that it was all indeed real. His brother had changed. He had become decisive and fearless, inspiring a sense of awe even in him. Regardless of how Lu Qinghe had transformed, he remained his only brother in this lifetime. Zhang Lai took a deep breath, looking intently at Lu Qinghe, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "Qinghe, having killed Fly Chong, Scar Dong will undoubtedly seek vengeance. He will send someone after you to avenge Fly Chong. You are my brother. No matter how Scar Dong retaliates, I will stand by your side. If it comes to it, I, Zhang Lai, will accompany you even to the death." As he spoke, he slammed the machete onto the table, his eyes devoid of fear. Only resolute loyalty. Lu Qinghe gazed at him, his heart stirred. This was the bond of brotherhood. Even if the heavens were to collapse, they would bear it together. Ding. Host has recruited core loyalist Zhang Lai. Loyalty 100, never to betray. Passive skill brotherhood. Warming up completed. Host's loyal brothers will gain attribute enhancements in tandem with the host's level increases. Reward, 100 dominance points. Current dominance points, 900. As the system notification chimed, Lu Qinghe looked at Zhang Lai with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. There's no need to go to such lengths. On the other side of Scar's Dong, I have a solution. He spoke as he retrieved a black notebook from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Take a look at this. Zhang Lai, perplexed, picked up the notebook and flipped it open. The more he read, the wider his eyes grew, and the worry on his face instantaneously transformed into sheer ecstasy. This is fantastic. Qinghe, with this, Scar's Dong will understand that Fly Chong is a traitor who betrayed the gang. If you eliminate him, it will be seen as a necessary cleansing of our ranks. Not only will he not hold it against you, he may even reward you. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. His tone calm. It is not that simple. Fly Chong is, after all, his godson. If I kill Fly Chong, it would be akin to slapping his face. Even if he comes to know Fly Chong's treachery, he will not easily forgive. To stabilize the situation completely, and even elevate our standing with Liani, I must provide him with a way out, an irresistible benefit. Zhang Lai hastily inquired, what benefit? Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze, staring out at the rain-drenched scene. His eyes sharp. Xingtai Road. Fly Chong sold 3 streets of Xingtai Road to Tong Xinhui. Now that Fly Chong is dead, Tong Xinhui will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to consume the entirety of Xingtai Road. I have promised Scar's Dong that within 3 days, not only will I retain the remaining territory of Xingtai Road, but I will also reclaim the 3 streets Fly Chong sold to Tong Xinhui, handing them back to the gang. Furthermore, I will obliterate all of Tong Xinhui's south establishments on Xingtai Road, returning the territory entirely to the gang. Zhang Lai gasped in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. To seize all of Tong Xinhui's territory on Xingtai Road in just 3 days? That is nearly inconceivable. Tong Xinhui has been operating in Xingtai Road for several years, boasting a vast number of personnel and formidable power. They have over 100 lackeys alone. Right now, we are just 2 people, and even with the newly recruited lackeys from Xingtai Road, we are no match for Tong Xinhui. Qinghe, this is too difficult. Zhang Lai exclaimed urgently. Tong Xinhui has over 100 people on Xingtai Road, and with that ruthless character, Flowered Arm Chong, stationed there, we simply cannot compete. 2 people are sufficient, Lu Qinghe replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhang Lai. He had devoted his life to studying the history of the Hong Kong underworld, understanding all too well the dynamics of gang conflicts in this era, how to triumph against the odds, how to seize territory with minimal cost. Moreover, he had the support of the overlord system. Conquering Xingtai Road was merely a matter of time. Zhang Lai, witnessing the confidence in Lu Qinghe's eyes, felt his own worries dissipate significantly. He did not know the source of Lu Qinghe's assurance, but he was well aware that his brother never spoke without conviction. He nodded firmly, gripping his machete. All right, Qinghe, whatever you say, I shall follow. Even if it means death, I will accompany you to seize Xingtai Road. Lu Qinghe smiled, about to speak, when a series of urgent, violent knocks echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. The old wooden door rattled violently, as though it would splinter at any moment. Outside, the menacing shouts of thugs rang out. Lu Qinghe, open the door. We are Uncle Dong's men. You dare hide after killing Uncle Dong's godson. If you don't open the door, we will break it down and turn you into mincemeat. Zhang Lai instantly sprang to his feet, gripping his machete tightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Qinghe, his gaze fierce as he stared down the doorway. Unwavering even in the face of a dozen men. Lu Qinghe slowly rose, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Lai's shoulder, his expression calm and collected, devoid of any panic. What must come will come. He had anticipated that Skarsdong's men would arrive swiftly. Jiang Lai turned to him, urgently insisting, "Qinghe, escape through the back window. I will hold them off here. You need to flee." Lu Qinghe shook his head, a cold, resolute smile playing on his lips. "No need to run. What must be faced, must be faced. I want to see what Skarsdong can do to me." As he spoke, he raised a hand, signaling Jiang Lai to step aside. Then, he grasped the nearly splintered wooden door and pulled it open. Chapter 5, Confrontation at the Hall. The moment the door swung open, a dozen thugs armed with machetes and steel pipes surged forward, their weapons aimed squarely at Lu Qinghe. At the forefront was Skarsdong's right-hand man, known as Mad Dog. A deep scar crossed his face, and his eyes gleamed with malice as he brandished a machete. Spotting Lu Qinghe, his eyes blazed with fury, and he shouted, "Lu Qinghe, how dare you kill Uncle Dong's godson? You have a lot of nerve. Come with us to the hall and explain yourself to Uncle Dong. Resist, and we will execute you right here." The thugs behind him advanced threateningly, their weapons brandished menacingly, blocking the narrow corridor completely. Jiang Lai immediately charged forward. Positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Qinghe, his machete crossed defiantly over his chest as he glared at Mad Dog. His voice fierce, "Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Qinghe will have to get through me first." Even surrounded by a dozen men, he did not waver. Standing tall and resolute like a guardian tiger, Mad Dog scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Jiang Lai, are you courting death? Are you really going to oppose Uncle Dong for a traitor who killed Brother Flies? He is not a traitor." Jiang Lai retorted fiercely. Flies Chong colluded with Tong Xinhui, betrayed the gang, and embezzled funds. He got what he deserved. Qinghe's act of killing him is a necessary purging of our ranks. Purging the ranks? What gives a mere 49er like you the right to talk? Mad Dog spat, pointing his machete forward. "Enough of your nonsense. Either you come with us voluntarily, or we will break your legs and drag you back. Choose." The thugs behind him roared and pressed forward, the atmosphere in the corridor plummeting to a freezing point. Tension thick enough to ignite a bloody battle at any moment. Lu Qinghe extended a hand, pulling Jiang Lai behind him. He faced Mad Dog with calm eyes, showing no sign of fear or intent to resist. "No need for violence. I will go with you." Jiang Lai was instantly alarmed, grasping Lu Qinghe's arm. "Qinghe, you can't go. Skarsdong is furious right now. If you go, he will surely kill you." "Do not worry, I will be fine," Lu Qinghe reassured, patting Jiang Lai's arm with a calm yet unassailable certainty. "I hold the evidence of Flies Chong's crimes. Skarsdong cannot harm me. Wait for me here. I will return shortly." Mad Dog, taken aback by Lu Qinghe's decisiveness, scoffed mockingly. "So now you're afraid? Too late. Once we reach the hall, Uncle Dong will have you skinned alive." He waved his hand, barking, "Take him away." Two thugs immediately stepped forward, one on each side, seizing Lu Qinghe's arms. Lu Qinghe offered no resistance, allowing them to escort him down the stairs. Mad Dog and the remaining thugs followed closely, their weapons trained on Lu Qinghe to ensure he did not escape. Jiang Lai stood at the doorway, watching Lu Qinghe's figure disappear down the staircase, gripping his machete tightly. Anxiety etched in his eyes, yet he felt utterly powerless. He trusted Lu Qinghe, but the ruthless reputation of Skarsdong was known throughout the entire Yao Mati. He was genuinely afraid that Lu Qinghe would not return from this venture. The rain continued to pour. Lu Qinghe was being escorted by two ruffians, making his way through the streets of Yao Mati. Passers-by on the street, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly stepped aside, unwilling to glance for too long, whispering and pointing at Lu Qinghe. "Is this the one who killed Wu Feiqiang? What audacity! To dare slay the adopted son of Skarsdong, he is surely doomed. Entering the hall will undoubtedly lead to his demise. Such a pity. It is said he single-handedly took down Wu Feiqiang, a fierce character, albeit too impulsive." The whispers reached Lu Qinghe's ears, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze steady and tranquil. His mind raced, replaying every detail of the impending confrontation with Skarsdong. He had studied this man's character thoroughly in his past life. In his youth, armed with nothing but a knife, he carved a path from the streets to the hall. Ruthless and protective of his own, yet he held the rules of the underworld in utmost regard, despising traitors who conspired with outsiders and betrayed their own. If he could seize upon this point, he would have an absolute chance to seek survival amidst the looming peril. After a brief passage of time, the group arrived at the He Lian Yao Mati Hall. It was a two-story building facing the street, guarded by a dozen knife-wielding lackeys, exuding an air of menace. Upon seeing the Mad Dog lead Lu Qinghe forward, the guards parted, their eyes fixed on Lu Qinghe with a predatory glare, as if they wished to devour him whole. The Mad Dog shoved Lu Qinghe into the hall. Upon entering, a heavy scent of smoke and alcohol assaulted the senses. The hall was enveloped in swirling smoke. A number of elders and the hall master from Helien sat on either side, their expressions grim, collectively staring at the apprehended Lu Qinghe, their eyes brimming with hostility and murderous intent. At the head of the table sat a burly middle-aged man with a grotesque scar etched across his face, Scar Dong, the hall master of Helien. He toyed with two gleaming steel balls, their clattering sound echoing sharply in the silent hall. His cold gaze bore into Lu Qinghe, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace that stifled the breath of everyone present. The two ruffians holding Lu Qinghe suddenly exerted force, forcing him to kneel. Dongshu, Lu Qinghe has arrived. Scar Dong ceased his manipulation of the steel balls, his eyes locked onto the kneeling Lu Qinghe, his voice hoarse and simmering with barely contained rage. Lu Qinghe, I ask you, did you kill Wu Feiqiang? His voice was low yet carried an immense weight, freezing the atmosphere in the hall. The elders and hall masters on either side began to pound their tables, rebuking him fiercely. You brat, how audacious. You dare to kill even Dong Shu's adopted son. You must be weary of life. According to the rules of the Underworld, betraying one's own and killing a fellow member warranted severe punishment, 3 knives and 6 holes. Cast into the sea to feed the fish. Dong Shu, stop wasting time with him. Just eliminate him. Avenge brother Wu Fei. The hall erupted in shouts for blood. All eyes fixed on Lu Qinghe, their gazes filled with murderous intent. In contrast, any ordinary lowly thug, surrounded by such an intimidating display and under Scar Dong's scrutiny, would have long since been paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground. Yet Lu Qinghe remained upright, even while kneeling, displaying no sign of trepidation. He lifted his head, meeting Scar Dong's gaze with unwavering resolve, his tone calm and composed, each word deliberate. Yes, I killed Wu Feiqiang. The moment the words left his lips, the hall erupted in chaos. Rebellion. Truly a rebellion. How dare he speak with such impudence after committing murder? Dongshu, this kid clearly has no regard for you. Just eliminate him. Kill him. Avenge brother Wu Fei. Scar Dong's expression darkened, his steel balls spinning ever faster, his rage nearly palpable. He slammed his hand down on the table with a thunderous crash. The solid wood splintered under the force of his strike. The hall fell abruptly silent. A hush settling over the room, as if the very air had thickened. Scar Dong rose suddenly, drawing the knife at his waist and slamming it down onto the table. The tip aimed at Lu Qinghe's head, his voice a fierce war. Lu Qinghe, you possess great audacity. You dare to kill my adopted son and still speak with such defiance. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? The cold blade hovered less than 10 centimeters from Lu Qinghe's forehead. The atmosphere in the hall felt as if it had frozen. Everyone held their breath, watching the kneeling Lu Qinghe, anticipating his plea for mercy, bracing for Scar Dong's fatal blow. Yet Lu Qinghe remained unflinching, his gaze unwavering as he met the wrath of Scar Dong. Underworld alert triggered, detecting lethal danger. Scar Dong harbors a murderous intent value of 90 towards the host. Crisis resolution suggestion. Present evidence of Wu Feiqiang's betrayal of the organization to expose his traitorous identity, which could reverse the situation. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe's heart held no turbulence. He had anticipated this outcome. Scar Dong gestured to his lackeys, barking orders. Drag him out. According to Underworld rules. 3 knives and 6 holes. Break his limbs, and cast him into the sea to feed the fish. 2 lackeys advanced to seize Lu Qinghe. At that moment, Lu Qinghe spoke in a deep, clear voice, resonating throughout the hall. Dongshu, are you certain you wish to kill me for the sake of a traitor? As the words left his mouth, the hall fell into an immediate silence. All eyes converged on Lu Qinghe, filled with shock and disbelief. They could not fathom that. At such a critical juncture, Lu Qinghe not only refused to plead for mercy, but dared to assert such a claim. He had the audacity to declare Wu Feiqiang a traitor? Scar Dong's hand froze mid-motion. His piercing gaze remained locked on the kneeling Lu Qinghe, his tone laced with fury and ice. What did you say? Wu Feiqiang is my adopted son. He has been loyal to the organization for years. You claim he is a traitor? Lu Qinghe, you've killed a man and now seek to tarnish his name. You must truly be tired of living. The elders and hall masters reacted, joining in the condemnation. You brat, what nonsense are you spewing? Brother Wu was loyal to the organization. How could he possibly be a traitor? To kill and then slander the deceased. This is utterly lawless. Dongshu, stop wasting time. Just execute him. To dare to spread lies in the hall, he clearly has no desire to live. Lu Qinghe, undeterred by the cacophony of rebukes surrounding him, continued to gaze at Scar Dong, his tone calm and unwavering. Loyal to the organization? Dongshu, do you truly believe that Wu Feiqiang was loyal to you and the organization? Allow me to inquire. When you entrusted Wu Feiqiang to guard the territory of Xingtai Dao for 6 months, why did he lose 3 streets to Tong Xinhui during that time? Each time you asked him, he claimed it was due to Tong Xinhui's overwhelming numbers. Dongshu, Have you never harbored any doubts? The brow of Scarred Dong furrowed instantly, for this matter had always been a thorn in his heart. Xingtado is one of the most bustling streets in Oil Hemp District, the very core territory of Liani. Half a year ago, he entrusted its management to Wu Yingqiang, only to find that within that span, 3 streets had been lost to Tong Xinhui. Each time, Wu Yingqiang lamented that Tong Xinhui had too many hands, and despite his desperate resistance, he could not hold the ground. Though Dong was angered, he did not dwell on it, attributing it merely to Wu Yingqiang's incompetence. Now, with Lu Qinghe suddenly bringing this matter up, a seed of suspicion sprouted within him. He fixed his gaze on Lu Qinghe and barked, "What do you mean? Speak clearly." "What do I mean?" Lu Qinghe smirked, a hint of scorn in his tone. Those 3 streets were not seized by Tong Xinhui. They were sold to them by Wu Yingqiang himself. For 1 street, Tong Xinhui paid him 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. For 3 streets, that totals 60,000. Furthermore, he even made an agreement with the tattooed strongman of Tong Xinhui to sell the entirety of Xingtado within 3 months. "Uncle Dong, tell me, what do you call such a person if not a traitor?" As his words fell, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces. Wu Yingqiang had actually sold the gang's territory to Tong Xinhui? If this were true, it would be a grave taboo. According to the rules, such an act warranted the punishment of 3 blades and 6 holes, to be fed to the fish in the sea. Scarred Dong's countenance darkened ominously, veins in his hand rising as he spun the steel ball furiously, producing a cacophony of sound. He glared at Lu Qinghe, his voice low and fierce. "Do you have evidence? You dare to slander him without proof. If you cannot present evidence, I will kill you right here." "Evidence? Of course I have it." Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze to meet Scarred Dong's, his tone calm. "When I killed Wu Yingqiang, I found a black notebook on him. Within it, he meticulously recorded every penny of misappropriated gang funds and every transaction with Tong Xinhui, complete with time, place, and amounts clearly noted. Moreover, I have witnesses. Wu Yingqiang's close associates are well aware of his collusion with Tong Xinhui and can be summoned for questioning at any moment." As he spoke, he pulled out the black notebook and raised it aloft. Mad Dog immediately stepped forward, took the notebook, and swiftly approached Scarred Dong, presenting it to him. Scarred Dong snatched the notebook and began flipping through its pages with increasing speed. His fingers moved faster and faster, and his expression grew increasingly grim, the flames of fury nearly igniting in his eyes. The notebook clearly detailed Wu Yingqiang's embezzlement of gang funds, amounting to over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. It also contained records of his dealings with Tong Xinhui, selling 3 streets of Xingtado for 60,000 Hong Kong dollars, with a further agreement to hand over the entire street in 3 months for an additional 100,000. Every detail was explicitly recorded, including the times and locations of the transactions. The evidence was irrefutable. With a crash, Scarred Dong slammed the notebook down onto the table, the resounding noise causing everyone in the hall to shudder. He stood abruptly, kicking over a chair beside him, and let out a furious roar. "This beast! I took him in as my godson, granting him territory and authority, and he dared to betray me, selling out the gang, embezzling funds, colluding with outsiders. I must have been blind to raise such an ingratiating wolf." He was truly incensed. His lifelong hatred was reserved for those who betrayed the gang and allied with outsiders. To think that his most trusted godson was such a traitor. The entire hall fell silent. The elders and hall masters exchanged glances at the notebook on the table, none daring to utter a word. The truth was laid bare. Wu Yingqiang was a thorough traitor. Lu Qinghe's act of killing him was not only justified but also served to cleanse the gang, exposing the inner traitor to Scarred Dong. Those who had just clamored for Lu Qinghe's death now fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Scarred Dong, panting heavily in fury for a while, gradually calmed down. He turned to Lu Qinghe, who was kneeling on the ground, his expression complex. Moments ago, he had sought to kill Lu Qinghe for revenge on Wu Yingqiang. Now, he realized that Lu Qinghe had slain a betrayer of the gang and aided him in rooting out a traitor in his midst. He regarded Lu Qinghe. His tone softened somewhat, yet still authoritative. "Rise." The 2 subordinates holding Lu Qinghe immediately released their grip. Lu Qinghe slowly stood, dusting off the remnants from his knees, maintaining a straight posture as he gazed at Scarred Dong without uttering a word. Lu Qinghe, colluding with outsiders and betraying the gang, deserved death. Scarred Dong looked at him, his voice grave. "You killed him to cleanse the gang. You did nothing wrong in this matter." The elders and hall masters nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qinghe acted rightly. He eradicated a traitor from the gang, a commendable act. No one could have anticipated Wu Yingqiang's true nature. Thanks to Qinghe, the gang's losses were mitigated. This young man, possessing both courage and wisdom, was a promising candidate. Those who had just called for blood now praised Lu Qinghe. He remained unflinching, showing no signs of pride, standing there with a calm demeanor. He understood well that the matter was far from over. However, Scar Dong's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening once more. Even if Wu Yingqiang was a traitor, it is the gang's responsibility to deal with him. It is not for a mere 49er like you to take matters into your own hands and kill him. You have undermined my authority and violated the gang's rules. This cannot simply be overlooked. Lu Qinghe met Scar Dong's gaze, fully aware of the implications. Indeed, even if Wu Yingqiang was a traitor, Scar Dong would not let it slide so easily. After all, Wu Yingqiang was his godson, and publicly killing him would be a blow to his face. He needed to provide Scar Dong with a way out, a proper explanation. Lu Qinghe looked at Scar Dong, his tone calm and respectful. Uncle Dong is correct. I acted impulsively, violating the gang's rules, and I acknowledge my fault. I am willing to provide Uncle Dong and the gang with an explanation. Scar Dong raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a glimmer of admiration. This young man, having killed, breached the hall's decorum, faced with his immense wrath, did not flinch but instead remained articulate and unyielding, displaying both courage and wisdom, infinitely superior to his inept godson, Wu Yingqiang. He gazed at Lu Qinghe and asked gravely, "Oh, how do you intend to explain yourself?" Lu Qinghe met his gaze, enunciating each word clearly. Wu Yingqiang sold 3 streets of Xingtado to Tong Xinhui. This debt cannot simply be dismissed. I pledge to you, Uncle Dong, that within 3 days, I will not only secure the remaining territory of Xingtado, but also reclaim all 3 streets Wu Yingqiang sold to Tong Xinhui and return them to the gang. Furthermore, I will clear out all of Tong Xinhui's establishments on Xingtado, reclaiming the territory for the gang. If I fail, I shall accept your punishment, whether it be 3 blades and 6 holes or being fed to the fish, without a word of protest. As the last words fell, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at Lu Qinghe, as if he were a madman. To seize all of Tong Xinhui's territory on Xingtado within 3 days? How could that possibly be? Tong Xinhui had been operating in Xingtado for several years, with a formidable crew of over 100 brothers at his command. Not to mention 3 days. Even given 3 months, it would be a daunting task. Lu Qinghe, a mere fledgling fresh from dispatching the likes of Wu Yingqiang, with no men or weapons at his disposal, dared to issue such a military decree. The mad dog could not contain his derisive laughter and scoffed. Lu Qinghe, do you even realize the absurdity of your boast? You think you can take down Tong Xinhui's territory in 3 days? Who do you think you are? If you manage to pull it off, I, mad dog, will take your surname. Lu Qinghe did not even spare him a glance, maintaining his unwavering gaze on Scar Dong, his resolve unshaken. Scar Dong was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended for Lu Qinghe to compensate him and offer an apology to settle the matter. He never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would boldly stake such a claim. Gazing into Lu Qinghe's determined eyes, a wave of profound admiration surged within him. This young man not only possessed courage and cunning, but also exhibited such audacity and charisma. He was certainly a figure destined for greatness. Scar Dong fixed his gaze on Lu Qinghe for a full half-minute before bursting into laughter. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Lu Qinghe, you have guts. You have spirit. I shall grant you this opportunity. 3 days. If you can conquer Tong Xinhui's territory on Xingtado within this time frame, we shall consider this matter resolved. Moreover, the territory you seize will be entirely under your command. I shall even bestow upon you the title of the spokesperson for Xingtado. However, should you fail, as you said, it will be 3 stabs and 6 holes, feeding the fish in the sea. Do you dare to accept? The entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Lu Qinghe, awaiting his response. Without a hint of hesitation, he stood tall and responded in a deep voice. I accept. Beep. Main mission issued. Conquer all of Tong Xinhui's territory on Xingtado within 3 days. Mission reward. 1,000 dominance points. Level increased to LV3 Red Stick Brute. Unlock Firearm Mastery skill. Mission failure. Triggers severe system penalties. All attributes reset to 0. The system prompt echoed explosively in his mind. Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity. 3 days. To seize Xingtado. He not only aimed to accomplish it, but to do so with flair. Observing his resolute demeanor, Scar Dong's admiration deepened. He chuckled heartily and waved his hand. Excellent. From this day forth, all matters concerning Xingtado will be under your complete authority. Should you require manpower, feel free to mobilize the brothers from our faction. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Lu Qinghe replied with a slight nod, his tone calm. He understood that he had made the right move. Not only had he survived, but he had also secured the authority over Xingtado, gaining the support of the faction. The next step was to conquer Xingtado and firmly establish his foothold in Yao Mati. Meanwhile, at the Yao Mati police station, in the Anti-Organized Crime Unit's office, Huang Zhiqing sat at his desk, holding a freshly delivered homicide report. The report clearly stated, a murder occurred at the Wanyun Mahjong Hall, where the underboss of Liani, Wu Yingqiang, was killed by Lu Qinghe of the same faction. 5 bodies were discovered at the scene, with dozens injured. Huang Ziqing's gaze lingered on the name Lu Qinghe in the report, his fingertips lightly tapping the desk, his expression cold and obsessive. He picked up a pen and circled Lu Qinghe's name in vivid red ink. Lu Qinghe. He muttered the name, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To have just committed murder and dare to stir trouble in Yao Mati. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my #1 target for eradication. Chapter 7. Bloodbath on Xingtado. Huang Ziqing's finger heavily jabbed at Lu Qinghe's name on the report, puncturing a hole through the paper. He leaned slightly forward in his office chair, his eyes radiating a chilling obsession as he scrutinized the details. Lu Qinghe, aged 22. A lowly 4'9" underling of Liani in Yao Mati. On the night of March 17th, he single-handedly stormed into the Wangyun Mahjong Hall, killing the small underboss Wu Yingchang along with 4 of his close bodyguards, injuring numerous others. He whispered the name, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, the sound piercing the silence of the office. Having served as a police officer for over a decade, rising from a patrolling officer to a supervisor in the anti-organized crime unit, he had encountered countless ruthless gangsters, yet he had never witnessed such audacity. A lowly underling, brazenly infiltrating a faction, publicly executing a gang's small underboss, and seizing control of the entire street's territory. It was utterly lawless. What Huang Ziqing despised most were these rule-breaking, lawless gangsters. In his eyes, all gang members were malignant tumors that deserved to be imprisoned and face legal retribution. And this Lu Qinghe was the most arrogant and ruthless among them. He raised his head, directing his voice towards the office door, barking, "Ah Chong, come in." A young officer in uniform promptly rushed in, standing at attention and saluting, "Officer Huang." Huang Ziqing slammed the report onto the desk, pointing at Lu Qinghe's name with authority. "Investigate. Get me all of Lu Qinghe's information and background. Dig up everything, even his ancestors." "Yes, Officer Huang." Ah Chong promptly nodded, grabbing the report and turning to leave. "Wait." Huang Ziqing called him back, his gaze icy as he continued. "Notify the teams to arrange 2 groups on 24-hour shifts to keep a close watch on Lu Qinghe. Every move he makes, every person he interacts with, every place he visits, and every action he undertakes must be reported to me without fail. I want to know every step he takes. I cannot allow any evidence of his criminal activities to slip through the cracks." Ah Chong hesitated for a moment, uncertain. "Officer Huang, our anti-organized crime unit already has several major cases to handle. Is it really necessary to allocate 2 teams to monitor a lowly 4'9" underling? Isn't that a bit excessive?" In his view, Lu Qinghe was merely a lowly thug who had just committed murder, hardly worth such an elaborate operation. "Excessive?" Huang Ziqing slammed the table, his voice rising. "This Lu Qinghe is ruthless, audacious, having just killed a man, and he dares to recruit underlings and seize territory. He will undoubtedly become the greatest malignant tumor in Yao Mati. If we don't keep an eye on him now, it will be much harder to capture him once he gains power. I'm ordering you to go. Stop with the nonsense." Huang Ziqing was notorious for his explosive temper within the Yao Mati police station, obsessive and relentless. Once he set his sights on someone, he would never let go until they were imprisoned. Ah Chong dared not protest further, standing at attention and saluting. "Yes, Officer Huang. I will arrange it immediately." With that, he turned and hurried out of the office. In the office, only Huang Ziqing remained. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing down at the streets of Yao Mati with a cold, obsessive stare, muttering under his breath, "Lu Qinghe, you had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I shall ensure you spend a lifetime in prison." Meanwhile, outside the Heliani Hall, Lu Qinghe exchanged greetings with Daoskar Dong and several elder hall masters before turning to exit the hall. The rain outside had ceased. Zhang Lai was anxiously waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe and Ping An emerge, he rushed forward, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and asked urgently, "Qinghe, are you unharmed? Did Daoskar Dong do anything to you?" "I'm fine," Lu Qinghe replied with a smile, patting his shoulder as he recounted the events that had transpired within the hall in detail. The more Zhang Lai listened, the wider his eyes grew, his face a mix of shock and elation. Initially, he believed that Lu Qinghe would suffer greatly or even perish during his visit, but to his astonishment, not only had Lu Qinghe returned unscathed, but he had also secured the authority over Xing Tai Dao, with Daoskar Dong even promising him the position of spokesperson for Xing Tai Dao upon its takeover. "Qinghe, you are absolutely incredible," Zhang Lai exclaimed, punching his palm in excitement. "I knew you would find a way. I can hardly believe it worked." However, his expression quickly turned grave as he furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. "But capturing all of Tong Xian's territory in Xing Tai Dao within 3 days is an immense challenge. Tong Xian has over 100 men in Xing Tai Dao, not to mention that ruthless character, Flower Arm Chong. We currently have hardly any manpower. We are not limited to just 2 people, Lu Qinghe shook his head, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. We now have the support of the entire hall. If we need manpower, we can draw from the hall. Moreover, we need to find someone. Jiang Lai paused, puzzled, and asked, who are we looking for? Zhao Ming, Lu Qinghe replied calmly, the one from the Jintang Street garage. Jiang Lai's eyes brightened as he quickly understood. Right. How could I forget Zhao Ming? That guy is tough. His skills surpass mine. He is upright and loyal, highly respected among the brothers in Yao Mati. And he has a dozen trustworthy men. If he agrees to join us, we might stand a chance at taking Xingtai Dao. Lu Qinghe nodded. Zhao Ming was someone he had studied intensely in his previous life when researching the history of Heliani. He was a watchman at the Yao Mati garage, exceptionally skilled and deeply principled, unable to tolerate the oppression of the weak. In his past life, he had been wronged by Wu Yingchang for refusing to collude with him, resulting in a broken leg and his expulsion from Yao Mati, leading to a tragic fate. This man was undoubtedly a formidable ally and would be crucial in his efforts to seize Xingtai Dao. Let us go, Lu Qinghe had declared. Taking a step forward, they would head to the Jintang Street garage to find Zhao Ming. Jiang Lai immediately followed suit, and the two walked side by side towards Jintang Street. Along the way, Lu Qinghe suddenly heard the alert from the system in his mind. Underworld alert triggered. Police surveillance detected. Target: Yao Mati Anti-Black Group Inspector Huang Ziqing. Officers have been assigned to monitor the host 24 hours a day. Danger level: medium. Lu Qinghe paused momentarily. Huang Ziqing. That name was all too familiar to him. During his previous life, while studying the history of the Hong Kong police force, he had formed a deep impression of this paranoid anti-black inspector. He never expected to be targeted so soon. Qinghe, what's wrong? Jiang Lai asked, noticing his sudden stop. It's nothing, Lu Qinghe replied, shaking his head as he resumed walking, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What of being monitored? His current task was to take over Xingtai Dao and establish a firm foothold within Heliani, as long as he acted discreetly and left no trace. Even if Huang Ziqing kept an eye on him, he would find no evidence against him. Moreover, with the system's Underworld alert, he would be able to sense Huang Ziqing's every move in advance. Capturing him would not be an easy feat. As Lu Qinghe led Jiang Lai swiftly towards Jintang Street, he could distinctly feel someone trailing them. Two plainclothes police officers followed at a distance, pretending to be passers-by while keeping their eyes glued on them. Lu Qinghe feigned ignorance, guiding Jiang Lai into a narrow alley nearby. The two plainclothes officers immediately followed. But upon entering the alley, they discovered it was a dead end, devoid of anyone. Lu Qinghe and Jiang Lai had already slipped out through a side exit of the alley. Damn it, we've lost them. One of the officers cursed as he quickly pulled out a walkie-talkie to report to Huang Ziqing. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe and Jiang Lai stood at the entrance of the Jintang Street garage. The garage was filled with trucks and private vehicles, and several younger members were leaning against the wall, smoking and chatting. In the distance, a tall, muscular young man was squatting on the ground, repairing a truck's tire, covered in grease and perspiration. It was Zhao Ming. Just as Lu Qinghe was about to approach him, he noticed 5 thugs in floral shirts, wielding steel pipes, barging into the garage, heading straight for Zhao Ming. The leader, a blonde thug, kicked the freshly repaired tire with force and shouted, Zhao Ming, it's time to pay this month's protection fee. Zhao Ming slowly rose to his feet, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, standing like an iron tower. His cold gaze fixed on the blonde thug as he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. I have already paid this month's protection fee. Paid. The blonde snorted derisively, brandishing the steel pipe at Zhao Ming's chest, arrogantly declaring, that was for Yao Mati. We are Tong, Xi and he. Jintang Street is our territory now. If you want to operate here, you must pay us $5,000. If you fall short by even a cent, I'll break your legs and throw you out of Jintang Street. The 4 thugs behind him stepped forward, raising their steel pipes, glaring menacingly at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, veins bulging on the back of his hands, and the fury in his eyes nearly erupted. He had endured months of oppression from Tong, Xi and he. They frequently demanded protection fees, resorting to vandalism and violence if he refused. He had tolerated it for far too long. What if I refuse to pay? Zhao Ming's voice emerged through gritted teeth, laced with suppressed anger. Refuse? The blonde sneered, slamming the steel pipe against the side of a nearby truck, creating a massive dent. Then don't say we didn't warn you. Attack. At his command, the 4 thugs immediately howled and charged at Zhao Ming, steel pipes raised high. Just as Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed and he prepared to charge forward, a figure moved even faster. Lu Qinghe surged forward, sidestepping the incoming steel pipe, seizing the thug's wrist with his left hand while delivering a powerful elbow strike to his chest with his right. A sharp crack echoed through the air. With a piercing scream, the thug was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground, unable to rise again. The entire episode transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The yellow-haired thug and the remaining 3 ruffians halted their actions, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the sudden emergence of Lu Qinghe. Zhao Ming, too, was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Qinghe's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with confusion and gratitude. He had no prior acquaintance with Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe slowly turned around to face the 3 remaining thugs, his gaze icy, a cruel smirk playing at the corners of his lips. With the territory of Tongxinhua in question, you dare to run rampant on Jintang Street? The yellow-haired thug snapped back to reality, glaring at Lu Qinghe and bellowing. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in our affairs? Are you seeking death? I am Lu Qinghe, he replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. From this day forth, Xingtai Road is my territory. Jintang Street also belongs to Heliani. If any of you from Tongxinhua dare to cause trouble here, for every one of you that shows up, I will incapacitate one. The yellow-haired thug's eyes widened in disbelief, his arrogance swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Lu Qinghe, the notorious figure who single-handedly eliminated Wu Yanqiang. Now the talk of the town in Yao Mati. He could not fathom encountering such a formidable presence here. The thug trembled, instinctively retreating several steps, fear rendering him speechless. He waved at his fellow ruffians, shouting, "Let us go." Quickly, the gang members scrambled out of the parking lot, not daring to utter another word. The atmosphere in the parking lot fell into an abrupt silence. Zhao Ming approached Lu Qinghe at a brisk pace, bowing deeply in gratitude. Brother Qinghe, thank you for your timely intervention. He had long heard of Lu Qinghe's exploits and had developed a profound respect for the man who dared to confront Wu Yanqiang alone. With Lu Qinghe's assistance, his heart swelled with appreciation. Lu Qinghe smiled at him. No need for thanks. Those from Tongxinhua are my enemies as well. He paused, looking directly at Zhao Ming, and candidly conveyed his purpose. Zhao Ming, I have come to discuss a matter with you. I've made a military pledge with Uncle Dong to reclaim all of Tongxinhua South Territory on Xingtai Road within 3 days. I know you possess exceptional skills and are highly regarded among your peers for your loyalty. I wish to invite you to join me. Once we secure Xingtai Road, I will ensure that you will no longer have to endure the oppression from Tongxinhua. All the parking lots on Xingtai Road will be entrusted to your management. Will you join me? Zhao Ming was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock and barely concealed excitement. He had been bullied by Tongxinhua for far too long and had longed for an opportunity to confront them, but lacked the means and support. Now, with Lu Qinghe personally reaching out to him, offering him the chance to manage all the parking lots on Xingtai Road, he hesitated not for a moment. Bowing deeply, his gaze resolute, he declared, Brother Qinghe, my life from now on belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. If you command me to strike someone, I shall do so. I will follow you. Ding. Core loyalist Zhao Ming recruited. Loyalty 100. Never to betray. Reward, 300 dominance points. Current dominance points, 1,200. The core team under the host has formed. The passive skill effect of Brothers United has been enhanced. As the system notification chimed, Lu Qinghe smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Zhao Ming's shoulder. From this day forth, he had secured 2 formidable allies, Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming. The conquest of Xingtai Road was assured. That very afternoon, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming, commenced reconnaissance of Xingtai Road, meticulously gathering intelligence on all of Tongxinhua's establishments, personnel, shift schedules, and firepower configurations. Zhao Ming, having navigated the underworld of Yao Mati for many years, provided Lu Qinghe with the most comprehensive information. The leader of Tongxinhua on Xingtai Road, known as Hua Biqiang, commanded over 100 men, with 4 core establishments, a mahjong parlor, a gambling den, a horse racing venue, and a parking lot, each guarded by over 20 underlings. To reclaim Xingtai Road within 3 days, they would need to dismantle these establishments one by one with utmost speed. Lu Qinghe devised a detailed plan, deciding to strike that very night, targeting Tongxinhua's prosperous mahjong parlor first. Meanwhile, in the anti-black office of the Yao Mati police station, Huang Zhiqing surveyed the intelligence just delivered by his subordinates. Upon learning that Lu Qinghe had recruited Zhao Ming and was surveying Xingtai Road, he slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with cold fury. So, Lu Qinghe, after recently committing murder, you dare to gather forces and plot to clash with Tongxinhua over territory. Truly lawless. He seized the intercom on the table, barking, all personnel assemble. We're heading to Xingtai Road. Lu Qinghe was intent on clashing with Tongxinhua, and today, he would ensure they were captured in one fell swoop. In an instant, the officers in the office sprang into action, police lights flashing and sirens blaring, the roar of engines reverberating throughout the Yao Mati police station. Clad in his uniform and armed, Huang Zhiqing's gaze was imbued with a relentless coldness. Lu Qinghe, this time, let us see where you run. Chapter 8. The Return of the Fierce General. As evening descended upon Xingtai Road, the city lights began to twinkle. The neon signs of mahjong parlors, restaurants, and nightclubs blinked vividly against the darkening sky, casting a dazzling red glow. The street was alive with the sounds of bustling crowds, a cacophony of excitement. In a narrow alleyway, Lu Qinghe, Jiang Lai, and Zhao Ming leaned against the wall, their sharp eyes fixed intently on Tong Xinhua's prosperous mahjong parlor nearby. The parlor was brightly lit. For young thugs loitering at the entrance with cigarettes dangling from their lips, gripping steel pipes, their vigilant gazes scanning the passers-by, ever watchful. Brother Qinghe, we've gathered all the intel, Zhao Ming whispered, briefing Lu Qinghe. Inside the prosperous mahjong parlor, there are a total of 24 thugs, 4 at the entrance and 20 inside. The leader is Hua Biqiang's right-hand man, nicknamed Mouse, armed with 2 spring knives, but no firearms. The parlor has 2 entrances, one facing the street and the other leading into the narrow alley, with 2 emergency exits inside, all guarded by thugs. Lu Qinghe nodded, his expression composed as he swiftly formulated a battle plan in his mind. Jiang Lai, take 5 brothers and guard the back door, ensure no one escapes from within. Zhao Ming, you take 5 brothers and secure the 2 emergency exits. If anyone attempts to flee, subdue them immediately. I will lead the remaining men through the front entrance. We'll strike decisively and aim to take the mahjong parlor within 10 minutes. Both Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, their eyes resolute as they responded, understood. Behind them stood a dozen trusted brothers brought along by Zhao Ming, all young men skilled in combat, armed with steel pipes and knives, their excitement palpable. They had long endured the oppression from Tong Xinhua, and now, with Lu Qinghe at the helm, they were finally poised to settle the score with their adversaries. Lu Qinghe glanced at his watch. It was precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. He raised his hand and struck down decisively. Action! At his command, Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming swiftly led their men towards the back door and emergency exits. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinghe tightened his grip on the steel pipe and quietly urged his brothers behind him. Follow me. As his words fell, he charged out first, heading straight for the front entrance of the Wangfu Mahjong Hall. The 4 young thugs at the entrance, upon catching sight of Lu Qinghe and his group rushing towards them, were caught off guard and fell victim to the onslaught of his brothers before they could even utter a single cry. Lu Qinghe kicked open the heavy wooden door of the Mahjong Hall. With a resounding crash, the door swung wide, its thunderous noise instantly drowning out the sounds of shuffling tiles and raucous laughter within. The entire Mahjong Hall fell eerily silent. Gambers seated at dozens of tables turned in unison to gaze at Lu Qinghe and his entourage, wielding steel pipes and knives, exuding an aura of menace that sent them into a panic, screaming and scrambling to the sides. A figure known as Mouse, seated by the bar, abruptly stood up, glaring at Lu Qinghe as he barked, "Who the hell are you? How dare you come to my Tongxin's turf and cause trouble? Are you seeking death?" Instantly, the 20 thugs behind him sprang to their feet, brandishing spring knives and steel pipes, their expressions fierce as they fixated on Lu Qinghe and his crew. Lu Qinghe regarded Mouse with an icy gaze, his tone unfazed. "I am Lu Qinghe. I have come to reclaim the territory belonging to Liani. Surrender your weapons, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lu Qinghe, the one who killed Wu Yingqiang. Mouse's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a derisive laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. "I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out you're just a madman who has slain his own kind. You think a mere 10 or so of you can take down my Mahjong Hall? Dream on." With a fierce sweep of his steel pipe, he ordered, "Charge. Kill them. If anything goes awry, Chang Ge will take the blame." In an instant, the 20 thugs roared and surged forward, their spring knives and steel pipes aimed viciously at Lu Qinghe and his men. "Strike!" Lu Qinghe commanded, leading his brothers into the fray. The 2 sides collided with a thunderous clash, the air filled with shouts of battle, screams of agony, and the sharp clang of steel pipes resonating throughout the Mahjong Hall. Lu Qinghe, at the forefront, exhibited his mastery of combat, his steel pipe whirling through the air with ferocity. With each swing, a thug fell to the ground, crying out in pain. His strikes were swift, precise, and merciless, each blow targeting a vital point, demonstrating a ruthless decisiveness without an ounce of hesitation. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming charged in through the back door and emergency exits, flanking the opponents, causing Mouse's thugs to disintegrate into chaos, retreating in disarray. Within 5 minutes, all 20 thugs lay defeated on the ground, wailing and utterly devoid of the will to resist. Mouse, witnessing the scene unfold before him, turned pale with terror, attempting to flee through a window. Lu Qinghe, quick to react, hurled his steel pipe with force, striking Mouse's leg with a sickening crack. With a cry of anguish, Mouse collapsed, clutching his shattered limb, rolling on the ground in agony, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Qinghe approached him slowly, squatting before him with a chilling gaze. "Now, whose territory is this?" Trembling in pain, Mouse met Lu Qinghe's cold eyes and, unable to muster bravado, cried out, "Yours." Brother Qinghe, this place belongs to you. From now on, Xingtato is all yours. Please spare me. Lu Qinghe regarded him with calm resolve. Return and inform Huabi Chang that within 3 days, he and his men must vacate Xingtato. Otherwise, next time, it won't merely be a broken leg. Leave. Mouse, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, crawled and stumbled away with his remaining thugs from the Mahjong Hall. Ding. Successfully captured Tongxin Huangfu Mahjong Hall. Main quest progress, 25. Reward, 200 dominance points. Current dominance points, 1,400. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lu Qinghe rose, surveying the Mahjong Hall. The frightened gamblers huddled nearby, shivered in trepidation. Afraid to speak, Lu Qinghe addressed them with a steady voice. Ladies and gentlemen, today's events do not concern you. The Mahjong Hall will continue its operations as usual. Play as you did before. From this day forth, this establishment is under my management. The protection fee is halved, and no one shall disturb your peace. The gamblers were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. They had anticipated an increase in protection fees with a new authority, yet here it was being reduced. Moreover, the assurance that no one would cause trouble. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Thank you, Brother Qinghe. We will come here to play from now on. Brother Qinghe is reasonable. We will follow you from now on. The atmosphere within the Mahjong Hall lightened considerably. Lu Qinghe instructed Zhao Meng to leave a dozen brothers to maintain order in the hall while he and Jiang Lai exited. As they stepped out the door, a sudden alert rang in Lu Qinghe's mind. Jianghu alert triggered, detecting police forces rapidly approaching. Target, Huangfu Mahjong Hall. Lead officer, Inspector Huang Ziqing from the anti-black unit. Danger level high. Warning, Huang Ziqing has surrounded the entire street and is about to execute an arrest. Host must evacuate immediately. Lu Qinghe halted abruptly, his eyes narrowing. Huang Ziqing had arrived sooner than expected. What's wrong, Qinghe? Jiang Lai inquired, noticing his sudden stillness. Huang Ziqing and his anti-black team are here. Having surrounded the entire street, they'll be here shortly. Lu Qinghe replied calmly, quickly scanning their surroundings before making a swift decision. We'll exit through the narrow alley at the back. We must evacuate at once. He understood that he could not afford to confront Huang Ziqing head-on. Having just seized Tongxin's territory, if Huang Ziqing apprehended him, it would undoubtedly thwart his plans for Xingtato. The two turned and hurried towards the rear alley. Just as they entered, a fleet of police cars screeched to a halt outside the Huangfu Mahjong Hall. Flashing lights and blaring sirens shattered the tranquility of the night. Dressed in uniform, Huang Ziqing, firearm in hand, was the first to leap from his vehicle, barking orders. Everyone, listen up. Seal off the entire street. No one is allowed in or out. Charge in with me. Bring everyone inside back to the precinct. With his command, dozens of armed officers rushed in, swiftly encircling the entire Mahjong Hall. The gamblers and thugs within were thrown into chaos, screaming and cowering. Huang Ziqing stormed in, scanning the hall rapidly, his expression darkening momentarily. Lu Qinghe was nowhere to be found. He had arrived a step too late. Where's he? Where's Lu Qinghe? Huang Ziqing demanded, his voice sharp as he glared at the cowering thugs. Trembling in fear, one of them stammered, Brother Qinghe just left. He ran through the back alley. Huang Ziqing slammed his fist onto the bar in frustration, his eyes ablaze with fury. He let him escape again. Gritting his teeth, he barked fiercely, pursue. Chase him down. Even if we have to turn over the entire Yao Mati, we must bring Lu Qinghe back. The officers sprang into action, racing towards the narrow alley behind them. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe and Jiang Lai had already traversed 3 narrow alleys, evading the police pursuit, and returned to the Tang building in Fuanli. Leaning against the door, Jiang Lai gasped for breath, his face pale with fear. That was close. We nearly got cornered by Huang Ziqing. His nose is too keen. We had just taken control of the venue when he showed up. Lu Qinghe approached the window, observing the police cars whizzing by on the street below, his gaze icy. Huang Ziqing, indeed, a formidable adversary. During their first encounter, he almost trapped him inside the mahjong parlor. From now on, he must exercise greater caution. Yet, he felt no fear. Gazing into the night outside, a cold smirk played on his lips. What if Huang Ziqing had his eyes on him? The plan to seize Xingtai Road in 3 days would remain unchanged. Not only would they seize it, but they would do so spectacularly. He turned to Jiang Lai. His tone calm, informed Zhao Meng that tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we will proceed with our operation to take down the underground gambling den run by Tong Xian He on Xingtai Road. Jiang Lai's eyes sharpened, and he nodded firmly. Understood. At that moment, in the anti-blackmail unit's office at the Yao Mati police station, Huang Ziqing sat at his desk, staring coldly at Lu Qinghe's file. The file contained a photograph of Lu Qinghe, youthful and composed, yet his eyes held a fierce intensity. Huang Ziqing picked up a pen and marked in across the photograph. Lu Qinghe. He whispered the name, his tone frigid. This time, you slipped away. Next time, I shall see where you run. I will personally ensure you are locked away in prison. Chapter 9. The team takes shape. The morning in Yao Mati was damp from the recent rain. The breakfast stalls along the street exuded steam, filling the air with the enticing aromas of fishball noodles and rice rolls. Inside the Tang building at Fuanli, Lu Qinghe, Jiang Lai, and Zhao Meng sat gathered around a table, which displayed a map of Xingtai Road, densely annotated with the locations, personnel, and firepower configurations of Tong Xinhe. Last night, they had successfully taken over the Wangfu Mahjong parlor, marking a victorious start. Today, their target was the largest underground gambling den operated by Tong Xinhe on Xingtai Road. Brother Qinghe, this underground gambling den is the lifeblood of Hua Baichong, Zhao Meng said, pointing to a location on the map with a serious tone. It's located in the basement of Jinglong Street on Xingtai Road. Hidden behind a convenience store, it's very discreet. There are over 40 of Hua Baichong's men guarding it, and they are all elite fighters, armed not only with switchblades, but also with 2 homemade shotguns, very powerful. Moreover, there is only one entrance to the gambling den, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. Taking it down will be quite challenging. Jiang Lai furrowed his brow. Over 40 men, and they have guns? This won't be easy. If we charge and head on, we will surely suffer casualties. Lu Qinghe nodded, his gaze calm as he studied the map, his mind racing. A direct assault was out of the question. With over 40 armed opponents holding the advantageous position, a frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. They would have to rely on strategy. Having studied the history of the underworld in Hong Kong his entire life, he understood the structure of such gambling dens well and knew how to seize them with minimal cost. He lifted his head, looking at Zhao Meng and Jiang Lai, and slowly articulated his plan. This gambling den changes shifts every morning at 10 o'clock. During the shift change, the guards will be at their most relaxed. And that will be our only opportunity. Zhao Meng, you take 10 brothers and hide in the narrow alley next to the convenience store. When the shift change occurs, control the entrance to prevent anyone from escaping or entering. Jiang Lai, you take 5 brothers and guard the ventilation shaft outside the basement. If anyone inside tries to escape through the shaft, take them down. I will take 5 brothers, disguise ourselves as gamblers, infiltrate the gambling den, and coordinate from within to take down the entire operation. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng exchanged glances, both taken aback by the audacity of the plan. Disguising themselves as gamblers and entering the den? That was exceedingly risky. With over 40 armed henchmen inside, getting caught would mean certain death. Brother Qinghe, this is too dangerous. Zhao Meng interjected anxiously. If anyone should go, it should be me. You're the leader. You can't take such a huge risk. Yes, Qinghe, Jiang Lai chimed in. I'll go in with Zhao Meng. You stay outside to assist us. If anything goes wrong, we'll have a way out. Lu Qinghe shook his head, his tone resolute. No, this plan must be executed by me alone. Only I can accurately gauge the timing and coordinate effectively to minimize casualties. Rest assured, I am confident. He was acutely aware of the nature of underground gambling dens in this era. As long as one entered with money, the den's operators would regard them as a cash cow and would not suspect a thing. Moreover, he possessed the system's Underworld warning skill, which would alert him to any danger in advance, ensuring that nothing would go awry. Seeing the determination in Lu Qinghe's eyes, Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng understood that further persuasion was futile and could only nod in agreement. Understood. We will secure the entrance and ensure that not a single person escapes. Brother Qinghe, you must be careful. If anything happens, we will rush in to save you. Lu Qinghe smiled, patting both of their shoulders. He knew he had not misjudged them. Jiang Lai was valiant. Zhao Meng was composed. Both were utterly trustworthy brothers. With them by his side, this plan was bound to succeed. The effects of the brothers' united passive skill allowed him to clearly sense the unwavering loyalty of Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, both at a perfect 100, unyielding in their allegiance. At 9:30 in the morning, Lu Qinghe changed into a suit, slicked back his hair, and carried a leather suitcase containing several tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, masquerading as a wealthy businessman from the mainland, accompanied by 2 brothers disguised as bodyguards. He arrived at the convenience store on Jinglong Street. Inside the store, a middle-aged man, resembling the owner, sat behind the counter smoking, his eyes warily scrutinizing Lu Qinghe and his companions. Lu Qinghe approached the counter, tapped it lightly, and spoke in a neutral tone with a mainland accent in Cantonese. Boss, I'd like to play a few rounds. The owner assessed Lu Qinghe from head to toe, noticing his tailored suit and the heavy suitcase he carried. His vigilance diminished slightly as he tentatively replied, "What do you want to play? We only have cigarettes and alcohol, nothing else." Lu Qinghe smiled and pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars from his pocket, placing it on the counter. Exactly 1,000. Let us skip the small talk. A friend referred me. He said you have big games here. The owner's eyes brightened at the sight of the cash, immediately donning a cheerful demeanor as he gestured for Lu Qinghe to enter. Please, right this way. He opened a hidden door behind the counter, revealing a staircase leading down. from which the sounds of dice rolling and shouting could faintly be heard. Lu Qinghe, suitcase in hand, led his two brothers down the stairs. The staircase was long, taking about half a minute to reach the basement. Pushing open the heavy iron door, a cacophony of shouts bombarded them instantly. The underground chamber was vast, adorned with a multitude of gaming tables, baccarat, dice, pai gow, everything one could desire. Hundreds of gamblers congregated around the tables, their eyes ablaze, shouting their bets amidst a cacophony of voices and swirling smoke. At the entrance stood 8 henchmen wielding steel rods, their vigilant gazes scrutinizing each newcomer. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe enter, the henchmen assessed him with curious eyes, noting the leather suitcase he carried and his opulent attire, and without further inquiry, allowed him passage. Lu Qinghe stepped into the gambling den, seemingly nonchalantly surveying the entire underground layout, meticulously committing the arrangement, the positions of the guards, and the points of firepower to memory. 40 henchmen were present, 8 were stationed at the entrance, while the remaining 32 were dispersed around the various tables. 2 armed with shotguns guarded the innermost office door, the domain of the formidable Hua Biqiang. The situation within the gambling den became crystal clear to Lu Qinghe. With determination, he approached a dice table, placing his suitcase down and commencing to place bets. He deliberately lost more than he won, quickly shedding thousands, presenting himself as a foolish yet wealthy businessman, which caused nearby henchmen to lower their guard entirely. Time passed incrementally until the clock struck 10, signaling the shift change at the gambling den. The 8 henchmen at the entrance exchanged duty with their replacements, the security momentarily lax. Now was the moment. Lu Qinghe exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 companions. They nodded in unison, stealthily moving to the iron door to control the opening mechanism. Lu Qinghe set down the dice in his hand and seized a beer bottle from the table, smashing it forcefully onto the surface. The resounding crash reverberated through the chamber, shattering the bottle and sending glass shards flying. Instantly, the entire gambling den fell silent, all eyes turning to Lu Qinghe. The henchmen stationed by the tables swiftly surrounded him, barking, "What the hell are you doing? Seeking death?" Lu Qinghe met their gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, and declared, "I am Lu Qinghe of Liani. Today, I come to reclaim the territory of Xingtado. Those who wish to live, kneel." Lu Qinghe, the one who killed Wu Feiqiang and raided the Wangfu Mahjong Hall last night. The atmosphere in the gambling den erupted into chaos, patrons shrieking as they scrambled for safety. The henchmen, caught off guard, hastily drew spring knives and steel rods, charging at Lu Qinghe. "It's Lu Qinghe. He's broken in. Quick, capture him. Changge has promised a reward of 50,000 for his capture. Go." A dozen henchmen roared as they rushed toward him, their steel rods raised to strike. Unfazed, Lu Qinghe flipped a nearby gaming table, the weighty piece crashing into the foremost henchmen, sending them sprawling to the ground. At that moment, the iron door of the underground chamber was violently kicked open. Zhao Meng, accompanied by a dozen brothers, stormed in, wielding steel rods and machetes, immediately clashing with the henchmen inside the den. The coordinated assault resulted in utter disarray among the henchmen, who, already softened by the shift change, were caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught, rendering them incapable of organized resistance. Lu Qinghe led the charge, his proficiency in hand-to-hand combat evident, wielding the broken beer bottle as a weapon. With each strike, a henchman collapsed with a cry, his movements ruthless, precise, and devoid of hesitation. The 2 henchmen guarding the office door, witnessing the unfolding chaos, raised their shotguns and aimed at Lu Qinghe. "Don't move. Move and I'll shoot." Lu Qinghe's expression hardened. Yet before he could react, Zhao Meng charged forward like a ferocious tiger, bringing his machete down with a fierce swing. The sickening sound of a wrist snapping echoed as one henchman lost his grip on the shotgun, which clattered to the ground. The other henchman, paralyzed by fear, attempted to pull the trigger, but Jiang Lai surged in from the side, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing against the wall, unconscious. In less than 10 minutes, all 40 henchmen in the gambling den lay defeated, crying out for mercy, stripped of any capability to resist. The entire gambling den had been decisively taken. Ding. Successfully captured the Xinhe underground gambling den. Main mission progress, 50. Reward, 400 dominance points. Current dominance points, 1,800. The core team of the host has formed, rewarding the skill, basic firearm proficiency. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lu Qinghe exhaled in relief, wiping the blood from his face. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly. Hua Biqiang emerged, brandishing a handgun, his furious glare fixed on Lu Qinghe. He had been roused from slumber by the commotion outside, unprepared for Lu Qinghe's incursion into his stronghold. "Lu Qinghe, you dare seek death?" Hua Biqiang's finger trembled on the trigger as he spat. "You dare disrupt my territory? Today, I shall kill you in vengeance for Wu Feiqiang." The underground chamber fell into a tense silence, every breath held. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Lu Qinghe, their machetes raised. Eyes fierce and unwavering, undeterred by the firearm in Hua Biqiang's hand. Lu Qinghe reached back, pulling Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming behind him. He regarded the weapon in Hua Biqiang's grasp with an unwavering gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. Warning: detecting danger. Target firearm is a homemade smoothbore gun. With an effective range of less than 5 meters, hand tremors present, hit probability below 10, no lethal threat. The system's alert rang in his mind. Lu Qinghe gazed at Hua Biqiang, his tone calm and deliberate. Hua Biqiang, do you dare to pull that trigger? This is a bustling district. Fire a shot, and the police will arrive within minutes. If you kill me, you won't escape either. Your life will be spent in prison. With each step, he closed the distance to just 3 meters from Hua Biqiang. The latter's psychological defenses crumbled. He truly could not pull the trigger. In this bustling area, a single shot would summon the police, and he would have no chance to escape. To kill someone with a gun would mean life imprisonment. Yet if he refrained from shooting, he would undoubtedly perish at Lu Qinghe's hands. Caught in this dilemma, his hand trembled violently. In the instant of his hesitation, Lu Qinghe sprang into action. He propelled himself forward, seizing Hua Biqiang's wrist with his left hand and wrenching it upward with a fierce twist. With a sickening crack, Hua Biqiang's wrist snapped, the pistol clattering to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Hua Biqiang's lips. Lu Qinghe did not relent. His right fist drove into Hua Biqiang's face with brutal force. The latter cried out as he was sent sprawling to the ground, bloodied and missing several teeth. Lu Qinghe approached slowly, crouching before him, his gaze icy. Within 3 days, take your men and vacate Xingtado. Otherwise, next time, it won't merely be a broken wrist. The tattooed brute, Hua Biqiang, gazed at Lu Qinghe with a frozen stare, his spirit shattered, no longer daring to be defiant. He scrambled out of the gambling den, not daring to look back. Zhang Lai, observing the fleeing Hua Biqiang, hastily inquired, Brother Qinghe, shall we pursue him? Lu Qinghe shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. No need to chase. He has fled, leaving the remaining 2 Venus on Xingtado unguarded. Capturing them is merely a matter of time. He turned to Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming by his side, and glanced at the brothers behind them, smiling. From this day forth, his trio core team was fully formed. Taking control of the entire Xingtado was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, at the office of the anti-organized crime unit of the Yao Mati police station, Huang Zhiqing slammed the phone in his hand onto the desk with a resounding thud. His face pale with fury, the fire in his eyes nearly erupting. Moments ago, he had received a tip-off that Lu Qinghe had swept through the underground gambling dens of Xingtado, achieving a resounding victory. Yet, his subordinates had not even caught a whiff of it. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Huang Zhiqing bellowed at the officers in the office, his gaze icy and unyielding. Lu Qinghe has stirred up chaos on Xingtado, and you knew nothing of it. What good are you to me? The officers bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak. Huang Zhiqing, panting heavily, abruptly donned his police cap and barked, Assemble. Everyone, follow me to Xingtado. This time, even if I have to turn the place upside down, I will bring Lu Qinghe back. He stormed out of the office, police cars wailing as they sped towards Xingtado. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe had already led his brothers out through the back door of the gambling den. Standing in a narrow alley, he watched the police cars rush past with a frigid gaze. Huang Zhiqing, next time, it will be my turn to prepare a grand gift for you. Chapter 10, Confronting Huang Zhiqing. The interrogation room was illuminated by harsh, glaring lights. Within the confined space, there was but a single table and 2 chairs. The air thick with tension that made it hard to breathe. Huang Zhiqing sat behind the table, his complexion ashen, his cold gaze fixed on Lu Qinghe across from him. The interrogation records in his hand crumpled from his grip. Just 3 hours prior, he had cornered Lu Qinghe in the courtyard of Fuanli, apprehending him, Zhang Lai, and Zhao Ming under the pretense of involvement in a series of homicides, gang violence, and organized crime. Since being brought into the interrogation room, a full 8 hours had passed. During this time, Huang Zhiqing employed every tactic imaginable, resorting to threats and inducements in an attempt to coerce Lu Qinghe into confessing. Yet Lu Qinghe remained unflinchingly calm, leaving no incriminating testimony. Huang Zhiqing slammed his hand on the table, the loud sound echoing painfully in the confined interrogation room. Lu Qinghe, do not play the fool with me, he shouted, his eyes blazing with obsessive fury. The murder at Wanyan Mahjong Hall, the brawl at Wangfu Mahjong Hall, the conflict at the underground gambling den, all of it was orchestrated by you. The witnesses and evidence are irrefutable. How dare you quibble? Lu Qinghe leaned slightly forward in his chair, his gaze steady as he met Huang Zhiqing's glare, his tone measured and assertive. Sir Huang, one may eat indiscriminately, but one cannot speak carelessly. You claim I committed murder. Where is your evidence? You allege I organized the conflict. Where are your witnesses? After 8 hours. You have produced no substantial evidence, and you think to convict me based on mere conjecture? The laws of Xinjiang do not support such a premise, do they? His calm demeanor was laced with piercing logic, leaving Huang Ziqing at a loss for words. Indeed, after 8 hours, he had failed to present any tangible evidence. The murder at Wanyan Mahjong Hall left no fingerprints or traces of Lu Qinghe. The sole eyewitness had long since fled, rendering them untraceable. The brawl at Wangfu Mahjong Hall and the conflict at the underground gambling den had been meticulously cleaned of any evidence, with all involved brothers possessing legitimate employment documentation, functioning as security personnel for the establishments, thereby nullifying any potential for conviction. His capture of Lu Qinghe was solely based on his instinct and an obsessive hatred for the man, lacking any substantive proof. Ding. Skill, lie detection, activated. Target, Huang Ziqing. No substantial evidence to accuse the host, relying solely on subjective assumptions, no possibility of conviction. The system's prompt echoed in Lu Qinghe's mind, filling him with unwavering confidence. Huang Ziqing had no leverage over him. At most, he would have 48 hours before being required to release him unconditionally. Huang Ziqing, seething with rage at Lu Qinghe's tranquility, felt his fury intensify. Having served as a police officer for over a decade, capturing numerous heinous criminals, he had never encountered someone so impervious to intimidation. After 8 hours of interrogation, not only had he failed to extract any confession, but he had been left speechless by Lu Qinghe's retorts. He fixed a steely gaze on Lu Qinghe, gritting his teeth. Lu Qinghe, do not think that your denial leaves me powerless. I assure you, I have you in my sights. The moment you dare to slip up, I will have you arrested and locked away for life. Engaging in gangs, violence, and territorial disputes, someday, you will meet your demise on the streets or rot in prison. Lu Qinghe regarded him, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone unwavering. Sir Huang, I am a law-abiding citizen, conducting legitimate business, neither stealing nor engaging in drug trafficking or murder. You have no grounds to arrest me. On the contrary, Sir Huang, with no evidence, you brought me to the police station, subjected me to 8 hours of interrogation, and issued multiple threats. Should I report you to the Independent Commission Against Corruption for abuse of power and unlawful interrogation? You. Huang Ziqing sprang to his feet, pointing accusingly at Lu Qinghe, trembling with rage, yet unable to utter a word. He had not anticipated that this young man in his 20s would not only be ruthless and audacious, but also possess such clarity of mind and meticulous logic. Fully grasping the intricacies of Xinjiang's laws, he found himself utterly powerless against Lu Qinghe. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a young officer hurried in, whispering something into Huang Ziqing's ear. Instantly, Huang Ziqing's expression soured further. The lawyer has arrived. After Lu Qinghe's arrest, Lin Mo had promptly contacted the finest criminal defense attorney in Xinjiang, who was now at the police station demanding immediate access to the client. Without evidence, and with the lawyer present, Huang Ziqing had no justification to continue the interrogation of Lu Qinghe. Gritting his teeth, he shot Lu Qinghe a venomous glare, barking, "Do not get too smug. We shall see." With that, he stormed out of the interrogation room. Lu Qinghe watched his retreating figure, a cold smile curving his lips. Huang Ziqing, in this round, you have lost. Half an hour later, Lu Qinghe, Jiang Lai, and Zhao Meng emerged from the grand entrance of the Yao Mati police station. The lawyer trailed closely behind, quietly advising, "Mr. Lu, Huang Ziqing has marked you as a primary surveillance target, and he will undoubtedly continue to monitor you. You must be cautious and ensure that you leave no trace." "I understand. Thank you." Lawyer, Lu Qinghe nodded, bidding farewell to the attorney before turning to Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng beside him. Jiang Lai exhaled a sigh of relief, cursing vehemently. Damn it, that Huang Ziqing is nothing but a rabid dog. With no evidence whatsoever, he detained us for 8 hours of interrogation. It's utterly infuriating. Zhao Meng nodded in agreement, speaking in a low voice. "Qinghe, this Huang Ziqing has already set his sights on us. As we move to take down the remaining 2 establishments on Xingtado, we must exercise extreme caution and leave no room for any incriminating evidence." Lu Qinghe nodded, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Caution is indeed necessary, but our plan to seize Xingtado must not waver. With a deadline of 3 days already reduced by a day and a half, we must secure Tongxin and the remaining 2 venues within this time frame, fulfilling our commitment to Uncle Dong. He paused, casting a glance at the police station building, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. If Huang Ziqing wishes to keep an eye on us, so be it. I am eager to see if he can thwart my ambition to conquer all of Xingtado. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes, nodding emphatically. "Understood, Qinghe. Whatever you say, we shall follow." Lu Qinghe smiled, leading the 2 as they turned towards Xingtado. Sunlight bathed him, his steps resolute and his gaze sharp. The 8 hours of interrogation had not dulled his edge. Rather, It had sharpened his focus on his goal. Seize Xingtado. Establish a firm foothold in Yao Mati. In the Hong Kong of 1980. Carve out a domain that is distinctly his own. He reached the street corner, glancing back at the window of the anti-triad unit office in the police station. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Huang Jiqing. Our game has only just begun. He turned to Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming beside him. Speaking with a firm voice, let's go, we will scout Xingtado now, and tonight, we will seize Tongxin and the remaining 2 venues. The trio marched forward in unison towards Xingtado, their presence heralding the imminent clash for territory. The legend of Lu Qinghe in the Underworld was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 11. The Night Raid on the Mahjong Parlor. Lu Qinghe's footsteps echoed on the slick pavement of Xingtado. The rain from the previous night had yet to cease. The pattering droplets soaking his black coat, while his shoes splashed through puddles, producing a faint sound. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming flanked him closely. Armed with a steel pipe and a machete, their backs straight, eyes scanning the shadowy alleys with vigilance, fingers tightly gripping their weapons. Their collective gaze fixated on the red-painted hidden door at the end of the street. It was one of the last core establishments of Tongxin, the Mahjong Parlor, and their target for the evening's operation. Lu Qinghe raised his hand, signaling his comrades to halt. The dozen elite followers who trailed behind immediately held their breath, pressing against the wall to conceal themselves, even their breathing becoming minimal. Zhang Lai leaned closer to Lu Qinghe, lowering his voice. Qinghe, I've gathered the intel. The Mahjong Parlor has 2 entrances. The front faces the street with 4 guards, while the back connects to a narrow alley with 2 guards. There are a total of 24 thugs inside, led by a heavily tattooed guy known as Rat. He is unarmed, only carrying a spring knife and a steel pipe. Lu Qinghe nodded, his fingertips gliding lightly over the cold wall, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain of the parlor, rapidly plotting the route for their assault in his mind. His senses, enhanced by systematic training, far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Even from across the street, through the thick wooden door, he could distinctly hear the laughter of women, the lewd remarks of men, and the footsteps of guards changing shifts. Warning: the system has detected no lethal threats within the Mahjong Parlor. All guards are mere street thugs. Unarmed. Success rate for the raid, 100. The system's notification rang in his mind, but Lu Qinghe's expression remained unmoved. He raised his eyes to Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming, swiftly assigning tasks with hand signals. Zhang Lai would take 5 men to secure the back door, ensuring not a single person escaped. Zhao Ming would lead 5 men to guard the fire exits on both sides, should anyone attempt to flee. They were to take them down immediately. Lu Qinghe himself would lead the remaining 4 for a frontal assault. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming nodded in unison, their eyes devoid of fear, only brimming with fierce excitement. They had already come to respect their new leader after sweeping the Mahjong Hall and gambling dens under his command. Not to mention a mere Mahjong Parlor. Even the main hall of Tongxin would not deter them if Lu Qinghe commanded it. Lu Qinghe took a deep breath, raised his hand, and decisively brought it down. Action! Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming immediately led their men, moving silently like phantoms towards their designated positions. Lu Qinghe gripped the spring knife at his waist, striding swiftly towards the front door of the Mahjong Parlor with his 4 brothers. The 4 guards at the entrance were leaning against the wall, smoking, grumbling as they chatted, entirely unaware of Lu Qinghe and his entourage closing in. It was only when Lu Qinghe approached them that the guards reacted, shouting, "Who? What do you want?" Without uttering a word, Lu Qinghe sprang into action. With a powerful push, he lunged forward, clamping his left hand over the foremost guard's mouth, while pressing the spring knife menacingly against his throat. The remaining 3 guards instantly panicked, reaching for their weapons, but Lu Qinghe's 4 brothers had already surged forward, swiftly incapacitating the 3 guards before they could utter a sound. In less than 3 seconds, all 4 guards at the front were neutralized. Lu Qinghe released the now-dazed guard, applying a slight pressure with the spring knife that broke the skin of his neck, drawing a bead of blood. "How many people are inside? Where's Rat?" His voice was low, yet carried an unnerving authority. The guard trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, hastily replying, "Inside there are 20 brothers. Rat is in the innermost private room on the 2nd floor. Please spare me, big brother. Have mercy." Lu Qinghe's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, striking the guard's neck with a swift chop. The guard fell into darkness, collapsing weakly onto the ground, unconscious. Lu Qinghe then kicked open the Mahjong Parlor's heavy door. With a resounding crash, the thick wooden door burst open, the noise instantly drowning out the lewd banter and laughter from within. The entire first-floor hall fell silent. A dozen scantily clad women and reveling men abruptly turned to see the menacing presence of Lu Qinghe and his group. Panic setting in as they screamed and scrambled for cover. The dozen Tongxin thugs stationed in the hall quickly reacted, drawing their spring knives and steel pipes, shouting fiercely, "Who the hell dares to invade our Tongxin? You're asking for death." Lu Qinghe, clutching the spring knife, advanced step by step into the hall, his icy gaze sweeping across the room. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire hall. I am Lu Qinghe of Liani. I am here today to reclaim the territory of Xingtado. Those uninvolved, take cover against the wall. I will not harm the innocent. Tungsten members, lay down your weapons and surrender, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Qinghe, the leading thug's eyes widened in shock, his earlier bravado crumbling into overwhelming fear. This name has recently become synonymous with ruthless ferocity in Yao Mati. Single-handedly, he eliminated the notorious Wu Feichong, sweeping through the Wang Fu Mahjong Hall and underground gambling dens overnight, sending the heavily tattooed Chong into a panicked retreat. Now, this formidable figure has audaciously ventured into their territory. Two timid underlings have begun to tremble, their hands quaking as they grip their steel pipes. The leading lackey gritted his teeth and shouted with a facade of bravado, "Brothers, what is there to fear? He has only brought a few men. Charge. Take him down." Changgu offers a handsome reward. A dozen underlings exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they yelled and charged forward, their spring knives and steel pipes swinging violently towards Lu Qinghe and his companions. Attack. At Lu Qinghe's command, he and his four brothers surged forward. The two sides collided in an instant. The air was filled with shouts of battle, anguished cries, and the sharp clashing of steel, echoing throughout the entire venue. Lu Qinghe, at the forefront, showcased his mastery in basic combat skills, wielding his spring knife with ferocity. Each strike landed precisely on the opponent's joints. He refrained from delivering fatal blows. Yet every move rendered his adversaries utterly incapable of resistance. With a sharp crack, the foremost lackey had his wrist sliced open, the spring knife clattering to the ground as he clutched his injured arm, howling in agony. Lu Qinghe swiftly kicked him in the chest, sending him flying into another assailant rushing from behind. The two tumbled into a heap, unable to rise. His movements were rapid, precise, and merciless, with every strike resulting in a lackey collapsing in pain. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming also burst in from the back door and fire escape, launching a pincer attack. The underlings from Tong Xin he were quickly overwhelmed, retreating in disarray. Terrified by Lu Qinghe's reputation, they were rendered completely powerless against the dual assault. Within 5 minutes, all of the underlings in the hall lay on the ground, wailing and utterly devoid of the will to resist. Lu Qinghe raised his gaze towards the staircase leading to the second floor. He could distinctly hear the frantic footsteps and the whimpering pleas for mercy from within the innermost private room. He stepped forward, ascending the stairs with deliberate strides. His brothers immediately followed, forming a protective barrier at his side. Upon reaching the door of the innermost private room, Lu Qinghe did not hesitate and kicked it open. Inside, the rat was frantically attempting to escape through the window, while two women huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Hearing the door crash open, the rat turned abruptly, and upon seeing Lu Qinghe, his legs gave way, causing him to tumble from the windowsill and crash to the ground. He scrambled to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head towards Lu Qinghe, crying out, "Qinghe go, spare me. It was all Hua Baichong's doing. I had no part in it." Lu Qinghe approached him calmly, crouching down, the tip of his spring knife gently lifting the rat's chin. "Where is Hua Baichong now?" His voice was steady, yet laced with an undeniable authority. The rat trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as he hurriedly replied, "He is at the Tong Xin he headquarters. He returned this afternoon, claiming he was going to summon reinforcements to confront you in a decisive battle." Lu Qinghe's gaze turned cold. Hua Baichong was indeed rallying his forces at the headquarters. It seemed an arduous confrontation was unavoidable. He looked at the rat, his tone flat. "Return and inform Hua Baichong that Xingtai Dao is my territory. Within 3 days, he and his men must vacate Xingtai Dao. Otherwise, next time, it won't simply be a matter of clearing the place. Get out." The rat, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the private room, losing one of his shoes in his frantic escape. Ding. Successfully took over the Xingtai Dao venue of Tong Xin. Main quest progress, 75. Reward, 200 dominance points. Current dominance points, 2,000. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lu Qinghe rose and addressed the two trembling women in the room, as well as the patrons downstairs. "What transpired today does not concern you. The establishment will operate as usual, and the protection fee will be halved. No one will dare to cause trouble." Everyone stood dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous glances. They had anticipated extortion with the change in leadership, yet the protection fee had been unexpectedly reduced. Instantly, some began to react, bowing repeatedly to Lu Qinghe. "Thank you, Qinghe Go. Thank you, Qinghe Go." Lu Qinghe waved his hand, instructing Zhao Ming to leave a few brothers behind to maintain order in the venue, while he turned to leave with Zhang Lai. Just as they exited the front door, a sudden system alert blared in Lu Qinghe's mind. Jianghu alert triggered, detecting police rapidly encircling the area. Target, Xingtai Dao venue. Lead officer, Inspector Huang Zicheng from the Yao Mati Anti-Organized Crime Unit. Danger level high. Alert. Huang Zicheng has sealed off the front and back entrances of Xingtai Dao, deploying 12 police cars and 60 armed officers for a comprehensive arrest operation. Host must evacuate immediately. Lu Qinghe's steps came to an abrupt halt, his expression sharpening. Huang Zicheng. He had chased him down again, deploying such a massive force. Clearly intent on capturing him. Qinghe, what's wrong? Zhang Lai, noticing Lu Qinghe's sudden stop, tightened his grip on the steel pipe, scanning their surroundings warily. Huang Zicheng had arrived, sealing off the entrances, and would be here shortly. Lu Qinghe's tone remained calm as he quickly surveyed the environment, making a swift decision. Go. Exit through the narrow alley and escape via the sewer. He was intimately familiar with the terrain of Xingtai Dao, having studied the maps of Xinjiang for a lifetime. He knew every narrow alley and sewer entrance by heart. The two turned swiftly, leading their brothers as they dashed into the adjacent narrow alley. Just as they entered, a fleet of police cars roared in, sirens blaring, slicing through the night sky of Xingtai Dao. Huang Zicheng, clad in police uniform and armed with a sidearm, was the first to leap from his vehicle, barking, "Everyone listen. Seal off all entrances to Xingtai Dao. No one is to enter or exit. Charge in with me. Arrest everyone inside." At his command, dozens of armed officers rushed into the venue, swiftly surrounding the entire area. Panic erupted among the patrons, who screamed and crouched down, clutching their heads. Huang Zicheng and his men burst in, quickly scanning the entire venue, and his expression darkened dramatically. Lu Qinghe was not present. He had arrived too late again. Where's he? Where's Lu Qinghe? Huang Zicheng demanded, his voice sharp as he questioned the crouching underlings. His icy gaze simmering with fury. The lackeys trembled in fear, hurriedly responding. Qinghe Gu just left. He ran through the narrow alley. Huang Zicheng slammed his fist onto the bar counter, his anger surging to a boiling point. He had let him escape again. 3 times in a row. 3 times he had allowed Lu Qinghe to slip through his fingers right beneath his nose. He gritted his teeth and barked harshly. Pursue. Chase after them. Even if it means turning over the entire Yao Mati, I demand that Lu Qinghe be brought back. The officers sprang into action, racing towards the narrow alley. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe and his companions had already traversed 3 narrow lanes and, emerging from a sewer outlet, circled around to the dockside of Yao Mati's typhoon shelter. Zhang Lai leaned against the wall, panting heavily, a look of trepidation etched on his face. That was close. We almost got cornered by Huang Zicheng. That mad dog has an uncanny sense of smell. No sooner had we taken control of the territory than he showed up. Lu Qinghe leaned against the cold wall, his gaze fixed upon the distant flickering police lights on Star Platform Road, his eyes icy. Huang Zicheng, indeed a formidable adversary. Each time he made a move, Huang Zicheng seemed to arrive with impeccable timing, clearly having eyes and ears planted nearby, or perhaps having ensnared Star Platform Road in a web of surveillance. Henceforth, one must exercise greater caution. At that moment, a subordinate zoomed in on a motorcycle, skidding to a halt in front of Lu Qinghe, breathlessly exclaiming, "Brother Qinghe, this is bad. Hua Biqiang has called for reinforcements from Tongsun headquarters, rallying over 100 men, preparing to counterattack Star Platform Road." Lu Qinghe's eyes sharpened instantly. He exchanged glances with Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng, and the 3 swiftly slipped into the adjacent narrow alley, concealing their figures. The alley was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of distant police lights, casting fleeting red glows. Lu Qinghe leaned against the wall, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface as his mind raced. Devising a strategic plan, Hua Biqiang had gathered over 100 men to counterattack Star Platform Road. A fierce battle was now unavoidable. Chapter 12, Bloodbath at the Car Lot. Eradicating remaining foes. Lu Qinghe raised his hand, signaling Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng to be silent. The alley was engulfed in darkness, save for the occasional glow from the police lights at the entrance, illuminating the cold glint in his eyes. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the puddles on the ground, swiftly sketching out a defensive map of Tongsun's car lot on the rough concrete floor. 3 entry and exit routes, 2 guard posts, the core warehouse, and Hua Biqiang's weapons cache were all meticulously marked. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng squatted beside him, their eyes fixated on the defensive map, breathing so lightly as to barely disturb the air. The subordinate who had just delivered the news had already gathered comprehensive intel on Hua Biqiang's operations. The majority of the over 100 men Hua Biqiang had assembled were stationed in the car lot at the end of Star Platform Road. This location served as Tongsun's final logistical stronghold on Star Platform Road, as well as Hua Biqiang's armory, containing a substantial stockpile of steel pipes, machetes, and even a few homemade shotguns. If they could eliminate this car lot and sever Hua Biqiang's arms and supply lines, no matter how many men he gathered, they would be rendered as toothless tigers, no longer a threat. Lu Qinghe raised his gaze to Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng. his fingertip hovering over the guard post on the map as he assigned tasks in a low voice. Zhao Meng, you take 8 brothers and flank the rear entrance of the car lot, guarding the warehouse exit. No one is to transport any weapons out. Zhang Lai, you take 8 brothers to secure the walls on both sides of the car lot. Anyone attempting to jump the wall must be dealt with directly. I will lead the remaining 6 through the front entrance for a strong assault, taking down the 2 guard posts and clearing the area in a coordinated effort. His voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable conviction, each word resonating clearly in the ears of the 2 men. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng nodded simultaneously, their eyes devoid of hesitation, filled only with fierce battle intent. Understood. Brother Qinghe. They responded in hushed tones, tightening their grips around their weapons, knuckles paling from the pressure. Lu Qinghe rose, dusting off his trousers, gripping the spring knife at his waist, and signaled the 2 men to take action. The 3 split into their respective paths, vanishing like phantoms into the inky darkness of the alley, making their way towards the Tongxin car lot. The night breeze rustled the fallen leaves on the ground, creating a soft whisper that masked their footsteps. Minutes later, Lu Qinghe and his 6 brothers arrived at the road opposite the car lot's front entrance. The heavy iron gates stood shut, with 2 guards stationed at each post, idly smoking and scanning their surroundings, completely oblivious to Lu Qinghe and his group across the road. The lights in the guard posts cast long shadows of the 2 sentinels. Lu Qinghe could hear their conversation clearly, along with the raucous laughter and banter of the thugs inside the car lot. Warning: the system has detected 32 guards within the car lot, including 4 at the guard posts and 28 inside, with 2 homemade shotguns stored in the core warehouse, posing no lethal threat. Success rate of surprise attack, 98. The system's alert echoed in Lu Qinghe's mind, yet his expression remained unperturbed. He raised his hand, signaling his brothers behind him. 2 brothers immediately understood, crouching low and stealthily moving towards the flanks of the guard posts. The remaining 4 brothers tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for the charge. Lu Qinghe took a deep breath, gathering his strength, and like an arrow released from a bow, he surged across the road, heading straight for the guard posts. As the 2 guards in the posts heard the footsteps and turned to see Lu Qinghe charging towards them, their faces changed dramatically, mouths opening to call for help. Lu Qinghe reached the entrance of the guard post, covering the mouth of the left guard with his left hand while his right elbow struck fiercely at his throat. The guard fell without uttering a sound, collapsing unconscious. The right guard, terrified, raised his steel pipe to strike, but Lu Qinghe's 2 brothers had already surged forward, delivering a blow to the back of his head. The guard's vision darkened as he crumpled to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 guards at the left post had been dispatched. The 2 guards at the right post, hearing the commotion, had just begun to rush out when they were intercepted by the 2 brothers, who swiftly knocked them out. All 4 guards at the front had been silently neutralized. Without alerting anyone inside the car lot, Lu Qinghe raised his hand, signaling his brothers to open the heavy gate. The iron door creaked as it was slowly pulled open. Lu Qinghe, gripping his spring knife, was the first to charge inside. Inside the car lot, over 20 of Tongxin's subordinates were gathered around a table in the courtyard, engrossed in card games and drinking, completely unaware of Lu Qinghe and his group bursting in. It wasn't until Lu Qinghe approached them and kicked over the table that a deafening crash echoed. The table toppled, beer bottles, mahjong tiles, and playing cards scattered across the ground, shards of glass flying everywhere. The courtyard fell silent in an instant. The 20-odd subordinates turned in unison, staring at the sudden appearance of Lu Qinghe and his group, first in shock, and then they were instantly consumed by rage, pulling out their spring knives and steel pipes. Shouting fiercely, Lu Qinghe! It's Lu Qinghe! He has barged in! Brothers, grab your weapons! Kill him! Brother Chong said whoever kills Lu Qinghe will be rewarded with 100,000. A dozen or so subordinates screamed and charged forward, their weapons swinging menacingly towards Lu Qinghe. Unfazed, Lu Qinghe met the oncoming wave of subordinates head-on, charging straight into the fray. In his hand, the spring knife danced with precision, each strike landing squarely on the opponent's vital points. His movements were so swift that they left only after-images, his strength, speed, and reflexes having been systematically enhanced, far surpassing those of the street thugs. The underling at the forefront had barely raised his steel pipe when Lu Qinghe swiftly severed his wrist with a single slash, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground with a scream. Lu Qinghe then lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's chest, sending him hurtling backward into another approaching lackey. The 6 brothers behind him surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with Tong Xinhuo's men. The courtyard was instantly filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the sharp clanging of steel pipes, mingling with the sounds of anguished screams. At that moment, the warehouse door was suddenly flung open, and 2 underlings wielding makeshift shotguns charged out, their barrels trained menacingly on Lu Qinghe as they shouted, "Don't move. Move and we'll shoot." The courtyard fell silent in an instant. Tong Xinhua's men suddenly found their confidence renewed, retreating hastily and revealing smug grins on their faces. Lu Qinghe halted his advance, casting a calm gaze at the two armed thugs, his expression devoid of any hint of panic. Warning, system alert triggered. 2 makeshift shotguns detected. Effective range less than 8 meters, firearms outdated, extremely high risk of misfire, no lethal threat. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, a chilling smirk crept onto Lu Qinghe's lips, just as the two underlings believed they had the upper hand. A thunderous crash resonated from the back door of the parking lot. Zhao Meng, accompanied by 8 brothers, kicked open the rear door of the warehouse and charged out, wielding a machete that he swung directly towards the two armed thugs. The two underlings were momentarily thrown into disarray, just as they turned to react. Lu Qinghe was already in motion. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he closed the distance in an instant, grasping the barrel of the left thug's shotgun and forcefully thrusting it upward. Bang! The shotgun misfired, the bullets soaring skyward, the deafening sound reverberating throughout the courtyard. Lu Qinghe's right fist connected with the thug's face with brutal force. The underling emitted a cry of agony, flying backward to crash against the wall, unconscious. The other thug, paralyzed by fear, was about to pull the trigger when Zhao Meng lunged from behind, delivering a kick to his knee. The thug collapsed to the ground with a thud, dropping his weapon with a clatter. Zhao Meng followed up with a punch to the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. The coordinated attack left Tong Xinhua's men in a state of panic, witnessing the encirclement by Lu Qinghe and his group. Their weapons began to tremble in their hands. They had already harbored fear towards Lu Qinghe, and now that their only support, their firearms, had been neutralized, any thoughts of resistance vanished. Lu Qinghe, clutching the spring knife, advanced step by step, his gaze icy. Lay down your weapons and surrender. I assure you, I mean no harm. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His voice was low, yet carried an aura of chilling authority. With a thud, the foremost thug discarded his steel pipe and fell to his knees. Brother Qinghe, I surrender. I will never associate with Tong Xinhe again. Please spare me. With the first surrender, a cascade of capitulations followed. The remaining 20 or so thugs in the courtyard dropped their weapons, kneeling and pleading for mercy before Lu Qinghe. Ding. Successfully seized Tong Xinhe's Zingtado parking lot. Main mission progress, 100. Main mission: conquer all territories of Tong Xinhe on Zingtado within 3 days completed. Reward, 1,000 dominance points. Current dominance points, 3,000. Level up. Current level, LV3 Red Stick Brute. Skill unlocked. Mastery of firearms. The system notifications exploded in his mind, and Lu Qinghe exhaled in relief, wiping the blood splatters from his face. He had completed the 3-day deadline ahead of schedule. Every establishment of Tong Xinhe on Zingtado had been thoroughly dismantled. From this day forth, Zingtado would be irrevocably under Lu's dominion. He instructed Zhao Meng to tally the weapons and supplies in the parking lot and disperse the surrendering underlings while he, accompanied by Zhang Lai, turned to exit the premises. As they stepped out of the parking lot and into the vehicle waiting by the roadside, Lu Qinghe noticed 3 police cars racing towards them from the street ahead. Closing in ominously, Zhang Lai's expression shifted, and he immediately attempted to start the engine. Brother Qinghe, it's Huang Ziqing's men. We must leave quickly. Lu Qinghe raised his hand to stop him, his demeanor calm. There's no need for alarm. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 police cars had blocked their path, completely sealing off their escape. The doors swung open, and Huang Ziqing, clad in a police uniform and brandishing a service weapon, strode forward with a contingent of officers, their guns aimed directly at Lu Qinghe inside the vehicle. Lu Qinghe, step out of the car. Huang Ziqing's voice was frigid, laced with barely contained fury and a palpable animosity. Lu Qinghe pushed the car door open and stepped out slowly, hands tucked in his pockets, meeting Huang Ziqing's gaze with a composed tone. Officer Huang, at this late hour, what brings you and your men here to obstruct me? What brings me here? Huang Ziqing sneered coldly, his voice sharp. Lu Qinghe, we received a report that you and your men engaged in an armed brawl, maliciously assaulting others in their parking lot, suspected of organized crime. We are here to conduct a lawful search. With a wave of his hand, he barked, search. Search thoroughly. Inside and out, leave no stone unturned. Several officers stepped forward, intent on searching Lu Qinghe and the vehicle. Zhang Lai's temper flared, stepping protectively in front of Lu Qinghe, and exclaimed, on what grounds do you search? Do you have a search warrant? You cannot just search someone without cause. The laws of Xinjiang do not permit such actions. Huang Ziqing's expression darkened, fixing a steely gaze on Zhang Lai. Obstructing justice, do you dare to challenge me? I can arrest you too. Lu Qinghe reached out, pulling Zhang Lai behind him, and looked at Huang Ziqing with a faint smile. Officer Huang, you may conduct a search. However, you must present a search warrant. If you lack one and attempt to search me or my vehicle without due process, I will have no choice but to report this to the Independent Commission Against Corruption and have a word with your superior. His tone was calm, yet every word cut deeply, leaving Huang Ziqing momentarily speechless. When he had left, he had ensured that all weapons were left behind in the parking lot, leaving himself and the vehicle devoid of any contraband. Even if Huang Ziqing searched, he would find nothing. Moreover, Huang Ziqing had no legitimate search warrant, merely relying on instinct to intercept him, hoping to catch him in a misstep. Huang Ziqing's face turned ashen, his body trembling with rage as he glared at Lu Qinghe, his hostility nearly spilling over. He indeed had no search warrant. Upon receiving intelligence that Lu Qinghe had attacked Tong Xinhua's parking lot, he had rushed over to apprehend him in the act. Yet, he had arrived too late. Lu Qinghe had already cleared the scene, leaving no incriminating evidence. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Lu Qinghe, his eyes aflame with enmity. He had served as a police officer for over a decade and had never encountered such audacity, such an unyielding ruffian. Each time, he found himself unable to grasp any incriminating evidence, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Qinghe expanded his influence right under his nose. Noticing the pallor of his face, Lu Qinghe smiled faintly and spoke in a calm tone. Officer Huang, if there is nothing pressing and no search warrant, we shall take our leave. After all, it's quite late, and I need to return home to rest. Unlike you, Officer Huang, who seems so energetic, wandering the streets at this hour. With that, he opened the car door and prepared to get inside. Lu Qinghe, Huang Ziqing called out sharply, his gaze icy as he enunciated each word with precision. Do not get ahead of yourself. I have you in my sights. The moment you commit even the slightest infraction, I will ensure you are apprehended and made to rot in jail. Lu Qinghe turned to face him, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I shall await your move, Officer Huang. However, perhaps you should invest more effort in capturing those who truly engage in criminal activities, rather than fixating on a law-abiding citizen like myself. With that, he settled into the car and signaled to Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai promptly started the engine, maneuvering around the police car blocking their path and speeding away. Huang Ziqing remained rooted to the spot, watching the vehicle disappear into the night, his frustration manifesting as he slammed his fist against the police car, leaving a significant dent in the door. What should we do now, Officer Huang? One of the nearby officers inquired cautiously. What else can we do? Huang Ziqing barked in anger. Investigate. Keep a 24-hour watch on Lu Qinghe. I refuse to believe we cannot find something to hold against him. Meanwhile, inside the speeding car, Zhang Lai glanced at the receding police vehicle in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress his contempt. That Huang Ziqing is truly a mad dog. Relentless. If we hadn't stowed away our weapons in advance, we would have been caught today. Lu Qinghe leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, his fingertips gently tapping his knee, his expression serene. He had anticipated Huang Ziqing's arrival. Thus, after clearing the area, he had promptly handed over all weapons and contraband to Zhao Meng, ensuring he himself was devoid of any incriminating items. Even if Huang Ziqing came, he would find nothing to use against him. At that moment, Lu Qinghe's phone rang abruptly. It was a subordinate stationed at Qingtai Road. He answered, and the frantic voice on the other end shouted, Brother Qinghe, this is bad. Hua Biqiang has come out of the main hall with over 100 men armed with machetes and steel pipes, heading straight for Qingtai Road. They want to settle this with you once and for all. Lu Qinghe's eyes sharpened instantly. Hua Biqiang. He had finally arrived. Chapter 13. Ambush and Annihilation of the Retaliatory Dogs. Lu Qinghe concealed himself on the second floor of a building at the alley's entrance. The frigid night wind swept through the window, lifting the hem of his coat. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance of Qingtai Road, his fingertips tapping steadily on the windowsill. Below, Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng, accompanied by 80 brothers, lay hidden in the shops and narrow alleys flanking the street, their machetes and steel pipes wrapped in black cloth, revealing not a glimmer of steel. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, their eyes collectively trained on the street corner, poised for the charge. The entirety of Qingtai Road was terrifyingly silent, save for the unyielding flicker of the neon lights along the street, casting ominous shadows of impending violence. Lu Qinghe had long anticipated Hua Biqiang's arrival. After collaborating with Xinhong for several years, core establishments had been eradicated overnight. If Hua Biqiang did not retaliate, he was unworthy of mingling with Xinhong. Rather than waiting for Hua Biqiang and his men to storm Qingtai Road to wreak havoc, it was far wiser to lay in ambush, closing the gates on the dogs and capturing them all at once. He understood the essence of street conflict all too well. Striking while the iron is hot. Ambushing and encircling was always more advantageous than passive defense. Warning, a threat has been detected. Hua Biqiang, leading 127 armed individuals, is 800 meters from the entrance of Qingtai Road and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. No firearms detected. Ambush success rate, 100. The system's alert rang in Lu Qinghe's mind, yet his expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and spoke in a low voice. Everyone, pay attention. The target will arrive in 3 minutes. Execute the plan as discussed, and do not expose yourselves without my command. Received. Understood, Brother Qinghe. Came the hushed replies from Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng through the walkie-talkie, their voices tinged with barely contained battle fervor. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. From the direction of the street corner came the sound of rapid footsteps and the boisterous shouts of thugs, growing closer. Soon, Hua Biqiang and his band of over 100 men appeared at the entrance of Xingtai Road, marching in formation. Hua Biqiang, at the forefront, bore a dragon tattoo that spanned his entire left arm, wielding a machete, his face bandaged from the injury Lu Qinghe had inflicted earlier. His expression was a mask of rage, his eyes burning with vengeful fury as he bellowed, Lu Qinghe, you little brat, get out here. How dare you trample on my territory and seize my ground? If I don't turn you into minced meat today, I swear I won't bear the surname Chun. Brothers, charge in, cut down anyone in sight. Wreck Xingtai Road, capture Lu Qinghe. The throng of thugs behind him raised their machetes and steel pipes, roaring in unison, storming towards Xingtai Road with bloodlust. They were numerous and confident, dismissing Lu Qinghe as nothing more than a fortunate lowly figure, believing that once they stormed in, they would easily overpower him. They failed to notice the countless pairs of eyes watching them intently from the shops and buildings on either side. As soon as Hua Biqiang and his men fully entered the ambush zone, Lu Qinghe's eyes narrowed. He commanded into the walkie-talkie, attack. With that single order, the stillness of Xingtai Road erupted into chaos. From the shops and narrow alleys, a multitude of brothers armed with machetes and steel pipes surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, charging fiercely towards Hua Biqiang and his men. Kill them. Finish them off. The battle cries shook the heavens, drowning out Hua Biqiang's own shouts. Jiang Lai led his men, surging from the front street, sealing off their advance. Zhao Meng and his crew emerged from the rear alley, blocking their retreat. The brothers on either flank poured forth like a tidal wave, encircling Hua Biqiang and his 100+ men, launching a concerted attack. Hua Biqiang's expression shifted dramatically, the arrogance vanishing without a trace, replaced by overwhelming terror. He had never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would ambush him here. Moreover, Lu Qinghe had more men than he did. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Hua Biqiang howled, brothers, break out. We must escape. But it was already too late. Surrounded on all sides by Lu Qinghe's men, they were ensnared. Unable to escape even a single fly, Lu Qinghe leaped from the second-floor window, landing gracefully on the ground with a machete firmly grasped in his hand. He strode purposefully towards the center of the encircled area where Hua Biqiang stood. His pace was measured, yet it emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation, causing the henchmen of Xinghe to retreat in fear, unable to meet his gaze. Within the encirclement, a fierce battle had already erupted. Lu Qinghe's brothers, seasoned fighters who had followed him through numerous skirmishes, were brimming with morale and had the upper hand due to their ambush. Conversely, the thugs of Xinghe, hastily assembled by Hua Biqiang, were already terrified and surrounded, lacking the fortitude to resist. The air was filled with shouts of battle, cries of anguish, and the sharp clashing of blades, resonating throughout Xingtai. In less than 5 minutes, a significant number of Xinghe's thugs lay defeated, with the remaining few discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. The encircled area was left with only Hua Biqiang and a dozen loyal followers, trembling in the center. Lu Qinghe approached Hua Biqiang, halting before him, and gently tapped the machete against Hua Biqiang's cheek. Hua Biqiang, weren't you planning to turn me into minced meat? His tone was calm, yet laced with a chilling menace. Hua Biqiang's face turned ashen. His hand trembled uncontrollably around the machete as he glared at Lu Qinghe and hoarsely shouted, Lu Qinghe, don't get too arrogant. I am a part of Xinghe. If you harm me, the Xinghe headquarters will not let you off the hook. Xinghe? Lu Qinghe scoffed, his eyes suddenly icy as he barked. Xingtai is the territory of Heliani. Your Xinghe has overstepped its bounds. Let me make it clear, on my turf, if you are a dragon, you must curl up. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Hua Biqiang gritted his teeth, observing the sight of his subordinates kneeling in defeat. Realizing that he had no chance of turning the tide today, with a fierce determination in his eyes, he charged at Lu Qinghe, intent on fighting to the death. Lu Qinghe, however, remained unperturbed. As Hua Biqiang lunged at him, he effortlessly sidestepped, swinging the machete in a reverse arc. With a resounding crack, the back of the blade struck Hua Biqiang's elbow. Hua Biqiang let out a heart-wrenching scream as the machete clattered to the ground, his arm bending at an unnatural angle. Pain coursing through him as he collapsed, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Qinghe raised his foot and kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground, where he pinned him down with his foot, the tip of the machete pressing against his throat. Terror gripped Hua Biqiang, shaking uncontrollably like a leaf, as he pleaded, Brother Qinghe, I was wrong. I truly was. I will never dare again. I will take my men and leave Xingtado immediately. I swear I won't set foot here again. Please spare me. Lu Qinghe looked down at him, his gaze frigid and devoid of emotion. To eradicate the roots, one must eliminate the weeds. He understood this principle better than anyone. If Hua Biqiang dared to retaliate against Xingtado today, even if he were spared now, he would return with Xinhe's men tomorrow. Letting him live would only invite disaster. He tightened his grip on the machete, its tip breaking the skin of Hua Biqiang's throat, drawing forth a bead of blood. Hua Biqiang nearly wet himself in fear, crying and begging for mercy, even knocking his head against the ground in desperation. Just then, a piercing siren blared from a distance. Police lights flashed as a dozen police cars sped towards Xingtado. Warning, the Underworld alert has been triggered. Inspector Huang Ziqing from the anti-gang unit, leading 200 officers, has arrived at the street corner of Xingtado. A comprehensive arrest operation is about to commence. Danger level, medium. The system's alert echoed in his mind. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed to Lu Qinghe's side, urgently stating, "Brother Qinghe, Huang Ziqing is here. We must leave now or we'll be trapped." The surrounding brothers instantly panicked, looking to Lu Qinghe for guidance. Yet, Lu Qinghe's demeanor remained calm. He glanced down at the prostrate Hua Biqiang, then released him, instructing Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming in a low voice. "Everyone, evacuate immediately through the narrow alleys on either side. Quickly." "Yes, Brother Qinghe." Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming responded promptly, swiftly organizing their brothers to retreat in an orderly fashion through the narrow alleys, without a hint of chaos. Lu Qinghe cast one last cold look at the crumpled Hua Biqiang before turning and swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the night. Mere half a minute later, Huang Ziqing and his 200 officers stormed into Xingtado. A cordon was quickly established, sealing off the entire area. Huang Ziqing, with his firearm in hand, led the charge, commanding, "Police, don't move. Everyone down. Hands on your heads." However, upon entering the ambush zone, he discovered only a scene of chaos, with injured individuals strewn about. Hua Biqiang sprawled on the ground, and a multitude of thugs cowering with their hands on their heads. Lu Qinghe had escaped once again. He was too late. All he found was a battlefield left in ruins and a group of defeated thugs. Huang Ziqing's face darkened, fury coursing through him, his grip on his firearm tightening as if he might crush it. He had received intel that Hua Biqiang intended to clash with Lu Qinghe in Xingtado, prompting him to request backup from the precinct and rush over with 200 officers, aiming to apprehend both sides. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lu Qinghe would not only annihilate Hua Biqiang's men, but also withdraw entirely before his arrival, leaving no trace behind. "Where's Lu Qinghe? Where's Lu Qinghe?" Huang Ziqing shouted, kicking a nearby steel pipe, sending it flying far away. Hua Biqiang, lying on the ground, gazed at the enraged Huang Ziqing as if he had seen a savior, crawling towards him and wailing, "Sir, help me. Lu Qinghe ambushed us. He is going to kill me. Sir, you must catch him." Huang Ziqing glared down at the blubbering Hua Biqiang, his rage intensifying as he shouted, "Shut up. You brought armed men to fight, which constitutes gang-related crime. You are under arrest." He waved his hand, commanding, "Take everyone back to the precinct. Not a single one is to be spared." The officers promptly moved in, handcuffing the thugs on the ground and escorting them to police cars. Hua Biqiang was utterly bewildered. He never expected that by reporting to the police, he would be the one to be arrested first. Standing in the empty Xingtado, Huang Ziqing stared in the direction of the narrow alley where Lu Qinghe had vanished, punching the wall in frustration, leaving a dent in the surface. "Lu Qinghe." He ground his teeth, each word seething with resentment and hatred, nearly igniting into flames. Time and again, Lu Qinghe had slipped from under his nose. He vowed to capture Lu Qinghe and personally deliver him to prison. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe and his group had successfully traversed the narrow alley. Returning to the second floor of the Wangfu Mahjong Hall, Zhang Lai looked at Lu Qinghe, unable to restrain himself from cursing. "Damn it. Huang Ziqing, that mad dog. Arrived at the most inconvenient time. Had we not retreated swiftly, we would have been cornered." Zhao Ming also nodded in agreement, his voice low. "Qinghe, although we have defeated Hua Biqiang, Huang Ziqing is now watching us like a hawk. What shall we do next?" Lu Qinghe approached the window, gazing calmly at the distant flashing police lights. "No need to panic. Hua Biqiang has already fallen, and the forces of Tongxinhui and Xingtai Road have been completely cleared out by us. We have fulfilled our 3-day deadline." No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. A junior member from the Liani Hall rushed up, bowing to Lu Qinghe and urgently stating, "Qinghe, Uncle Dong has sent orders for you to bring the territory transfer documents to the hall for verification immediately." Lu Qinghe's gaze shifted slightly. Scarface Dong. The moment of meeting has finally arrived. Chapter 14. Huang Ziqing disrupts the hall. Lu Qinghe took the territory transfer documents, his fingers gliding over the map of Xingtai Road. The documents clearly marked the 4 core venues and 13 streets of Tongxinhui and Xingtai Road, all reclaimed and reclassified under Liani's name. Black and white. The evidence was indisputable. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming flanked him, weapons in hand, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, fully prepared for any eventuality. The trio set forth towards the Liani Hall in Yao Mati. Passers-by on the street paused to observe Lu Qinghe and his entourage, whispering amongst themselves. Their eyes filled with awe. 3 days. It took merely 3 days. This obscure low-level underling of the 4-9 society had eliminated Wu Feiqiang and dismantled all of Tongxinhui's influence in Xingtai Road, forcibly reclaiming the entire territory from their grasp. This news had spread throughout Yao Mati and even the entire underworld of Hong Kong. Everyone knew that a formidable figure had emerged from Yao Mati, named Lu Qinghe. Paying no heed to the gazes around him, Lu Qinghe walked steadily towards the hall. Minutes later, the 3 arrived before the grand entrance of the Liani Hall. The guards at the door, upon seeing Lu Qinghe approach, immediately bowed in respect. Their demeanor now one of deference, devoid of their previous disdain. Qinghe, Uncle Dong and the elders are waiting for you inside. Lu Qinghe nodded and stepped through the grand doors of the hall. Inside, smoke swirled in the air. Scar-faced Dong sat at the head, idly playing with 2 steel balls. The scar on his face appearing particularly menacing under the lights. On either side, more than 20 elders and hall masters from the Liani Yao Mati branch sat. All eyes on the entering Lu Qinghe, filled with admiration and praise. The elders who had once clamored for Lu Qinghe's death and vengeance for Wu Feiqiang now wore smiles. Hostility entirely absent from their faces. Lu Qinghe halted in the center of the hall, bowing slightly towards Scar-faced Dong, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. Uncle Dong. Scar-faced Dong ceased his play with the steel balls, looking at Lu Qinghe with hearty laughter that resonated throughout the hall. Well, what a fine young man. I have encountered many young individuals in my lifetime, but none possess your courage and capability. 3 days. In just 3 days. You cleared out Tongxinhui South influence in Xingtai Road, reclaiming our territory. You have not brought shame upon me, nor upon Liani. The elders and hall masters all echoed their agreement. Indeed, this lad Qinghe is extraordinary. To take Xingtai Road in just 3 days. I doubt any of us could have achieved that. With both valor and strategy, decisive in his actions, he is indeed one destined for greatness. The traitor Wu Feiqiang deserved his fate. Qinghe's act of killing him was a necessary purge, a significant achievement. The hall was filled with accolades for Lu Qinghe. All prior calls for bloodshed now vanished. Lu Qinghe remained unperturbed, devoid of any arrogance, and humbly replied, Uncle Dong, you flatter me. The success in reclaiming Xingtai Road is entirely thanks to your support and that of all the brothers who fought valiantly. I merely did what was expected of me, safeguarding our territory under Liani. His words, measured and respectful, garnered further nods of appreciation from the elders present, deepening their admiration for him. Scar-faced Dong, even more pleased, gestured for Lu Qinghe to approach. Come, Qinghe, bring the documents for me to see. Lu Qinghe stepped forward, presenting the territory transfer documents with both hands to Scar-faced Dong. Scar-faced Dong received the documents, flipping through them rapidly, his smile widening with each page. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Excellent, truly splendid. Those ruffians from Tongxinhui occupied our Xingtai Road for over 6 months, and we were powerless to act. Yet you, young man, reclaimed it all in just 3 days. Lu Qinghe, you have rendered a great service, and I, Scar-faced Dong, am a man of my word. I shall not treat you unjustly. Ding. Mission to complete military orders accomplished. Received recognition from Scar-faced Dong and the Liani Hall. Reward, 500 dominance points. Current dominance points, 3,500. Current level, LV3 Red Stick Brute, 3,500 5,000. As the system notification faded, Lu Qinghe's expression remained calm. Just then, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly kicked open. With a resounding crash, the heavy wooden doors slammed against the wall, plunging the entire hall into silence. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Huang Zhiqing, clad in a police uniform and wielding a service weapon, strode in with a dozen armed officers. His icy gaze sweeping across the room, finally landing on Lu Qinghe, hostility radiating from him. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a freezing point. Scar-faced Dong's expression darkened immediately, the steel balls in his hand whirling rapidly as he glared at the intruding Huang Zhiqing, his voice low and menacing. Officer Huang? What is the meaning of this? You dare to storm into Liani's hall, armed, to oppose us? The elders and hall masters all rose, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Their eyes fierce as they glared at the entering officers, tensions rising. This was Liani's domain, a territory of the underworld. Huang Zhiqing's armed intrusion was a blatant affront to the entire Liani. Huang Zhiqing paid no heed to Scar-faced Dong's fury or the hostile stares of the hall masters. his weapon firmly aimed at Lu Qinghe as he declared with a chilling authority, "Lu Qinghe, you are suspected of multiple incidents of armed brawling and organized crime. I am here to take you back to the station for questioning. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be charged with obstructing justice. And I will take them in as well." His voice was cold, resolute, showing utter disregard for Lianie's members. Today, he was determined to take Lu Qinghe, even if it meant confronting the entire Lianie Hall. The countenance of Scarred Dong transformed instantaneously into an expression of profound displeasure. With a forceful slap upon the table, he rose to his feet, his voice resonating with authority as he barked, "Huang Zhiqing, how dare you? Lu Qinghe belongs to me and the Lianie. Have you consulted me before attempting to take my people from within my own domain? You dare to brandish a firearm and intrude upon my territory alongside the Lianie? Do you truly believe that Scarred Dong is a pushover?" As his words echoed, over 20 hall masters in the grand hall swiftly encircled Lu Qinghe, brandishing their machetes and steel pipes, ready to confront the officers' weapons. The atmosphere in the hall thickened with an air of impending violence, tension palpable, where a mere misstep could ignite a bloody confrontation. Huang Zhiqing, observing the encroaching hall masters, felt his own expression darken as he retorted sharply, "Scarred Dong, what are you intending? Do you seek to incite a riot against the police?" "Incite a riot?" Scarred Dong scoffed, his gaze icy and menacing. "Huang sir, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not utter unfounded words. It is you who, with armed men, has intruded upon my territory and issued threats. We are merely defending ourselves. Lu Qinghe has aided us in reclaiming our territory, earning himself a place of honor among us. You think you can abscond with him without justification? Absolutely not. If you possess evidence of Lu Qinghe's wrongdoing, we shall not obstruct you. However, if you lack such evidence and still attempt to apprehend him within my domain, do not expect to leave this hall unscathed." Scarred Dong, having navigated the tumultuous waters of the underworld for a lifetime, had seen countless storms. Not even a minor inspector from the anti-corruption unit, let alone the head of the police department, could seize his achievements from him within his own territory. Moreover, Huang Zhiqing possessed no substantial evidence regarding Lu Qinghe's alleged crimes. Huang Zhiqing's face turned a deep shade of anger, his body trembling with rage as he glared at Scarred Dong. He had not anticipated Scarred Dong's fierce protection of Lu Qinghe, even willing to confront him directly, lacking any substantial evidence. He realized he could not forcibly take Lu Qinghe from the Lianie's premises. Should matters escalate, it would only result in his own humiliation. Teeth clenched, he glared at Lu Qinghe and then at Scarred Dong, his voice laced with fury as he commanded, "We are leaving." With that, he turned, storming out of the hall with his subordinates. As Huang Zhiqing and his entourage exited, the previously tense atmosphere in the hall dissipated. The hall masters began to sheath their weapons, turning to Scarred Dong with smiles, exclaiming, "Uncle Dong is formidable. Huang Zhiqing truly overstepped. He thinks we and the Lianie are easy prey." Scarred Dong snorted dismissively, returning to his seat with an air of authority. He then looked at Lu Qinghe, bursting into hearty laughter. "Qinghe, did you see that? In Yao Mati, the Lianie stands by you. No one can touch you." Lu Qinghe bowed slightly, his tone sincere. "Thank you, Uncle Dong." Scarred Dong waved his hand, his eyes filled with admiration as he spoke earnestly. "You, young man, are both brave and shrewd, decisive and resolute. You are indeed a promising talent. I have resolved that in 3 days, we shall hold a formal investiture ceremony in the hall to appoint you as the spokesperson for the Xingtai Dao." As his declaration resonated, the hall erupted into thunderous applause. All the elders and hall masters extended their congratulations to Lu Qinghe, their eyes alight with approval. Lu Qinghe's gaze flickered, and he bowed once more to Scarred Dong, expressing his gratitude for the promotion. He understood that from this moment forth, he had firmly established his footing within the Lianie and Yao Mati. Chapter 15. The investiture of the grass shoes at Xingtai Dao. The incense table was set. 3 sticks of incense burning, their fragrant smoke rising gently. The red staff, holding a pair of black grass shoes, approached Lu Qinghe with solemnity. The grand hall of the Lianie fell into a profound silence. Seated at the head was Scarred Dong, the scar on his face appearing particularly imposing in the flickering candlelight. To either side stood the elders, hall masters, and the leaders of various factions, numbering in the hundreds, all focused intently upon Lu Qinghe, their expressions grave. Today marked Lu Qinghe's investiture ceremony, wherein he would officially assume his role as the steward of the Lianie and the spokesperson for the Xingtai Dao. This event was unprecedented in the annals of the Lianie's history, for within a mere week, a lowly member had ascended to such heights. Dressed in a black long gown, Lu Qinghe stood straight and composed before the incense table, exuding calmness and poise, devoid of any signs of trepidation, demonstrating a maturity far beyond his brief tenure in the underworld. The host of the investiture ceremony, wielding a paper fan, stood beside the incense table, raising his voice to announce, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The investiture ceremony begins. Lu Qinghe, present incense. Lu Qinghe stepped forward, receiving the 3 sticks of incense from the red staff, igniting them and bowing thrice before the statue of Guangong, placing the incense into the burner with deliberate precision, executing each movement flawlessly. The host once again proclaimed loudly, "Grant the grass shoes." The red staff stepped forward, presenting the grass shoes with both hands to Lu Qinghe. He accepted the shoes with a bow, acknowledging their significance as a representation of his identity within the liani. Marking his official role as the spokesperson for the Xingtai Dao, the host regarded Lu Qinghe and inquired, "Lu Qinghe, today you don the grass shoes, pledging your loyalty to the liani, safeguarding the territory of Xingtai Dao and protecting your fellow brothers. Do you so vow?" Lu Qinghe raised his gaze, his voice booming, each word resonating clearly. "I, Lu Qinghe, do so vow. For this life, I pledge my loyalty to the liani, to safeguard Xingtai Dao, protect my brethren. And I shall never betray the society nor conspire with foreign enemies, nor oppress the weak. Should I violate this oath, may I face dire consequences without complaint." His voice rang emphatically throughout the hall, each declaration resounding in the ears of all present. The hall erupted in fervent applause, accompanied by enthusiastic cheers of approval. "Excellent. Well said. Brother Qinghe, you are magnificent. From now on, Xingtai Dao shall be under your guidance. Truly, a young man of great promise." Scar Dong, seated in his position of authority, observed Lu Qinghe with unabashed admiration, laughing heartily, for he knew he had not misjudged him. This Lu Qinghe was undoubtedly destined for greatness. With the investiture ceremony complete, Lu Qinghe was officially recognized as the grass shoe of the liani, the spokesperson for the Xingtai Dao. The prominent figures of the underworld gathered around, extending their congratulations to Lu Qinghe with respectful gestures and presenting their gifts. "Congratulations, Brother Qinghe. In the future, do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything in Yao Mati. Brother Qinghe, I look forward to your guidance. From now on, we brothers will follow you." "Brother Qinghe, young Lu, you are talented and destined for greatness." Lu Qinghe reciprocated each greeting with humility and grace, responding aptly, which led the gathered elites to nod in approval, their respect for him deepening. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming stood behind him, their faces beaming with pride as they stood tall, reveling in their leader's rise to prominence. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere of congratulations filling the hall, the entrance suddenly burst open with a resounding crash. The door, kicked open, shattered the jovial ambience, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison, their expressions brimming with anger. The previous intrusion by Huang Zhiqing had already ignited a simmering fury among them. How dare anyone disrupt Lu Qinghe's appointment ceremony today? Yet, when they recognized the figure at the door, their faces fell instantly. Standing there was none other than Huang Zhiqing, clad in his police uniform. With his hat in hand and flanked by 4 officers, his icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Lu Qinghe, his hostility palpable. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a frigid silence. What was once a lively gathering became a scene where one could hear a pin drop. Dao Scar Dong's face turned ashen, and with a forceful slap on the table, he stood up, his voice booming. "Huang Zhiqing, what the hell do you want? Today is my and the liani's appointment ceremony. Do you think Dao Scar Dong is just a plaything?" The other leaders and their subordinates quickly surrounded him, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons, their eyes locking onto Huang Zhiqing with fierce intent, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Huang Zhiqing paid no heed to the hostile crowd, stepping boldly into the hall, advancing toward Lu Qinghe, his gaze fixated on Lu Qinghe, surveying him from head to toe, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Lu Qinghe, impressive. You've committed murder, seized territory, and now you've transformed into a key figure within liani." His voice, though low, reverberated throughout the hall, each word dripping with mockery and animosity. Zhang Lai, incensed, stepped forward to shield Lu Qinghe, his voice sharp as he declared, "Huang Zhiqing, mind your language. Today is Brother Qinghe's appointment ceremony, not a place for your rampant behavior. Get out." Huang Zhiqing shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Lai, retorting sharply, "You have no place to speak here. Step aside." Lu Qinghe raised his hand, pulling Zhang Lai behind him, and looked calmly at Huang Zhiqing, his demeanor unruffled. "Officer Huang, today marks an internal ceremony for me and liani. What does your repeated intrusion mean? What does it mean?" Huang Zhiqing scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the assembled underworld figures. His voice escalated, resonating with authority as he proclaimed, "I am here to inform you all, including Lu Qinghe, that Hong Kong is a place governed by law, not a playground for you underworld types to wreak havoc. Lu Qinghe, don't think that just because you've been appointed, you can act with impunity. I, Huang Zhiqing, Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit in Yao Mati, will keep a close watch on you 24/7. Should you dare to break the law or harbor any illicit intentions, I will ensure your immediate arrest, and you will find yourself languishing in prison." His words echoed with a weighty warning, cutting through the silence of the hall, starkly jarring. This was a public humiliation, not just for Lu Qinghe, but for the entirety of Liani. The assembled leaders of Liani erupted in outrage, voices raised in unison. Huang Zhiqing, you are too arrogant. This is our Liani's territory, not your police station. Get out. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Do you think we are easy to bully? Daoskar Dong trembled with rage, his hand reaching for the knife at his waist, his gaze dark and threatening, poised to explode at any moment. Yet, Lu Qinghe remained composed, devoid of any hint of anger. He regarded Huang Zhiqing with a faint smile, his tone steady. But each word pierced the heart. Thank you for the reminder, Officer Huang. I, Lu Qinghe, conduct myself with integrity, safeguarding my territory, engaging in lawful business, and will never dabble in illegal activities. It is, in fact, you, Officer Huang, who has repeatedly intruded upon Liani's territory without evidence, threatening us and disrupting our legitimate ceremony. I will be reporting this matter to the Independent Commission Against Corruption and the Police Department. You should devote your efforts to apprehending the real criminals, rather than fixating on a law-abiding citizen like me. His words were neither subservient nor aggressive, skillfully countering Huang Zhiqing while standing firm on legal grounds. Garnering applause from the onlookers, Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened, taken aback by Lu Qinghe's eloquence that rendered him speechless. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lu Qinghe and warned, Lu Qinghe, we shall see. I will surely find incriminating evidence against you. With that, he shot Lu Qinghe a fierce glare before storming out of the hall with his officers. As Huang Zhiqing and his entourage exited, the hall erupted in a cacophony of outrage. Damn it, this Huang Zhiqing is utterly reckless. How dare he cause a ruckus during the appointment ceremony? Brother Qinghe, ignore him. Just a mad dog. We, Liani, will protect you. He cannot touch you. If he dares to stir trouble again, we'll break his legs. Lu Qinghe raised his hand, signaling for silence, a cold smile gracing his lips. Huang Zhiqing, a public warning, a public slap in the face. I will remember this debt. However, he had no time to dwell on Huang Zhiqing. Having just been appointed and become the key figure of Xing Tai Dao, his priority was to stabilize the territory, rectify internal matters, and establish his foothold. Daoskar Dong laughed heartily. Good lad. Unflappable and dignified. Ignore that mad dog. With me around, he cannot harm you. Lu Qinghe slightly bowed to Daoskar Dong, smiling as he replied, Thank you, Uncle Dong. Let the appointment ceremony continue. The atmosphere in the hall regained its fervor as everyone surrounded Lu Qinghe, toasting and congratulating him, no longer daring to underestimate this young leader of Xing Tai Dao. They all understood that the tides in Yao Mati were about to shift. This young man, named Lu Qinghe, was destined to create monumental waves in this realm. Meanwhile, outside the Liani Hall, Huang Zhiqing sat in the police car, slamming his fist against the steering wheel, his face ashen, eyes blazing with obsessive fury. Lu Qinghe. He ground his teeth, each syllable of the name laced with a chilling intent to kill. He barked sternly at the officer behind the wheel. Relay the message immediately. Arrange for the most reliable individuals to infiltrate Star Terrace Road, penetrate the inner circle of Lu Qinghe. I demand to know his every move, what he dines on, whom he meets, and what he says. I want it all without exception. I refuse to believe we cannot find something to hold against him. The officer nodded sharply in response. Understood, Huang sir. I will make the arrangements at once. The police car raced away, speeding towards the Yao Mati police station. Huang Zhiqing gazed out at the rapidly retreating streets, his eyes filled with an intensifying fervor and hostility. Lu Qinghe, this game has only just begun. I shall personally ensure your imprisonment. Chapter 16. Purging the Internal Traitors. Lu Qinghe sat in the second-floor office of the Wangfu Mahjong Hall on Star Terrace Road. His fingertips lightly tapped the table, his gaze fixed on a list of subordinates before him, exuding a calmness that belied an unsettling pressure. The office was eerily silent. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng stood before the desk, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Lu Qinghe. Following the conclusion of the initiation ceremony, Lu Qinghe meticulously compiled a complete list of all the managers and subordinates across Star Terrace Road, scrutinizing it throughout the night. They all understood what Lu Qinghe intended to do. That blackguard Huang Zhiqing had publicly declared during the initiation ceremony his intent to keep a 24-hour watch on Lu Qinghe. Given his ruthless and paranoid nature, it was inevitable that he would place an insider to infiltrate Star Terrace Road, lurking within Lu Qinghe's ranks, waiting to seize incriminating evidence and strike decisively. Now, Lu Qinghe aimed to unearth this treacherous scoundrel from the crowd and eradicate him completely. His fingertip ultimately halted on a name on the list, Akuan. His gaze instantly turned frigid, a chilling aura spreading through the room. Akuan, the current manager of the Wangfu Mahjong Hall, had previously been a trusted confidant of Wu Yinqiang. After Lu Qinghe eliminated Wu Yinqiang, Akuan was the first to kneel and surrender, weeping and begging for Lu Qinghe's favor, all the while pretending to be the epitome of loyalty. However, Lu Qinghe was acutely aware that this individual was, in truth, a complete rogue, a traitor. In 3 critical operations, Huang Zhiqing had managed to arrive at the scene with perfect timing, nearly cornering Lu Qinghe each time. Aside from his core loyalists, Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, only the various managers could have been privy to the timing, location, and complete plans of these operations. Remarkably, Awakens had been on the informed list for all 3 occasions. Without exception. More importantly, Lu Qinghe had thoroughly investigated Awakens' background. This traitor had never been a compliant individual, even during Wu Yingxiang's reign. He had repeatedly provided intelligence to the anti-Triad unit, trading the lives of his fellow brothers for police informant fees. 3 brothers from Liani had been sentenced to long prison terms due to his treachery, and 1 had been directly framed by Huang Zhiqing and drowned. Ding. Skill, lie detection, activated. Target, Awakens, voluntarily colluding with the anti-Triad black cop, Huang Zhiqing, acting as a core undercover agent for the police. Repeatedly conveying operational intelligence to Huang Zhiqing in exchange for cash rewards and police protection, showing no remorse. The cold notification from the system resonated clearly in Lu Qinghe's mind, completely confirming his judgment. This Awakens was not a pawn coerced into submission, but rather an eager dog, willingly serving as Huang Zhiqing's knife, intent on betraying his own kind. Lu Qinghe raised his head, directing his gaze towards Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, his fingertip gently tapping Awakens' name on the list. In a tone that was calm yet laced with an inescapable chill of murderous intent, he ordered, "Bring this traitor Awakens to me." Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and indignation. Awakens, the one who had pretended to be the most loyal, who had shouted the loudest during conflicts and charged to the forefront, was in fact a traitorous mole colluding with Huang Zhiqing. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, they nodded in unison, yes. Brother Qinghe. The 2 swiftly exited the office, hurrying downstairs to locate the treacherous scoundrel hiding in the shadows. In the office, only Lu Qinghe remained. Leaning back in his chair, his fingertips continued their rhythmic tapping on the table, his gaze as cold as the depths of winter. To eradicate the roots of treachery, Huang Zhiqing, this black cop, sought to place a dog by his side to monitor his every move and gather incriminating evidence against him. Therefore, he would first dispatch this treacherous dog, severing Huang Zhiqing's ambitions entirely. Moreover, he intended to use this dead dog to impart an unforgettable lesson to the black cop, Huang Zhiqing. Several minutes later, the office door swung open. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng entered, 1 on each side, escorting Awakens as if he were a mere chick, their grips firm on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. Awakens wore a facade of sycophancy and confusion, bowing deeply as he addressed Lu Qinghe. "Brother Qinghe, you called for me? Is there some issue at the Mahjong Hall? Please, instruct me. I shall attend to it immediately." His demeanor remained excessively respectful, exhibiting no hint of a flaw, his eyes filled with bewilderment and loyalty, as if he were truly just a loyal subordinate summoned for questioning. Lu Qinghe regarded him in silence, merely observing him, his expression serene, yet like a blade. It peeled away Awakens' hypocritical facade, piercing into his sordid heart. Awakens felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Qinghe's scrutiny. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, soaking his back, forcing a strained smile as he stammered, "Brother Qinghe, what exactly do you need to discuss with me? If I have erred in any way or offended you, please, reprimand me or punish me. I shall harbor no grievances." Finally, Lu Qinghe spoke, his tone flat, yet each word dripped with icy disdain. "Awakens, how long have you been following me?" Awakens promptly bent his back, his tone exceedingly earnest. "In response to Brother Qinghe, I have followed you ever since you eliminated that scoundrel Wu Yingxiang and took control of the Wangfu Mahjong Hall. It has been nearly a week. Throughout this week, I have remained steadfastly loyal to you, without a hint of treachery. You direct me east, and I shall not stray west. You command me to strike, and I shall strike. For you, I would risk my very life." He spoke with heartfelt sincerity, performing his role with utmost devotion, as if he were indeed a devoted subordinate. Lu Qinghe suddenly chuckled, his laughter thick with cold mockery, yet his tone remained even, loyalty. "You say? Then let me ask you this. On the night I raided the Malan, prior to the operation, aside from Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, only you few managers were privy to the timing and location of the operation. How is it that Huang Zhiqing, that black cop, was able to arrive with such precise timing?" Awakens' face paled instantly, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he hastily defended himself. "Brother Qinghe, I truly do not know why Huang Zhiqing would arrive. Perhaps other brothers leaked information. It absolutely was not me. Brother Qinghe, how could I, in my steadfast loyalty to you, engage in such treachery, deserving of divine retribution? Is that so?" Lu Qinghe's gaze suddenly turned icy, his voice sharply rising as he sternly questioned, "On the day I bloodied the car park, was it not you who received a complete operational notification in advance? How then did Huang Zhiqing manage to intercept me with such precision on the way? And what of the ambush on Xingtato? The timing, location, and manpower I deployed were all known to you beforehand. How did Huang Zhiqing arrive with his men just in time to nearly encircle us? With each question, Lu Qinghe's tone grew colder and more severe, leaving Akun's face increasingly pale, his body trembling more violently. By the end, Akun's legs shook like a sieve, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, splattering onto the ground, resembling a person pulled from water. He opened his mouth, attempting to defend himself. Yet not a single word escaped his lips. 3 operations, all 3 of which he was fully aware of, and each time Huang Zhiqing arrived with uncanny precision. No matter how adept he was at acting or how skillfully he could argue, he could find no justification to extricate himself from this predicament. Observing Akun's panicked and desperate demeanor, Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a cold smirk as he flung a stack of photographs onto the ground before him. The images scattered, each one distinctly capturing Akun clandestinely meeting Huang Zhiqing in an alley, personally handing over a note filled with intelligence, and receiving a thick wad of cash from Huang Zhiqing. His demeanor obsequious and submissive, akin to a dog wagging its tail in supplication. Each frame served as irrefutable evidence. These were all meticulously documented by Zhao Meng's men, who had surveilled Akun for 3 whole days. Akun lowered his gaze to the photographs on the ground, his complexion instantly turning as pale as paper, the facade crumbling, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, he remained unyielding, fervently kowtowing to Lu Qinghe, wailing and performing. Qinghe go. I was wrong. I truly was. It was Huang Zhiqing who coerced me. That corrupt officer threatened my wife and children. He forced me to relay information. I was left with no choice. If I didn't comply, he would kill my entire family. Qinghe go. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me this once. I promise I will never dare to contact Huang Zhiqing again. My life belongs to you. Please, have mercy. His forehead struck the cold concrete floor with a resounding thud, quickly drawing blood, his cries heart-wrenching, portraying a pitiful figure driven to desperation. Lu Qinghe gazed down at Akun's wretched display, his eyes devoid of any fluctuation. Only an unwavering disdain and chill. In his previous life, he had encountered many such scoundrels within the annals of history, born with treachery, betraying his comrades for profit, and upon capture, weeping and claiming coercion, shifting the blame entirely away from himself. Yet, if one dared to release him, he would not hesitate to betray even more thoroughly, leaving nothing but bones behind. To show leniency towards such a person was the greatest cruelty to oneself and to the brothers who fought alongside him. Huang Zhiqing threatened you? Lu Qinghe sneered, his tone dripping with derision, each word piercing. Akun, have you finished your performance? Huang Zhiqing is threatening your wife and children? Tell me, 3 months ago, you sent your wife and children back to the countryside, using the dirty money from betraying your comrades to build a new home, living a prosperous life. What could Huang Zhiqing possibly use to threaten you? A debt note from your gambling losses? Did you think I was unaware? Even when under the command of Wu Yingxiang, you willingly approached Huang Zhiqing to serve as his dog, betraying your comrades 3 times for a total of 50,000 in informant fees, only to lose it all at the gambling den. The day before Wu Yingxiang's death, it was you who informed Huang Zhiqing, stating that Wu Yingxiang intended to frame your comrades. You turned around and sold him out, hoping to climb up by stepping over his corpse. I provided you with food, a position of authority, and opportunities to amass wealth, and you repaid me by selling my operational routes and manpower deployments to Huang Zhiqing, pushing me into the fire pit 3 times. Now that you've been caught red-handed, you claim to be coerced? You, a born traitor, a backstabbing wretch. Do you even have the right to claim coercion? Each word struck Akun's heart like a heavy hammer. All his disguises, all his lies, were shattered by Lu Qinghe, leaving him without even the final shred of a fig leaf. Akun lay sprawled on the ground, his face ashen, unable to cry any further or maintain his act. He knew that today, he was undoubtedly doomed. Lu Qinghe regarded his defiant demeanor, his eyes darkening with murderous intent. Completely disregarding the last flicker of Akun's pitiful plea for mercy, he turned to Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng, his tone flat, yet resolute. According to the rules of the Underworld, betraying one's comrades, colluding with corrupt officials, and reaping benefits from treachery, know well how such transgressions are to be dealt with. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng both harbored deep-seated hatred for this scoundrel, nodding in unison. Their gazes icy and piercing. Understood. Qinghe go. The 3 cardinal sins of the Underworld, betraying one's comrades, colluding with corrupt officials, and reaping benefits from treachery, any one of which warranted a fate of being stabbed multiple times and fed to the fish, without exception. Moreover, Akun, this scoundrel, not only actively colluded with corrupt officials, but also betrayed his brothers thrice, nearly leading to the demise of Lu Qinghe and all his comrades. Dying 100 times would be too lenient. Upon hearing this, Akun was instantly paralyzed with terror. releasing a shrill scream as he desperately tried to rise and flee, only to be pinned to the ground by Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming, utterly unable to move. Reduced to a state of hopeless howling, Lu Qinghe, growing impatient, waved his hand, signaling for them to take him away. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming immediately restrained the limp, weeping a kun, and exited the office, the doors slamming shut behind them, isolating the repulsive wails from the outside world. Inside the office, silence returned, a stillness akin to death. Ding. Successfully eliminated the undercover traitor, the scoundrel Akan, purging internal threats. Reward, 300 dominance points. Current dominance points, 3,800. Current level, LV3 Red Stick Brute, 3,800 5,000. As the system notification faded, Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes. By eliminating Akan, the eyes Huang Zhiqing had embedded beside him had been completely eradicated. Henceforth, Huang Zhiqing, this corrupt officer, would no longer have any foreknowledge of his actions. Meanwhile, in the anti-corruption unit of the Oil Hemp District Police Station, Huang Zhiqing lounged at his desk, his leg crossed, impatiently awaiting news from Akan. He had arranged for Akan to report all of Lu Qinghe's forthcoming plans to him verbatim that afternoon. Yet, he had waited the entire afternoon without a word from Akan. His calls were perpetually unanswered, and he had completely lost contact. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Huang Zhiqing. Just then, his personal phone rang. A message from an unfamiliar number lighting up the screen. Frowning, he opened the message, revealing only a single photograph. The image depicted Akan being pinned to the bow of a boat, riddled with wounds, on the brink of being sunk into the sea. The backdrop a pitch-black surface of the Oil Hemp District harbor, his face a mask of despair and terror. Beneath the photograph, a glaring line read, "Thank you for the dog you sent, Huang sir, I have dispatched it. Next time, send one with a bit more backbone. Don't send me such a pitiful wretch that only begs for mercy. It sullies my territory." The signature read, Lu Qinghe. Huang Zhiqing's countenance turned ashen in an instant, and he forcefully hurled his mobile phone to the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. Lu Qinghe. He gritted his teeth, roaring each word with fervent intensity, the flames of his fury seemingly capable of igniting the entire office. He never anticipated that the undercover agent he had meticulously placed would be uncovered by Lu Qinghe so swiftly, only to be cast into the depths of the sea. Not only had Lu Qinghe eliminated his man, but he had also had the audacity to send photographs as a public humiliation, taunting him. This was utterly outrageous. He vehemently seized the intercom on his desk, bellowing, "All personnel assemble. Follow me to Xingtado. I shall reclaim Lu Qinghe, that scoundrel, today." The officers nearby rushed forward, attempting to dissuade him with earnest words. "Sir Huang, we lack any substantial evidence. We cannot apprehend someone recklessly. The last time we stormed the Liani Hall, the inspector reprimanded us severely. Evidence." Huang Zhiqing thundered. "He has killed Akuan. That is evidence enough. Sir Huang, we possess no tangible proof linking Akuan's death to Lu Qinghe. A mere photograph does not substantiate anything. Even if we go, we will be unable to arrest him and will only find ourselves humiliated again." The officers continued their desperate pleas. Huang Zhiqing clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, trembling with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. Indeed, he had no evidence to connect Akuan's demise to Lu Qinghe. Even if he led his men to Xingtado, he would only find himself once more silenced by Lu Qinghe, publicly shamed and stripped of all dignity. Grinding his teeth, he slammed his fist onto the desk, the solid wood surface instantly caving in with a deep dent. "Lu Qinghe, I will not let this matter rest." His eyes blazed with fury as he vowed to ensure Lu Qinghe would pay in blood for his transgressions. Meanwhile, in the office on the second floor of Wangfu Mahjong Hall, Lu Qinghe gazed out at the somber night sky, his expression calm and unperturbed. Just then, Jiang Lai hurriedly entered, his face grave as he spoke in a low tone. "Brother Qinghe, we have just received reliable intelligence from the Xinhe General Hall. It has come to our attention that Hua Biqiang suffered a devastating defeat, and Xingtado has been completely lost. They have dispatched a powerful figure, the Tiger of the Mountain, Shen Tai, to take ruthless action against us, intent on reclaiming Xingtado." Lu Qinghe's gaze instantly sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. Xinhe General Hall. They were finally taking serious action. Chapter 17, The Alliance Against Xinhe. Lu Qinghe had tossed aside the challenge letter from Xinhe, the black paper glaring with menacing red ink that proclaimed a demand for Lu Qinghe to withdraw from Xingtado within 3 days and return all territories to Xinhe, or face total annihilation, with his head as the prize. The letter was signed by Chen Tai, the formidable leader of Xinhe in Mongkok. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming stood before the desk, their eyes wide with fury, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions filled with rage. "Damn it! This rabble from Xinhe is utterly audacious," Jiang Lai exclaimed vehemently, Xingtado has always been our territory alongside Liani. Reclaiming it is our rightful duty. How dare they challenge us? They are utterly shameless. Zhao Meng added gravely. Brother Qinghe, this Chun Tai is a seasoned enforcer for Xinhe, notorious for his ruthlessness. He has blood on his hands and has dominated Mongkok for over a decade, commanding an army of over 200 brothers. He is formidable and not to be trifled with. His personal involvement indicates he intends to go to any lengths to seize back Xingtado. We cannot afford to be careless. Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, his expression tranquil, devoid of any panic. Chun Tai. That name was all too familiar to him from his past life. A veteran powerhouse of Xinhe, a fearsome figure in the Hong Kong underworld of the 1980s. Renowned for his unmatched prowess in Hung-Gar Kung Fu, ruthless and decisive, he was one of the core forces of Xinhe. In his presence, Hua Biqiang was but a trifling minion. The fact that Xinhe had dispatched him was a clear indication of their serious intent to reclaim Xingtado and restore their lost territory. Engaging in a direct confrontation was not out of the question. He currently had over 100 brothers at his disposal, bolstered by Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng's formidable strength. Along with system support, even Chun Tai was not unbeatable. However, a victory would undoubtedly come at a heavy cost, inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while suffering 800 losses himself. At that point, Huang Zhiqing would surely seize the opportunity to strike, capturing both him and Xinhe in one fell swoop, reaping the benefits. This was a scenario Lu Qinghe was determined to avoid, to win without heavy repercussions. He could not rely solely on brute strength. He needed to forge alliances, unite all possible forces to collectively confront Xinhe. Lu Qinghe raised his head, addressing Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng with a calm tone. Though Chun Tai is strong, he is not invincible. A direct confrontation is not a wise course of action. We must ally with other small factions in Yao Mati, as well as forces with grievances against Xinhe, to stand against Chun Tai. Xinhe had long bullied its way through Yao Mati, seizing numerous territories and antagonizing many. We are not the only ones wishing for their downfall. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng exchanged glances, recognizing the spark of realization in each other's eyes. Of course, why didn't we think of that? They contemplated joining forces with other small factions to oppose Xinhe. Strength in numbers. Even if Chun Tai was formidable, he could not possibly withstand such a united front. Brother Qinghe, you are absolutely right. Jiang Lai immediately asserted. The small factions in Yao Mati have all suffered losses at the hands of Xinhe and harbored deep resentment. If we rally them, they will surely stand with us. Zhao Meng nodded in agreement, adding, there's also a faction from 14K that has a deadly feud with Chun Tai. If we reach out to them, they will undoubtedly join us in opposing him. Lu Qinghe nodded, rising to his feet and donning his coat. Let us go. We will visit the leaders of these factions now and discuss our alliance. The three promptly set out, leaving Wangfu Mahjong Hall in the direction of the various small factions in Yao Mati. Lu Qinghe was now the figurehead of Liani's Xingtado, his reputation soaring after vanquishing Wu Feiqiang and dismantling Hua Biqiang. Capturing Xingtado within 3 days was no longer the feat of an inconspicuous nobody. The leaders of the small factions, upon witnessing Lu Qinghe's personal visit, extended him great courtesy, welcoming him with open arms. Lu Qinghe wasted no time, directly articulating his vision of uniting against Xinhe, promising that once Chun Tai was repelled, the reclaimed territories would be shared equally among them. These small factions had long endured oppression from Xinhe and were eager for rebellion, only lacking a leader and the requisite strength. Now that Lu Qinghe took the initiative and promised shared spoils, they had no reason to refuse. Almost all the small factions readily agreed, willing to ally with Lu Qinghe in their fight against Xinhe and Chun Tai. In just one afternoon, Lu Qinghe successfully united 8 small factions in Yao Mati, along with one faction from 14K, forming a defensive alliance, pledging to confront Xinhe together, sharing both advances and retreats. Ding. Successfully established a defensive alliance, uniting 9 major forces against Xinhe. Reward, 200 dominance points. Current dominance points, 4,000. Jianghu alert triggered. Inspector Huang Zhiqing of the Anti-Triad unit in Yao Mati has detected the host's formation of an alliance and is planning to separately meet with both parties to exert pressure. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe's gaze shifted slightly. Huang Zhiqing. Indeed, he was about to make his move. Without a second thought, he understood Huang Zhiqing's intentions. By applying pressure on both sides and sowing discord, he aimed to provoke a clash between him and Tong Xinhui, leading to mutual destruction, after which Huang Zhiqing would swoop in to reap the benefits. A masterfully calculated scheme. Lu Qinghe let out a cold laugh, showing no sign of concern. He had anticipated Huang Zhiqing's maneuver well in advance. To reap the rewards, one must first possess the means to do so. Meanwhile, in the office of the Anti-Triad unit at Yao Mati police station, Huang Zhiqing sat at his desk, listening to his subordinates report. Upon learning that Lu Qinghe had united 9 factions within a single afternoon to form an alliance against Tong Xinhui, his expression darkened instantly. He had not expected Lu Qinghe to possess such charisma and to rally allies so swiftly. If a conflict truly erupted, Yao Mati would undoubtedly descend into chaos. And as the inspector of the anti-Triad unit, he would be held accountable. More critically, he could not allow Lu Qinghe to leverage this opportunity to expand his influence and solidify his foothold in Yao Mati. He had to prevent this impending clash. Or rather, he needed both sides to pay a price, allowing him to seize the advantage. Huang Zhiqing's eyes turned cold as he commanded his subordinates sharply, "Prepare the vehicles. First, head to Tong Xinhui's Mongkok faction to locate Chentai. Then proceed to Star Terrace Road to find Lu Qinghe. I intend to see just how solid this alliance of theirs truly is." His subordinates immediately responded, "Yes, Huang sir." Over half an hour later, Huang Zhiqing arrived at Tong Xinhui's Mongkok faction and met with Chentai, the formidable mountain tiger. Chentai was a burly middle-aged man. His face lined with rough features, his eyes fierce, and his muscular physique clearly indicating his prowess in combat. Upon Huang Zhiqing's entrance, Chentai remained seated at the head of the table, showing no inclination to rise, and spoke in a hostile tone. "Huang sir, to what do I owe the pleasure? It seems we at Tong Xinhui have committed no transgression warranting your esteemed anti-Triad unit's visit." Huang Zhiqing regarded him with a frigid demeanor, cutting to the chase. "Chentai, I am aware of your plans to clash with Lu Qinghe and Yao Mati to reclaim Star Terrace Road. I warn you, do not stir up trouble in Yao Mati. Should you dare instigate a large-scale conflict, I will be the first to arrest you." Chentai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Zhiqing. "Huang sir, these are matters of the Jianghu. The grievances between Lu Qinghe and us shall be resolved by ourselves. You need not concern yourself. Rest assured, we exercise caution and will not trouble you." Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted sternly, "Caution? You intend to bring over 200 men to Yao Mati to clash with Lu Qinghe, and you call that caution? Let me be clear, Chentai. Either you abandon your quest to reclaim Star Terrace Road, or I will keep a close watch on you. The moment you make a move, I will arrest you for illegal assembly and organized crime, ensuring you languish in prison." Chentai's expression shifted to one of anger, his gaze fixed intensely on Huang Zhiqing. Brimming with fury, he could not fathom that Huang Zhiqing would come to warn him at the behest of Lu Qinghe. Little did he realize that Huang Zhiqing's true motive was not to protect Lu Qinghe, but to apply pressure on both sides, leading to mutual destruction. Observing Chentai's grim countenance, Huang Zhiqing recognized that his words had struck a chord. Without lingering, he turned and departed, heading straight for Star Terrace Road to confront Lu Qinghe. After more than half an hour, Huang Zhiqing entered the Wang Fuk Mahjong parlor, where Lu Qinghe awaited. Lu Qinghe sat in his office, discussing strategies to counter Chentai with Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng. Upon seeing Huang Zhiqing enter with his entourage, he was in no way surprised. He looked up at him, his tone unperturbed. "Huang sir, back again? What brings you this time?" Huang Zhiqing fixed his icy gaze on him, stating sternly, "Lu Qinghe, I warn you. Do not engage in large-scale conflict with Chentai of Tong Xinhui in Yao Mati. Should you dare to stir trouble, I will arrest you immediately. Do not think that because you have the backing of Huliani, I will hesitate to act against you." Lu Qinghe chuckled softly, regarding him with calmness. "Huang sir, I believe you are mistaken. It is not I who seeks conflict. Rather, it is Chentai of Tong Xinhui who has issued a challenge, intending to trouble me in reclaiming Star Terrace Road. I am merely acting in self-defense. Surely, I cannot stand idly by while he brings his men to my doorstep. Can I? The laws of Xinjiang do not prohibit self-defense against being attacked, do they?" Huang Zhiqing found himself at a loss for words, his complexion turning ashen as he fixed a steely gaze upon Lu Qinghe, enunciating each word. "Lu Qinghe, I do not care whether you consider it self-defense or otherwise. In any case, do not cause trouble in Yao Mati. As long as you dare to incite conflict, I will be the first to apprehend you." With that, he shot Lu Qinghe a fierce glare before storming off in a fit of anger. His goal was to apply pressure on both sides, instilling fear in them, ultimately leading to an uncontrollable clash that would result in mutual devastation, allowing him to strike while the iron was hot. Watching Huang Zhiqing's departing figure, Jiang Lai couldn't help but curse. That Huang Zhiqing is truly deranged. Chentai is the one intending to attack us, yet he comes to warn us against retaliating. What a blatant double standard. Zhao Meng added solemnly. "Brother Qinghe, Huang Zhiqing aims to apply pressure on both sides, inciting us to clash with Tong Xinhui so that he may reap the benefits. We cannot fall into his trap." Lu Qinghe smiled, leaning back in his chair, his gaze steady. "I am fully aware of his intentions. If he seeks to profit from our conflict, then I shall ensure he does not have his way." He paused, his eyes sharpening. "Relay the message to all allied brothers. Tomorrow morning, assemble at Star Terrace Road. If Chentai wishes to fight, Then we shall take the initiative and strike before he arrives in Yao Mati, catching him unawares. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng's eyes lit up in unison as they responded, yes. Brother Qinghe. Meanwhile, at Tong Xinhui's Mongkok faction, Chen Tai slammed his palm on the table, bellowing furiously, damn it. That Huang Zhiqing has the audacity to warn me for the sake of that little brat Lu Qinghe. Does he think I, Chen Tai, am easily intimidated? Relay the order. All brothers, gather. In 3 days, we shall march straight to Yao Mati's Star Terrace Road. I will personally take down that little brat Lu Qinghe and reclaim Star Terrace Road. Let us see what Huang Zhiqing can do about it. He had been utterly incensed by Huang Zhiqing's warning and was resolute in his decision to confront Lu Qinghe in a final showdown. A storm of conflict was poised to engulf the entirety of Yao Mati. Chapter 18, System Upgrade. Lu Qinghe closed his eyes in meditation, seated on the sofa in his office. Within him, a surge of warmth coursed wildly, akin to a roaring river sweeping through his limbs and bones. Ding. The host has successfully established an offensive and defensive alliance, achieving a phase of strategic objectives, thus meeting the criteria for system upgrade. System upgrading. 1030701000. Upgrade complete. Host level increased. Current level, LV4 faction red stick. All attributes significantly enhanced. Strength 20, Speed 20, Constitution 20, Reaction 20. Skill unlocked. Advanced combat proficiency. Firearm proficiency upgraded to master level. Unlocking the skill, Danger Prediction. Current dominance points, 40,008,000. The chilling sound of the system's notification echoed incessantly in his mind. Lu Qinghe slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed from the depths of his gaze. He could distinctly sense that his body had undergone a monumental transformation. His strength, speed, constitution, and reflexes had surged to unprecedented heights, shattering the previous bottlenecks imposed by the system's enhancements. His mastery of advanced combat techniques had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, affording him absolute confidence to effortlessly overpower seasoned masters like Chen Tai. Mastery of firearms allowed him to achieve perfect synergy with any weapon, ensuring pinpoint accuracy. The newly unlocked skill, Danger Prediction, was nothing short of extraordinary. While Jianghu Warning merely detected imminent threats, Danger Prediction enabled him to foresee potential dangers before they materialized, allowing for preemptive responses. Armed with this skill, any ambush or trap laid against him would be rendered futile. Lu Qinghe clenched his fists, feeling an unrelenting surge of power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With the system upgrade, his strength had skyrocketed. Even if Chen Tai were to approach with over 200 men, he remained unperturbed. Brother Qinghe. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng hurriedly entered, excitement evident in their eyes as they gazed at Lu Qinghe. All the allied brothers have been notified. Tomorrow morning, they will gather punctually at Xingtai Dao. In total, there are over 300 brothers. News from Chen Tai's side had also arrived, stating that he had amassed over 200 brothers and would confront them at Xingtai Dao in 3 days for a decisive battle. Lu Qinghe nodded, rising to his feet and moving to the window, gazing calmly at the Xingtai Dao below. We need not wait 3 days. Tomorrow morning, we shall take the initiative and head straight to Mongkok, catching Chen Tai off guard. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. To take the initiative and storm Chen Tai's territory in Mongkok? This is utterly reckless. Mongkok was the domain of the Xinhe gang, where Chen Tai had established his stronghold for over a decade, fortified and well defended. To strike there would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Brother Qinghe, this is far too perilous, Zhang Lai urged. Mongkok is Chen Tai's stronghold, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain. To attack head-on would be detrimental. It would be wiser to wait at Xingtai Dao, to lie in wait for Chen Tai to come to us, and then ambush him. Zhao Meng nodded in agreement, adding gravely, indeed, Brother Qinghe. Chen Tai has been entrenched in Mongkok for years, with tight defenses, numerous hidden sentinels, and weapons. Our initiative would be fraught with danger. Lu Qinghe turned to them, a calm smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I possess the confidence to succeed. Chen Tai believes we will be lying in wait at Xingtai Dao, expecting us to remain passive. He could never anticipate that we would take the initiative and charge into his lair. To strike unexpectedly and catch him unprepared is the key to winning this battle with minimal cost. Moreover, Chen Tai has gathered all his elite forces at his base, preparing to advance in 3 days. The current defenses in Mongkok, though seemingly robust, are in fact weakened and lax internally. This is our prime opportunity to strike. He had long since meticulously studied Chen Tai's operations. In his previous life, he had devoted himself to researching the history of the Hong Kong underworld for decades. He could sketch out Chen Tai's defenses with his eyes closed. He knew precisely where the sentinels were stationed, where the weapons caches lay, and where the vulnerabilities existed. To take the initiative might appear reckless, but in truth, It was a surefire way to secure victory. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming exchanged glances, observing Lu Qinghe's unwavering conviction. Although concern lingered in their hearts, they promptly nodded in agreement. Understood, Brother Qinghe. We will follow your lead. They had followed him into battle countless times. And Lu Qinghe had never undertaken a venture without assurance. If Lu Qinghe believed they would win, then they would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Lu Qinghe regarded them with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders as he began to meticulously outline tomorrow's battle plan. Every detail, where to launch the main assault, where to feint, where to hold the rear, and where to set ambushes, was laid out with precision and clarity, leaving no room for error. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming nodded vigorously, their initial trepidation gradually transforming into excitement and fervor. According to Lu Qinghe's strategy, victory was assured. Meanwhile, in the office of the anti-organized crime unit at the Yao Mati police station, Huang Zhiqing sat at his desk, a thick stack of documents sprawled before him, all pertaining to Lu Qinghe. Since returning in the afternoon, he had been poring over these files, scrutinizing them repeatedly, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. His eyes filled with confusion and obsession. The information contained within was woefully scant. An orphan, raised in the Fuck on Li estate in Yao Mati. He joined the He Lian Yi at the age of 16, becoming one of the lowest-ranking members, characterized by a timid and cowardly demeanor, often bullied. With no remarkable attributes, merely an ordinary low-level thug. Yet, this seemingly meek and ineffectual individual had undergone a radical transformation since the day he was framed by Wu Yingxiang and faced drowning. He had single-handedly turned the tables on his captors, killed Wu Yingxiang, seized control of Xing Tai Dao within 3 days, vanquished Hua Biqiang, and now allied with 9 other factions to confront the formidable Chun Tai of the Xina gang. His methods were ruthless, blending bravery with cunning, meticulous in thought, and possessing extraordinary skill, capable of taking on multiple thugs with ease. This was a stark contrast to the feeble Lu Qinghe had documented in the files. The discrepancy was as if a different soul inhabited his body. The more Huang Zhiqing examined the information, the more he sensed something amiss, something uncanny. It was implausible for a person's character and abilities to undergo such a drastic metamorphosis in a mere few days. There must be something hidden beneath the surface. This is not right, absolutely not right, Huang Zhiqing murmured, jabbing his fingertip forcefully against Lu Qinghe's photograph in the file, his gaze filled with obsessive inquiry. How could someone who had been weak for over 20 years suddenly become so ruthless, so formidable? There is undoubtedly something amiss. Suddenly, he lifted his head, calling sternly towards the office door, "Aqiang, come in." The young officer who had previously been present rushed in promptly, standing at attention and saluting. "Sir." Huang Zhiqing pointed at the documents before him, his voice sharp. "Investigate. I want a thorough examination of Lu Qinghe's entire life. Every detail, every experience. What schools did he attend? Who did he associate with? What martial arts did he learn? Every little detail, no matter how trivial, must be uncovered. I need to know the origins of his skills and ruthlessness. Why has such a profound change occurred?" Aqiang hesitated momentarily, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Sir, we've already looked into this. Lu Qinghe appears to be an ordinary orphan, with little formal education and no martial arts training. He was simply a soft target for others. I told you to investigate. Go and dig deeper." Huang Zhiqing slammed his hand on the desk, his voice rising in a furious shout. "If we didn't find anything before, then dig deeper. Leave no stone unturned. We must uncover the truth, even if it means turning Yao Mati upside down. I refuse to believe that all of his skills simply sprang forth from the cracks in the stones." Aqiang, gazing at the enraged Huang Zhiqing, dared not utter another word and immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Yes, Sir Huang, I shall investigate at once." With that, he turned and hurriedly exited the office. Huang Zhiqing sat in his chair, fixated on the photograph of Lu Qinghe affixed to the dossier, his eyes brimming with obsessive scrutiny and frigid hostility. The anomaly surrounding Lu Qinghe felt like a thorn embedded in his heart. He was determined to uncover the truth of what transpired with Lu Qinghe, to ascertain the source of his extraordinary combat prowess. If he could seize this leverage, he would undoubtedly be able to crush Lu Qinghe utterly beneath his heel. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. It was a call from an informant. He answered the phone, and the informant's anxious voice relayed, "Sir Huang, it's bad news. Lu Qinghe has allied with 9 factions, mustering over 300 men, and plans to launch an offensive at dawn tomorrow, heading straight for Mongkok to assault Chun Tai's territory." Huang Zhiqing's pupils constricted instantly, and he sprang from his chair, shock written all over his face. He could hardly fathom that Lu Qinghe was so audacious. Not only was he eschewing defense, but he was also choosing to take the initiative, charging into Mongkok to attack Chun Tai's stronghold. This Lu Qinghe was utterly reckless. Gritting his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his gaze. "Good. Very good. Lu Qingha's aggressive approach would lead to a clash with Chen Tai and Mong Kok, leaving them both injured. This would present him with the perfect opportunity to ensnare them both. He promptly grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked, "Assemble everyone. Immediately. Tomorrow at dawn, we head to Mong Kok. Lu Qingha intends to confront Chen Tai. This time, I will capture them all in one fell swoop." A fierce battle amongst the police, criminals, and the underworld was already on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the office of the Wong Fuk Mahjong parlor, a warning rang out in his mind. Danger prediction activated. Detected that within the next 24 hours, Huang Zhiqing will lead a team to Mong Kok, planning to implement a sweeping arrest during the conflict with Chen Tai, aiming to capture them all. Danger level, medium. The system's alert echoed within his consciousness. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lu Qingha's mouth. Huang Zhiqing, it seems, wishes to reap the benefits of a conflict to capture them all. Unfortunately, his danger prediction skill has already foreseen Huang Zhiqing's scheme. To capture them all? That depends on whether he possesses the capability to do so. Lu Qingha raised his head, looking at Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng, and spoke in a low tone. Let us slightly adjust the plan. We not only want to catch Chen Tai off guard, but also prepare a grand gift for Huang Zhiqing. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng exchanged excited glances and replied in unison, yes. Brother Qingha. Chapter 19, leading the sudden assault and major sweep. The doors of the Sing Tai Dao fortune building restaurant swung wide open, illuminated in brilliant light. The establishment had been entirely commandeered by Lu Qingha, with a dozen brothers wielding machetes standing guard at the entrance, vigilant and ready. Inside the restaurant's grand hall, over 30 banquet tables were set, filled with the leaders of various factions from Oilseed Mahdi and allied brothers, totaling more than 300 individuals, all seated tightly. Whispers of excitement and fervor buzzed through the air. Today's banquet was hosted by Lu Qingha to establish his authority and serve as a pre-war rally. At dawn tomorrow, they would march with Lu Qingha straight to Mong Kok to assault Chen Tai's territory and confront the Tong Xianhe in a decisive battle. Just then, a loud shout rang from the entrance. Brother Qingha has arrived. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned in unison to the doorway, rising to their feet. Their gazes fixed on the entering Lu Qingha. Dressed in a black suit, he strode confidently at the forefront, flanked by Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng. Their eyes sharp and their presence commanding. Lu Qingha approached the head table and halted, surveying the crowd. The 300 or so underworld leaders bowed simultaneously, exclaiming, "Brother Qingha?" Their voices boomed, resonating throughout the restaurant. Lu Qingha raised a hand slightly, signaling for everyone to take their seats, his tone calm, yet imbued with formidable authority. "Brothers, please, be seated." As everyone complied, their eyes remained locked on Lu Qingha, filled with awe and respect. They were willing to follow Lu Qingha not only because he promised to share territory and profits, but also due to his ruthlessness and capability. In just a few days, he had ascended from a mere lowly street thug to a prominent figure in Sing Tai Dao, taking down the likes of Wu Fei Chong and defeating the tattooed strongman, directly confronting the anti-corruption inspector Huang Zhiqing. Such a formidable individual was worth their allegiance. Lu Qingha raised his glass, standing to address the gathered brothers, proclaiming, "Brothers, today I, Lu Qingha, host this banquet to express my gratitude for your support and willingness to stand with me against Tong Xianhe and Chen Tai. I, Lu Qingha, promise that should we win this battle, every inch of territory and every penny earned will be shared equally among all of you. We shall share both fortune and hardship." As his words echoed, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Excellent. Brother Qingha is righteous. We stand with Brother Qingha. We shall share both fortune and hardship." Lu Qingha raised a hand once more to quiet the crowd, continuing, "Secondly, I wish to clarify tomorrow's plan. Chen Tai of Tong Xian, he has issued a challenge, intending to come to our Sing Tai Dao in 3 days to cause us trouble and reclaim his territory. However, I, Lu Qingha, have never been one to passively endure. If he seeks to create trouble for us, then we shall take the initiative, striking at dawn tomorrow, catching Chen Tai unawares and seizing his stronghold." His voice rose in intensity, resolute and unwavering, igniting a fierce spirit among the assembled brothers, who began thumping the tables, roaring in unison, "Let us take down Chen Tai. Let us seize Tong Xianhe's stronghold. Follow Brother Qingha. Kill." The atmosphere in the restaurant was charged with an overwhelming sense of battle fervor, the cries echoing loudly. Just then, a cold voice, dripping with mockery and hostility, pierced through the air at the entrance. "Seize Tong Xianhe's stronghold? Lu Qingha, you truly are lawless." All eyes turned to the doorway. Huang Zhiqing, clad in police uniform and flanked by dozens of armed officers, strode in with purpose, his icy gaze sweeping across the room before finally landing on Lu Qingha at the head table, hostility practically radiating from him. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence. No one had anticipated that Huang Ziqing would crash the authority banquet with his men. The leaders of the various factions frowned, instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists. Their expressions wary as they eyed the intruding officers. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Qinghe. Their gazes fierce as they prepared for confrontation. Lu Qinghe, seated at the head table, maintained his composure, observing the advancing Huang Ziqing. He raised his glass, taking a sip of his drink, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Sir Huang, what a rare visitor we have. I'm hosting a banquet for my brothers. And I never expected you, Sir Huang, to join us. It truly elevates the occasion. I am at a loss to comprehend the significance of Sir Huang's sudden intrusion, accompanied by an armed contingent, into my banquet. Huang Ziqing approached the head of the table, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Qinghe, and coldly declared, "What is the meaning of this? Lu Qinghe, you are gathering a crowd, conspiring to engage in a large-scale armed brawl, which constitutes organized crime. As the inspector of the anti-organized crime unit in Yao Mati, should I not intervene?" He then swept his gaze across the assembly of underworld figures, his voice rising to a thunderous warning. "I caution every one of you. Anyone who dares to follow Lu Qinghe to Mongkok tomorrow to cause trouble will be apprehended. Hong Kong is a place governed by law, not a playground for you ruffians. Those who dare to incite chaos will find themselves behind bars for a long time." His voice, icy and laden with menace, echoed chillingly in the silent restaurant. Instantly, the assembled brothers were incensed, rising in unison, their eyes ablaze with fury, the atmosphere brimming with tension. "Huang Ziqing, do not be so arrogant. We are merely enjoying a meal and engaging in conversation. What law have we broken? Indeed. By what right do you threaten us? Do you think us easy prey? Get out. You are not welcome here." In response, the officers accompanying Huang Ziqing raised their firearms, aiming them at the gathering with a fierce command. "Do not move. We are the police. Anyone who dares to stir trouble will be arrested for obstructing justice." The two parties faced off, the air thick with hostility, the potential for conflict palpable. Lu Qinghe raised his hand, signaling for silence, and the room fell quiet once more, all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his command. Rising from his seat, Lu Qinghe regarded Huang Ziqing with a faint smile, his tone calm and composed. "Sir Huang, one may indulge in a hearty meal, but one must not utter words carelessly. My brothers and I have merely gathered to share a meal and strengthen our bonds. How does that equate to a conspiracy for brawling? You allege that we are plotting violence. Where is your evidence? Without proof, barging into my banquet with armed officers and threatening my brothers, Sir Huang. Is this not an abuse of power and a violation of the law?" His words, delivered with poise and precision, struck at the heart of Huang Ziqing's intentions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, he possessed no substantial evidence to substantiate his claims of a conspiracy to brawl. The intelligence from his informants could not serve as proof. His intrusion was intended to leverage the police's authority to intimidate those present and dismantle Lu Qinghe's alliance, thereby thwarting the impending conflict. However, he had underestimated Lu Qinghe's standing among these men. His threats had borne no fruit, and he found himself outmaneuvered, rendered impotent. Huang Ziqing's face turned ashen, his glare fixed on Lu Qinghe, teeth clenched as he hissed. "Lu Qinghe, do not become complacent. Do not think that the absence of evidence renders you invulnerable. I have already set a trap in Mongkok. Should you dare to instigate trouble there, I will ensure that you are all apprehended, with not a single one escaping." Lu Qinghe smiled lightly, meeting his gaze with equanimity. "Then let us await the outcome, Sir Huang. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. We wish to continue our meal without your presence." Observing Lu Qinghe's unwavering demeanor and the predatory gazes of the underworld figures surrounding him, Huang Ziqing realized that his efforts to dismantle Lu Qinghe's alliance were futile. Remaining would only serve to further his own humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he shot Lu Qinghe a final glare, bellowing, "We are leaving." With that, he stormed out of the restaurant, his officers trailing behind in a huff. As Huang Ziqing and his entourage departed, the atmosphere in the restaurant erupted once more. Damn it, this Huang Ziqing is utterly audacious. How dare he crash Brother Qinghe's banquet? Had it not been for Brother Qinghe's intervention, I would have taught him a lesson today. Brother Qinghe, Huang Ziqing claims to have set a trap in Mongkok. Will there be danger if we go there tomorrow? Lu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, addressing his comrades with a resolute tone. "Brothers, fret not. I am entirely aware of Huang Ziqing's intentions. He seeks to reap the benefits of our conflict without direct involvement, but it will not be so easy. Our plans for tomorrow remain unchanged. I am fully prepared, not only to defeat Chintai, but also to ensure Huang Ziqing leaves empty-handed." The brothers, reassured, erupted in a unified battle cry. "We stand with Brother Qinghe. Onward." Witnessing the fervor and determination of his comrades, Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a cold smile. "Chintai, Huang Ziqing, tomorrow, you shall witness the extent of my capabilities." The banquet of establishing dominance continued late into the night, as the leaders of various factions returned to their respective lairs to prepare for the forthcoming confrontation. Meanwhile, in the office of the anti-organized crime unit at the Yao Mati police station, Huang Ziqing sat at his desk, trembling with rage, and slammed his fist down upon the surface. He had not anticipated that his direct confrontation at the banquet would not only fail to dismantle Lu Qinghe's alliance, but would also result in his public humiliation, elevating Lu Qinghe's status among the underworld figures. Lu Qinghe, he seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with obsessive fury. Grabbing the radio, he barked, "Everyone, listen closely. Tomorrow morning, assemble immediately and follow me to Mongkok. Should Lu Qinghe and Chun Tai dare to clash, apprehend them all. Not a single one must escape. This time, I will personally ensure Lu Qinghe is locked away in prison." Meanwhile, in a private room at the Fukman Lu restaurant, Lu Qinghe, Jiang Lai, Zhao Meng, and several core allies sat around the table, poring over a map of Mongkok, finalizing their strategy. Lu Qinghe's finger traced the location of Chun Tai's faction on the map, his gaze steely as he spoke in a low voice. "Tomorrow morning, we will divide into 3 units. Jiang Lai will lead the frontal assault, Zhao Meng will execute a flanking maneuver, and I shall cut off their escape route, cornering them. Additionally, arrange a team of brothers to lie in wait at the entrance of Mongkok. Huang Ziqing will undoubtedly come with his men, and we must delay him, preventing any interference with our operation." The group nodded in unison, their eyes aflame with battle spirit. With all plans set, they awaited the thunderous strike of dawn. Unbeknownst to Lu Qinghe, after leaving the restaurant, Huang Ziqing did not return to the police station but instead dispatched operatives to secretly acquire the wine glass Lu Qinghe had used at the banquet, along with his fingerprints and DNA, sending them to the forensic lab. He was determined to uncover the truth. Was Lu Qinghe truly who he claimed to be? What secrets lay hidden within him? Moreover, he has also summoned the Flying Tigers for assistance, laying a meticulous trap in Mongkok, awaiting the confrontation between you and Chun Tai, ready to ensnare you both. Lu Qinghe's eyes narrowed slightly in alarm. Huang Ziqing had actually set out ahead of time and requested support from the Flying Tigers. It seems he is resolutely determined to capture both himself and Chun Tai. There's another pressing matter, Brother Qinghe. The informant continued urgently. Huang Ziqing secretly took the wine glass you used and sent it to the forensic department to test your DNA and fingerprints. He is also frantically investigating all your past records, as if he suspects your identity and wishes to uncover any anomalies associated with you. Lu Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly. The audacity of Huang Ziqing to investigate his identity and potential irregularities. This Huang Ziqing is indeed meticulous and astute, having detected something amiss about him. However, he felt no fear. His current body is that of Lu Qinghe himself. His DNA and fingerprints would undoubtedly pose no issues. Even if Huang Ziqing delved deeper, he would uncover nothing. The true threat does not lie in the investigation of his identity, but rather in the elaborate snare Huang Ziqing has set in Mongkok. Should he and Chun Tai clash, Huang Ziqing, accompanied by the Flying Tigers, would spring forth, ensnaring them both. At that point, no matter how skilled he may be, he could not possibly contend against the fully armed Flying Tigers. Lu Qinghe's fingers lightly tapped the table as his mind raced, contemplating his response. A direct assault would be futile. Huang Ziqing had crafted an intricate web, eagerly awaiting his entry. To cancel the operation was also not an option. The arrow is already knocked, and it must be released. He has united 9 factions, amassing over 300 brothers. If he were to call off the operation now, his reputation would plummet, and the alliance would disintegrate in an instant. Moreover, Chun Tai would inevitably arrive in 3 days with his men, placing him in an even more precarious position. A direct confrontation is impossible, and cancellation is not feasible. Thus, there remains but one course of action: to cut off the source. Since Huang Ziqing wishes to await him in Mongkok, he shall not venture there. He intends to compel Huang Ziqing to return from Mongkok himself. To achieve this, he must seize upon Huang Ziqing's vulnerabilities, grasping any leverage that would necessitate his return. Lu Qinghe raised his head, fixing his gaze upon his trusted aide, and spoke in a low, steady tone. "Immediately investigate. Gather all information on Huang Ziqing, his family, his work history, every case he has handled, all his dirt, all his weaknesses. I want to know everything. The sooner, the better." The aide promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Brother Qinghe, I will look into it right away." With that, he turned and hurried out. Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he rapidly recalled all the information he had on Huang Ziqing from his previous life. In his past, he had devoted his life to studying the history of the Hong Kong police force. Thus, he was exceedingly familiar with the legendary anti-corruption inspector, Huang Ziqing. This man is upright and incorruptible, harboring a deep-seated hatred for evil, having dedicated his life to combating organized crime. With virtually no dirt on him, he is neither greedy nor lecherous, nor does he abuse his power. He is impervious to temptation. Yet, he is not without vulnerabilities. His Achilles heel lies with his family, his wife, and his 5-year-old daughter. Additionally, there is a case from years past that haunts him, a case that he deeply regrets. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe's eyes sparkled with realization. He knew precisely what action to take. Just then, his aide rushed back, clutching a stack of documents, and spoke urgently. Brother Qinghe, I found it. All of Huang Ziqing's information is here. His wife is named Lu Shui, a teacher at a primary school in Yao Mati, and his daughter, Huang Tingting, is 5 years old and currently in kindergarten. Furthermore, 7 years ago, Huang Ziqing handled a drug trafficking case that led to the capture of the notorious drug lord Kunsha, yet Kunsha's brother, Kuanqing, has remained at large all these years. Seeking revenge against Huang Ziqing by targeting his wife and daughter, Lu Qinghe took the documents, flipping through them swiftly as a cold smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, it matched his memory perfectly. Huang Ziqing's vulnerability lies with his wife and daughter. Kuanqing has been actively seeking an opportunity to exact revenge on Huang Ziqing, intending to harm his family. This is his opportunity. Lu Qinghe raised his head, addressing his aide in a firm tone. Immediately locate Kuanqing. Also, arrange for someone to create a disturbance near the primary school where Huang Ziqing's wife teaches and the kindergarten where his daughter attends, to alert Huang Ziqing's men to the danger. Remember, it must merely be a disturbance. Not a hair on his family should be harmed. I only want Huang Ziqing to perceive that his loved ones are in peril, compelling him to return from Mongkok. I will never harm innocent people, nor will I use women and children as leverage. That is my bottom line. The aide immediately comprehended Lu Qinghe's intentions, nodding affirmatively. Understood. Brother Qinghe, I will take care of it at once. He then turned and dashed out. Lu Qinghe picked up the intercom and spoke to Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng at the street corner in a calm voice. Delay the operation by 2 hours. Remain on standby. No actions without my command. The intercom crackled with Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng's responses. Roger that. Brother Qinghe. Lu Qinghe set down the intercom, leaning back in his chair with a serene expression. Huang Ziqing, you wish to ensnare me in Mongkok? Very well. I shall create a situation that necessitates your return. Meanwhile, on the streets of Mongkok, Huang Ziqing, accompanied by over 200 officers and the Flying Tigers, had already established an elaborate trap. Every entrance was sealed. Snipers positioned atop rooftops, and the Flying Tigers lay in ambush around Chun Tai's faction, waiting for Lu Qinghe to arrive and engage Chun Tai, ready to ensnare them both. Huang Ziqing sat inside the command vehicle, observing the surveillance screens with icy determination, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Qinghe, this time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. The trap is set. Should you dare to come, there will be no escape. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from the officers assigned to protect his wife and daughter. He answered, and the voice on the other end was frantic. Sir Huang, this is bad. There are numerous suspicious individuals near the primary school and kindergarten. They have been loitering around teacher Lu and Tingting's school. Their behavior is highly suspicious. They seem to harbor ill intentions. Huang Ziqing's pupils constricted in an instant, his expression shifting dramatically as he leapt from his seat, barking. What? How many are there? Did you see who they are? About a dozen, all armed. They appear to be from the Underworld. We suspect they are Kuanqing's men. They intend to target teacher Lu and Tingting. The officer replied urgently. Kuanqing. Huang Ziqing's mind reeled. 7 years ago, he had personally arrested Kuanqing's brother Kunsha, who was sentenced to death. Kuanqing had vowed revenge against him, threatening to kill his wife and daughter. For years, he had ensured their protection. But he never anticipated that today, Kuanqing would seize the opportunity to strike at his family while he was away. Huang Ziqing was instantly thrown into a state of panic. The case could be reopened, and Lu Qinghe could be apprehended again, but his wife and daughter absolutely must not come to any harm. They were his lifeblood. Huang, sir, what should we do now? We lack sufficient manpower to stop them. The voice of the officer on the other end of the phone grew increasingly frantic. Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with turmoil. On one side lay the meticulously laid trap, poised to ensnare Lu Qinghe and eradicate the criminal forces of Yao Mati. On the other side were his wife and daughter, who were in imminent danger. He had no choice. Damn it! Huang Ziqing cursed under his breath, seizing the walkie-talkie and commanding sharply. Everyone listen up. Immediately withdraw. Return to Yao Mati with me. Hurry. The officers in the command vehicle were momentarily taken aback, urgently exclaiming, Huang, sir, we've spent so long setting this trap, and Lu Qinghe is just about to arrive. If we withdraw now, all our efforts will be in vain. Enough with the excuses. Huang Ziqing bellowed, his voice laced with fury. I said to withdraw. Immediately. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. The officers dared not speak further and promptly picked up their walkie-talkies to relay the order. The officers and Flying Tigers stationed throughout Mongkok received the command. And despite their confusion, they swiftly withdrew, racing towards Yao Mati. Huang Ziqing sat in the command vehicle, watching the rapidly retreating cityscape outside. His heart a maelstrom of anxiety and anger. He knew that this withdrawal meant he would miss the best opportunity to capture Lu Qinghe. Yet he had no other option. He could not allow his wife and daughter to come to any harm. Meanwhile, in the office of the Wang Fuk Mahjong parlor, Lu Qinghe's phone rang. A trusted confidant called, breathlessly reporting, "Brother Qinghe, it's done. Huang Ziqing has pulled everyone back from Mongkok. They're heading towards Yao Mati." A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Lu Qinghe's lips. It worked. Huang Ziqing had indeed retreated. His meticulously crafted trap had collapsed without a fight. Ding! Successfully disrupted Huang Ziqing's capture plan, grasping his core vulnerability. Reward, 500 dominance points. Current dominance points, 4,500. As the system notification faded, Lu Qinghe stood up, donned his coat, and strode out of the office with purpose. He arrived at the street corner of Star Terrace Road, surveying the assembled 300 brothers with a keen gaze, commanding fiercely, "Brothers, let us move out. Target Mongkok. We will take down Chun Tai's stronghold." 300 voices roared in unison, brimming with battle fervor. "Kill." Lu Qinghe leapt into the vehicle, leading the formidable convoy as they sped towards Mongkok. Huang Ziqing had retreated, and Mongkok now stood as an empty fortress. It was the perfect moment to strike at Chun Tai's stronghold. At this moment, outside Yao Mati Primary School, Huang Ziqing, frantically rushing back with his men, discovered the school gates deserted. The so-called suspicious individuals had vanished without a trace. His wife and daughter were safe and sound, entirely unharmed. Huang Ziqing's realization struck him like a lightning bolt. He had been deceived. These were not Kuan-Sheng's people. It was Lu Qinghe's scheme. Lu Qinghe had deliberately created a ruckus to make him believe his family was in danger, forcing him to withdraw from Mongkok. Lu Qinghe. Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth, roaring each word with seething rage, his fury nearly igniting. He had been outsmarted once again by Lu Qinghe. Not only had he missed the prime opportunity to apprehend Lu Qinghe, but he had also been manipulated like a pawn. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, commanding fiercely, "Turn around. Head back to Mongkok. Now." Yet he knew it was too late. The time lost had given Lu Qinghe ample opportunity to dismantle Chun Tai's stronghold. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger, yet feeling utterly powerless. He never imagined that after investigating Lu Qinghe for so long, seeking leverage against him, his own vulnerabilities would be laid bare before Lu Qinghe's eyes. Lu Qinghe, this game was becoming ever more intriguing. I will not rest until one of us is vanquished. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by over 300 brothers, had surged to the entrance of Chun Tai's stronghold. Chun Tai had never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would launch a proactive assault, nor that Huang Ziqing would suddenly withdraw his forces, leaving the stronghold's defenses alarmingly lax. Lu Qinghe and his men charged in like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, instantly breaching Chun Tai's stronghold. The sounds of battle echoed thunderously. A fierce war sweeping across Mongkok had officially begun. Amidst the flames of conflict, Lu Qinghe stood resolute, his gaze sharp, a cold smile gracing his lips. His journey through the underworld had only just commenced. No one would stand in his way. Chapter 21. Taking down Chun Tai's stronghold shakes all of Hong Kong. Lu Qinghe's eyes sharpened with intensity. It was time to get serious. The atmosphere in the office dropped to a chilling point. Jiang Lai stepped forward, gripping his broadsword tightly at his waist, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. "Brother Qinghe, that old man Chun Tai dares to encroach on our territory. Let us take our men to Mongkok and dismantle his lair. Strike first." Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, his tone grave. "Brother Qinghe, Chun Tai is a seasoned red pole of Tong Xin, having operated in Mongkok for over a decade, with deep roots. By the time he arrives with his men, even if we can hold our ground, we will suffer heavy losses. It would be better to take the initiative and catch him off guard." Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, his gaze sweeping over the map of Mongkok on the wall, his expression calm and unruffled. Downhill Tiger Chun Tai. This name he had meticulously studied countless times in the annals of Hong Kong's underworld history. As the most formidable red pole of Tong Xin, he was an invincible master of Hung Kun and Mongkok, ruthless and merciless. With blood on his hands from dozens of lives, an infamous figure in the underground world of Mongkok during the 1980s. More importantly, Chun Tai was Huang Ziqing's primary partner in illicit dealings within Tong Xin. Half of the gambling dens, brothels, and drug trade in Mongkok were under Chun Tai's control, providing Huang Ziqing with illicit profits amounting to hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars each month. His audacious bid to seize Star Terrace Road was partly to reclaim territory for Tong Xin and partly under Huang Ziqing's directive to eliminate Lu Qinghe. A thorn in his side. Underworld alert triggered. Target detected. Chun Tai, the Mongkok leader of Tong Xin, a master of Hung Kun martial arts. commands 180 elite enforcers, and the stronghold contains 4 homemade shotguns, posing no lethal threat. Ambush success rate, 95. Danger prediction triggered. Chun Tai has assembled his forces, planning to launch an assault on Star Terrace Road in 3 days, having reached a secret agreement with Huang Jiqing. The police will seal off the surrounding roads, aiding Chun Tai in capturing the host. The system notifications rang in his mind one after another. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Qinghe's mouth. As expected, Chun Tai's advance was indeed backed by Huang Jiqing, that corrupt officer. One played the role of the villain, the other the ally, intending to devour him and reclaim Star Terrace Road, resuming their illicit enterprises. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated one crucial detail. He, Lu Qinghe, has never been the type to passively endure blows. Raising his gaze, he looked towards Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng, his fingertips striking the location of Chun Tai's stronghold on the map with deliberate force. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable intent for bloodshed. You are both correct. Rather than waiting for him to strike, it is far more advantageous for us to take the initiative. This evening, we shall dismantle Chun Tai's Mongkok stronghold. In an instant, Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled with fervor, responding in unison, yes. Brother Qinghe. Lu Qing had gestured for them to draw closer, his fingertips swiftly gliding across the map as his cold, unambiguous commands fell one after another, without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Lai, you will lead 80 brothers down Nathan Road, launching a frontal assault on the stronghold's main entrance to draw out Chun Tai's primary firepower. Remember, do not enter. Simply lure them out, avoid prolonged engagements. Zhao Meng, you will take 60 brothers and circle around to the alley behind the stronghold. Once Zhang Lai has lured out the main forces, you will lead your men in to seal off the warehouse and the armory. No one is to transport weapons out, nor is any core leader to escape. I will take the remaining 40 brothers to guard the side fire escape. Should Chun Tai attempt to flee, I will personally intercept him. Everyone, we commence action at 1 o'clock in the morning. Remember, we strike only at the wicked, sparing the innocent. Do not harm civilians, nor women and children. Once we seize the stronghold, we will promptly inventory the supplies, leaving no leverage for Huang Jiqing. Each command was clear and precise, meticulously planned. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng nodded vigorously, their resolve intensifying. They had fought alongside Lu Qinghe and had long since been won over by his strategic acumen and ruthless nature. Plans set forth by Lu Qinghe had never failed. Understood, Brother Qinghe, they chorused, swiftly exiting the office to rally their men and distribute weapons in preparation for the midnight raid. In the office, only Lu Qinghe remained. He approached the window, gazing into the night over Mongkok, his expression frosty. Chun Tai, Huang Jiqing, you wish to conspire against me. Then I shall first sever Huang Jiqing's financial lifeline and eliminate his most vicious dog. At precisely 12:50 a.m., the streets of Mongkok were shrouded in darkness. The neon lights flickered tirelessly along the roadside, and the sounds of gambling and revelry echoed from a few streets away. Chun Tai's stronghold lay hidden within a 4-story building deep on Palan Street. A sign for the Mongkok Transport Company hung at the entrance, but it was, in reality, the core stronghold of Tong Xin He in Mongkok. 2 sentry booths flanked the entrance, with 4 guards wielding steel pipes, idly smoking and occasionally casting vigilant glances around. The building was brightly lit, the sounds of younger members playing cards and the laughter of women drifting through the air. Chun Tai had never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would dare to lead his men to assault his stronghold in Mongkok. To him, Lu Qinghe was merely a lucky underling, having secured Xing Tai Road purely by fortune. The thought of launching an attack was unfathomable, even if he himself were to lead a charge to Xing Tai Road. Lu Qinghe would be forced to cower in defense. In a dark alley across the street, Lu Qinghe crouched in the shadows, his black coat blending seamlessly into the night. Save for a pair of eyes that glinted with the sharpness of an eagle, fixated on the building's entrance. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng flanked him, their machetes wrapped in black cloth, betraying not a glimmer of their deadly potential. Behind them, 180 brothers held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Poised for the charge. Alert triggered. Guard distribution within the stronghold. 24 on the first floor, 36 on the second floor. 12 in Chun Tai's bedroom, and among core enforcers on the 3rd floor. 8 in the 4th floor warehouse. The armory is located on the west side of the 1st floor, containing 4 homemade shotguns, no other heavy weaponry. Danger assessment. No police ambush. Huang Jiqing has not received any intelligence of movement. Success rate of the ambush is 100. As the system notification concluded, Lu Qinghe glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 1 o'clock sharp. He raised his hand and swung it down decisively. Action. Zhang Lai immediately led his 80 brothers, charging forth from the alley like a tiger descending the mountain, heading straight for the main entrance of the building. The 4 guards at the entrance reacted instantly, about to call for help when Zhang Lai was already upon them, smashing his steel pipe down onto the wrist of the foremost guard. A sharp crack echoed. The guard emitted a heart-wrenching scream as the pipe clattered to the ground. The remaining 3 guards barely had time to raise their weapons before Jiang Lai's brothers surged forward, swiftly subduing all 4 without even a complete alarm being sounded. Jiang Lai kicked open the building's front door, roaring, "This is Lu Qinghe of He Lianyi. We're here to smash your place. Anyone who does not wish to die, hit the ground." The 80 brothers surged in behind him, wielding steel pipes and machetes, charging towards the Tong Xian He members in the hall. The hall's 20-some Tong Xian He members were momentarily stunned. They had never imagined that someone would dare to storm Palan Street and assault Chen Tai's stronghold. By the time they regained their wits, Jiang Lai had already reached them, steel pipe swinging down with brutal force. The sounds of shouts, screams, and the clattering of pipes instantly filled the small building. On the second floor, Tong Xian He members heard the commotion below and quickly armed themselves, rushing down the stairs to provide support. Yet, as they reached the stairwell, they were met with Jiang Lai and his men, who blocked the way with a series of fierce blows, forcing them back. The entire building descended into chaos. On the third floor, in the bedroom, Chen Tai was indulging in drinks with 2 women when the clamor from downstairs reached his ears. His expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Pushing the women away and seizing a machete from beneath the bed, he bellowed, "What the hell is going on? Who dares to disrupt my territory?" His loyal underling hurriedly stumbled in, face pale, and shouted, "Brother Tai? It's bad. It's Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe from He Lianyi. He's brought people in." The brothers downstairs are struggling to hold the line. "Lu Qinghe." Chen Tai's eyes blazed with fury, disbelief etched across his face. This little brat had the audacity to come to his Mongkok stronghold. It was sheer folly. "Damn it." Chen Tai roared, "Everyone, follow me down. We will chop this little brat to pieces. I want him ground into paste." He charged out of the bedroom with 12 of his closest enforcers, machetes in hand. Rushing downstairs, he believed that Lu Qinghe was merely leading a frontal assault. If he and his men charged down to surround Lu Qinghe's forces, they could easily crush them. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that this was precisely what Lu Qinghe had planned. At the moment Chen Tai led his main forces down from the 3rd floor to support the front line, Zhao Meng, with 60 brothers in tow, burst forth from the alley behind the building, kicking open the back door and charging directly into the stronghold. The few younger brothers left to guard the back entrance had no time to react before Zhao Meng and his men had them all subdued. Zhao Meng divided his forces. One group heading straight for the west side armory on the 1st floor, sealing the door shut. The few younger brothers inside barely had time to grab their weapons before they were all apprehended. Another route rushed straight to the 4th floor warehouse, where all supplies and ledgers were secured, effectively sealing off every possible escape. Chen Tai, accompanied by his men, stormed into the 1st floor hall, where he encountered Jiang Lai in fierce combat. The machete in his hand danced with ferocity, his Hong Quan style striking with remarkable power, swiftly toppling 2 of the Lianyi brothers as he bellowed, "Lu Qinghe, you little brat, come out here." Jiang Lai charged at Chen Tai, his machete crashing down with force, meeting Chen Tai's blade as he shouted, "You seek our brother Qinghe? You must first get past me." The 2 clashed in an instant. Amidst flashes of blades and a palpable aura of death, the 12 bodyguards Chen Tai had brought surged forward, engaging in battle with Jiang Lai's companions. The hall echoed with the sounds of cries and combat. Chen Tai became increasingly alarmed as he fought. He had initially believed Lu Qinghe to be a naive, inexperienced youth, accompanied by a ragtag group. However, as the fight progressed, he realized that each of these brothers was fearless and well-coordinated, far from the ineptitude he had anticipated. More importantly, despite fighting fiercely for some time, he had yet to catch sight of Lu Qinghe. Just then, a young subordinate scrambled towards him, pale and breathless, shouting, "Boss Tai, it's bad. The back door has been breached. The weapons depot and warehouse have been taken. We are surrounded." Chen Tai's expression changed dramatically. It was a trap. The frontal assault by Lu Qinghe was a ruse. The true objective was to cut off his escape routes and trap him here. Reacting swiftly, he knew he could no longer afford to linger in combat. He shouted, "Retreat. Follow me through the fire escape." Quickly, he turned with the remaining bodyguards and dashed towards the side fire escape, seeking to break free. However, as he reached the doorway, he saw a figure standing calmly at the entrance, hands behind their back, blocking his path entirely. It was Lu Qinghe, observing the disheveled Chen Tai. Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone unperturbed. "Chen Tai, where do you think you're going?" Chen Tai, eyes reddening, pointed the machete at Lu Qinghe and roared, "Lu Qinghe, you little brat. How dare you scheme against me?" "Scheme against you?" Lu Qinghe scoffed, slowly drawing a spring knife from his waist, his gaze turning frigid. "You plan to lead your men to Star Platform Road in 3 days to take my life, colluding with that corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing to eliminate me. Isn't it only reasonable that I come to confront you first? I'll have you know, Star Platform Road is my territory. The The reach of Tongsin has grown too long. Today, I shall sever that hand. As his words fell, Lu Qinghe propelled himself forward with a surge of energy. Chen Tai roared in fury, bringing his machete down with all his might. Unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Lu Qinghe's head, the wind whistling in its wake. Having fought all his life, taking lives without hesitation, he did not regard this young man in his 20s as a threat. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Lu Qinghe's figure moved like a wraith, effortlessly evading his full-force strike, and with a swift flick of his spring knife, he accurately sliced into Chen Tai's wrist. With a sickening sound, blood erupted forth. Chen Tai let out a heart-wrenching scream as the machete clattered to the ground, his wrist torn open to the bone, leaving him unable to grasp anything. Without pausing, Lu Qinghe advanced, driving his elbow forcefully into Chen Tai's chest. With a sharp crack, two of Chen Tai's ribs shattered, sending him flying like a broken kite. Crashing into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. The bodyguards Chen Tai had brought, witnessing their leader suffer such a devastating blow, charged forward with furious cries, attempting to surround Lu Qinghe. However, Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming swiftly intervened, encircling them and swiftly taking them down, leaving them unable to rise. The battle in the hall was decisively over. The subordinates of Tongsin were either knocked unconscious on the ground or had discarded their weapons, crouching defensively, no longer capable of resistance. Lu Qinghe approached Chen Tai, crouching down and lightly lifting his chin with the tip of the spring knife. Chen Tai lay on the ground, drenched in blood, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance as he shouted, "Lu Qinghe, don't get too smug. Tongsin won't let you off. Huang Zhiqing won't spare you either. They will surely avenge me." Lu Qinghe smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Is that so? Then I shall wait. However, you will not witness it." He raised his hand, gesturing to Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai immediately stepped forward, slamming a stack of ledgers down before Chen Tai. Clearly recorded within were the amounts of black money Chen Tai had been supplying to Huang Zhiqing each month, along with all transaction records of their collusion. These had been unearthed by Zhao Ming from the warehouse. Chen Tai gazed at the ledgers, his face draining of color, leaving him speechless. Lu Qinghe stood, his tone unwavering yet resolute. According to the rules of the Underworld, colluding with corrupt officials and betraying the interests of one's own faction warrants a fitting punishment. And you are well aware of it. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming replied in unison, "Understood." Brother Qinghe. Hearing this, Chen Tai was instantly engulfed by terror. Attempting to rise in supplication, yet two brothers held him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, signaling them to take him away. Ding. Successfully dismantled the core stronghold of Tongsin Hinmong Kok, capturing and killing the leader Chen Tai. Main quest progress significantly advanced. Reward, 800 dominance points. Current dominance points, 4,600. Current level, LV3 Red Stick Brute, 4,600 5,000. Reputation significantly increased. Notoriety throughout the Hong Kong underworld skyrocketed. The system notifications cascaded one after another, as Lu Qinghe sheathed his spring knife and instructed Zhao Ming. Count all supplies and weapons. Secure the ledgers detailing Chen Tai's collusion with Huang Zhiqing, and distribute everything else among the brothers. Clean up the scene without leaving any traces, and withdraw back to Yao Mati before dawn. Yes, Brother Qinghe, Zhao Ming replied promptly, turning to make arrangements. Meanwhile, in the office of the anti-black unit at Yao Mati police station, Huang Zhiqing sat with his legs crossed at his desk, idly toying with a handgun. A smug smile plastered across his face. He had already made arrangements with Chen Tai for a raid on Star Platform Road in 3 days. Intent on sealing off all exits with the police, ensuring that Lu Qinghe's men were trapped there. Once Chen Tai eliminated Lu Qinghe, he would take the credit and continue to control the black market operations on Star Platform Road, achieving 2 goals with 1 stroke. Just then, his personal phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Chen Tai's close subordinate. He answered the phone, about to inquire about the situation, when the voice on the other end, trembling with panic, cried, "Sir Huang, it's bad. Boss Tai's stronghold has been taken by Lu Qinghe. Boss Tai has been captured by Lu Qinghe. We've been completely wiped out." The smile on Huang Zhiqing's face froze instantly. He was momentarily stunned for a full 3 seconds before he regained his composure, abruptly rising from his chair and bellowing. "What did you say? Repeat that." Lu Qinghe and his men had launched a surprise attack on Brother Tai's stronghold on Palan Street. "We have all been utterly defeated. Brother Tai has been captured. Huang, sir, you must devise a plan quickly." The frantic shouts from the other end of the phone continued to echo. Huang Zhiqing's face turned ashen in an instant, and he violently smashed the phone he held in his hand against the ground, shattering it to pieces. "Lu Qinghe," he gritted his teeth, roaring each word with seething fury, his eyes ablaze with an anger that threatened to ignite the entire office. He never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would dare to take the initiative, directly storming Chen Tai's lair. Chen Tai was his principal source of illicit wealth in Mongkok, a pawn he had meticulously nurtured. Now, with Chen Tai in Lu Qinghe's clutches, his financial lifeline had been severed by more than half. Moreover, Chen Tai possessed the ledger documenting his illicit earnings. If that ledger fell into Lu Qinghe's hands, and subsequently into the hands of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, he would be utterly ruined. Huang Ziqing clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his entire body trembling with rage. Lu Qinghe, I will not rest until you are dead. He seized the intercom on his desk, roaring with authority, all personnel assemble. Follow me to Xingtai Road. Seal off all exits. I want that scoundrel, Lu Qinghe, captured. Meanwhile, in a small building on Palan Street in Mongkok, Lu Qinghe stood by the window. Observing the flashing police lights racing towards them, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Huang Ziqing, do not be hasty. Our game has only just begun. Chapter 22, The Series of Arrest Warrants. The red glow of the police lights cast long shadows in the night. Dozens of police cars, as if possessed, sped out of the Yao Mati police station, hurtling towards Palan Street in Mongkok. Huang Ziqing sat in the front passenger seat of the lead police car, his face a mask of fury, his eyes filled with a fanatical murderous intent, gripping his service weapon so tightly that it creaked ominously. The officer driving, sensing Huang Ziqing's ferocious expression, dared not breathe a word, pressing the accelerator to the floor as the police car roared down the empty road. Faster! Go faster! Huang Ziqing shouted, slamming his palm against the dashboard. Lu Qinghe can't have gotten far. We must corner him today. The officer, not daring to speak further, accelerated again. The police car practically taking flight as it sped towards Palan Street. Minutes later, the convoy of police cars arrived at the entrance of Chen Tai's stronghold on Palan Street. Huang Ziqing was the first to leap from the vehicle, brandishing his weapon as he shouted, "Everyone listen. Seal off the entire building. No one is to enter or exit. Search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find Lu Qinghe." Dozens of armed officers immediately complied, rushing into the building with their weapons drawn. Beginning a thorough search room by room, Huang Ziqing followed suit, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled hall. The floor was strewn with steel pipes, cleavers, and pools of blood, while the corners were filled with terrified thugs from the same faction, huddled in surrender, trembling in fear. Yet, there was no sign of Lu Qinghe anywhere. Not a single member of the Lian Yi faction remained. Lu Qinghe had long since retreated to Yao Mati with his men. An officer hurriedly approached, his face pale as he saluted Huang Ziqing, and said urgently, "Huang sir, we've searched the entire building. There's no sign of Lu Qinghe. He has already escaped." Escaped? Huang Ziqing's eyes turned bloodshot, and he seized the officer by the collar, roaring, "Escaped? With such a large operation and so many people, you let him get away? Useless. A bunch of worthless fools." He shoved the officer aside and approached the cowering thugs, delivering a brutal kick to the chest of the nearest one, shouting fiercely, "Speak. Where has Lu Qinghe gone? Where did he take Chen Tai?" The thug, sent sprawling by the kick, coughed up blood, trembling in fear as he cried out, "I don't know, sir. Lu Qinghe took his men and left long ago. We have no idea where they went." Huang Ziqing, witnessing the thug's desperate sobs, was consumed by rage, delivering kick after kick to vent his fury. He had arrived too late. Once again, he had been outmaneuvered by Lu Qinghe. Not only had Lu Qinghe usurped Chen Tai's stronghold and captured Chen Tai, but he had also managed to escape unscathed, leaving not a trace behind. As the head of the anti-Triad unit, he had become a laughingstock throughout all of Hong Kong. "Huang sir, please calm down." The deputy leader rushed forward, grabbing hold of the enraged Huang Ziqing, pleading urgently, "Even if we kill him now, we still want to be able to find Lu Qinghe. The priority is to issue a wanted notice immediately and launch a citywide manhunt for him. We cannot let him escape." Huang Ziqing, panting heavily, fixed his bloodshot eyes on the thug on the ground, struggling to contain his fury. After a long moment, he turned sharply and bellowed, "Relay the order. Immediately issue a citywide wanted notice for Lu Qinghe on charges of inciting a riot, intentional injury, and organized crime. Seal off all exits in Yao Mati and Mongkok. Deploy personnel at all ports, docks, and stations. Conduct round-the-clock inspections. Even if we have to turn Hong Kong upside down, we will capture Lu Qinghe." The deputy leader hesitated for a moment, saying uncertainly, "Huang sir, we currently lack any substantial evidence linking Lu Qinghe to the events on Palan Street. Issuing a city-wide wanted notice may not adhere to protocol. What if we face repercussions?" "Repercussions?" Huang Ziqing whirled around, fixing him with a fierce glare as he roared, "I am the head of the anti-Triad unit. If I say it adheres to protocol, then it does. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Get it done immediately." The deputy leader, seeing the ferocity in Huang Ziqing's eyes, dared not argue further, saluting quickly before turning to arrange the wanted notice. Huang Ziqing stood amidst the wreckage of the hall, gazing out at the night sky, his teeth grinding together in frustration. Lu Qinghe, this time, I will see where you run. As dawn broke, the citywide wanted notice spread throughout Hong Kong. Yao Mati, Mong Kok, Sim Sha Sui, Hong Kong Island. All exits, docks, and stations were plastered with Lu Qinghe's photograph. The police set up hundreds of checkpoints, conducting inspections of pedestrians and vehicles around the clock. The Yao Mati police station mobilized nearly all available personnel, sealing off every entrance and exit on Xingtai Road, shutting down all establishments owned by Lu Qinghe, including his mahjong parlors, bars, and garages, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. The atmosphere in Yao Mati became charged with tension. Patrol cars filled the streets, officers brandishing Lu Qinghe's photograph, conducting door-to-door searches, detaining anyone with even the slightest connection to him for questioning. Huang Ziqing, in a frenzy, barreled through Yao Mati, searching house by house, determined to unearth Lu Qinghe. Meanwhile, in a safe house on the top floor of a tenement building in Fuanli, Yao Mati, Lu Qinghe sat by the window, observing the patrol cars cruising the streets below with an air of calm detachment. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming sat across from him, their expressions grave. Zhang Lai slammed his fist on the table, muttering angrily, "That mad dog, Huang Ziqing. He has truly lost his mind." Without any evidence, a citywide wanted notice has been issued, sealing off all our locations and searching us house by house. This is a blatant abuse of power, an utter disregard for the law. Zhao Ming nodded solemnly and said, "Brother Qinghe, all the entrances to Yao Mati are sealed off. With police checkpoints layered one after another, we cannot escape at all. Huang Ziqing is leading his men, conducting thorough searches street by street, and it won't be long before they reach us. We are effectively trapped in Yao Mati." The safe house, prepared in advance by Lu Qinghe, is hidden on the top floor of a building in Fuanli, a discreet location seldom frequented by anyone. However, Huang Ziqing is now searching frantically, like a madman, combing through every house, and it won't be long before he discovers this place. They are indeed ensnared in a dire predicament, surrounded on all sides. Lu Qinghe turned to face the two men, his tone remaining calm and devoid of any panic. What is there to fear? The more frenzied Huang Ziqing becomes, the more it reveals his fear. He fears that I will hand over the records of his collusion with Chun Tai to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and that his identity as a corrupt officer will be exposed, which is why he is so desperate to capture me and silence me. He anticipated that Huang Ziqing would resort to such measures. The moment he dismantled Chun Tai's operation and obtained the records of Huang Ziqing's illicit dealings, he knew that Huang Ziqing would stop at nothing to capture him in a mad frenzy. This ledger is sufficient to ruin Huang Ziqing's reputation and imprison him for life. Zhang Lai observed Lu Qinghe's composure, and his own anxiety began to dissipate somewhat. He urgently inquired, "Brother Qinghe, what shall we do now? We can't just wait here for Huang Ziqing to find us, can we?" Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Huang Ziqing intends to use the wanted notice to trap me in Yao Mati and force me to reveal myself. I shall do the opposite of his wishes." He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Zhao Ming, and commanded in a low voice, "Zhao Ming, immediately arrange for someone to copy the records of Huang Ziqing's collusion with Chun Tai and discreetly deliver several copies to the reporters of major newspapers in Hong Kong. Remember, send them anonymously, leaving no traces behind." Zhao Ming's eyes lit up instantly, and he promptly nodded. "Understood, Brother Qinghe. I will take care of it right away." He immediately grasped Lu Qinghe's intention. Huang Ziqing wants to use the police's authority to issue a wanted notice and surround him? Then let us directly expose the evidence of his corruption to the media across Hong Kong. Let the entire city witness what this so-called anti-corruption vanguard truly is. When that happens, public outcry will inevitably pressure the police force, and the wanted notice will naturally collapse under scrutiny. Zhang Lai also caught on, unable to suppress his excitement. "Excellent. This move by Brother Qinghe is brilliant. I can't wait to see how Huang Ziqing, this corrupt officer, will fare." Lu Qinghe regarded the two men, a cold smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Zhang Lai, arrange for a few reliable brothers to drive our car and head towards Yuan Long, drawing Huang Ziqing's attention. All of his focus is on Yao Mati. If our people rush towards Yuan Long, he will surely lead his main forces to pursue them. When that happens, the blockade in Yao Mati will naturally ease." "Understood, Brother Qinghe." Zhang Lai responded immediately, turning to make arrangements. Lu Qinghe watched the police cars drawing ever closer outside the window, his expression tranquil. "Huang Ziqing, if you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. Let us see who can outlast whom." Half an hour later, in the command room of the Yao Mati police station, Huang Ziqing stood before a map, fixated on the neighborhood, barking orders into the radio, directing officers in their search. He had combed through much of Yao Mati, yet still found no trace of Lu Qinghe. It was as if Lu Qinghe had evaporated from existence, leaving no sign behind. Just then, a police officer rushed in, breathless and frantic. "Sir, it's bad. From the direction of Yuan Long. Our checkpoints have been breached. It's Lu Qinghe's car. They're heading towards Shenzhen Bay." Huang Ziqing's pupils constricted in an instant. He spun around, bellowing. "What? Lu Qinghe has escaped?" "Yes. Our men saw clearly that the driver is Lu Qinghe's close aide, Jiang Lai. There were several others in the car, heading towards Shenzhen Bay. They're trying to flee to the mainland." The officer reported urgently. "Damn it." Huang Ziqing cursed vehemently. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the radio and shouted, "Everyone listen. Immediately cease the search in Yao Mati. All units follow me to Yuan Long. Intercept Lu Qinghe. He must not escape Hong Kong." He had anticipated that Lu Qinghe would attempt to flee to the mainland, and upon hearing that Lu Qinghe's car was heading towards Shenzhen Bay, he panicked. If Lu Qinghe got away, he would never have another opportunity to capture him. More importantly, Lu Qinghe possessed the ledger of his corrupt dealings. He had to stop Lu Qinghe. The officers in the command room, upon hearing Huang Ziqing's orders, sprang into action. The police forces originally sealing off Yao Mati were swiftly redeployed, and dozens of police cars sped towards Yuan Long. The blockade in Yao Mati was instantly lifted. Meanwhile, in the safe house at Fuanli, Lu Qinghe watched the convoy of police cars racing away, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Huang Ziqing, you have indeed fallen for the trap." Jiang Lai, standing beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Qinghe, you are simply incredible." Huang Ziqing, like a mad dog, has indeed led his main forces away. Lu Qinghe nodded, rising to grab his coat. "Let us go. We must change locations." The three immediately exited the safe house, stealthily navigating the narrow alleys between buildings in Fuanli, making their way towards the Yao Mati typhoon shelter. With Huang Ziqing leading his main forces to Yuan Long, Yao Mati had become a ghost town, providing them with the perfect opportunity to relocate. At that moment, in the direction of Yuan Long and Shenzhen Bay, the brothers Jiang Lai had arranged drove through the checkpoint and abandoned their car by the roadside, slipping away through a narrow alley, disappearing without a trace. Huang Ziqing, in a frenzied dash towards Shenzhen Bay, found only an abandoned vehicle, with not a single sign of Lu Qinghe remaining. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He had been outsmarted. This was Lu Qinghe's ploy to draw him away. "Damn it, Lu Qinghe, you dare to play me." Huang Ziqing seethed with rage, striking the car with a furious punch, leaving a large dent in the door. He immediately snatched up the radio, yelling, "Turn around. Head back to Yao Mati, quickly." But by the time he and his men returned to Yao Mati in a frenzy, there was no sign of Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe had long since vanished without a trace. Huang Ziqing stood in the empty Fuanli building, his vision blurring with fury, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Once again, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lu Qinghe. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from a colleague in the police department's public relations division. He answered the phone, but before he could speak, his colleague's frantic voice came through. "Sir, there's been an incident. A major incident. All major newspapers in Hong Kong have received evidence of your collusion with Xian He and Shin Tai, and the illicit funds you have accepted. Now, every newspaper is scrambling to publish their reports. By tomorrow morning, the entire Hong Kong will be aware of this scandal." Huang Ziqing's complexion turned as pale as paper. The phone in his hand clattered to the ground. He finally comprehended that Lu Qinghe's strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair was not for the purpose of escape, but rather to deliver his financial records to the newspapers. "Lu Qinghe, how ruthless you are." Chapter 23. Evidence of corruption and illicit funds exposed. The phone crashed onto the cold concrete floor, the battery flying out. Huang Ziqing stood rigid in the empty tenement building, his mind a blank slate. The financial records, the records of his collusion with Chun Tai regarding the illicit funds. Lu Qinghe had truly managed to deliver the records to all the major newspapers. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant, a chill creeping from his feet to the crown of his head. After spending over a decade in the police force, rising from an ordinary officer to the inspector in the anti-organized crime unit in Yao Mati, he had relied on his ability to navigate both the legal and illegal realms. On the surface, he was a stern and impartial pioneer against organized crime, a model for the police force. Yet behind the scenes, he had amassed wealth through collusion with Triads and the acceptance of illicit funds, steadily climbing the ranks. If this matter were to be exposed, he would not only be disgraced and lose his badge, but also attract the attention of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, leading to possible imprisonment. "No, it's impossible," Huang Ziqing murmured to himself, suddenly snapping back to reality. He frantically picked up the phone from the ground, hastily reattaching the battery and dialing the number of his colleague in the police public relations department. As soon as the call connected, he shouted angrily, "What is happening? Which newspapers received the information? Can it be suppressed? I don't care what methods you use. It must be suppressed." His colleague's voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. Sir Huang, it can't be suppressed. Almost all the newspapers in Hong Kong have received the complete photocopies of the financial records. Ming Pao, Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, every major newspaper has received them. The editors are personally overseeing the layout, and by tomorrow morning, the front page headline will be about this incident. We simply cannot contain it. Furthermore, it seems the ICAC has also received an anonymous tip-off and has started to pay attention to this matter. The mention of the ICAC struck Huang Zhiqing like a heavy blow to his heart. The last thing he feared was the ICAC. Following the downfall of the 4 chief inspectors, the ICAC had become a nightmare for all corrupt officers in Hong Kong. Once they set their sights on him, even with a protective umbrella, it would be exceedingly challenging to escape unscathed. Huang Zhiqing's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain standing and shouted into the phone, "I don't care. You must suppress this. Even if it can't be contained. They must not be allowed to publish the financial records. Otherwise, we are all finished." After saying this, he abruptly hung up the phone and frantically dialed the number of his protector, the deputy commissioner of Kowloon, Zhou Guohua. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Zhou Guohua's impatient voice came through. "What is it at this late hour?" Huang Zhiqing immediately bent down, his tone filled with panic and urgency. "Sir Zhou, something has happened. A major incident. The financial records of my collusion with Chun Tai regarding illicit funds have fallen into Lu Qing's hands. He has delivered the records to all the newspapers in Hong Kong. By tomorrow morning, they will be published. The ICAC has also received the tip-off. Sir Zhou, you must save me." Zhou Guohua on the other end of the line instantly snapped to attention, his voice stern. "What did you say? How did the records end up with Lu Qingha? What on earth happened?" "It was Lu Qingha. Last night he raided Chun Tai's hideout, arrested Chun Tai, and took the records," Huang Zhiqing explained, his face a picture of despair. Zhou Guohua erupted in a furious tirade. "Useless. You are utterly useless. You can't even handle a single Lu Qingha. And now you've brought this trouble to me. Have you forgotten that my share is also in those records?" Huang Zhiqing trembled even more violently and quickly replied, "Sir Zhou, I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. This is not the time for blame. We must find a way to suppress this matter. If the newspapers publish it tomorrow and the ICAC gets involved, we are all done for." Zhou Guohua fell silent for a few seconds on the other end, then spoke darkly. "What are you panicking for? I will call the owners of the major newspapers right now and demand they retract the articles. Anyone who dares to publish it will find it impossible to operate in Hong Kong. Also, you must find out where Lu Qingha is. He must be captured before dawn. Retrieve the original financial records. As long as we have the original records in our possession, even if the newspapers publish it, we can claim it was forged. Do you understand?" Huang Zhiqing felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and quickly replied, "Understood. Sir Zhou, I understand. I will investigate immediately. Before dawn, I will definitely capture Lu Qingha and retrieve the original records." "Good," Zhou Guohua said coldly. "I will clean up your mess. You make sure to resolve this situation. If you fail to resolve it, you bear the full responsibility. Do not drag me down with you. Do you understand?" "Understood. Sir Zhou, I understand," Huang Zhiqing quickly affirmed. After hanging up, he let out a long breath, his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. Thank goodness for Zhou Guohua. Having operated within the police force and the business world for decades, Zhou Guohua had extensive connections. As long as he intervened, the major newspapers would undoubtedly give him face and retract their articles. As long as the newspapers did not publish the story, there would still be room for maneuver. If he could capture Lu Qingha and retrieve the original records, he could overturn the situation entirely, claiming the records were forged and turning the tables on Lu Qingha. "Lu Qingha, I must capture you. I will ensure you have no place to hide." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Huang Zhiqing's eyes as he picked up the intercom, bellowing, "Everyone listen. Immediately conduct a thorough search. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find Lu Qingha. He must be captured before dawn, alive or dead." Meanwhile, in a fishing village residence near the Yao Mati typhoon shelter, Lu Qingha sat by the window, gazing at the fishing boats traversing the distant sea. Holding a cup of hot tea, his expression remained calm and unruffled. Zhao Ming sat across from him, speaking softly, "Brother Qingha, everything has been arranged. The photocopies of the financial records have been delivered to all the major newspapers in Hong Kong, as well as to the ICAC's tip-off email, all anonymously, leaving no trace." Lu Qingha nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well done. He had anticipated that Huang Zhiqing's protective umbrella would surely intervene, pressuring the newspapers to retract their articles. However, he had never expected that a few newspapers alone could topple Huang Zhiqing. What he sought was never a single decisive blow against Huang Zhiqing. Instead, he aimed to muddy the waters, disseminating the information about Huang Zhiqing's corruption so that everyone in Hong Kong was aware of the situation. Even if the newspapers refrained from publishing, the news would circulate privately. The higher-ups in the police force and the ICAC would inevitably focus their attention on Huang Zhiqing. Even the mightiest shield protecting Huang Zhiqing cannot silence everyone. More crucially, he must sow chaos within Huang Zhiqing's ranks. When disorder reigns, mistakes are inevitable. Only when Huang Zhiqing falters can he uncover more flaws, gather additional evidence, and uproot the corrupt ties between Huang Zhiqing and the nefarious officers behind him. Jiang Lai, seated nearby, voiced his concerns. Qinghe, Huang Zhiqing's protectors will undoubtedly pressure the newspaper. The article is likely to be retracted. Are we risking a wasted effort? Lu Qinghe smiled gently, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. A retraction matters little. What I seek has never been the headlines of a newspaper. My objective is to instill fear in Huang Zhiqing and his backers. Mark my words, from this day forth, Huang Zhiqing's days will not be easy. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Meng's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, Zhao Meng's eyes lit up as he urgently relayed to Lu Qinghe. Qinghe, we received news from the newspaper. Zhou Guohua indeed contacted the heads of major publications. Most have retracted their articles. Yet the Apple Daily and a few smaller papers have disregarded Zhou Guohua's authority, stating their piece is set for publication tomorrow morning. A broader smile spread across Lu Qinghe's face. As anticipated, Zhou Guohua, regardless of his extensive connections, could not control every publication. There would always be those unafraid of him. As long as one newspaper goes to print, this matter can no longer be concealed. Jiang Lai could not contain his laughter. Excellent. I eagerly await how Huang Zhiqing, this corrupt officer, will respond tomorrow. Lu Qinghe set his teacup down, his gaze steady as he replied, this is merely the beginning. Huang Zhiqing must be frantic by now, and he will spare no effort to track us down. Inform all our brothers to remain hidden, no appearances, no confrontations with the police. I am keen to see just how far Huang Zhiqing will go. Understood, Qinghe? Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng responded in unison. The night passed in silence. By dawn the next day, the Apple Daily was released on schedule. The front page boldly proclaimed a shocking headline. Yao Mati anti-organized crime inspector Huang Zhiqing colludes with gangs to collect protection money. Financial records exposed. Accompanying this were complete copies of the financial records, detailing every sum Huang Zhiqing received from Chuntai each month, irrefutably documented. The publication ignited a firestorm across Hong Kong. On every street corner, people were abuzz with the news. My goodness, Huang Zhiqing is a corrupt officer. I thought he was a pioneer in the fight against organized crime. How outrageous. An inspector from the anti-organized crime unit colluding with Tong Xinhe to collect protection fees. Isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? The records are exposed, item by item, crystal clear. How can this be fake? The Hong Kong police force is utterly corrupt. No wonder the organized crime in Yao Mati remains rampant. Its roots lie within the police force. The discussions echoed through every corner of Hong Kong. Seeing the Apple Daily's publication, major newspapers swiftly followed suit, revealing the scandal surrounding Huang Zhiqing. In an instant, public sentiment in Hong Kong was in uproar. The police department's phone lines were inundated with citizens' complaints against Huang Zhiqing, demanding a thorough investigation into corrupt officers. The Independent Commission Against Corruption convened an emergency meeting, officially launching a preliminary investigation into Huang Zhiqing. Inside the Yao Mati police station's anti-organized crime office, Huang Zhiqing sat at his desk, trembling as he clutched the day's newspaper, crumpling it in his grip. The headline felt like daggers piercing his eyes. In the office, every officer bowed their heads, too fearful to utter a word or even breathe. Outside, murmurs and phone complaints filled the corridor incessantly. Huang Zhiqing had become the laughingstock of all Hong Kong. The so-called pioneer in fighting organized crime was revealed to be a corrupt officer in collusion with gangs. Just then, his phone rang, a call from police headquarters. He answered, and a chilling voice from his superior commanded, Huang Zhiqing, report to headquarters immediately. The Internal Affairs Division requires your statement. Effective immediately, you are suspended from all duties as an anti-organized crime inspector, pending investigation. The call ended abruptly, and Huang Zhiqing's phone clattered onto the desk. His face turned as pale as a ghost. Suspended. Under investigation. His years of toil to ascend to his current position had crumbled overnight, all because of Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe. Huang Zhiqing sprang to his feet, slamming his fist onto the desk with such force that a deep dent formed in the wooden surface. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, resembled those of a cornered beast. He had lost everything, all due to Lu Qinghe. He vowed to make Lu Qinghe pay in blood for this betrayal. He would see him dead. Meanwhile, in the fishing village of the Typhoon Shelter, Lu Qinghe gazed at the newspaper in his hands, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Huang Zhiqing, this is merely the interest. All that you owe me, and all those you have wronged, I shall reclaim, piece by piece. Chapter 24, Confronting the Police Force. The scandal concerning corrupt officers in the newspaper swept through the Hong Kong police force like a tsunami. The Yao Mati Tong of Liani was in an uproar. Early in the morning, The hall of the Tong was filled with elders and leaders, each holding the day's newspaper, their voices rising in a cacophony of discussion. Good heavens! Huang Zhiqing is indeed a corrupt officer. He has colluded with Tong Xinhe to amass such a fortune in illicit funds. No wonder he has been fixated on us and has not let Xinhe go. It turns out that Qing has severed his financial lifeline. Absurd. We previously thought him to be a just anti-organized crime officer. But he is merely a disgrace clad in a police uniform. Xinhe has truly accomplished a great feat by exposing this corrupt officer. Everyone was abuzz with gossip about Huang Zhiqing's scandal and Lu Qinghe's name. Those who had previously harbored discontent towards Lu Qinghe, believing him too young and reckless, now fell silent, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon the irrefutable evidence in the newspaper. Lu Qinghe had not only dismantled Tong Xinhe's stronghold, reclaiming the territory on Xingtai Road, but he had also brought down the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing, who had long oppressed Liani. This level of capability and courage was unmatched within Liani. At the head of the table, Scarface Dong sat in his chair, toying with 2 steel balls as he perused the newspaper, the scar on his face appearing particularly menacing under the light. He flipped through the copies of the financial records repeatedly, his anger intensifying with each pass. He had long suspected Huang Zhiqing was no good, consistently targeting Liani and creating obstacles for them. Yet, he had never imagined that Huang Zhiqing had colluded with Tong Xinhe for so long, amassing such a fortune in illicit funds. Previously, the audacious betrayal of Wu Fei by He Lian-yi, in collusion with Tong Xianhe, undoubtedly had Huang Zhiqing backing them. Furthermore, Xingtai Dao has been under the control of Tong Xianhe for over 6 months. Their repeated attempts to reclaim it have been suppressed by the police under various pretexts, with Huang Zhiqiang orchestrating the schemes from behind the scenes. This corrupt officer, who pockets Tong Xianhe's ill-gotten gains, has consistently targeted He Lian-yi. This is simply intolerable. Damn it! Scarred Dong slammed his palm on the table, the steel ball crashing down with a thunderous noise. The entire hall fell silent in an instant, every gaze turning towards Scarred Dong. He raised his head, his eyes scanning the room with a menacing glare, and declared vehemently, Huang Zhiqiang, that scoundrel masquerading in police uniform, armed with Tong Xianhe's dirty money. He has relentlessly pursued our He Lian-yi. He has caused us to lose control of Xingtai Dao for over 6 months and led to the deaths of numerous brothers. We cannot let this go unpunished. Uncle Dong is right. This debt must be settled. The leaders below immediately echoed, voices rising in unison. Huang Zhiqiang, this corrupt officer, has wronged us for far too long. Now that his scandal has been exposed and he is under investigation, it is the perfect moment for us to strike back. We must stand up and hold the police accountable. We must report Huang Zhiqiang to the Independent Commission Against Corruption and send this scoundrel to prison. Moreover, Qinghe is still wanted by Huang Zhiqiang. We must demand the police to immediately withdraw the warrant and provide us with an explanation. The crowd simmered with indignation, their resentment toward Huang Zhiqiang having built up over time. With his corrupt identity now revealed, it was indeed the opportune moment for them to retaliate. Scarred Dong nodded solemnly, stating, Indeed. First, we shall promptly submit a report to the Independent Commission Against Corruption under the name of He Lian-yi's Yao Mati faction, detailing Huang Zhiqiang's collusion with Tong Xianhe and all his acts against us. Second, we will send a letter of protest to the police headquarters, denouncing Huang Zhiqiang for his abuse of power, issuing baseless warrants, and sealing our establishments. We demand they immediately retract the warrant against Lu Qinghe, unseal our premises, and offer us a formal apology. Third, we shall notify all He Lian-yi factions across Hong Kong to unite and exert pressure on the police. I want to see if this corrupt officer, Huang Zhiqiang, can withstand it. As his words echoed, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Just then, the main door of the hall swung open. Lu Qinghe strode in, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, his posture upright and his demeanor calm, utterly unaffected by the warrants or the public uproar. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng flanked him, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe enter, everyone in the hall immediately stood, bowing respectfully, their attitudes profoundly reverential. Brother Qinghe, you have arrived. Even the elders who had harbored dissatisfaction toward Lu Qinghe previously now rose with smiles, bowing and expressing admiration and recognition. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly in acknowledgement, making his way to the center of the hall, where he bowed slightly to Scarred Dong, saying, Uncle Dong. Scarred Dong, observing Lu Qinghe, felt his previous sternness dissolve into laughter, his voice booming. Qinghe, you have truly given us a tremendous surprise. Well done. You have exposed the dirt on this corrupt officer Huang Zhiqiang. What a relief. Lu Qinghe smiled lightly, his tone composed. Uncle Dong, you flatter me. Huang Zhiqiang colluded with Tong Xianhe to target us. He caused us to lose our territory and led to brothers' deaths. I merely did what I ought to do. As he spoke, he produced a leather bag from his pocket, extending it toward scarred Dong, Uncle Dong. This is the original ledger detailing Huang Zicheng's collusion with Qin Tai, along with all the evidence of his actions against us over the years. Scarred Dong accepted the leather bag, glancing inside to find it filled with original ledgers, recordings, and photographs, irrefutable evidence. He lifted his gaze to Lu Qinghe, admiration gleaming more intensely in his eyes. Not only had Lu Qinghe uncovered Huang Zicheng's corrupt dealings, but he had also brought back all the original evidence to present to the faction. His composure and poise were far beyond that of a young man in his 20s. Scarred Dong secured the leather bag, looking at Lu Qinghe with a serious demeanor. Qinghe, rest assured, Huang Zicheng has inflicted significant harm upon us, and he dares to issue a warrant without evidence to capture you and seal our establishments. This matter, Uncle Dong will take charge of. I have already arranged for a report to the Independent Commission against Corruption and a protest to the police department. They must immediately withdraw the warrant against you and unseal our territory, providing us with an explanation. In Yao Mati, He Lian will protect you. No one can touch you. Lu Qinghe bowed slightly, his tone sincere. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Scarred Dong waved his hand and addressed all the elders and leaders firmly. Today, I am here to announce something. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Scarred Dong, awaiting his next words. His gaze settled on Lu Qinghe, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Lu Qinghe has reclaimed the territory of Xing Tai Dao for us, dismantled the Tong Xianhe's Mongkok faction, and toppled this corrupt officer Huang Zicheng, making a monumental contribution to He Lian. From today forth, Lu Qinghe is officially appointed as a Red Pole. He shall serve as the deputy chairperson of He Lian's Yao Mati faction. The territory of Xing Tai Dao and the newly acquired Mongkok area will be entirely under Lu Qinghe's management. As his proclamation concluded, the hall fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Bravo! Uncle Dong is wise. Brother Qing, he is truly deserving. From now on, we shall follow Brother Qinghe. No one voiced any dissent. The accomplishments of Lu Qinghe were evident to all, not to mention being appointed as a Red Pole. Even the position of deputy chairperson would face no objections. Lu Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Scarred Dong would directly promote him to deputy chairperson and Red Pole. The position of Red Pole, a top enforcer within the organization, oversees all martial affairs of the faction, ranking just below the chairperson and the white paper fan. The deputy chairperson is the second in command, fully managing all faction affairs in the absence of the chairperson. This advancement catapulted him from a mere caretaker to a core high-ranking member of the faction. Regaining his composure, Lu Qinghe bowed to Scarred Dong once more, his tone resolute. Thank you for the promotion, Uncle Dong. I, Lu Qinghe, pledge my lifelong loyalty to He Lian to safeguard our territory and protect our brothers, never betraying the trust of Uncle Dong and all the elders. Scarred Dong looked at Lu Qinghe, nodding in satisfaction, laughing heartily. He had indeed not misjudged him. Lu Qinghe was undoubtedly someone who could lead He Lian to great heights. Just then, the hall's door was suddenly kicked open. With a loud crash, everyone turned in unison to the entrance. Huang Zicheng, clad in police uniform, his face ashen, stormed in with over a dozen armed officers. His eyes filled with a malevolent intent, fixating fiercely on Lu Qinghe. He was suspended from his duties and subjected to an internal investigation, his pent-up fury seeking an outlet. Like a madman, he searched for Lu Qinghe all morning, finally tracking him down to the He Lian hall. Without hesitation, he charged over with his men. The atmosphere in the grand hall plummeted to a freezing point. Scarred Dong's expression darkened in an instant. The steel ball in his hand spun rapidly as his piercing gaze fixated on Huang Zicheng. He barked menacingly, Huang Zicheng, what the hell do you think you're doing? You barged into my He Lian hall last time, and now you dare return. Do you truly believe we are easy prey? The hall's leaders and their subordinates immediately rose, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they glared at the intruding officers. The tension palpable. Huang Zicheng completely disregarded Scarred Dong's wrath, his firearm unwaveringly aimed at Lu Qinghe as he shouted, Lu Qinghe, you are suspected of gang-related crimes, intentional injury, and extortion. I am taking you back to the precinct for questioning. Anyone who dares obstruct me will be charged with obstructing justice, and I will arrest you too. Driven to a corner, he cared for nothing anymore. Even if he faced suspension and was abusing his power, he was determined to apprehend Lu Qinghe. Capturing Lu Qinghe and retrieving the original account books would turn the tide in his favor. Scarred Dong slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet as he shouted furiously, Huang Zicheng, how dare you? Lu Qinghe is a red stick of He Lian, the vice chair of the Oilseed Hall. You think you can just waltz into my territory and seize my people without any evidence? You, a corrupt cop colluding with gangs, abusing your authority by issuing illegal warrants, dare to arrest people here. Let me make this clear. as long as I am here. You will not lay a single finger on Lu Qinghe. If you dare to force your way, I will make sure you leave this door sideways. As Scar Dong's words settled, hundreds of brothers in the hall instantly surrounded Huang Zhiqing and his dozen officers, steel pipes and machetes drawn. A palpable aura of menace enveloping the space. The officers, overwhelmed by the sheer number of fearless gangsters, began to tremble, realizing they were vastly outnumbered. Moreover, Huang Zhiqing, now suspended and under investigation, had no authority to make arrests. Huang Zhiqing, seeing the menacing gazes of the He Lian Yi brothers around him, felt his face shift from pale to flushed with rage, trembling with indignation. He never anticipated Scar Dong would protect Lu Qinghe so fiercely, even willing to confront the police directly. There was no way he could take Lu Qinghe today. Continuing this confrontation would only lead to his own downfall. With gritted teeth, he fixed his gaze on Lu Qinghe, bellowing each word through clenched jaws. Lu Qinghe, don't get too smug. This isn't over between us. I will find a way to imprison you. Lu Qinghe met his gaze with a faint smirk, his tone calm. Huang sir, I'm always ready for you. But you should first take care of your own affairs. The tea at the Independent Commission Against Corruption isn't easy to swallow. Huang Zhiqing's expression soured further. He shot a glare at Lu Qinghe and then at Scar Dong, barking, "We're leaving." With that, he and his subordinates awkwardly squeezed through the crowd, hastily exiting the He Lian Yi hall. As they witnessed Huang Zhiqing's retreat, the hall erupted in thunderous cheers. Scar Dong turned to Lu Qinghe, laughing heartily. "Qinghe, did you see that? In oilseed, He Lian Yi is your strongest backing. That corrupt cop, Huang Zhiqing, won't last long." Lu Qinghe looked at Scar Dong, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes as he slightly bowed. "Thank you, Uncle Dong." He understood that from this day forth, he had firmly established his position within He Lian Yi and oilseed. No one could easily shake his standing anymore. Chapter 25, The Bounty of the Underworld. Huang Zhiqing stumbled out of He Lian Yi hall, collapsing into the police car where he slammed his fist against the steering wheel. The car horn blared sharply, startling the officer driving. "Where to now, Huang sir?" The officer asked cautiously, not daring to turn his head. "Where else? Back to the precinct. Where else could we go?" Huang Zhiqing snapped, his eyes burning with rage. The officer, intimidated, immediately started the vehicle, speeding towards the oilseed precinct. Leaning back in his seat, Huang Zhiqing's chest heaved violently, his anger and resentment threatening to overflow. He could hardly believe that not only had he failed to apprehend Lu Qinghe, but Scar Dong had also cornered him and publicly humiliated him. After over a decade of service as a police officer, he had never endured such disgrace. All of it was Lu Qinghe's doing. If it weren't for Lu Qinghe, he would still be a distinguished inspector in the anti-gang unit, a renowned figure in the fight against organized crime. How had he fallen to this lowly state? Suspended from duty, subjected to internal scrutiny, ridiculed by the public, and humiliated by gang members. He had no way out now. Unless he eliminated Lu Qinghe, he would never recover. Huang Zhiqing dug his fingertips into his palm, blood trickling down, yet he remained oblivious. Only one thought consumed his mind: kill Lu Qinghe. At any cost, he must kill Lu Qinghe. He retrieved his phone, dusting off a long-neglected number, and dialed. The phone rang for an eternity before it was answered. A hoarse voice on the other end, tinged with suspicion, spoke. "Huang sir? What a rare call. What prompts you to reach out today?" Huang Zhiqing took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and replied darkly, "Sang Biao, I want Lu Qinghe dead." On the other end, Sang Biao, a notorious leader of the 14K gang with blood on his hands, was infamous in the underworld for his ruthlessness, specializing in assassination contracts. Huang Zhiqing had apprehended him several times only to release him, leading to an unsavory arrangement between them. Upon hearing Huang's request, Sang Biao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Huang sir, are you out of your mind? You, the anti-gang inspector, want me to kill a gang's red stick?" "Cut the nonsense," Huang Zhiqing interjected sharply. 50,000. I'll pay you 50,000 for Lu Qinghe's head. Once it's done, I'll ensure you receive every penny. Plus, I'll wipe your previous cases from my records. From now on, I'll turn a blind eye to your business in oilseed." Sang Biao's interest peaked immediately. Chuckling, 50,000? "Huang sir, you really are generous. But Lu Qinghe is currently a red stick of He Lian Yi, vice chair of the oilseed hall, and surrounded by capable men. This won't be easy. Add another 20,000. Huang Zhiqing clenched his teeth. 70,000 for Lu Qinghe's head. I want to see his corpse within 3 days. Otherwise, prepare for a one-way ticket to prison, where you'll rot. All right, consider it done." Sang Biao replied eagerly, excitement evident in his tone. "Rest assured, Huang sir, within 3 days, I'll deliver Lu Qinghe's head to you. A pleasure doing business." Huang Zhiqing coldly stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. After the call was terminated, he leaned back in his chair, a sinister smile flickering in his eyes. "Lu Qinghe, do you believe that with He Lian Yi backing you, I am powerless against you? If I cannot confront you openly, I shall resort to the shadows. I refuse to believe that you can evade me once, let alone 10 or 100 times. I am determined to see your demise. Meanwhile, in the lair of the 14K gang, Sang Biao ended his call, a growing smile spreading across his face. 700,000. To eliminate Lu Qinghe and earn that sum, while also doing Huang Zhiqing a favor, ensuring smooth sailing for future business in Yao Mati. This deal is simply too lucrative. Although Lu Qinghe is currently in the spotlight, having dismantled the Tong of Xinhe and toppled Huang Zhiqing, in Sang Biao's eyes, he is but a fledgling, nothing to fear. He has dispatched numerous Red Stick and Sitka members. Lu Qinghe is hardly a challenge. Without delay, Sang Biao seized the intercom, commanding with authority, everyone. Assemble at the lair immediately. A significant opportunity has arisen. Within mere minutes, the core enforcers of the Detsi Dui gathered in the lair. Sang Biao, occupying the prominent seat, surveyed the throng of elite enforcers before him and declared, "Brothers, a golden opportunity is at hand. 700,000 to claim the head of He Lianese Lu Qinghe. Whoever can eliminate Lu Qinghe will receive 30,000. Instantly, the enforcers erupted into a frenzy, their eyes alight with excitement. 30,000. In 1980s Hong Kong. That sum could buy a Tong Lao, ensuring a lifetime free from want. Biao Gu, leave it to me. I will take down Lu Qinghe. No, I will do it. I have long found Lu Qinghe to be intolerable, so arrogant despite being newly established. 700,000 must be secured. Lu Qinghe's head is mine. The enforcers clamored, each vying for the task, their eyes gleaming with greedy intent. Sang Biao observed the fervor of his subordinates with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as he proclaimed, "Good. I have learned that Lu Qinghe is currently hiding in the fishing village of Yao Mati's refuge. You all must take your men, infiltrate Yao Mati, and keep a watchful eye on Lu Qinghe, waiting for the right moment to strike. Remember, a living person must be seen, and a dead one must be brought back. Ensure Lu Qinghe's head is delivered to me." Understood. Biao Gu. The enforcers chorused, immediately turning to gather reinforcements as they headed towards Yao Mati. Moreover, Sang Biao also reached out to the Tong of Xinhe and He Shenghe, the rival gang leaders harboring grudges against Lu Qinghe, disseminating the news of Huang Zhiqing's bounty of 500,000 for Lu Qinghe's head. In an instant, the entire Hong Kong underworld was ablaze with excitement. The 500,000 bounty for Lu Qinghe's head spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every gang across the island. Having lost their core stronghold in Mongkok due to Lu Qinghe, and with their leader Chen Tai deceased, Tong of Xinhe's hatred towards Lu Qinghe was palpable. Upon hearing the news, they dispatched numerous enforcers to infiltrate Yao Mati, seeking Lu Qinghe's whereabouts. Similarly, many eager thugs from He Shenghe and 14K flocked to Yao Mati, all hoping to claim the bounty. Within a single night, hundreds of enforcers from various gangs descended upon Yao Mati, each armed and filled with bloodlust, scouring for Lu Qinghe's trail. The entire Yao Mati was suddenly teeming with tension, an undercurrent of danger palpable in the air. At that moment, within the fishing village's residential area, Lu Qinghe sat at a table, calmly reviewing the evidence of Huang Zhiqing's collusion with gangs over the years. Just then, Jiang Lai hurried in, his expression grave as he exclaimed, "Qinghe Gu, something has happened. A major crisis." Lu Qinghe raised his head to meet his gaze, his tone steady. "What is the rush? Speak slowly. What has transpired?" Jiang Lai took a deep breath, urgency lacing his voice. "Huang Zhiqing has placed a 500,000 bounty on your head. Now, every gang in Hong Kong is aware. Tong of Xinhe, 14K, and He Shenghe, hundreds of enforcers are flooding into Yao Mati, searching for you. Just moments ago, our brothers at the street corner spotted a dozen suspicious individuals armed with knives, loitering near the fishing village. They must be after you." Beside him, Zhao Meng added solemnly, "Qinghe Gu, I have already stationed our brothers around the fishing village, securing all exits. However, with so many infiltrating Yao Mati, we are overwhelmed and unable to defend against them. We are essentially being targeted by all the gangs in Hong Kong, ensnared in a deadly trap." The gravity on both Jiang Lai's and Zhao Meng's faces was unmistakable. A 500,000 bounty was enough to drive the most desperate men to madness. While open threats can be evaded, hidden dangers are far more insidious. With so many lurking in the shadows, an ambush could strike at any moment. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a cold smile crept across his lips. "Huang Zhiqing, you have indeed been driven to desperation. If you cannot confront me openly, you resort to hiring assassins. Your lack of principles knows no bounds." Jiang Lai, observing Lu Qinghe's calm demeanor, urged anxiously, "Qinghe Gu, this is not the time for laughter. Hundreds of desperate men are seeking you. We must relocate swiftly. This place is no longer safe." Lu Qinghe shook his head, his tone serene. "Relocate? To where? Every gang in Hong Kong has their sights set on my head. No matter where we go, we will be hunted. Evading is futile." He paused, his gaze turning icy as he declared, "If they desire my head, let them come and take it. I wish to see if they possess the courage to claim this bounty." Zhao Meng, present. Qinghe. Zhao Meng stepped forward, responding with determination. Lu Qinghe regarded him, issuing his commands coldly. Immediately arrange for all brothers to form 4 teams, securing the 4 exits of the fishing village. Any suspicious individuals carrying weapons are to be detained. Those who dare to force their way in will be dealt with decisively. Understood. Qinghe. Zhao Meng affirmed promptly. Jiang Lai, present. Qinghe. Jiang Lai stepped forward, eyes filled with fierce resolve. You will take 20 of our most capable brothers and accompany me. Lu Qinghe's eyes glinted with a sharp, murderous intent. If they dare to come for me, they must be prepared for retribution. If they seek me out, I will confront them. 1 will fall, 2 will perish. I intend to demonstrate to all of Hong Kong what price must be paid for seeking my head. Jiang Lai's eyes brightened instantly as he responded with fervor, yes. Qinghe, I will stand by your side. Whoever dares to approach shall meet their end. Lu Qinghe rose, retrieving the machete hanging on the wall, weighing it thoughtfully before a cold smile graced his lips. Huang Zhiqing, you wish to resolve this through the ways of the underworld? Then I shall show you what true underworld justice entails. Those who seek to kill me have never met with a favorable fate. Chapter 26, The Golden Blade Assassin. Lu Qinghe held a mountain knife still stained with fresh blood, its blade glimmering with a cold sheen under the dim streetlights of the fishing village. He stood at the threshold of a rural dwelling, addressing the brothers surrounding him with a steady, deliberate tone. I intend to show Huang Zhiqing what the true Jianghu is. No sooner had his words left his lips than the chilling alert of the system echoed in his mind. Jianghu warning. The host is being targeted by high-level murderous intent. With 7 adversaries within 150 meters, all armed with lethal weapons, hostility level 100. Lu Qinghe's pupils constricted sharply, his grip on the mountain knife tightening instinctively. He immediately raised his left hand, signaling Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng to be silent, his fingertip resting on his lips as his gaze swept toward the dark alley at the village's periphery. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng instantly tensed, their hands moving toward their waists, their breaths growing shallow. Lu Qinghe leaned in, whispering instructions that only the 3 of them could hear. Jiang Lai, take 15 brothers and flank to the back door of the alley. Secure our only escape route, and let not a single soul escape. Zhao Meng, lead 10 brothers to secure the high ground of the left side residences. Monitor the perimeter for anyone signaling, and keep them alive. I need to know who sent them. The remaining brothers will follow me to lay an ambush at the front entrance. Once they enter, we will slam the door shut and deal with them. The 2 exchanged a resolute glance, nodding in unison without a hint of hesitation, before quietly dispersing with their brothers. The air in the fishing village grew tense, the only sound being the salty sea breeze rustling against the iron signs in the alley, producing a faint clanging noise. In the darkness, 7 figures stealthily crept toward the dwelling. The leader, a man marked by a scar slicing across his brow, brandished a loaded handgun, his eyes cold and menacing. He was the notorious killer Mad Dog Chong, a gold medal assassin under the notorious 14K gang's leader, Sang Biao. He had claimed over 20 lives without ever failing. Mad Dog Chong gestured to his comrades, and the 6 men immediately spread out, securing the front and back entrances and windows of the residence. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with avaricious intent. 700,000. If he killed Lu Qinghe, he would claim the bounty and owe Huang Zhiqing a favor, ensuring his dominance in the business of Yao Mati. To him, Lu Qinghe was merely a fledgling, a mere upstart. Even if he had toppled the Tong Xian He gang by sheer luck, he was no match for him. Mad Dog Chong kicked the wooden door open with a forceful crash, bellowing, Lu Qinghe, come face your doom. The 6 assassins surged in behind him, weapons drawn and aimed at the interior. Yet, the room was devoid of life, save for a flickering yellow bulb swaying from the rafters. A sense of foreboding gripped Mad Dog Chong's heart as he realized something was amiss. Not good. It's a trap. Retreat. No sooner had he spoken than the wooden door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang. Emerging from behind the door, Lu Qinghe stood with the mountain knife lowered at his side, his gaze as frigid as ice. Think you can escape? Too late. Mad Dog Chong whirled around, his gun leveled at Lu Qinghe, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Lu Qinghe, Inspector Huang has placed a bounty of 700,000 on your head. Today marks your end. Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a chilling smile as he advanced slowly, utterly unfazed by the gun in Mad Dog Chong's hand. How much did Huang Zhiqing offer you to come for my life? I intend to see if you possess the fortitude to claim such a reward. Mad Dog Chong felt a chill creep down his spine under Lu Qinghe's gaze, unleashing a furious roar. Die. His finger tightened on the trigger. Yet, in the split second before the gun fired, Lu Qinghe's form surged forward like lightning, enhanced by the system's fortifications, closing the distance to Mad Dog Chong in an instant. The mountain knife swung down violently, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, striking Mad Dog Chong's wrist with a sickening crunch. His wrist shattered, the handgun clattering to the ground with a loud thud. Agonizing pain swept through Mad Dog Chong's body as he let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his severed wrist. The remaining 6 assassins, witnessing this, rushed forward with their cleavers, intent on overwhelming Lu Qinghe. However, as they moved, the brothers lying in ambush on either side sprang into action, swinging their steel pipes with brutal force. Cries of agony erupted, and within mere seconds, all 6 assassins lay vanquished upon the ground, silenced. Lu Qinghe stepped onto Mad Dog Chong's severed wrist, applying pressure. Mad Dog Chong's screams intensified. Sweat mingled with blood streaming down his face. Speak. How did Huang Ziqing contact you? Besides you, how many others has he hired? Lu Qinghe's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Gritting his teeth, Mad Dog Chong retorted defiantly, Lu Qinghe, don't get too cocky. Biao Ge will not let you off. Inspector Huang won't spare you either. Even if you kill me today, you won't live long. Lu Qinghe sneered coldly, increasing the pressure beneath his foot. Whether I live or die, you will never see. But I can assure you, today, you are destined to die. He bent down, grasping Mad Dog Chong's hair and forcing him to lift his head, demanding fiercely, I will ask one last time, what did Huang Ziqing promise you to come for my life? Trembling from pain, Mad Dog Chong finally broke. Trembling and divulging everything. It was Huang Ziqing who called Sang Biao, offering 700,000 for your head, promising to erase our criminal records after the job was done, taking care of everything for us in Yao Mati. Besides us, he also reached out to Tong Xian He and Sheng He, all of whom are searching for you. Lu Qinghe's gaze turned even colder. Huang Ziqing truly was relentless. When the direct approach failed, he resorted to underhanded means, hiring assassins, and even collaborating with so many gangs. He had sunk to new lows. Releasing his grip, Mad Dog Chong's head thudded heavily against the ground. Believing he could still survive, he hastily begged for mercy. Lu Qinghe? Brother Lu, I realize my mistakes. I swear I won't dare again. Please spare me. I will serve you like a loyal dog. Lu Qinghe regarded his pitiful demeanor, his eyes betraying no emotion. He had never been one to release a tiger back into the wild. In the world of Jianghu, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Showing mercy to an enemy was akin to cruelty towards oneself and one's brothers. He raised the mountain knife, its blade aimed at Mad Dog Chong's throat. Those who seek to trade my life for treasure have never met a favorable end. In a flash, the blade gleamed. Blood spurted forth, and Mad Dog Chong's cries were abruptly silenced. Lu Qinghe sheathed his knife, shaking off the blood, his expression devoid of any sign of emotion. At that moment, Zhao Ming entered, escorting 2 unconscious sentinels, a cowhide envelope in hand. Approaching Lu Qinghe, he reported softly, Brother Qinghe, we found this on those 2 scoundrels. It contains correspondence between Huang Ziqing and Sang Biao, along with proof of the assassination payment, irrefutable evidence. Lu Qinghe accepted the envelope and glanced inside. Within the secret missive, the orders of Huang Ziqing were explicitly inscribed, detailing not only the sum paid for the assassination, but also previous communications he had with Sang Biao, disclosing police operations. The evidence was irrefutable. Lu Qinghe clutched the papers tightly, his fingertips paling from exertion. He raised his gaze towards the entrance of the residence, where a considerable number of local informants had gathered, straining their necks in a bid to peer inside, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Holding the missive, Lu Qinghe strode to the entrance, his eyes sweeping over the onlookers. His voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the alleyway. I am aware that you are all dispatched by various factions. Return and inform your leaders, your masters. Those who seek to exchange my life for money should first ponder whether they possess the means to spend it. Should anyone dare to collude with Huang Ziqing and threaten me or my associates, or encroach upon my territory in Yao Mati, the fate of the Mad Dog Chong will be your own. The informants trembled in fear, hastily lowering their heads, too intimidated to meet Lu Qinghe's gaze. They had witnessed firsthand how he had annihilated the notorious assassin Chong and his 6 underlings in less than 10 minutes. This ferocity and power were unmatched across the underworld of Xiangjiang. Who would still dare to risk their life by confronting such a formidable adversary? Ding. Host has completed the task of eliminating the gold medal assassin, instilling fear among the petty criminals of the entire harbor, earning 500 dominance points and 100 reputation points. Current dominance points total 1,800, requiring an additional 1,200 points to upgrade to level 3. The system's notification echoed in his mind, but Lu Qinghe expressionlessly dismissed it. Such meager rewards were insufficient. Until the looming threat of Huang Ziqing was eradicated, he would never find peace. Jiang Lai approached him, glancing at the missive in his hand, urgency lacing his voice. Brother Qinghe, what shall we do now? That scoundrel Huang Ziqing dares to hire an assassin to kill you. We cannot let this go unpunished. Lu Qinghe looked towards the Yao Mati police station, where lights still flickered. His tone was frigid, imbued with undeniable resolve. Huang Ziqing wishes to play underhanded games. I shall indulge him to the very end. Contact Li Guobang from the Independent Commission Against Corruption. I wish to meet this nemesis of the anti-Triad police. Chapter 27. The Olive Branch of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. As soon as Lu Qinghe's words fell, Zhao Ming immediately nodded in acquiescence, turning to instruct his brothers to reach out to Li Guobang of the ICAC. Yet, within 10 minutes, a brother stationed at the entrance of the fishing village hurried in, his expression marked by caution as he reported urgently, "Brother Qinghe, a vehicle has arrived. It's from the ICAC. The person in charge claims to be Li Guobang and wishes to see you." Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. His request for Li Guobang had barely been made, and yet Li had sought him out directly, far quicker than anticipated. Jiang Lai stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his knife, his voice low and grave. "Brother Qinghe, be wary of treachery. Huang Ziqing has just attempted to have you killed. And now Li Guobang appears. It could very well be a trap set by Huang." Lu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, his gaze calm. Huang Ziqing was currently in no position to mobilize the ICAC. "Let him in." The brother promptly complied, turning to lead the way. Before long, a man clad in the ICAC's white uniform strode into the room. Standing roughly 6 feet tall, he possessed a commanding presence, his countenance marked by determination, with sharp, forthright eyes devoid of any bureaucratic slickness, embodying integrity. This was indeed Li Guobang, the senior investigation officer of the ICAC. 2 assistants, similarly attired, followed closely behind, their expressions serious as they scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Li Guobang's gaze settled on Lu Qinghe, assessing him with a discerning eye. The young man before him, in his early 20s, still bore remnants of fresh blood, wielding a machete, exuding a palpable aura of menace, yet his eyes remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any panic. He was nothing like a mere street thug who had just survived a life-and-death struggle. Rather, he resembled a strategist orchestrating from a position of power. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Guobang's mind. This was the very same Lu Qinghe who had ascended from a mere lowly pawn to a formidable figure within the ranks of Liani, toppling Xinxin, and boldly challenging Huang Ziqing in the span of a mere month. Truly, his reputation was well earned. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming flanked Lu Qinghe, their hands still resting on their weapons, their gazes fixated on Li Guobang and his aides, ready to act at the slightest indication of hostility. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Lu Qinghe took a seat at the head of the room, gesturing for Jiang Lai to ease his stance. He regarded Li Guobang with a faint, sardonic smile. "Director Li, why does one of the ICAC's esteemed officials venture into my humble fishing village to seek out a man of the streets? Are you perhaps here to act as Huang Ziqing's envoy, attempting to apprehend me?" Li Guobang disregarded the apprehension exhibited by Jiang Lai and the others, advancing a few steps to stand before Lu Qinghe, his demeanor grave and direct. "Mr. Lu, I am neither Huang Ziqing's envoy nor here to apprehend you. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration." Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, observing him silently. Li Guobang opened his briefcase, retrieving a stack of photographs which he placed before Lu Qinghe. The images depicted Huang Ziqing meeting with the leaders of Tong Xinhui and 14K, as well as scenes of him entering and exiting various nightclubs, accepting illicit funds. Although some images were somewhat blurred, they were sufficient to substantiate Huang Ziqing's identity as a corrupt officer. "Mr. Lu, I am aware of the animosity between you and Huang Ziqing. He will not cease until he has eliminated you, and will resort to ever more insidious means should he fail. You possess vital evidence against him, and I have the capability to bring him down. We share a common enemy. I can assist you in dismantling Huang Ziqing, leading to his utter disgrace and legal retribution. However, this requires your cooperation with the ICAC. I need you to hand over all evidence you possess regarding Huang Ziqing's collusion with criminal organizations, acceptance of bribes, and abuse of power." As Li Guobang finished speaking, Jiang Lai immediately stepped forward, his voice sharp with skepticism. "No tricks. Don't think you can deceive Brother Qinghe. Why should we trust you? How do we know you aren't in cahoots with Huang Ziqing?" Lu Qinghe raised his hand, silencing Jiang Lai, his gaze fixed on Li Guobang, activating the newly unlocked lie detection basic skill. Target detected, Li Guobang. Current statement truthfulness 100, no falsehood detected, no malice present. The system's notification resonated in his mind, providing clarity. He met Li Guobang's gaze, maintaining an air of composure, his voice steady. "Director Li, I desire nothing less than Huang Ziqing's complete disgrace, ensuring he has no refuge. You wish for him to face legal consequences and dismantle the entire corrupt police network. Our objectives may appear aligned, yet they diverge significantly. I am open to collaboration, but let me be clear. Do not attempt to exploit me for nefarious purposes, nor treat me as a mere pawn. My boundaries are distinctly defined. I will not harm innocent civilians, nor will I endanger women and children. As long as you remain within these limits, we can negotiate. However, should you attempt any deceit, I, Lu Qinghe, regardless of your position as the director of the ICAC, will not hold back. Li Guobang regarded Lu Qinghe, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. The young man, clearly situated at the lower echelons of society, possesses an extraordinary clarity of mind and audacity. In the face of the Independent Commission Against Corruption's olive branch, he exhibits neither sycophancy nor panic, but rather delineates his boundaries with precision. It is no wonder that within a mere month, he has firmly established his presence in Yao Mati, holding his ground against Wang Chi-chung for so long. Li Guobang nodded and spoke in a solemn tone. Rest assured, the commission targets only corrupt officers and does not pursue law-abiding members of society. I will not exploit you for any illegal activities, nor will I disclose any of your information. Our focus is solely on Wang Chi-chung. Lu Qinghe smiled faintly, retrieving half of a confidential letter regarding Wang Chi-chung's conspiracy to assassinate him, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Li Guobang. This letter serves as evidence of Wang Chi-chung's intent to assassinate me. Half of it is sufficient to prove I am not deceiving you. If you wish to collaborate, demonstrate your sincerity first. I want to witness Wang Chi-chung face repercussions for this matter, to see him suspended and investigated. The remaining core evidence will depend on your ability to bring him down. Once you have made up your mind, you may contact me at any time. Li Guobang picked up the half letter, casting a fleeting glance at it, his eyes momentarily flashing with a fierce intensity. The contents therein were ample proof of Wang Chi-chung's involvement in murder for hire and abuse of power. He secured the letter, producing a personal business card from his pocket, placing it on the table before Lu Qinghe. This is my private contact information. I am available 24/7. Mr. Lu, I shall not let you down. Once you have made your decision, feel free to call this number, and I will cooperate with you at any time. With that, he nodded slightly at Lu Qinghe, turning to stride out of the residence with his assistant. As Li Guobang's vehicle vanished from the alley of the fishing village, Zhao Ming approached Lu Qinghe, whispering urgently, Brother Qinghe, this man has a forthright demeanor, speaks and acts with integrity. Unlike Wang Chi-chung's ilk, we can probe further. Lu Qinghe nodded, picking up the business card and running his fingers over the inscription. Li Guobang is a formidable weapon in his arsenal against Wang Chi-chung. However, this weapon is too upright. He cannot divulge everything and must retain some cards close to his chest. In the world of the underbelly, one must never place all hope in another. Meanwhile, within the office of the Yao Mati police station, an operative dispatched by Wang Chi-chung to surveil the fishing village stood before him, trembling as he reported, Sir. Li Guobang from the ICAC visited Lu Qinghe's village and met with him, conversing for nearly half an hour before departing. What? Wang Chi-chung abruptly stood, overturning the table before him, teacups and documents scattering to the floor. His eyes reddened instantly, his face contorted with rage. Li Guobang, that mad dog from the ICAC actually sought out Lu Qinghe. Those two are colluding. Li Guobang had been investigating him for nearly 6 months without uncovering core evidence. And now that Lu Qinghe possessed incriminating information, if the two joined forces, he would be utterly doomed. Wang Chi-chung trembled with fury, his fist striking the wall, nearly fracturing his knuckles. He could not allow Lu Qinghe and Li Guobang to ally. Absolutely not. Whirling around, he bellowed at his confidant. Immediately arrange for my prepared batch of white powder to be hidden in Lu Qinghe's gambling den on Xingtai Road. I intend to ruin him completely. I want him to be unable to recover, even with Li Guobang backing him. The confidant nodded swiftly, rushing out to mobilize their men. Wang Chi-chung stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the fishing village, his eyes filled with vengeful intent. Lu Qinghe, you think you can contend with me? You are still too inexperienced. This time, I will ensure you rot in prison. At that moment, the door to the residence was flung open with force. Zhao Ming rushed in, his face pale, exclaiming urgently, Brother Qinghe, it's bad. Something has happened. Wang Chi-chung's men are heading to our gambling den on Xingtai Road in a vehicle. They are transporting several large boxes that appear to contain white powder. Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened, rising abruptly and seizing the machete resting on the table. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him. That scoundrel Wang Chi-chung dares to resort to underhanded tactics. Let us go. To Xingtai Road. Chapter 28, Framing. Before Lu Qinghe's words had fully escaped his lips, he had already burst through the door of the residence. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming immediately rallied their comrades, trailing closely behind him, all gripping their weapons tightly as they sprinted towards the alleyway where their vehicles awaited. The sea breeze swept through the night, chilling Lu Qinghe's face, his expression as frigid as ice. Framing with flour. This was Wang Chi-chung's most insidious and frequently employed strategy. In 1980s Hong Kong, drug trafficking was a grave offense. If one were to be caught red-handed with both the drugs and the evidence, even the mightiest would struggle to overturn the case. Wang Qicheng aimed to ensure Lu Qinghe's utter destruction, leaving him with no chance of redemption. Lu Qinghe flung open the car door, sliding into the driver's seat, turning the key to unleash a thunderous roar from the engine. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming quickly joined him, followed by their brothers, forming a convoy of a dozen vehicles racing towards Xingtai Road. The tires screeched against the streets of Yao Mati, producing a piercing friction sound. As pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside, their eyes wide with terror at the approaching convoy. Everyone knew that Yao Mati was about to witness chaos once more. Zhang Lai, seated in the passenger seat, gripped his steel pipe tightly, his teeth clenched as he cursed. That son of a dog, Wang Qicheng. How despicable and shameless. To resort to such underhanded tactics with flower framing. Brother Qinghe, once we arrive, we must eliminate those scoundrels. Lu Qinghe's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his foot pressing the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle forward with nearly reckless speed. His face bore no trace of panic. His mind raced with calculations. Since Wang Qicheng dared to employ this tactic, he must have made meticulous preparations. He would not only conceal the flower within the gambling den, but would also preemptively deploy police forces, lying in wait for Lu Qinghe to fall into his trap, setting the stage for a catch-all scenario. However, he could not afford to stay away. The gambling den on Xingtai Road was the very core of his operations in Yao Mati, the foundation upon which he and his brothers relied for their livelihoods. If the den were to be searched and the flower discovered, even if he managed to escape, the brothers guarding the premises and their reputation with the Liani would be irrevocably tarnished. He had to go. Lu Qinghe abruptly turned the steering wheel, veering into a narrow alley adjacent to Xingtai Road, coming to a sudden halt. The convoy followed suit, all the brothers disembarking, weapons at the ready, awaiting Lu Qinghe's command. Lu Qinghe pushed open the car door, standing at the alley's entrance, lifting his gaze towards the main street of Xingtai Road. The entire street had been cordoned off by police vehicles, with red and blue lights flashing erratically in the night, inflicting a painful glare upon the eyes. Dozens of armed officers had sealed off all entrances, erecting barricades to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. Wang Qicheng stood at the entrance of the gambling den, clad in police uniform, a visage of righteousness as he issued commands to the officers beside him. He had actually come in person. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lai was consumed with rage, his eyes burning red as he brandished his steel pipe, ready to charge forward. That son of a dog, Wang Qicheng. He has truly set a trap. Lu Qinghe immediately grasped his arm, halting him with a sharp command. Stop. Do not act impulsively. Rushing in now would be falling right into his trap. He wields a firearm, flanked by dozens of officers. Should you charge forward, you would be shot dead on the spot, with no chance to defend yourself. Zhang Lai's steps abruptly halted, his fist crashing against the wall as he roared. What are we supposed to do? Are we just to stand by and watch him stash the white powder in our gambling den, framing us for his crimes? Lu Qinghe's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance of the gambling den, his mind racing to devise a strategy. It was already too late to rush in. Huang Ziqing's men had undoubtedly concealed the narcotics within the hidden compartments of the establishment. Even if he were to burst inside now, there would be no time to relocate the drugs, and he would instead be apprehended by Huang Ziqing, charged with violent resistance and the theft of evidence. At that moment, the door of the gambling den swung open. Two officers emerged, carrying several transparent evidence bags filled to the brim with white powder, the purest form of narcotics. A sinister smile spread across Huang Ziqing's face as he beheld the drugs. He lifted his head, surveying the surroundings, and his gaze landed squarely on Lu Qinghe at the alley's mouth. Their eyes met. Huang Ziqing's expression was rife with arrogance and malice as he gestured at Lu Qinghe with a throat-slitting motion. Then, with a commanding wave of his hand, he barked orders to the nearby officers. The suspect, Lu Qinghe, is at the alley's entrance. Arrest him. A dozen armed officers immediately charged toward the alley, their weapons trained on Lu Qinghe and his companions. Don't move. Police, drop your weapons. Lu Qinghe, you are suspected of large-scale drug trafficking. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire. Zhang Lai and the brothers beside him were instantly filled with rage, brandishing their machetes and steel pipes, ready to confront the officers. Let us fight. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Brother Qinghe, I will slay them. The atmosphere grew tense, a single spark away from igniting a bloody conflict. The officers had their fingers poised on the triggers, ready to shoot at any moment. Lu Qinghe suddenly turned around, bellowing at his brothers. Everyone, stay still. No one is to take action. Put down your weapons. The brothers were taken aback, turning to look at Lu Qinghe with bewilderment and urgency in their eyes. Brother Qinghe, we cannot disarm. If we lay down our weapons, they will take you away. Lu Qinghe stared at his brothers, his resolve unwavering. He understood that if they resorted to violence now, Huang Ziqing would have the justification to order gunfire. In that eventuality, not only would he perish, but his brothers would also meet their demise here. He could not gamble with their lives. I command you to put down your weapons. Do you not comprehend? Lu Qinghe's voice bore an undeniable authority, and his brothers exchanged glances, reluctantly lowering their weapons. Lu Qinghe turned to face the approaching officers, his demeanor unflustered. His gaze traversed past the officers, landing on the advancing Huang Zhiqing, as he shouted with fierce indignation, Huang Zhiqing, this powder is not mine. You are framing me. Huang Zhiqing stepped closer, a smug grin etched on his face. He leaned in toward Lu Qinghe's ear, speaking in a hushed tone meant only for their ears, Lu Qinghe. I told you, you cannot outmatch me. With the evidence against you, no one will believe your claims, no matter how loudly you protest. This time, I will ensure you rot in prison, allowing you to die behind bars. Straightening up, he turned to the surrounding officers and the journalists drawn to the spectacle, shouting, caught red-handed. Take the suspect Lu Qinghe back to the station. Investigate him thoroughly. Two officers stepped forward, producing handcuffs, ready to secure Lu Qinghe's wrists. Jiang Lai trembled in fury, poised to charge, but Lu Qinghe's piercing gaze halted him. Lu Qinghe looked at Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming, signaling them not to act impulsively, urging them to gather evidence to extricate him. He then willingly extended his hands, allowing the officers to cuff him. The cold metal pressed against his skin, yet his expression remained composed. His gaze fixated on Huang Zhiqing, filled with a chilling intent for revenge. Huang Zhiqing, you will pay for this. I will return everything you have done to me, piece by piece. Ding. Warning. The host has fallen into a trap set by corrupt officers and is arrested on drug trafficking charges. If you cannot prove your innocence within 72 hours, all of your dominance points will be forfeited, triggering a level 1 penalty. The system's icy warning echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe expressionlessly dismissed the system notification. He did not require reminders. He was acutely aware of the deadly snare Huang Zhiqing had laid for him, yet he remained unperturbed. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance for redemption. Two officers escorted Lu Qinghe toward the police vehicle. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming, along with their brothers, followed closely behind, their eyes brimming with anxiety and anger, yet refraining from making a move. Journalists frantically snapped photographs, their flashes illuminating the scene. Tomorrow, the news of Lu Qinghe's arrest for large-scale drug trafficking would reverberate throughout the entire region. This was precisely the outcome Huang Zhiqing desired. He sought to ruin Lu Qinghe's reputation, ensuring he would have no way to recover. Lu Qinghe was thrust into the police car, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud, isolating him from the outside world. He sat in the back seat, the window rolling down. His eyes locked onto Huang Zhiqing standing outside, and he mouthed the words, I will not let this go. Huang Zhiqing leaned against the car window, a malevolent grin on his face, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Lu Qinghe, this time, you are finished. The police car blared its siren, slowly pulling away, speeding toward the Yao Mati detention center. The alternating red and blue lights sliced through the night, vanishing into the streets of Yao Mati. Chapter 29, A Punch That Pierces Through. The police vehicle, blaring its jarring siren, entered the imposing iron gates of the Yao Mati detention center. The heavy door creaked shut behind him, sealing off the outside world. Lu Qinghe was escorted by two officers down a frigid corridor, flanked by iron bars. As inmates in their cells leaned against the bars, curiously scrutinizing him, whistling and laughing. This was one of the most chaotic detention centers in the region, teeming with a multitude of dangerous criminals. Huang Zhiqing had confined him here, intending for him to perish within these walls. The officers unlocked a heavy cell door, forcefully shoving Lu Qinghe inside. The door slammed shut with a thunderous clang, locking him in. Lu Qinghe staggered a couple of steps before regaining his balance, raising his eyes to survey the cell. It was small, containing 4 bunk beds and housing 6 inmates. 3 burly men occupied the lower bunks, their sinister gazes fixated on him, brimming with ill intent. The other 3 inmates huddled in a corner, trembling in fear, too intimidated to look up at him. Lu Qinghe's heart sank as realization dawned upon him. The 3 individuals present were the very ones Huang Zhiqing had orchestrated to eliminate him. Huang Zhiqing was acutely aware that even if he were incarcerated, he could not be convicted of a capital offense. The only way to ensure his demise was to have him perish within the detention center, disguised as a casualty of an inmate brawl, thereby eliminating any future threats. Lu Qinghe quietly approached the vacant bed in the corner, seated himself, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. He appeared relaxed, yet every muscle in his body was taut, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere in the cell became palpably tense, the silence so profound that one could hear the sound of their own breathing. The 3 burly men exchanged glances, and the leader, a man with a scarred face, slowly rose to his feet. He stood at an imposing height of nearly 6.5 feet, his body a mass of rippling muscles, a scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his ear. In his hand, he wielded a sharpened toothbrush handle, the infamous enforcer known as Mad Bull. Convicted of homicide, he had been sentenced to life imprisonment, leaving him with no path to redemption. Huang Zhiqing had invested a significant sum to corrupt him, tasking him with eliminating Lu Qinghe within the confines of the cell. In return for Lu Qinghe's death, Huang Zhiqing promised to overturn his conviction and secure his release. Mad Bull advanced towards Lu Qinghe, followed closely by the two other hulking figures, all gripping their sharpened toothbrush handles, forming a triangular formation that encircled Lu Qinghe. The other inmates in the cell cowered in the corner, terrified and scarcely daring to breathe. Mad Bull halted before Lu Qinghe, towering over him with a menacing grin. His voice gravelly and low. Lu Qinghe, Inspector Huang has instructed us to escort you on your final journey. If you know what is good for you, you'll end things yourself, and we might allow you a dignified exit. Otherwise, we'll ensure your demise is anything but pretty. Slowly, Lu Qinghe opened his eyes, his gaze as frigid as ice. He regarded Mad Bull, a faint, chilling smile playing at the corners of his lips, and replied calmly, "How much did Huang Zhiqing pay you to come and kill me?" Mad Bull erupted into raucous laughter, his eyes brimming with disdain. "How much? Inspector Huang promised us that if we kill you, we'll be set free." Lu Qinghe, you're quite audacious, daring to oppose Inspector Huang right out of the gate, and even overturning Tong Xinhui's territory. Truly, you know not what awaits you. Today marks your end. No sooner had he spoken than Mad Bull bellowed and lunged forward, thrusting the sharpened toothbrush handle viciously towards Lu Qinghe's chest. The speed was akin to a bolt of lightning, imbued with lethal intent. The two men behind him simultaneously charged in, their toothbrush handles aimed at Lu Qinghe's neck and lower back, cutting off all avenues of escape. They were hardened criminals, their hands stained with blood, their strikes vicious and lethal, affording Lu Qinghe no opportunity for resistance. The other inmates in the corner shut their eyes in fear, bracing for the impending carnage, convinced that Lu Qinghe was doomed. Yet, just as the toothbrush handles were about to pierce him, Lu Qinghe moved. His body swiftly slid to the side, flawlessly evading Mad Bull's lethal strike. Simultaneously, his right fist coalesced with the full force enhanced by the system, and he delivered a devastating blow to Mad Bull's nose. A sharp crack echoed. Mad Bull's nose shattered, blood gushing forth immediately. An excruciating pain engulfed his body, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as he staggered backward. Lu Qinghe offered him no respite, pivoting his body to evade the attacks from the two men behind him. His elbow struck forcefully backward, colliding with one of the brute's ribs. Another resounding crack echoed, the brute's ribs snapping as his toothbrush handle clattered to the ground. Collapsing to his knees, clutching his abdomen, writhing in agony, unable even to scream. The remaining brute, witnessing his comrades incapacitated in an instant, was momentarily struck by fear. Yet, he could not halt his advance, charging recklessly at Lu Qinghe with a furious roar. Lu Qinghe sidestepped his attack, grasping his wrist and twisting it with force. A sickening crack rang out as the wrist was brutally broken. The brute screamed in agony, and Lu Qinghe followed through with a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the iron bars, rendering him unconscious. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds. The three elite enforcers sent by Huang Zhiqing lay defeated at Lu Qinghe's feet. The cell fell into a deathly silence, save for Mad Bull, nursing his broken nose and groaning in pain. The three cowering inmates in the corner stared wide-eyed at Lu Qinghe, their expressions a mix of terror and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly refined young man possessed such ferocity and strength. Lu Qinghe approached Mad Bull, placing a foot on his chest and applying pressure. Mad Bull's cries ceased abruptly as he met Lu Qinghe's icy gaze, trembling in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. In those fleeting seconds, he realized that this young man was a force he could not contend with. Lu Qinghe leaned down, scrutinizing him with a commanding tone. "I shall ask once more. What were the terms set by Huang Zhiqing? Aside from killing me, what else did he demand of you?" Mad Bull, drenched in sweat from the pain, trembled as he divulged everything. "It was Huang Zhiqing who bribed the guards in the detention center, instructing us to kill you and stage it as a fatal fight among inmates. He promised that upon your death, he would clear our names and secure our release. He also warned that if we failed to kill you, our sentences would be extended indefinitely." Lu Qinghe's gaze turned even colder. Huang Zhiqing truly spared no effort. After failing to hire an assassin, he resorted to framing him with drugs, and now he was orchestrating his assassination within the detention center. It was evident that Huang Zhiqing would not rest until Lu Qinghe was dead. Terrified by Lu Qinghe's frigid stare, Mad Bull hastily pleaded for mercy. "Master Lu Qinghe, I realize my errors. I swear I won't do it again. Please spare me." Huang Zhiqing forced my hand. "I had no choice." Lu Qinghe regarded his submissive demeanor with indifference. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Those who dare to accept Huang Ziqing's contract to kill him must be prepared to face death. He intensified his pressure, and Mad Bull's chest emitted a dull thud as several of his ribs shattered. Mad Bull's eyes widened in horror, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he slumped, lifeless. Lu Qinghe withdrew his foot, observing the two unconscious brutes on the ground without a hint of hesitation. He stepped forward and ensured their demise. The cell once more fell silent. Lu Qinghe turned to face the three inmates cowering in the corner, his gaze as cold as ice. Terrified, they trembled and hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Master Lu, please spare us. We saw nothing. We did nothing. We will never speak of this. Lu Qinghe regarded them coldly, stating, if anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, the fate that befell those three will be yours. The three inmates nodded vigorously, like marionettes. Yes, yes. We want to say a word. Not a single word. Lu Qinghe leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and wiped the blood from his hands. Ding. The host has completed the counterattack mission in the detention center, thwarting Huang Ziqing's assassination plot, and has received 300 dominance points. The current dominant point tally stands at 2,100, with a mere 900 points remaining until the ascent to level 3. The system's alert resonated within his mind as Lu Qinghe maintained an impassive expression. His immediate objective was not to vent his frustrations by taking lives, but rather to uncover the evidence that Huang Ziqing had fabricated against him, thereby exonerating himself and securing his exit from this place. He was acutely aware that Huang Ziqing would not relent easily. A host of underhanded schemes lay ahead. Meanwhile, outside the detention center, Jiang Lai, accompanied by a dozen brothers, had forcibly restrained Awakens, the courier of heroin, in a rental apartment. Awakens' legs had been shattered by steel pipes, leaving him drenched in sweat and emitting agonizing screams. Jiang Lai, wielding the steel pipe, struck the ground beside him with such force that the concrete was dented. He bellowed, "Speak. Did Huang Ziqing instruct you to conceal the heroin in Qinghe's gambling den? Who paid you? Who provided you with the heroin?" Trembling in pain, Awakens stubbornly retorted, No, it was my own doing. I have no connection with Inspector Huang. I advise you to let me go swiftly. Otherwise, Inspector Huang will not spare you. Jiang Lai, incensed, brought the pipe crashing down onto his other leg. Damn you. Still defiant, are you? If you refuse to confess, I shall break every bone in your body and make your life a living hell. Just then, Zhao Ming hastily entered, clutching a stack of bank statements and a segment of surveillance footage. He approached Awakens, thrusting the phone screen before his face, and coldly declared, Awakens, cease your stubbornness. Here is the bank statement showing Huang Ziqing transferred you 100,000 yuan. And this is the surveillance footage of you entering the gambling den on Xingtado. The evidence is irrefutable. If you confess now, we may yet leave you a path to survival. Should you remain silent, once the Integrity Commission arrives, you can expect to rot in prison. Upon seeing the surveillance footage and bank statements on the phone screen, Awakens' face drained of color. His psychological defenses crumbled, and he trembled as he divulged everything. Yes, it was Huang Ziqing who provided me with the heroin, giving me 100,000 yuan to hide it in Lu Qinghe's gambling den. He also promised me another 100,000 upon success and assistance in clearing my prior criminal record. Jiang Lai immediately produced a recorder, capturing his confession verbatim. Zhao Ming, armed with the recording and all evidence, sped towards the Integrity Commission to find Li Guobang. He presented all evidence before Li Guobang, solemnly stating, Director Li, this is the unequivocal evidence of Huang Ziqing framing my brother Qinghe. I implore you to initiate an investigation at once and rescue him. He is currently in detention, and Huang Ziqing may strike at any moment. Li Guobang scrutinized the evidence in his hands, his expression darkening. He slammed his hand on the table and declared fiercely, Huang Ziqing is a scoundrel. His lawlessness is intolerable. Rest assured, I will immediately initiate the fingerprint verification process and hold a press conference to expose Huang Ziqing's crimes. I will not allow Mr. Lu to be wrongfully accused, nor will I permit Huang Ziqing to evade justice. Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, within the detention center, Li Guobang, accompanied by members of the Integrity Commission, came to visit Lu Qinghe. Through the visitation glass, Li Guobang spoke solemnly, Mr. Lu, we have obtained the evidence, and I have arranged for a fingerprint analysis. As long as the packaging of the heroin does not bear your fingerprints, your innocence will be established. Lu Qinghe nodded and handed over the fingerprint samples he had previously collected using adhesive tape from the evidence bag through the prison guard. These samples were taken from the evidence bag. They do not belong to me, but rather to the henchmen of Huang Ziqing. With this, I shall have ample proof of my innocence. Li Guobang accepted the fingerprint samples, astonished and impressed. He had not anticipated that Lu Qinghe, amidst his predicament, could procure such crucial evidence. Mr. Lu, rest assured, I will prioritize the analysis. Within 2 days, I will ensure your exoneration. Lu Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. As soon as Li Guabang departed, hurried footsteps echoed outside the cell. The guard stationed at the door peered through the small window and quietly reported. Lu Qinghe, Inspector Huang has arrived to conduct an interrogation. Sitting on the bunk, Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a chilling smile. He slowly raised his hand to wipe the still damp bloodstains from his skin. This is fortuitous. I am eager to see what tricks he has left. Chapter 30, Suspension Investigation. No sooner had Lu Qinghe spoken than the iron door of the cell swung open with a clang. Two uniformed officers stood at the entrance. Their expressions impassive as they coldly stated, Lu Qinghe, time for interrogation. Lu Qinghe rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire. His demeanor unperturbed as he stepped out of the cell. The two officers flanked him, escorting him towards the interrogation room. The corridor's harsh lighting cast a cold glow on Lu Qinghe's face, yet his gaze remained tranquil, betraying no hint of anxiety. He understood that Huang Zhiqing's presence at this juncture was merely an attempt to coerce him into a confession or extract further incriminating information. Regrettably for Huang Zhiqing, his calculations were flawed. As the door to the interrogation room swung open, Lu Qinghe was ushered inside. Huang Zhiqing sat behind the table, clad in his police uniform, his countenance dark and his eyes brimming with malice. Beside him sat a recorder, with interrogation notes and a pen laid out on the table. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe enter, Huang Zhiqing's lips twisted into a sinister smile. He gestured for the officers to force Lu Qinghe into the chair opposite him, fastening the handcuffs securely. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew stiflingly oppressive. Huang Zhiqing leaned forward, hands braced on the table, and barked, Lu Qinghe, you have been caught red-handed. Will you not confess? If you comply and divulge all your crimes related to Liani, I can plead leniency before the judge on your behalf. Otherwise, you shall never see the outside of this prison again. Lu Qinghe regarded him with a faint, sardonic smile, his voice calm. Huang Zhiqing, the heroin was planted on me by you, and the murder was orchestrated by you. You are fully aware of this. Do you expect me to confess? Dream on. I suggest you contemplate your own situation. The evidence of your contract, killing, and framing has already fallen into the hands of the Integrity Commission. Soon, you shall find yourself in my position. Huang Zhiqing's expression shifted abruptly, and he slammed his hand on the table, roaring, you speak nonsense. Lu Qinghe, I warn you. Do not make baseless accusations. You are implicated in drug trafficking, and the evidence is irrefutable. If you continue to quibble, I shall show you no mercy. A flicker of unease surged within him. What did Lu Qinghe mean by that? Could it be that he truly had handed over evidence to Li Guabang? Impossible. He is confined within the detention center, unable to communicate with the outside world. How could he possibly have shared evidence with Li Guabang? Huang Zhiqing forced himself to suppress his growing anxiety, his gaze turning even more sinister. Observing his flustered demeanor, Lu Qinghe's smile grew colder. He activated the system's lie detection skill, fixing his gaze on Huang Zhiqing, and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Huang Zhiqing, you transferred 100,000 to Awakens, instructing him to conceal the narcotics within my gambling den, did you not? You bribed the prison guards, orchestrating an attack by Feng Niu and his accomplices to murder me, framing it as a brawl among inmates, correct? You paid 70,000 to Sang Biao to hire someone to kill me. Is that not so? With each inquiry, Huang Zhiqing's complexion paled further. These deeds were clandestinely executed, shrouded in secrecy. How could Lu Qinghe possess such intimate knowledge? An escalating sense of dread enveloped Huang Zhiqing, nearly overwhelming him. He abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Qinghe, his voice rising in fury. Silence. You fabricated all of this. It is you who slanders me. Recorder, document his words. He is maliciously defaming a law enforcement officer, exacerbating his crimes. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was flung open. A police officer rushed in, visibly agitated, his face ashen, leaning close to Huang Zhiqing to whisper urgently. Instantly, Huang Zhiqing's expression turned ghostly pale, staggering back 2 steps as if about to collapse. His eyes, wide with disbelief, murmured, impossible, this cannot be. Merely 10 minutes prior, the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption had convened an emergency press conference for all local media. Li Guabang stood at the podium, before the lenses of numerous reporters, publicly unveiling irrefutable evidence of Huang Zhiqing's framing of Lu Qinghe. The confession recording from Awakens, Huang Zhiqing's transaction records, surveillance footage of his early entry into the gambling den, fingerprint analysis of the narcotics packaging, and correspondence regarding the assassination plot against Lu Qinghe. Each piece of evidence was as solid as a mountain. The atmosphere in the press conference erupted, with reporters furiously clicking their cameras, flashes illuminating the room, questions clamoring in a cacophony. The entire city was in an uproar. No one expected that Huang Zhiqing, an inspector from the anti-triad unit of the Yao Mati police station, who had always prided himself on combating organized crime, was, in fact, deeply entrenched in collusion with gangs, accepting bribes, framing others, and orchestrating murders as a top-tier corrupt officer. This news spread like a tsunami, sweeping across Hong Kong. Countless citizens flooded the police department and the ICAC with calls demanding a thorough investigation into Huang Zhiqing and the harshest penalties for this corrupt officer. Under immense public pressure, the police headquarters promptly issued orders. All drug trafficking charges against Liu Qinghe were to be dropped, and he was to be released immediately. As for Huang Zhiqing, all his duties were to be suspended, and he was subject to dual investigations by both the ICAC and the Internal Investigations Unit of the police department. Huang Zhiqing could scarcely believe that his meticulously orchestrated framing scheme had been so utterly exposed. Not only had he failed to eliminate Liu Qinghe, but he had also dragged himself into a bottomless pit. His body swayed as he abruptly lifted his head to glare at Liu Qinghe, eyes filled with frenzied malice. It was all Liu Qinghe's doing. It was this scoundrel. Had it not been for him, he would still be the illustrious anti-triad inspector. How could he have fallen to such depths? He yearned to charge at Liu Qinghe and strangle him to death. Yet before he could move, the interrogation room door swung open once more. 2 investigators from the ICAC strode in, followed by officers from the Internal Investigations Unit of the police department. The lead investigator regarded Huang Zhiqing with a serious expression, producing an investigation warrant and coldly stating, "Huang Zhiqing, we are from the ICAC. We are now initiating a comprehensive investigation against you in accordance with the law. Please accompany us." Huang Zhiqing's body went limp, collapsing into the chair, his face ashen. The 2 officers stepped forward, removing his badge and firearm and placing handcuffs on him. The once magnificent anti-triad inspector now became the subject of an ICAC investigation. A prisoner in his own right. As Huang Zhiqing was escorted out of the interrogation room, he turned back to glare at Liu Qinghe, his eyes brimming with vengeful intent. Shouting, "Liu Qinghe, I will not let you go. We will not rest until one of us is dead." Liu Qinghe remained seated, observing Huang Zhiqing's disheveled retreat with an expression devoid of emotion. "Not resting until one of us is dead. From the moment you contracted a hit on me, our fates were intertwined. This is merely the beginning. I will ensure you pay the full price for your deeds." Half an hour later, the gates of the Yao Mati detention center opened slowly. Liu Qinghe stepped out, having changed out of the prison garb and back into his tailored black Zhongshan suit. Standing tall with a sharp gaze, outside the detention center, a crowd had already gathered. Scar Dong, accompanied by over 100 brothers from the He Lian Yao Mati faction, stood in formation at the entrance. Upon seeing Liu Qinghe emerge, they all bowed in unison, chanting, "Welcome back, Brother Qinghe." Their voices rang out, resonating through the street. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng rushed forward, their eyes filled with excitement and joy, their voices choked with emotion. "Brother Qinghe, you're finally out." Liu Qinghe patted their shoulders and nodded, a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. These 2 brothers had exerted every effort to gather evidence and secure his release during his time of incarceration. He held their loyalty close to his heart. Scar Dong approached with a hearty laugh, his voice booming as he clapped Liu Qinghe on the shoulder. "Qinghe, well done. I knew you would be fine. That corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing has finally been suspended for investigation. It's incredibly satisfying. From this day forth, in Yao Mati, you and He Lian Yi will always be your strongest backing. No one can touch you." Surrounding reporters frantically clicked their cameras, flashes filling the air. Liu Qinghe turned to face the encroaching journalists, raising the evidence against Huang Zhiqing, and shouted into the lenses, "Huang Zhiqing, as an anti-triad inspector, has violated the law, colluded with gangs, accepted bribes, framed the innocent, and contracted murder. Such a corrupt officer does not deserve to wear this uniform. I, Liu Qinghe, will cooperate with the ICAC to publicly disclose all evidence of Huang Zhiqing's crimes and ensure he faces the full force of the law." The reporters clamored with questions, but Liu Qinghe said no more. He and his brothers turned and boarded a vehicle, heading towards the He Lian Yi faction's headquarters. Ding. The host has completed the task of countering the corrupt officer's framing scheme, successfully clearing his name, and has earned 1,000 dominance points. Current dominance points total, 3,100 points. Upgrade conditions met. Level upgraded to LV3. Unlock skill, lie detection, max level. Significant enhancement of all attributes. Unlock master level firearm proficiency. Unlock danger prediction skill. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Liu Qinghe leaned back in the car's rear seat, closing his eyes. LV3. His strength had risen significantly once again. Yet he was acutely aware that this was insufficient. Although Huang Zhiqing had been suspended for investigation, he still had powerful backers and would not simply fall from grace. This game of wits was far from over. The vehicle soon arrived at the He Lian Yao Mati headquarters, just as Liu Qinghe entered the hall. Before he could even take a seat, a younger brother rushed in, breathless and pale, urgently exclaiming, "Brother Qinghe, this is bad. Something major has happened. Uncle Dong has been taken away by the Kowloon District Police. They say he is suspected of a shooting incident." Lu Qinghe forcefully slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table. Ceramic shards scattered in all directions, and scalding tea splattered across the floor. His gaze instantly turned icy, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped the entire hall. Huang Zhiqing, how dare you lay a hand on my people? I shall ensure you pay in blood for this transgression. Chapter 31. Uncle Dong in distress. Lu Qinghe brought the teacup down with a resounding crash, sending fragments of porcelain flying and scalding liquids spilling everywhere. He abruptly stood up, his aura of wrath sweeping through the hall, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. All the brothers in the hall immediately tensed, not daring to breathe. They understood clearly that Lu Qinghe was genuinely furious. Scar Dong was not only Lu Qinghe's guide within the lineage, but also a revered elder who had always protected him. The audacity of Huang Zhiqing to target Scar Dong had irrevocably touched Lu Qinghe's sensitive spot. Turning around, Lu Qinghe's piercing gaze swept over Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, issuing commands with a voice as frigid as ice. Jiang Lai, take 20 brothers immediately to the scene of the shooting. Locate all witnesses and ascertain the complete details of the incident. Who fired the gun, and who were the victims? I want every detail, not a single nuance overlooked. Zhao Meng, investigate who reported this case, who is responsible for the proceedings, and uncover the true culprit. Furthermore, I need to know what machinations Huang Zhiqing has orchestrated within. I want concrete evidence. Go at once. I want to know everything within half an hour. Yes, Brother Qinghe. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation, turning to lead their brothers out to execute the orders. The elders in the hall rose, their faces etched with urgency and ire. Qinghe, Uncle Dong is our hall's esteemed figure. How dare Huang Zhiqing arrest him? This is a blatant disrespect towards us and Liani. It must be that scoundrel Huang Zhiqing's doing. He's been suspended and is harboring resentment, framing Uncle Dong to retaliate against us. Qinghe, what shall we do? We will follow your lead. Even if it means storming the Kowloon District Police Station, we will rescue Uncle Dong. Lu Qinghe raised a hand, silencing the clamor. He took his seat at the head of the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface as his mind raced. Huang Zhiqing was already under suspension and being investigated by the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Logically, he held no authority to interfere with the case, let alone lead an arrest. Yet, he had still managed to apprehend Scar Dong, indicating that his protective shield remained intact, granting him temporary enforcement powers. Moreover, he was fully aware that directly targeting Lu Qinghe would yield him no advantage. Thus, he had set his sights on Scar Dong. First, capturing Scar Dong, a key figure in the Liani's oil hemp hall, could destabilize their foundation. Second, he could use Scar Dong to force Lu Qinghe into action, provoking him into irrational behavior, or even compel Scar Dong to testify against him, achieving two objectives with one stroke. This was a treacherous scheme, a classic case of killing two birds with one stone. Lu Qinghe's eyes grew colder. Huang Zhiqing was indeed relentless. Even in the face of his own peril, he dared to employ such underhanded tactics. This time, he would ensure Huang Zhiqing paid a grievous price. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Kowloon District Detention Center, Scar Dong sat shackled to a chair, his scarred face contorted with rage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his clothing was torn, clearly a result of recent mistreatment by the guards. Across the table, Huang Zhiqing sat with a sinister expression, his eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction. Though suspended, he had leveraged the influence of his protector, Deputy Police Commissioner Zhang, to gain temporary enforcement powers in this shooting case, personally overseeing Scar Dong's interrogation. Huang Zhiqing fixed his gaze on Scar Dong, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he leaned forward, coldly stating, Scar Dong, stop putting on a brave front. The evidence in this shooting case is irrefutable. You fired the gun and injured someone. Even if you refuse to confess, it will not save you from conviction. I offer you a chance. If you testify against Lu Qinghe and divulge all his criminal activities, I will release you, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, prepare to rot in prison. Scar Dong suddenly lifted his head and spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at Huang Zhiqing, furiously retorting. Bah! Huang Zhiqing, you dog in a police uniform. You think I would betray Lu Qinghe? Dream on. I, Scar Dong, have navigated the waters of Hong Kong's underworld for decades, and I value loyalty above all. Colluding with the Qing court and betraying my comrades are the three cardinal sins of our world. Even if I die in prison, I will never stoop to such vile acts. I did not commit the shooting. This is your frame-up. You blackguard will eventually meet your comeuppance. Huang Zhiqing's face darkened, his fury palpable as he slammed the table, bellowing, Scar Dong, are you testing my patience? Let me make it clear. The entire Hong Kong knows you are a suspect in this shooting case. No one will believe you. Even if you refuse to testify against Lu Qinghe, you will not escape a grim fate. If you continue to resist, I will ensure you suffer in this prison. Scar Dong laughed disdainfully, his expression one of utter contempt. Huang Zhiqing, is that all you can do? Framing and coercing, What other despicable tactics do you possess? I've weathered countless storms in the underworld. Am I to fear your petty threats? If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, once I'm free, I will ensure all of Hong Kong knows your true colors as a corrupt officer. Huang Ziqing, completely enraged, sprang to his feet, shouting at the guards beside him. Beat him. Keep hitting him until he agrees to testify against Lu Qinghe. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. 2 guards immediately advanced, raining blows upon Scar Dong. He grunted but gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single cry of pain or a word of surrender. Even if beaten to death, he would never betray Lu Qinghe, nor would he contravene the principles of the underworld. Huang Ziqing, witnessing Scar Dong's unyielding spirit, trembled with rage. He had not anticipated Scar Dong's resilience, unwilling to betray Lu Qinghe even in the face of death. Since soft measures had failed, he resolved to adopt a more brutal approach. Gritting his teeth, a cold glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Since Scar Dong refused to cooperate, he would use him to draw Lu Qinghe in. He planned to set an ambush on the route Lu Qinghe would take to rescue Scar Dong, intending to gun him down and disguise it as a feud within the underworld. At that point, there would be no witnesses, and even the Independent Commission Against Corruption would be powerless to intervene. Huang Ziqing swiftly instructed his confidant in a hushed tone, make arrangements immediately. Set up an ambush along the route Lu Qinghe will take from the Liani Hall to the Kowloon District Detention Center. Deploy a dozen shooters. And as soon as Lu Qinghe's car appears, open fire. Afterwards, we will frame it as an underworld feud, and it will have nothing to do with us. Understood? The confidant nodded eagerly, whispering, understood. Huang, sir, I will arrange it right away. With that, he turned and rushed out. Huang Ziqing gazed at Scar Dong, battered and bruised in the interrogation room, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Lu Qinghe, are you not one to value loyalty and righteousness? I have lured you here using Scar Dong as bait. I am eager to witness whether you can survive this time. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the United Brotherhood Hall, Jiang Lai rushed in, his face contorted with rage, urgently reporting, Brother Qinghe, I have uncovered the truth. The shooting incident occurred this afternoon at the intersection of Yao Mati Street, where a fruit stall owner was shot in the leg. Eyewitnesses claim the shooter was a young punk with yellow hair, around 20 years old, and certainly not Uncle Dong. Moreover, the injured stall owner has no connection to Uncle Dong, neither grievances nor animosities. Uncle Dong had no reason to shoot him. As Jiang Lai finished speaking, Zhao Ming hurriedly entered, clutching a stack of evidence, his expression grave as he stated, Brother Qinghe, I have also gathered information. The person who reported the incident is a close confidant of Huang Ziqing. The officer in charge of this case is also one of his men. We have traced the real culprit, the yellow-haired shooter. He is a street thug hired by Huang Ziqing. Here are the bank statements showing Huang Ziqing transferred 50,000 yuan to him, along with the confession recording, where he admits it was Huang Ziqing who instructed him to shoot and frame Uncle Dong. Additionally, we discovered that Huang Ziqing has arranged for a dozen gunmen to ambush us on the route from the hall to the detention center, waiting to kill you when we attempt to rescue Uncle Dong. Here are the photographs taken by our brothers of the gunmen's ambush. Zhao Ming placed all the evidence before Lu Qinghe on the table. The bank statements, confession recordings, and photographs of the ambush were irrefutable evidence. The hall erupted in chaos, with brothers' eyes wide open in fury, their bodies trembling with rage. That despicable Huang Ziqing, how vile, to concoct such a nefarious scheme, not only to frame Uncle Dong, but also to set a trap to kill Brother Qinghe. Truly, this is madness. Brother Qinghe, we cannot let this go unpunished. Let us charge forth and eliminate those gunmen. We must rescue Uncle Dong. Lu Qinghe surveyed all the evidence on the table, his gaze growing colder, an aura of murderous intent coalescing around him. He had anticipated Huang Ziqing's intricate plot, the framing of Scar Dong to draw him out, only to ambush him midway. It was a well-calculated scheme, but unfortunately for him, Lu Qinghe had already discerned his intentions. Slowly rising, Lu Qinghe slammed all the evidence onto the table. He looked at Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming, his voice icy and resolute. Huang Ziqing wishes to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by using Uncle Dong to ensnare me. I shall turn the tables on him. Let us proceed to the Kowloon District Detention Center to retrieve Uncle Dong. And while we are at it, let us reduce Huang Ziqing's face to a pulp. Chapter 32, Reversal of Verdict, Irrefutable Evidence. Once Lu Qinghe had finished speaking, he seized all the evidence and turned towards the hall's entrance. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming immediately followed, while the hundreds of brothers behind them gripped their weapons tightly, marching forth with palpable anger on their faces. At the entrance, Li Guobang saw Lu Qinghe emerge and promptly approached him. He had just learned from Zhao Ming about Huang Ziqing's framing of Scar Dong and the ambush set for Lu Qinghe, his expression grave. Mr. Lu, I have reviewed all the evidence. Huang Ziqing is utterly lawless. Even while under investigation, he dares to abuse his power for framing and murder. I have contacted the higher-ups of the Kowloon District Police and the Independent Commission Against Corruption. They are currently waiting in the detention center's conference room. We must go now and publicly expose Huang Zicheng's conspiracy to rescue Mr. Scarred Dong. Lu Qinghe nodded, his voice solemn. Thank you, Director Li. This time, I shall ensure Huang Zicheng is utterly ruined. With that, he opened the car door and entered. Li Guobang, Jiang Lai, and Zhao Meng followed suit. While a convoy of dozens of vehicles, carrying hundreds of brothers, thundered towards the Kowloon District Detention Center. As the convoy traversed the streets of Kowloon, passers-by turned their heads, aware that something significant was about to unfold. After more than half an hour, the convoy arrived at the Kowloon District Detention Center. A crowd of journalists, along with high-ranking officers from the Kowloon District Police and members of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, had gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe approach, the reporters immediately surrounded him, their flashes going off in a frenzy. Ignoring them, Lu Qinghe strode into the detention center's conference room with Li Guobang, Jiang Lai, and Zhao Meng. Inside, Deputy Commissioner Zhang Qiming, Huang Zicheng's protector, was seated at the head of the table, his expression dark and foreboding. The head of the Internal Affairs Division and the leader of the Independent Commission Against Corruption's investigation team sat nearby, their expressions serious. Huang Zicheng stood in the conference room, and upon seeing Lu Qinghe enter, a flicker of resentment and unease crossed his face. He had not anticipated Lu Qinghe would dare to come, let alone bring the ICAC along. Lu Qinghe halted in the center of the conference room, casting his gaze over everyone present before finally resting on Zhang Qiming. He forcefully slammed all the evidence onto the conference table, his voice booming with righteous fury. Deputy Commissioner Zhang, esteemed members of the investigation team, Scarred Dong, the sitting official of the United Brotherhood at Yao Mati, has been arrested by Huang Zicheng under false charges of shooting. This entire incident has been a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Huang Zicheng. Here lies all the irrefutable evidence. The true culprit of the shooting is the yellow-haired thug hired by Huang Zicheng. This is the transfer record of funds from Huang Zicheng to him, along with the confession recording detailing how Huang Zicheng paid him to shoot and frame Scarred Dong. Not only did Huang Zicheng frame Scarred Dong, but he also arranged for a dozen gunmen to ambush me on my way to the detention center, intending to kill me and make it appear as a gang rivalry. Here are the photographs of the gunmen's ambush and their identities. All are Huang Zicheng's confidants. As Lu Qinghe's words resonated through the conference room, chaos erupted. Officers from the police department and members of the ICAC scrambled to examine the evidence on the table, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Each piece of evidence stood as irrefutable proof that this entire plot had been orchestrated by Huang Zicheng. Zhang Qiming's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling slightly. He had never imagined that Huang Zicheng would be so foolish as to engage in such lawless activities, ultimately leading to the exposure of all his deeds by Lu Qinghe. Now, even he risked being implicated. Huang Zicheng's face was even paler. He lunged forward, pointing at Lu Qinghe, and shouted vehemently, "You lie? These pieces of evidence are fabricated. You are slandering me." Deputy Commissioner Zhang, esteemed leaders, do not believe him. He is a gangster. He speaks falsehoods. Lu Qinghe regarded his panicked demeanor, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He produced a recording device and pressed play. The confession recording from the yellow-haired thug resonated clearly, articulating how Huang Zicheng had paid him to shoot and frame Scarred Dong. As the recording concluded, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. All eyes were fixed upon Huang Zicheng, filled with disdain and fury. The evidence against him was irrefutable. No amount of his evasive arguments could salvage his situation. Lu Qinghe glared at Huang Zicheng, his voice reverberating throughout the conference room. Huang Zicheng, as a law enforcement officer, you have not only broken the law but have also accepted bribes, colluded with criminal organizations, framed others, and even orchestrated murder. What further excuses can you possibly offer? You incessantly label me as part of the underworld, yet your actions are far more vile and malicious than any criminal. You are utterly unworthy of wearing that police uniform. Huang Zicheng was rendered speechless, staggering backward 2 steps, his face ashen. He comprehended that this time, he was utterly finished. With such overwhelming evidence and the presence of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, even his protective shield could no longer save him. Just then, the conference room door swung open. 2 officers escorted the battered Scarred Dong into the room. His face and body were marred with wounds, his lips stained with blood, yet his gaze remained resolute, his posture upright. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, Scarred Dong's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Qinghe immediately rushed forward to support him, and as he examined Scarred Dong's injuries, his eyes darkened with a fierce intensity. "Dong Shu, I apologize for the indignities you have suffered. I am here to take you away." Scarred Dong patted his shoulder, and, raising his bloodied wrist, which had been chafed by handcuffs, he bellowed at everyone in the conference room, "Esteemed leaders, This corrupt officer Huang Ziqing has framed me, allowed prison guards to beat me, and coerced me to testify against Lu Qinghe. I, Skardong, have roamed the underworld for decades without ever committing heinous acts or betraying my brothers. I implore you, leaders, to conduct a thorough investigation into this rogue officer, Huang Ziqing, and restore my innocence. The head of the investigation team from the Independent Commission Against Corruption slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and declared sternly, Huang Ziqing, you have abused your power, framed others, and engaged in violent coercion, multiple charges with irrefutable evidence. From this moment forth, you are to be stripped of all duties and subjected to a comprehensive investigation by the ICAC. No one is permitted to intervene. The head of the Internal Investigation Unit of the Police Department also stood up immediately, stating coldly, seize all of Huang Ziqing's ranks, badge, and service weapon at once. Take him away and ensure he is closely monitored. Two officers promptly approached, removing Huang Ziqing's insignia and service weapon before placing him in handcuffs. Huang Ziqing completely unraveled, thrashing desperately and screaming, let go of me. I am the inspector of the district anti-triad unit. You cannot arrest me. Deputy Commissioner Zhang, save me. He turned to Zhang Qiming, his eyes pleading. Yet, Zhang Qiming averted his gaze, unable to meet him. In such a dire situation, he struggled to protect himself, let alone defend Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing was escorted out of the conference room by the officers, his screams fading into the distance down the corridor. The head of the ICAC investigation team looked at Skardong and spoke somberly, Mr. Skardong, after our investigation, it has been determined that you were framed. You are now exonerated. We will also open a case regarding the violent coercion by Huang Ziqing and provide you with an explanation. Skardong nodded slightly and bowed in gratitude to the head of the investigation team. Half an hour later, the gates of the Kowloon District Detention Center slowly swung open. Lu Qinghe supported Skardong as they stepped outside. The brothers of He Lian Yi, waiting at the entrance, immediately bowed in unison, shouting in unison, welcome, Dong Shu. Their voices resonated, echoing throughout the street. Journalists gathered at the entrance surged forward, frantically snapping photos. Standing on the steps, Skardong raised the evidence of Huang Ziqing's framing in his hand, glaring into the camera, and shouted fiercely, this corrupt officer Huang Ziqing has framed me. Engaged in violent coercion, colluded with criminal organizations, and accepted bribes. I beseech the ICAC to rigorously investigate this scoundrel and restore justice to the underworld of Xinjiang. The journalists clamored with questions, their flashes illuminating the scene. This news swept across all of Xinjiang once more. The once heroic anti-triad figure Huang Ziqing was utterly disgraced, now a pariah loathed by the entire region. On the journey home, in the car, Skardong looked at Lu Qinghe, his eyes reddening as he patted his shoulder. His voice thick with emotion, Qinghe, I owe you my life this time. From now on, this life of Dong Shu is yours. You direct me east, and I shall never go west. You command me to die, and I shall not hesitate. Lu Qinghe smiled gently and replied, Dong Shu, you overstated. You are my elder. Protecting you is my duty. Although Huang Ziqing had been apprehended, his protective network still lingered, and we could not afford to be complacent. He would surely retaliate. Skardong nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with determination. He had made a resolution. He had grown old and could no longer keep pace with the times. Only Lu Qinghe could lead He Lian Yi further and stand against Huang Ziqing and the corrupt police forces behind him. He intended to entrust the Yao Mati faction to Lu Qinghe. The vehicle soon returned to the He Lian Yi headquarters. As they entered the hall, before they could take their seats, Zhao Ming rushed in, his expression grave, lowering his voice as he reported urgently, Brother Qinghe, Dong Shu, we have received urgent news. Before his arrest, Huang Ziqing contacted a professional assassination organization in Southeast Asia, offering a bounty of 2 million for your heads. Those assassins have already entered Xinjiang and are currently in Kowloon, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Qinghe's gaze instantly turned icy as he patted Skardong's shoulder with resolve. Dong Shu, he seeks to play for keeps. I shall accompany him to the bitter end. Chapter 33, The Master of Yao Mati. The moment Lu Qinghe's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Skardong sat at the head of the table, observing the determination and ferocity in Lu Qinghe's eyes, his own resolve solidifying further. After over 40 years in the underworld of Xinjiang, he had witnessed countless storms and numerous young talents emerging. Yet, he had never encountered anyone quite like Lu Qinghe, barely in his 20s, possessing both courage and wisdom, decisive in action and deeply loyal. From a mere bottom-tier member, within just over a month, he had toppled the Xianhe faction, boldly confronted the corrupt officer Huang Ziqing, turned the tides in seemingly fatal situations, and brought down Huang Ziqing, sending him into the ICAC's investigation room. Such capability and bravery were unmatched in the entirety of Xinjiang's underworld. He had grown too old. His vitality no longer matched his past. This incident, where Huang Ziqing framed him, had nearly cost him his life in detention illuminating the stark reality. He could no longer protect the Helien Yao Mati faction or his brothers. Only Lu Qinghe could lead them through these chaotic times and guide them further. Scar Dong raised his head and quietly issued a few instructions to his steward. The steward nodded and turned to enter the back hall. Lu Qinghe observed Scar Dong's actions, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, yet he refrained from probing further. He turned to Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming, issuing orders firmly. Zhang Lai, immediately take 50 brothers. Divide into 5 teams and take shifts 24 hours a day to guard the headquarters and Dongshu's residence. Every individual entering or exiting must be thoroughly screened. No suspicious persons are allowed to approach. Zhao Ming, gather 30 of your brothers and discreetly investigate all the hotels, rental properties, and docks in Kowloon. Identify the hideouts of those Southeast Asian assassins. Upon receiving any information, report immediately and do not act independently. Remember, these assassins are professionals, undoubtedly armed. So exercise utmost caution and avoid direct confrontation. Understood. Brother Qinghe, Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming responded in unison, without the slightest hesitation, turning to lead their brothers in executing the order. The elders and brothers in the hall also rose, eagerly volunteering. Brother Qinghe, we shall join. The more hands, the greater the strength. If those Southeast Asian assassins dare to wreak havoc in Yao Mati, we will ensure they do not return. We shall follow your command. Wherever you direct us, we shall go. Observing the fervor among his brothers, Lu Qinghe felt a warmth in his heart. He nodded and said solemnly, all right, brothers, divide into 10 small teams, each led by an elder, and patrol the various streets and venues of Yao Mati. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, report immediately and refrain from taking independent action. As long as we stand united, even if Huang Zhiqing has summoned the most formidable assassins, we shall not be afraid. Understood. The brothers replied in unison, promptly following the elders to patrol and establish defenses. The once lively hall soon fell silent, leaving only Lu Qinghe, Scar Dong, and a few core elders. Scar Dong looked at Lu Qinghe and burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant. Qinghe, look around. The entire brotherhood of Yao Mati now respects you and heeds your commands. You are truly born to be a leader. Lu Qinghe smiled and replied, Uncle Dong, you flatter me. It is the trust of my brothers that I cannot betray. Just then, the steward emerged from the back hall, carrying a Zeton wooden box, which he respectfully placed on the table before Scar Dong. Scar Dong opened the box and retrieved a jet-black token. The token, crafted from ebony, was engraved with the image of a descending tiger and the words Yao Mati Hall Master of Heliene. Its edges were smooth and polished, indicating a long legacy. This is the Hall Master token of the Helien Yao Mati Hall. Holding this token signifies one's authority over all territories, venues, and brothers of Yao Mati, wielding the power of life and death. Upon seeing the token, Lu Qinghe's pupils constricted slightly as he instantly comprehended Scar Dong's intentions. Holding the Hall Master token with both hands, Scar Dong rose, gazing intently at Lu Qinghe with an expression of utmost seriousness. His voice boomed throughout the hall. Esteemed elders and brothers, I, Scar Dong, have navigated the Hong Kong underworld for over 40 years and have led the Helien Yao Mati Hall for 15 years. During this time, I have ensured the safety of our territory, preserving the Helien name. However, I have grown old, my vigor waning, and I can no longer keep pace with this era. This time, having been framed by Huang Zhiqing, had it not been for Qinghe, I would have perished in the detention center, taking the entire Yao Mati Hall with me. Qinghe, possessing both courage and wisdom, is decisive in action, loyal and righteous, treating his brothers with utmost sincerity while being merciless to adversaries. Over the past month, he has reclaimed our territory on Star Stage Road, dismantled the Mong Kok Hall of Tong Xin He, and toppled the corrupt Huang Zhiqing, achieving monumental feats. The brothers of Yao Mati all respect him and acknowledge his leadership. Today, I, Scar Dong, hereby announce that from this day forth, I officially bequeath the position of Hall Master of the Helien Yao Mati Hall to Lu Qinghe. From now on, Lu Qinghe shall be the Hall Master of our Helien Yao Mati Hall. All territories, venues, and brothers of Yao Mati shall fall under his command. Everyone must heed his orders. Those who defy this command shall face the consequences as per our code, receiving 3 strikes and being expelled from our ranks. As Scar Dong's declaration resonated, several core elders immediately stood, bowing in unison, and proclaimed, We humbly obey Uncle Dong's command. We are willing to support Lu Qinghe in assuming the position of Hall Master of Yao Mati. They had long anticipated Scar Dong's decision and had already recognized Lu Qinghe. Everything Lu Qinghe had accomplished over the past month was evident to them. Besides Lu Qinghe, no one else was qualified to assume this role. Scar Dong gazed at Lu Qinghe, holding the Hall Master token with both hands, extending it towards him. His eyes filled with hope and trust. Qinghe, accept the token. The brothers of Yao Mati and the territory shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Lu Qinghe looked at the Hall Master token in Scar Dong's hands, then at Scar Dong's expectant gaze and the approving looks of the surrounding elders. A surge of emotions welled within him. He had been reborn in Hong Kong in 1980, rising from the depths of despair as a lowly pawn to this moment in just over a month. Now, he was about to receive the Hall Master token of the Helian Yao Mati Hall and become its leader. This was the most pivotal step in his journey of rebirth. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinghe extended his hands and solemnly accepted the Hall Master token. The token felt heavy in his grasp, imbued with the weight of history and the gravity of responsibility. Holding the Hall Master token aloft, he turned to face all the elders in the hall and the hundreds of brothers who had rushed in upon hearing the news, and with a powerful voice, he declared, resonating throughout the hall and echoing down the street, "Esteemed uncles and brothers, Uncle Dong has placed his trust in me, entrusting the Helian Yao Mati Hall to me, Lu Qinghe. I, Lu Qinghe, hereby swear before the spirit of Guan Yu and the ancestors of Helian, from this day forth, I shall lead you in safeguarding the territory of Yao Mati, protecting all our brothers, standing against the corrupt Huang Zhiqing, ensuring that no brother suffers injustice, and that no one dares to bully our Helian people. Should anyone dare to encroach upon our territory or harm our brothers, I, Lu Qinghe, will demand blood for blood. I, Lu Qinghe, live as a man of Helian and shall die as a ghost of Helian. Should I violate this oath, let the heavens smite me and the earth swallow me whole." As Lu Qinghe's words echoed, the hundreds of brothers at the entrance of the hall immediately knelt on one knee, their right fists placed over their hearts, shouting in unison, their voices thunderous and resonant, "Hail the Hall Master! We shall heed the Hall Master's command. We pledge to follow the Hall Master to the end. Helian is mighty. The Hall Master is mighty." The chorus of fervent shouts reverberated throughout Yao Mati. All passers-by of the Underworld halted in their tracks, faces etched with astonishment. They understood that from this day forward, the tides had turned in Yao Mati. Lu Qinghe had officially assumed the mantle of Hall Master of the Helian Yao Mati Hall, becoming the true underground emperor of Yao Mati. Ding! The host has assumed the position of Hall Master of Helian Yao Mati, completing the main quest, mastering the territory of Yao Mati. Reward, 2,000 dominance points. Current accumulated dominance points, 5,100. Level upgraded to LV4. Unlocking master level firearm proficiency, max level. Unlocking danger prediction, max level. All attributes maximally enhanced. Unlocking passive skill, Brothers United. Brothers United. All core loyalists of the host will be simultaneously enhanced with the host level, with loyalty permanently locked at 100. Never to betray. The system's prompt echoed repeatedly in his mind. Lu Qinghe, holding the token of the gang leader, had eyes sharp as an eagle. From this day forth, he was the leader of Yao Mati. His journey in the martial world had ascended to a new echelon. Huang Zhiqing, along with the protective umbrella behind him and those rival factions lurking with predatory intent, could come at him. He, Lu Qinghe, was ready to face them all. Turning around, Lu Qinghe addressed his kneeling brothers, raising his hand and speaking solemnly, "Brothers, rise." The brothers stood, gazing at Lu Qinghe with eyes filled with fervent admiration and unwavering trust. Lu Qinghe then fixed his gaze on Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, issuing new orders with an authoritative tone. "Jiang Lai, take 50 brothers immediately. Divide into 2 teams, one to guard the gang's entrance, the other to secure Uncle Dong's residence. Scrutinize all suspicious individuals. With a 24-hour rotation, there must be no slackening. Zhao Meng, lead 30 brothers to continue investigating the Southeast Asian assassins' hideouts. Report to me immediately upon any findings. No independent actions are permitted." Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng promptly knelt, clasping their fists in salute. "Understood, gang leader. We will not betray your trust." With that, the two rose swiftly and departed to execute their tasks. Instantly, the entire Yao Mati gang's operations sprang into action. Every brother assumed their duties, setting a meticulous trap, awaiting the Southeast Asian assassins to walk into their snare. Time trickled by, the night deepening. On the streets of Yao Mati, countless brothers of Liani patrolled, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just then, Lu Qinghe's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Zhao Meng's voice emerged, grave and hurried. "Gang leader, we have located them. The Southeast Asian assassins' hideout is in a rental on West Street, Yao Mati. There are 5 individuals, all armed. We have surrounded the premises." Lu Qinghe sprang to his feet. Seizing the handgun from the table, the sound of the chambering round crisp in the air. His gaze turned icy, radiating a chilling intent to kill. "Let us go. It's time to confront these foreign scoundrels." Chapter 34. Flattening the He Sheng He territory. The handgun in Lu Qinghe's grasp was now fully loaded, emitting a sharp sound. With a wave of his hand, he led 20 elite brothers, swiftly exiting the gang's entrance and boarding the vehicles waiting outside. The engines roared to life, and the convoy sped towards West Street, Yao Mati. Through the car windows, the streets of Yao Mati were ablaze with lights. The brothers of Liani were patrolling the intersections, and upon seeing Lu Qinghe's convoy pass, they bowed in respect. Leaning back in the rear seat, Lu Qinghe closed his eyes and activated the system's danger prediction skill. Warning of danger. In 500 meters ahead, a rental house has detected 5 armed targets, hostility level 100, and they have set up a crossfire ambush within. The system's alert resonated in his mind. Lu Qinghe's eyes snapped open, a steely glint in them. Indeed, there was an ambush. These Southeast Asian assassins, seasoned professionals, had anticipated their arrival and laid a trap within the rental. Charging in directly would surely result in substantial casualties. Lu Qinghe quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. His voice firm as he commanded, Jiang Lai, take 15 brothers and circle to the back entrance of the rental house, guarding the only escape route. No one is to get away. Zhao Meng, take 10 brothers to secure the front door and the side windows, controlling the perimeter. No assaults without my order. The responses from Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng came promptly through the walkie-talkie. Received, gang leader. The convoy halted 200 meters from the rental house. Lu Qinghe and his brothers stealthily disembarked, using the night and alleyway as cover to approach the rental house. The entire West Street was eerily silent, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights, the wind rustling through metal signs with a faint clatter. Inside the rental house, darkness enveloped, devoid of any light. An unsettling stillness prevailing. Yet, Lu Qinghe knew well that the 5 assassins inside were poised with their firearms, waiting for them to burst in and enter their deadly crossfire. Making a hushing gesture to his brothers, Lu Qinghe pointed towards the side window, and then to himself, signaling for a breach. The brothers nodded, gripping their guns and knives tightly, ready for battle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinghe propelled himself forward like a cheetah, rushing towards the side window. His speed, amplified by the system's full attribute enhancement, propelled him to the window's edge in an instant. He aimed his handgun at the concealed assassin. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the assassin squarely in the forehead. The assassin fell without a sound. The gunfire shattered the West Street's tranquility. The remaining 4 assassins inside reacted immediately, roaring in fury as they unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the window. The bullets rained down like a storm, pummeling the cement walls and sending shards flying. But Lu Qinghe had already shifted positions. He kicked open the side door and stormed into the rental house, bellowing, "Dogs hired by Huang Zhiqing. Come out and face your death." The 4 assassins inside swiftly redirected their weapons towards Lu Qinghe. However, before they could act, the back door was kicked open. Jiang Lai and his brothers charged in, shotguns aimed at the 2 assassins in the front. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening blasts echoed. The 2 assassins were sent flying, crashing against the wall, lifeless. The remaining 2 assassins, witnessing their companions obliterated, were gripped by terror and attempted to flee through the front door. However, as they reached it, the door swung open to reveal Zhao Meng and his brothers, firearms trained on them. "Don't move. Drop your weapons." The 2 assassins exchanged glances, realizing escape was futile. With a guttural roar, they attempted to retaliate. Lu Qinghe charged from behind, his machete slicing through the air. The blade glinted menacingly as it severed the wrists of the 2 assassins, their guns clattering to the ground. They shrieked in agony, collapsing to their knees. Lu Qinghe placed a foot on the back of the foremost assassin, the blade poised at his throat, demanding sternly, "Speak. How much did Huang Zhiqing pay you to kill me? Are there any others besides you?" The leading assassin, a Southeast Asian man, stubbornly replied in broken Cantonese, "We are professional assassins. We will never divulge our employer's information. Do as you wish." Lu Qinghe smirked coldly, pressing the blade slightly into the assassin's neck, blood instantly seeping forth. "Not willing to speak? That's fine. I possess numerous methods to compel you to speak." He signaled to his brothers beside him with a glance. Instantly, his companions surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 2 assassins. Within mere minutes, the 2 assailants, battered and bruised, could no longer withstand the onslaught and, trembling, divulged everything. "It was Huang Zhiqing who had offered us 2 million to eliminate you and Scar East. Beyond us, he had also contacted He Xinghe, stating that at the moment we struck, He Xinghe would lead a surprise attack on your territory in Yao Mati, seizing your domain. Upon the successful execution of this plan, Huang Zhiqing would allocate half of Yao Mati's territory to He Xinghe." Lu Qinghe's gaze turned icy, radiating a chilling intensity. What a clever strategist Huang Zhiqing was. Not only had he hired Southeast Asian assassins to eliminate him, but he also colluded with He Xinghe to ambush him, threatening his territory. The ramifications of this would have been dire had he brought all his brothers to encircle these assassins while leaving Yao Mati vulnerable to He Xinghe's ambush. With a sudden force, Lu Qinghe gripped his knife tightly. The The blade glimmered. The assassin's cries were abruptly silenced. Rooting out the threat was his unwavering principle. Those who dared to plot against him must meet their demise. Zhao Ming rummaged through the assassin's backpack, retrieving a leather envelope containing a covert letter detailing the collaboration between Huang Zhiqing and the leader of Xinghe, along with a comprehensive ambush plan scheduled for 3 o'clock this morning. Zhao Ming handed the letter to Lu Qinghe, speaking in a grave tone. Master, this is the confidential correspondence between Huang Zhiqing and Xinghe, outlining their ambush strategy. They have assembled 300 brothers, ready to strike at our gambling establishments in Yao Mati, Malan, and the car park at 3 o'clock this morning. Lu Qinghe took the letter, cast a glance, and clenched it tightly, his fingertips turning white. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. In just 1 hour, Xinghe's forces would launch their assault. Lu Qinghe abruptly turned to his brothers, his voice resonating with an overwhelming aura of vengeance. He declared that Xinghe dared to conspire with Huang Zhiqing to undermine them, seize their territory, and endanger their brothers. This debt must be repaid. He commanded, disseminate the order. Gather all brothers from the hall immediately, 300 in total, and divide into 3 teams. We will not remain passive defenders. We shall take the offensive. Today, we will lay waste to all of Xinghe's establishments in Yao Mati and Mongkok. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Blood debts demand blood repayment. The brothers roared in unison, their voices brimming with fury and murderous intent. Lu Qinghe swiftly grabbed a walkie-talkie, contacting all patrolling brothers and those stationed at the hall, instructing them to assemble immediately at the Yao Mati street corner. Within minutes, 300 of Helene's brothers had gathered, each wielding machetes, steel pipes, and firearms, their eyes ablaze with a fearless killing intent. Lu Qinghe stood at the forefront of the formation, brandishing a broadsword, and bellowed, Brothers, Xinghe has colluded with Huang Zhiqing to ambush our establishments, seize our territory, and endanger our brothers. We of Helene have never feared anyone. Today, we will flatten their turf and show them the consequences of provoking Helene. Forward! Forward! The 300 brothers shouted in unison, following Lu Qinghe as they surged toward Xinghe's stronghold in Yao Mati. The night was filled with a dense crowd, sweeping through the streets of Yao Mati like a tidal wave. A fierce battle was imminent. Xinghe's core establishment in Yao Mati was a large gambling den located on North Street, merely 2 streets away from Lu Qinghe's territory on Xingtaidao. The gambling den was illuminated and bustling with noise, as dozens of Xinghe's underlings stood guard at the entrance, weapons in hand, awaiting the ambush command at 3 o'clock. They had never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would not only see through their scheme, but also lead his men to them proactively. Lu Qinghe and his brothers charged to the entrance of the gambling den. The guards, upon witnessing the dark mass of people, were instantly paralyzed with fear. Just as one attempted to call for help, Zhang Lai, leading his brothers, rushed forward, taking down the guards at the entrance one by one with steel pipes. Lu Qinghe kicked open the massive door of the gambling den, swinging his broadsword with a fierce shout. This is Helene's business. Non-combatants, vacate the premises immediately. Those who wish to survive should refrain from meddling. The gamblers inside, upon seeing the 300 armed men storming in, panicked and fled toward the exit, quickly vanishing from sight. Only a handful of Xinghe's underlings remained, weapons drawn, encircling them with terror etched on their faces. Sang Kuan, the figurehead of Xinghe in Yao Mati, burst from the back room, wielding a machete. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, his expression shifted drastically. He had never expected Lu Qinghe to arrive with such force. Sang Kuan feigned composure, raising his machete and shouting, Lu Qinghe, how dare you invade my Xinghe's territory? Do you seek death? Lu Qinghe regarded him with a chilling smile, advancing step by step. Sang Kuan, you conspired with Huang Zhiqing to ambush my establishment and seize my territory. Today, we shall settle this score. Sang Kuan's face paled instantly, realizing his treachery had been uncovered. Yet he stubbornly retorted, and what of it? Yao Mati does not belong solely to you. Lu Qinghe, why should you dominate? Brothers, charge. Eliminate Lu Qinghe. Inspector Huang declared that if we kill him, half of Yao Mati will be ours. However, his underlings, witnessing the 300 bloodthirsty brothers behind Lu Qinghe, were already trembling with fear, none daring to step forward. Lu Qinghe smirked coldly, suddenly lunging toward Sang Kuan. His broadsword cleaved through the air. Sang Kuan had no time to react as the blade pierced his shoulder, blood gushing forth. He emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Lu Qinghe stepped on his chest, pressing the blade against his neck, coldly declaring, Go back and inform your leader that if you dare collude with Huang Zhiqing again to encroach upon my Helene's territory, I will raise every one of Xinghe's strongholds across Hong Kong. With that, he exerted force on the blade. Sang Kuan's screams abruptly ceased. Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze, surveying the quaking Xinghe underlings, and coldly commanded, Those who wish to live, vacate Yao Mati immediately. Clear this establishment. The underlings, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the gambling den, disappearing from sight. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, issuing a stern order, smash. Demolish every one of He Shenghe's establishments in Yao Mati and Mongkok. Leave not a single one. Yes, master. The brothers responded in unison, swiftly dispersing toward He Shenghe's venues, including the racecourse, car park, and gambling den in Yao Mati and Mongkok. In a single night, every establishment of He Shenghe in Yao Mati and Mongkok was laid to waste by Lu Qinghe and his men, all sentinels driven away, and the territory fully seized by He Liani. The entire Hong Kong underworld was profoundly shaken by Lu Qinghe's thunderous actions. At this moment, in the temporary holding cell of the Yao Mati police station, Huang Zhiqing learned that the Southeast Asian assassins had been completely annihilated, and that the territory of He Sheng had been entirely flattened by Lu Qinghe. Anger surged within him, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood as he pounded furiously on the iron door of the holding cell, bellowing in madness, "Lu Qinghe, I will kill you. And that bunch of useless fools from He Sheng, they can't even handle this small matter." As dawn approached at 5 o'clock, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by his brothers, had just leveled the last gambling den of He Sheng, and Mongkok. Upon exiting the establishment, a subordinate rushed over, his face ashen, urgently reporting, "Boss, this is bad. The leader of He Sheng has brought 500 brothers and stormed into Yao Mati. They seek revenge for Sang Koan and are ready to battle us to the death." Wiping the blood off his blade, Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a cold smile. This was fortuitous. He had been vexed that merely flattening a few establishments had not quenched his thirst for vengeance. Now that the leader of He Sheng had delivered himself right to his doorstep, he would gladly accept this gift. Raising his cleaver, he addressed his brothers with fierce authority. "Brothers, the men of He Sheng have come knocking. This is just what we wanted. We will stand our ground and await them." Chapter 35, 1 against 100. As Lu Qinghe's words resonated, the cleaver in his hand gleamed coldly beneath the streetlights of the early morning. He raised a hand to halt the brothers who were eager to charge ahead, his gaze fixed intently on the street corner. There, a dark throng was surging towards them, the sound of their footsteps causing the ground to tremble. At the forefront was a man about 6 feet tall, muscular and brutish, wielding a guangong knife, none other than the leader of He Sheng, Beng Yaju. Behind him followed 500 of He Sheng's elite enforcers, all brandishing cleavers, steel pipes, and even firearms, their eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust. In an instant, the entire North Street of Yao Mati was enveloped by this palpable atmosphere of impending violence. Shops along the roadside hastily shuttered, pedestrians scattered in terror, and even passing police cars halted at a distance, too fearful to approach. Everyone understood that today, He Lian and He Sheng were poised to engage in a life-and-death struggle on the streets of Yao Mati, one that would determine the fate of the territory. Beng Yaju halted his men 20 meters away from Lu Qinghe, his gaze locking onto Lu Qinghe while sweeping over the bodies of He Sheng's fallen brothers and the wreckage of the gambling den, his fury nearly boiling over. He slammed his guangong knife into the ground, splitting the cement beneath it. With a voice that resonated like thunder, he bellowed, "Lu Qinghe, you little bastard. Do you dare to demolish my He Sheng's turf and kill my brothers? Do you think I, Beng Yaju, am made of clay? Today, I shall avenge Sang Koan. I will avenge my fallen brothers of He Sheng. I will make you walk out of Yao Mati sideways." Lu Qinghe met his gaze with unwavering composure, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. The cleaver at his side hung nonchalantly as he spoke with an air of undeniable authority. "Beng Yaju, you colluded with Huang Zhiqing to ambush my territory, rob my domain, and harm my brothers. I have merely repaid blood with blood. In this world of ours, territory is earned through strength, not through collusion with corrupt officials. If you are outmatched, do not blame me for being ruthless. Now, you come onto my turf seeking revenge? Very well. I, Lu Qinghe, shall accept your challenge." Beng Yaju trembled with rage at his words, roaring, "Good, good indeed, blood for blood. I shall see what capability you possess to be so arrogant before me." Turning to his men, he commanded, "Brothers, charge, kill Lu Qinghe, flatten He Lian. We shall divide the territory of Yao Mati." As his words echoed, the 500 men of He Sheng erupted in a furious roar, brandishing their weapons as they surged towards Lu Qinghe and his 300 brothers of He Lian. The dark mass of bodies flowed like a tidal wave, the battle cries deafening. Lu Qinghe faced the oncoming throng without a trace of fear. He swiftly turned, raising his cleaver high and bellowing to his 300 brothers, his voice booming like thunder, drowning out the cacophony of war cries. "Brothers, He Sheng has dared to come to our doorstep. They seek to seize our territory, kill our brothers, and take our livelihoods. Can we allow this?" "No," the 300 brothers shouted in unison, their voices resounding powerfully. "Are we the weaklings of He Lian? No. What shall we do then? Kill, Kill! Kill! The three thunderous exclamations of kill erupted from the mouths of the 300 brothers, infused with overwhelming intent and fearless courage. A fervent battle spirit ignited in Lu Qinghe's eyes. He spun around, swinging his cleaver with fervor, shouting, "Brothers, charge with me! Defend Yao Mati! Kill!" Before his words could fade, Lu Qinghe was the first to leap forward. His speed was akin to lightning, augmented by his system's full attribute enhancement. As he tore into the ranks of Hisheng, he like a tiger among sheep. Each swing of his cleaver sliced through the air with a whistle, inevitably drawing forth blood as he felled an enforcer from Hisheng. He with each strike. Single-handedly, he faced 100 foes, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. And none could withstand his might. Seeing Lu Qinghe charge forth, Jiang Lai let out a fierce roar, rallying his brothers to follow suit. His steel pipe swung with ferocity, crashing down upon the head of an enforcer from Hisheng, sending the man sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from the wound. Jiang Lai fought 10 against 1, positioning himself staunchly at Lu Qinghe's flank, preventing any ambush from behind. He fought with the ferocity of an enraged tiger, leaving chaos in his wake. None able to withstand his onslaught. Zhao Ming commanded a squad on the right flank, his pistol firing with precision, each shot finding its mark against an armed enforcer from Hisheng. As he shot with unerring aim, he also directed his brothers to form a defensive line, shouting, "Steady the formation. Remain composed. Group into threes, back to back for defense. Do not give them a chance to break through." Under Zhao Ming's command, the brothers of He formed into cohesive groups of 3, back to back, working in unison to successfully repel the multiple charges from Hisheng, maintaining their formation without a hint of chaos. This fierce battle raged from 5 o'clock in the morning until dawn broke. The streets of North Yao Mati were strewn with blood, littered with broken steel pipes and cleavers, the sounds of clashing steel, cries of anguish, and battle roars echoing endlessly. Despite being outnumbered, the 500 of Hisheng faced Lu Qinghe, a veritable embodiment of death, and the fearless Jiang Lai, the composed strategist Zhao Ming, and the united brothers of He. Their morale, gradually crushed, dwindled in number as fear took hold, causing many to retreat and flee. Beng Yaju observed his men falling one by one, some escaping in terror, his eyes reddening with fury. He could scarcely believe that his 500 elite brothers were unable to defeat Lu Qinghe and his mere 300. This Lu Qinghe was nothing short of a god of slaughter. With a furious roar, Beng Yaju clenched his Guangong knife and charged forth, aiming directly at Lu Qinghe. "Lu Qinghe, I shall fight you to the death." The blade whistled through the air as it swung down toward Lu Qinghe's head with tremendous force. Intent on cleaving him in two, Lu Qinghe pivoted sharply, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear as he sidestepped the deadly strike with perfect precision. The Guangong knife struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep fissure in the concrete. Momentarily off balance from his missed attack, Beng Yaju's opportunity was seized by Lu Qinghe, who thrust his mountain-splitting knife forward with lethal accuracy. The blade pierced Beng Yaju's chest, blood gushing forth and staining Lu Qinghe's black Zhongshan suit crimson. Beng Yaju's body stiffened, his gaze dropping to the knife embedded in his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. He lifted his head to meet Lu Qinghe's gaze, spitting blood as he intermittently shouted, "Lu Qinghe, I will not let you go." Lu Qinghe regarded him coldly, twisting the knife fiercely before wrenching it free. Beng Yaju's eyes widened in shock, his head lolling as silence enveloped him. Lu Qinghe withdrew the knife, Beng Yaju's lifeless body crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly, the battlefield fell silent. All members of Hisheng, witnessing the downfall of their leader at Lu Qinghe's hands, were paralyzed with fear, their weapons clattering to the ground. Their morale shattered completely. Lu Qinghe raised his head, pointing his mountain-splitting knife at the remaining followers of Hisheng, his voice ringing out with authority. "Your leader is dead. Those who wish to live, leave Yao Mati at once. Dare to take another step, and you shall face no mercy." The remnants of Hisheng, as if granted amnesty, turned and fled, scrambling out of Yao Mati, not even daring to look back at their fallen leader. The northern street of Yao Mati fell into an eerie stillness. Only 300 brothers of He remained, standing in awe of Lu Qinghe's figure, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and reverence, covered in blood and bearing wounds. Their expressions radiated pride and exhilaration. They had triumphed. 300 had vanquished 500 elite members of Hisheng, slaying their leader, Beng Yaju. From this day forth, the entirety of Yao Mati belonged to them, to He and to Lu Qinghe. Ding! The host has completed the main quest, Dominate Yao Mati, overcoming numerical odds, defeating the main force of Hisheng, and slaying their leader, thus gaining complete control over Yao Mati. Reward, Dominance Points, 3,000. Current cumulative Dominance Points, 8,100. Unlocked passive skill, Brothers United, max level. All core direct subordinates experience substantial enhancement across all attributes, with loyalty permanently locked at 100. Never to betray. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe sheathed his mountain-splitting knife and turned to his brothers, observing their injuries and the fallen. A flicker of sorrow crossed his gaze. Bowing deeply to all his brothers, his voice trembled yet remained resolute. Brothers, today we have emerged victorious. Yet, we have also lost many of our comrades. I, Lu Qinghe, vow to provide for all injured brothers, covering their living expenses and medical fees for life. For all those who sacrificed, I shall support their families forever. They shall not suffer a single grievance. Upon hearing this, the brothers' eyes welled with tears, and they knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Thank you, Hall Master. We pledge our lives to follow you. He is mighty. Hall Master is mighty." This monumental battle quickly spread throughout the entire Jianghu of Xianjiang, sending shockwaves across the region. Lu Qinghe, in his early 20s, had taken the helm as the Hall Master of He and Yao Mati for less than a day and had already crushed 500 elite members of He, slaying their leader, Beng Yaju, thus establishing complete dominion over Yao Mati. Such ferocity, strength, and audacity were unparalleled in the Jianghu. Everyone knew that the tides had turned in Yao Mati. Lu Qinghe had become the undisputed underground emperor of the region. Meanwhile, in the office of the deputy police commissioner at the Kowloon district police station, Zhang Qiming stared at the battle report, his expression darkening upon learning of Beng Yaju's death at Lu Qinghe's hands and the complete takeover of Yao Mati. He never anticipated Lu Qinghe's formidable prowess and ruthlessness. Even the leader of he had been slain. Now, Lu Qinghe had fully grasped control over Yao Mati, his influence growing exponentially, far beyond the reach of the lowly 4-9 gang member he once was. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. It was Huang Ziqing, calling from the temporary detention room. The voice on the line was frantic. "Commissioner Zhang, you must help me. Lu Qinghe has killed Beng Yaju and is wreaking havoc in Yao Mati. Only I can rein him in. Help me regain my position, and I will ensure Lu Qinghe faces justice." Listening to Huang Ziqing's desperate pleas, a glint of malice flickered in Zhang Qiming's eyes. Huang Ziqing was now the only one capable of confronting Lu Qinghe directly. Should Huang Ziqing fall, Lu Qinghe would turn his attention to Zhang, the very protector behind him. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qiming spoke into the phone with a low, menacing tone. "Very well. I will assist you. I will help you regain your position. And I will also promote you to Chief Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit in Kowloon, giving you control over all anti-organized crime forces in Kowloon. However, you must eliminate Lu Qinghe. If another mistake occurs, I cannot guarantee your safety." On the other end of the line, Huang Ziqing erupted with delight, hastily responding, "Thank you, Commissioner Zhang. Thank you. Rest assured, I will definitely eliminate Lu Qinghe." After hanging up, Zhang Qiming sat back in his chair, his eyes cold and calculating. "Lu Qinghe, you think you can challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. I shall see if you can survive this time." Meanwhile, at the He Hall in Yao Mati, Lu Qinghe had just finished dealing with the aftermath of his fallen brothers when Jiang Lai hurried in. His expression grave. "Hall Master, we have discovered that Huang Ziqing is seeking his protector, Zhang Qiming, to regain his position. It is rumored he will be promoted to Chief Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit in Kowloon, gaining command over all anti-organized crime forces." Lu Qinghe, seated in the main position, toyed with the Hall Master token, his eyes suddenly chilling. His voice turned icy, laced with murderous intent. "He seeks to climb higher. I shall cast him down into the depths of hell." Chapter 36, The Killing Trap. As Lu Qinghe's words echoed, in the office of the Chief Inspector at the Kowloon District Police Headquarters, Huang Ziqing, clad in a pristine Chief Inspector's uniform, stood before the mirror, adjusting the badge on his collar. The polished badge gleamed, reflecting a blinding light under the illumination. He gazed at his reflection, his face twisted into a sinister grin, eyes brimming with a frenzied delight. Just half an hour prior, the formal appointment from the police department had arrived. Not only had his suspension been lifted, restoring him to his former position, but he had also been exceptionally promoted to Chief Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit in Kowloon, commanding the entirety of Kowloon's anti-organized crime forces, wielding power that had more than doubled. All of this was the result of the machinations of his backer, Zhang Qiming. He had risen once more, and this time, he had ascended even higher. His power had expanded, affording him greater resources to eliminate Lu Qinghe with increased certainty. Huang Ziqing extended his hand, gently caressing the Chief Inspector's epaulets on his shoulder, murmuring resentfully, "Lu Qinghe, did you ever imagine this? Did you think that by sending me into the Independent Commission Against Corruption's interrogation room, I would be finished? Not only am I unscathed, but I have also been promoted to Chief Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit in Kowloon. Now, with the entire anti-organized crime force at my disposal, I wonder how you intend to contend with me. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death." At that moment, A knock resonated at the office door. His confidant, the newly appointed anti-organized crime unit sergeant, Li Kuan, strode in briskly, saluting Huang Ziqing respectfully, and spoke in a formal tone. Chief Inspector Huang, I have ascertained the matter you instructed me to investigate. Lu Qinghe has now completely taken control of the entire Yao Mati territory, along with the core loyalists of the Liani faction in Yao Mati, totaling over 300 individuals, all of whom are elite members. His most trusted aides are Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, one exceptionally brave, the other shrewd and meticulous, both of whom are Lu Qinghe's most trusted confidants. Huang Ziqing turned around, settling into his office chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that Lu Qinghe's power was growing increasingly formidable, firmly establishing his roots in Yao Mati. It was utterly unrealistic to directly lead a team to apprehend him. The entirety of Yao Mati was filled with Lu Qinghe's men. Should they take action, a large-scale conflict would inevitably erupt, and even he, as chief inspector, could not bear the responsibility. Moreover, Lu Qinghe possessed substantial evidence against many corrupt officers under his command. If Lu Qinghe were pushed into a corner and decided to hand over all the evidence to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, Huang Ziqing would be utterly doomed. To eliminate Lu Qinghe, a direct confrontation was not feasible. Cunning strategies were required. He needed to lure Lu Qinghe out of his territory in Yao Mati, and then capture him in one fell swoop. A sinister smile crept across Huang Ziqing's lips as he conceived a foolproof plan, an ultimate trap capable of ensnaring Lu Qinghe and his core loyalists. Huang Ziqing lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Li Kuan, and commanded sternly, Li Kuan, you are to immediately assemble a team to capture 10 of Lu Qinghe's core loyalists, those 10 captains he trusts most, responsible for overseeing the gambling dens on Xingtai Road, the car parks, and the horse racing venues. Remember, the capture must be conducted in secrecy. Do not make any noise. Once you have apprehended them, take them directly to the abandoned warehouse at the Yao Mati docks and ensure they are closely guarded. No word of this must leak. Li Kuan paused momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he inquired, Chief Inspector Huang, what purpose do we have in capturing his subordinates? Without evidence, even if we apprehend them, we cannot convict them. Lu Qinghe will certainly raise a ruckus. Huang Ziqing scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with malice. What I seek is not their conviction. My aim is to draw Lu Qinghe out. These 10 subordinates are his most trusted loyalists, who have climbed the ranks alongside him from the bottom. Lu Qinghe values loyalty above all. Once we capture his men, he will undoubtedly come to their rescue. I want him to come alone to the abandoned docks in Yao Mati to negotiate for their release. At that moment, we will lay a trap at the docks. Should he dare to come, he will not leave alive. Li Kuan instantly grasped the plan, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he promptly exclaimed, Chief Inspector Huang, you are brilliant. This plan is nothing short of flawless. Lu Qinghe is deeply loyal. He will certainly come to rescue his subordinates, and at that point, he will be trapped without escape. I will set to work immediately. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Huang Ziqing nodded, his voice cold. Remember, the capture must be conducted in utmost secrecy. No word must leak. And ensure the men are brought to the abandoned docks before Lu Qinghe discovers anything. Understood. Li Kuan immediately saluted, turning on his heel and striding out to organize the personnel for the capture. Once alone in the office, Huang Ziqing picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. After a few rings, it was answered, and a boisterous voice came through. Chief Inspector Huang? What a rare pleasure. What brings you to call me? This individual was none other than Hua Biqiang, the current leader of the Tongxin group. Following the assassinations of Wu Feiqiang and Chun Tai at the hands of Lu Qinghe, Tongxin had suffered a significant blow, and it was only through Huang Ziqing's support that Hua Biqiang ascended to his current position, obedient to Huang Ziqing and filled with deep animosity towards Lu Qinghe. Huang Ziqing replied with a cold smirk, Hua Biqiang, I am offering you a chance for revenge, as well as an opportunity for wealth. Are you interested? Hua Biqiang instantly perked up, eagerly replying, Chief Inspector Huang, please tell me. I am willing to do anything to kill Lu Qinghe. Very well, Huang Ziqing replied seriously. I have arranged for the capture of 10 of Lu Qinghe's core subordinates, who are currently secured at the abandoned docks in Yao Mati. I have sent out word, luring Lu Qinghe to come alone to negotiate for their release. You are to bring 200 of your brothers to lie in ambush at the docks warehouse. As soon as Lu Qinghe arrives, you are to spring forth and kill him. Once the deed is done, I will return the territory of Xingtai Road to you and additionally grant you a reward of 1 million. What say you? Will you do it? Upon hearing this, Hua Biqiang was instantly exhilarated, responding without hesitation, absolutely. Of course I will do it. Rest assured, Chief Inspector Huang. I will immediately gather 200 brothers and lay an ambush at the warehouse. Should Lu Qinghe dare to show his face, I will turn him into mincemeat. He will not leave alive. Excellent. Huang Ziqing nodded with satisfaction, his voice chilling. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential. No word must leak. Once Lu Qinghe is dead, there will be no shortage of rewards for you. Understood. You can trust me, Chief Inspector Huang. Hua Biqiang quickly replied, hanging up the phone and rushing off to assemble his men. After ending the call, Huang Ziqing reclined in his office chair, a sinister smile gracing his face. He had set a trap that was inescapable. On the surface, he had arranged for over 100 armed police officers to lie in wait at various entry points of the docks, equipped with heavy weaponry. The moment Lu Qinghe arrived, they would seal off the entire area, allowing no one to enter or exit. In the shadows, he had positioned Hua Biqiang's 200 gangsters, lying in wait within the warehouse for a close-range assassination of Lu Qinghe. No matter how formidable Lu Qinghe might be, even if he possessed the strength of 3 men, it would be utterly impossible for him to escape from such a meticulously laid ambush. This time, Lu Qinghe was as good as dead. Huang Ziqing took up his radio, issuing a stern command. All units, pay attention. Proceed immediately to the abandoned docks in Yao Mati and execute the ambush plan as scheduled. No one is to act without my orders. Received. Chief Inspector Huang. The walkie-talkies immediately crackled to life with responses from various teams. The entire Kowloon district anti-organized crime unit sprang into action, with hundreds of armed officers, equipped with heavy weaponry, stealthily converging upon the derelict dock in Yao Mati, setting an elaborate trap. Meanwhile, at the He Lian Yao Mati faction, Lu Qinghe was in a meeting with Jiang Lai, Zhao Meng, and the elder members, discussing subsequent territory management and guarding against Huang Ziqing's potential counterattacks. Suddenly, a younger member burst in, stumbling and breathless, his face pale and trembling, urgently exclaiming, "Boss, this is bad. There's been a huge incident. All 10 brothers responsible for watching over the Xing Tai Road gambling den, car park, and horse racing venue have been arrested by the police. We've investigated, and it was the Kowloon District Anti-Organized Crime Unit's doing, led by Huang Ziqing's trusted aide, Li Kuan." The entire conference room erupted in chaos. The elders stood, their faces etched with fury. That scoundrel Huang Ziqing, just promoted to chief inspector, and he dares to arrest our men. Truly lawless. He must be behind this. He seeks revenge against us. Boss, we cannot let this slide. Let us storm the Kowloon District Police Station and rescue our brothers. Jiang Lai sprang to his feet, gripping a steel pipe tightly, his eyes ablaze with anger. Ready to charge out. Lu Qinghe immediately raised his hand, sternly halting him. His expression was exceedingly grim, his gaze colder than ice. He had not anticipated that Huang Ziqing would so brazenly arrest his men so soon after his promotion. This was certainly not merely a simple arrest. Huang Ziqing must have a more sinister plot. Just then, Lu Qinghe's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, switching to speaker mode. On the other end, Huang Ziqing's menacing laughter echoed. "Lu Qinghe, your 10 brothers are now in my custody. If you wish to save them, come alone to the abandoned dock in Yao Mati at midnight. Remember, only you may come. If you dare bring your brothers or alert the police, I will immediately kill your 10 brothers and make them pay for your folly. I'll be waiting for you in the dock warehouse." With that, Huang Ziqing abruptly hung up. Silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone absorbed Huang Ziqing's words, their faces a mixture of rage and anxiety. Jiang Lai quickly urged, "Boss, you can't go. This is undoubtedly a trap set by Huang Ziqing. He must have laid an intricate snare at the dock, waiting for you to fall into it. If you go, you'll be walking right into his scheme." Zhao Meng nodded in agreement, gravely adding, "Boss, Jiang Lai is right. Huang Ziqing has just been appointed chief inspector, commanding all anti-organized crime forces in Kowloon. He must have deployed numerous armed officers at the dock, possibly even colluding with gang members, all to lure you in for a complete takedown. We cannot go. We need to devise another plan to rescue our brothers." Lu Qinghe sat back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, his mind racing. He fully understood that this was a trap laid by Huang Ziqing, a lethal gambit. If he went, he would be walking into a death sentence. But if he chose not to act, those 10 captured brothers would surely face doom. Those 10 brothers had been with him since their days on Xing Tai Road. They were his most trusted core, his brothers in life and death. He could not bear to watch them perish. Lu Qinghe's resolve grew increasingly steadfast. He had to go, but he would not foolishly leap into Huang Ziqing's trap unprepared. He would turn the tables, uprooting Huang Ziqing and his corrupt police forces, along with the remnants of the gangs that colluded with him. Lu Qinghe suddenly raised his head, looking at Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng with determination, saying, "Go, bring Director Li Guobang here. I wish to discuss a collaboration with him." Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng paused for a moment, quickly grasping Lu Qinghe's plan and promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, boss. We'll go right away." They turned and hurried out. Half an hour later, Li Guobang arrived at the He Lian faction. Lu Qinghe recounted the situation of Huang Ziqing capturing his brothers and setting a trap to lure him to the dock, stating solemnly, "Director Li, this is our best opportunity to bring down Huang Ziqing and the protective umbrella behind him. Huang Ziqing has abused his power, illegally detained my brothers, colluded with gangs, and set a trap to kill me. These are all serious crimes, with irrefutable evidence. We shall turn the tables on him. I will go to the dock to bait Huang Ziqing, and you will wait outside with the Independent Commission Against Corruption personnel. As soon as Huang Ziqing makes a move, you will lead your team in to apprehend him and his corrupt officers, completely dismantling this black police network." Li Guobang listened intently, his expression grave. He looked at Lu Qinghe and said seriously, "Mr. Lu, this is incredibly dangerous. Huang Ziqing has laid a trap at the dock, and if you go in, you may never come out." Lu Qinghe smiled faintly, his eyes resolute. "Director Li, without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? To completely dismantle Huang Ziqing, this is the only opportunity. Rest assured, I am confident I can hold out until you bring your team in." Seeing the unwavering determination in Lu Qinghe's eyes, Li Guobang finally nodded heavily, stating, "All right, I agree. I will immediately bring the armed investigation team from the Independent Commission Against Corruption to stand by at the dock's perimeter. As soon as Huang Ziqing makes a move, I will lead the team in. I won't let anything happen to you. Additionally, I will contact the internal investigation unit of the police force to act together, ensuring we catch Huang Ziqing red-handed. No one will be able to protect him." Lu Qinghe nodded, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Huang Ziqing, do you think your elaborate trap can take me down? You are mistaken. This time, I will ensure your complete downfall, along with the entire corrupt police network backing you." Lu Qinghe promptly gathered Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, sternly issuing his counterattack plan. "Jiang Lai, take 100 elite brothers and circle around to the rear of the dock, cutting off all escape routes for Huang Ziqing. Allow no one to escape. Zhao Meng, take 50 brothers to assist the Independent Commission Against Corruption in controlling the police at the dock's perimeter. Gather all evidence of their illegal enforcement and ambush. Director Li Guobang, you will lead the ICAC personnel, standing by at the dock's perimeter. As soon as Huang Ziqing takes action, lead your team in to capture him and his corrupt officers. I will take 20 elite brothers into the dock warehouse, drawing out Huang Ziqing and his heavily tattooed henchmen, coordinating our efforts to take them all down." Jiang Lai, Zhao Meng, and Li Guobang responded in unison, "Yes, boss. We guarantee to complete the mission. Mr. Lu, rest assured, we will act punctually." Everyone immediately sprang into action, preparing according to Lu Qinghe's deployment. As night fell, the hour approached midnight. The atmosphere in Yao Mati grew increasingly tense, heralding an ultimate confrontation that would determine the power dynamics of the Hong Kong underworld and the fate of the entire corrupt police network. At 11:30, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by 20 elite brothers, boarded a vehicle, speeding toward the abandoned dock in Yao Mati. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the shadows of streetlights raced by. Lu Qinghe sat in the back seat of the car, his handgun already chambered. He picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke in a deep voice to all the brothers involved in the operation. "Everyone, pay attention, proceed according to plan. This time, we shall uproot Huang Ziqing and his corrupt police force." "Understood." The responses from Jiang Lai, Zhao Meng, and Li Guobang echoed back through the walkie-talkie, their voices resolute and unwavering. The car drew closer to the abandoned dock at Yao Mati. Outside the window, the dock's searchlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the cold surface of the sea. An ultimate confrontation was imminent. Chapter 37, The Siege of Police and Society. The tires ground over the uneven concrete of the dock, producing a jarring screech. Lu Qinghe's vehicle came to a steady halt outside the iron gate of the abandoned dock, the harsh beam of the searchlight slicing through the thick night, casting fragmented reflections on the icy waters. The sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of the tide, carried the unique odors of rust and fish from the dock, causing the edges of Lu Qinghe's black Zhongshan suit to flutter ominously. He pushed open the car door, stepping out, his handgun still chambered but concealed beneath the hem of his coat, his fingers steady against the trigger guard. As Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng attempted to follow him out of the car, Lu Qinghe raised a hand, signaling them to halt. He turned his head, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Stick to the plan. I will go in to draw them out. You guard the perimeter and wait for my signal." Jiang Lai's hand, gripping a steel pipe, bulged with tension as he exclaimed, "Brother Qinghe, the place is crawling with Huang Ziqing's men, and there are heavily tattooed thugs inside. It's too dangerous for you to go in alone. I'll come with you." "Unnecessary." Lu Qinghe shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the pitch-black door of the dock warehouse. His voice cold, "I won't enter alone. That old fox, Huang Ziqing, won't easily reveal himself. Remember, without my signal, no one is to act rashly." With that, he turned and, solitary, walked towards the warehouse's grand entrance. His footsteps echoed sharply against the concrete, amplifying in the stillness of the dock. The massive iron door of the warehouse stood ajar, shrouded in darkness, save for a few dim emergency lights flickering deep within, resembling will-o'-the-wisps. Reaching the threshold, Lu Qinghe paused and pushed open the heavy iron door. The door creaked loudly, a chilling sound that resonated in the night. He stepped inside. The air thick with the pungent smell of machine oil and mildew, with abandoned shipping containers flanking the sides, forming narrow corridors that resembled lurking traps. Lu Qinghe, you truly dare to come alone, a chilling voice emanated from the high platform deep within the warehouse. In the next moment, all the lights in the warehouse flared to life. Blinding white light flooded the space, causing Lu Qinghe to instinctively squint as his gaze darted around. On the platform above, Huang Zhiqing, clad in a pristine Inspector General's police uniform, toyed with a revolver in his hand, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Behind him stood over 100 armed police officers, their weapons aimed squarely at Lu Qinghe, who stood at the center of the warehouse. From behind the containers on either side of the warehouse, 200 thugs wielding machetes and steel pipes surged forth, led by the tattooed brute, Hua Biqiang, whose triangular eyes fixated on Lu Qinghe, brimming with vengeful intent. The overwhelming presence of hundreds of police officers and thugs formed an impenetrable net, ensnaring Lu Qinghe in their midst. Huang Zhiqing descended from the platform, approaching Lu Qinghe until he was a mere 10 meters away, halting before him. Gazing at the solitary figure, unarmed and seemingly vulnerable, a sense of triumph radiated from Huang Zhiqing as he laughed boisterously. Lu Qinghe, I told you, we are bound to this conflict. Do you think that by colluding with the Independent Commission Against Corruption, you can bring me down? Dream on. Today, this will be your grave. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Lu Qinghe met his gaze, devoid of any panic. A hint of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. He raised his eyes, surveying the surrounding officers and thugs before locking onto Huang Zhiqing's face. Retorting sharply, Huang Zhiqing, as the chief inspector of the Kowloon Anti-Organized Crime Unit. How can you collude with a gang and ambush the citizens of Xiangjiang without fearing the ICAC's retribution? The ICAC? Huang Zhiqing erupted into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke, his eyes gleaming with madness. Once you're dead, there will be no witnesses. Even if the ICAC comes, what can they do? I will declare that you, Lu Qinghe, resisted arrest and attacked an officer, and I had no choice but to eliminate you on the spot. Who would dare oppose me? The Inspector General, for a dead gangster? Behind him, Hua Biqiang brandished his machete and shouted fiercely, Lu Qinghe, today, I will avenge Brother Chintai. For the brothers of our organization who have fallen, you will pay with your life. With that, he charged forward, leading his men towards Lu Qinghe. Wait. Huang Zhiqing raised his hand, halting Hua Biqiang. He turned to Lu Qinghe, a more sinister grin stretching across his face. Lu Qinghe, I offer you a chance. Kneel down now, bow 3 times, and hand over all evidence you have against me, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Lu Qinghe chuckled softly. His laughter, though quiet, resonated throughout the warehouse, chilling to the bone. Huang Zhiqing, have you forgotten? The reason I, Lu Qinghe, have survived your clutches time and again is never mere luck. Did you truly believe I would dare enter alone without any preparations? Huang Zhiqing's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition surging within him. Just then, Lu Qinghe abruptly raised his hand, drawing his handgun from beneath his coat without hesitation, firing a shot. Bang! The gunshot echoed deafeningly in the vast warehouse, ricocheting off the walls. The bullet struck the main electrical switchboard above, a crisp crack resonating as it shattered. Instantly, all the lights in the warehouse extinguished, plunging the space into impenetrable darkness. Chaos erupted as the unexpected turn of events sent the scene spiraling into disarray. Officers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, yet visibility was zero, rendering them hesitant to fire. The thugs led by Hua Biqiang became a frenzied mass, screaming and scrambling in panic, terrified of being struck by unseen bullets. The signal has been sent, move. Lu Qinghe's voice rang clear through the darkness. This was the prearranged signal for action. Almost immediately, the front and back doors of the warehouse were violently kicked open. Jiang Lai, accompanied by 100 elite brothers from Liani, charged in through the back door, wielding steel pipes and machetes with ferocity, roaring as they surged towards Hua Biqiang's thugs. Who dares to touch my brother? I will take their life. Jiang Lai led the charge, striking hard against the wrists of 2 armed officers, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground with a cry of pain. He and his brothers sealed off the back entrance of the warehouse, leaving no escape for the thugs from the organization. Each swing of the pipe brought down an opponent, showcasing unparalleled bravery. At the warehouse's front entrance, Zhao Meng, accompanied by 50 of his brothers, had already burst in, collaborating with the armed investigation team led by Li Guibang from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Clutching a walkie-talkie, Zhao Meng directed his comrades to subdue the police officers surrounding the warehouse while swiftly advancing towards Lu Qinghe, whispering a report. Brother, All the perimeter officers have been apprehended. We have secured the recording of Huang Ziqing's kill order. His escape route is completely sealed off. Dressed in the Anti-Corruption Bureau uniform and brandishing an investigation warrant, Li Guobang bellowed at the panicked officers present. This is the Anti-Corruption Bureau. All weapons must be surrendered. He continued. Huang Ziqing is suspected of abuse of power, collusion with criminal organizations, and premeditated murder. We are conducting an investigation according to the law. Anyone who dares to resist will be treated as an accomplice. The investigators of the Anti-Corruption Bureau aimed their firearms at the bewildered officers, who had been temporarily dispatched by Huang Ziqing and were previously unaware of the full scope of the situation. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Anti-Corruption Bureau personnel, they were instantly thrown into disarray. Reluctant to oppose the Bureau on Huang Ziqing's behalf, they collectively dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. In less than 10 seconds, the hundreds of officers brought by Huang Ziqing were all under control. In the dark, Lu Qing has switched on his flashlight, the beam illuminating Huang Ziqing's ashen face, trembling at the sight before him. Huang Ziqing could hardly fathom that the elaborate trap he had set was dismantled in an instant by Lu Qinghe. The ultimate scheme he had meticulously orchestrated had turned into Lu Qinghe's perfect opportunity. This is impossible. This cannot be, Huang Ziqing muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Suddenly, he looked up at Lu Qinghe, his gaze filled with frenzied resentment, raising his revolver to shoot. Bang! Lu Qinghe, having anticipated the move, squeezed the trigger the moment Huang Ziqing lifted his weapon. The bullet struck Huang Ziqing's wrist with precision. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as the revolver clattered to the ground, blood gushing from his wrist. Two investigators from the Anti-Corruption Bureau rushed forward, pinning Huang Ziqing to the ground, ready to cuff him. However, two of Huang Ziqing's loyal henchmen suddenly emerged from the shadows, firing 2 shots at the investigators, forcing them back as they dragged Huang Ziqing towards a hidden passage on the side of the warehouse. Lu Qinghe, I will not rest until you are dead. Huang Ziqing's venomous shout echoed from the passage before quickly fading into the night. Zhang Lai attempted to pursue, but Lu Qinghe raised his hand to stop him. No need to chase. Lu Qinghe's voice was calm, his gaze icy. Huang Ziqing may have slipped through this time, but he cannot escape forever. Our priority now is to secure all criminal evidence without any oversight. He understood that even if they captured Huang Ziqing today, the protective umbrella behind him, Zhang Qiming, would undoubtedly find a way to extricate him. Rather than apprehending him now, it was wiser to play the long game, using Huang Ziqing as bait to uproot the entire corrupt police network behind him. Though Zhang Lai felt reluctant, he promptly halted his pursuit and turned to clear the remaining henchmen and allies at the scene. Meanwhile, on the other side of the warehouse, Hua Biqiang was surrounded by the brothers Lu Qinghe had brought. His 200 henchmen had suffered casualties, with many dead or injured, leaving him alone, trembling with a machete in hand as he stared in fear at the approaching He Liani brothers. Lu Qinghe stepped forward, the flashlight beam illuminating Hua Biqiang's face. Coldly, he asked, Hua Biqiang, was it Huang Ziqing who ordered you to bring people to kill me? Under the icy gaze of Lu Qinghe, Hua Biqiang's legs buckled, and his machete clattered to the ground. He fell to his knees, repeatedly banging his head and pleading for mercy. Master Lu Qinghe, I was wrong. I should not have been swayed by Huang Ziqing to come and kill you. Please spare me. Please spare my life. I will confess everything. It was Huang Ziqing. He promised me that if I killed you, he would return the territory of Xingtado to my allies and give me $1 million in rewards. All of this was his plan. I had nothing to do with it. Lu Qinghe regarded his groveling demeanor with an impassive expression. He nodded towards his brother, who immediately produced a recording device and pressed the record button. Looking at Hua Biqiang, Lu Qinghe demanded, how did Huang Ziqing contact you? What promises did he make? What was your plan? Speak clearly, without omitting a single word. Desperate to save his life, Hua Biqiang dared not conceal any details. Trembling, he divulged every aspect of his collusion with Huang Ziqing, from hiring assassins to setting ambushes, and even the subsequent plan to disguise it as a gang feud, providing a complete confession that was recorded in its entirety. Once the recording was complete, Hua Biqiang once again bowed and pleaded, Master Lu, I have confessed everything. Please spare me. I will never dare to oppose you again. I will immediately leave Yao Mati with my allies and never return. Lu Qinghe looked at him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He never engaged in the folly of releasing a tiger back into the wild. Since Hua Biqiang had dared to accept Huang Ziqing's contract to kill him, he must be prepared to face the consequences. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Lai, who immediately understood and stepped forward, grabbing Hua Biqiang by the collar and dragging him away. Hua Biqiang suddenly comprehended his fate, letting out a shrill scream as he struggled desperately, but it was futile. Lu Qinghe turned and approached Li Guobang, handing over the recording of Huang Ziqing's kill order, Hua Biqiang's confession, and all evidence of Huang Ziqing's collusion with the criminal organization that had been seized at the scene. Directorly, these are irrefutable evidence of Huang Ziqing's abuse of power, collusion with criminal organizations, and premeditated murder. Li Guobang accepted the evidence, flipping through it with an increasingly grave expression. He addressed Lu Qinghe earnestly. Mr. Lu, thank you. With this evidence, even if we cannot capture Huang Ziqing right away, we can formally issue a citywide manhunt for him, and his protective umbrella will not be able to easily shield him anymore. Lu Qinghe nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Huang Ziqing, driven into a corner, would only retaliate with greater ferocity. He had to be thoroughly prepared. Ding. The host has successfully dismantled Huang Ziqing's police-criminal joint encirclement, captured the main culprit Hua Biqiang, and obtained crucial evidence of Huang Ziqing's core crimes, completing the counterattack mission. Reward: 1,500 dominance points. Current total: 9,600 dominance points. Unlocking basic skill, Crisis Simulation. Allows for the anticipation of enemy action routes and plans, circumventing lethal risks. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe expressionlessly dismissed the system alert, turned, and, along with his brothers, cleared the scene, escorting Hua Biqiang as they drove away from the abandoned dock towards the He Liani Yao Mati headquarters. As dawn broke, the convoy arrived at the He Liani Yao Mati headquarters. At the entrance of the hall, Scar Dong stood proudly with all the brothers of the gang, perfectly aligned, awaiting their return. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe disembark, Scar Dong immediately strode over, clapping him on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Qinghe, splendid job. I knew you would return safely, and to have thoroughly beaten that scoundrel Huang Ziqing. The surrounding brothers echoed in unison, chanting, Brother Qinghe is formidable. The Heliangii is mighty. Their voices resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire street. Lu Qinghe, acknowledging the crowd with a respectful nod, led Scar Dong and the core brothers into the main hall of the gang. He placed all the evidence on the main table, looking at the gathered crowd, and spoke in a grave tone. Although Huang Ziqing has escaped this time, he has become a wanted criminal by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and his power will be significantly curtailed. However, we must not let our guard down. He still has the protection of the Kowloon district umbrella. As long as that protection remains, Huang Ziqing will have the opportunity to retaliate. Violence may assuage our immediate anger, but to truly establish a firm foothold and avoid being easily manipulated by corrupt officers like Huang Ziqing, we cannot merely cling to our turf in the underworld. Lu Qinghe's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone resolute as he articulated, we must pursue a path of commercial legitimacy. The first step begins with real estate development. As Lu Qinghe's words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. The elders and brothers surrounding him exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. They were seasoned individuals who had navigated the underworld their entire lives, only familiar with running gambling dens, horse racing, and collecting protection fees. Utterly ignorant of real estate and business, having scarcely even heard of them. Scar Dong, seated beside the main position, furrowed his brow and remarked, Qinghe, what exactly do you mean by real estate development? As men of the underworld, it suffices for us to guard our own territories and earn a stable income. Real estate is the domain of those affluent foreign enterprises and magnates. Can we even navigate that world? The surrounding elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Qinghe, real estate is far too intricate for us. If we incur losses, all the savings we have accumulated over the years could vanish. They continued. Huang Ziqing is currently facing his own troubles. As long as we maintain our hold over the territory in Yao Mati, no one dares to provoke us. Why take such a risk? We've been in this underworld game for decades. It's what we know best, and we cannot fathom the business realm. Zhang Lai, sitting nearby, though equally unversed in the specifics of real estate, immediately interjected, addressing the crowd with a firm voice. Silence. Has Brother Qinghe ever been wrong in his endeavors? If he says we should delve into real estate, there must be a sound reason behind it. If you don't understand, refrain from your meaningless chatter. Regardless of Brother Qinghe's decisions, I, Zhang Lai, will be the first to support him. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, adding, I too stand by Brother Qinghe's decision. Over these years, earning money in the underworld has become increasingly difficult. The police sweep through our operations frequently, and corrupt officers like Huang Ziqing can find any pretext to shut us down and seize our earnings. Only by legitimizing our money through commercial assets can we truly secure our footing, free from the constant fear of law enforcement. Lu Qinghe observed the crowd, raising his hand to quiet them, and the hall fell silent once more. He gazed at everyone, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, articulating each word clearly. I understand that all of you, uncles and brothers present, have spent your lives in the underworld, unfamiliar with business or real estate, perceiving it as obscure and perilous. But I ask you, can we rely on the underworld for sustenance for a lifetime? His question left everyone present speechless. Lu Qinghe's gaze traversed the assembly as he continued. It is now 1980. The underworld of Hong Kong is no longer the era of wielding a knife to conquer all. As it was decades ago, the police system is becoming increasingly stringent, and the Independent Commission Against Corruption is watching more closely than ever. The changes of 97 are inevitable. Will these operations in the underworld still be viable then? Will we, as men of the underworld, still have a means to earn a living? The money we possess may seem ample now, but a single police raid or a frame-up by Huang Zhiqing could freeze or confiscate it in an instant, rendering it worthless. Only by investing this money into legitimate businesses, transforming it into tangible real estate, into assets protected by law, can we ensure that this money truly belongs to us. Impervious to confiscation. The underworld cannot sustain us indefinitely. Only by legitimizing our endeavors can we provide a stable future for ourselves, ensuring that even if the tides of the underworld shift, we can lead secure lives, free from violence and fear. Lu Qinghe's words resonated deeply within the hearts of everyone present. They were seasoned individuals who had witnessed the tumultuous fluctuations of the underworld, having seen once mighty leaders meet untimely ends or end up incarcerated. Who does not desire a stable life? Who does not wish to leave a secure path for their families? Yet, they had been trapped in the underworld all their lives, unable to envision alternative routes or dare to imagine them. Now, Lu Qinghe had clearly laid this path before them. The hall remained silent for a considerable time until Scar Dong suddenly slapped his thigh, rising to his feet, and addressed Lu Qinghe earnestly. Qinghe, you are right. The underworld cannot indeed sustain us for a lifetime. Your vision surpasses that of all of us. I, Scar Dong, will be the first to support your endeavors. I have 3 million in savings accumulated over my lifetime. I will invest it all into this real estate project you propose. Regardless of profit or loss, I will accept it. As Scar Dong spoke, the elders and brothers present began to react, swiftly expressing their support. Brother Qinghe, I also stand by you. I have 500,000 to invest. I have 300,000. All for Brother Qinghe. Whatever you decide, we shall follow. We shall heed your every command. If you direct us eastward, we shall not waver westward. Observing the enthusiastic responses from the crowd, Lu Qinghe felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He solemnly clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you for your trust, esteemed uncles and brothers. I, Lu Qinghe, hereby promise that in this project, all core brothers will have shares and dividends. If profits are made, we shall share them equally. Even in the event of losses, I, Lu Qinghe, will bear all the burden alone, ensuring that none of my brothers suffer a single loss. The fervor among the crowd intensified upon hearing his words, and they erupted in cheers. Lu Qinghe raised his hand once more to quell the noise and began to outline specific plans. He turned to Zhao Meng, commanding, Zhao Meng, you must immediately attend to 3 matters. First, register a real estate company named Qinghe Real Estate Limited, with my name as the legal representative. All procedures must be impeccably executed, without any trace of illegitimacy. Second, investigate the parcel of land adjacent to Nathan Road in Yao Mati. I require all ownership details, owner backgrounds, transaction records, and every piece of information available, detailed as possible. Thirdly, venture into Hong Kong to find the finest construction companies, suppliers of building materials, as well as professional real estate operators and designers. Compile their background information thoroughly and present it to me. Zhao Ming immediately stood up, saluted Lu Qinghe, and solemnly replied, Understood, brother. I will attend to it at once. I assure you that everything will be sorted out within 3 days. After speaking, he turned and swiftly exited to execute Lu Qinghe's instructions. Lu Qinghe then turned to Jiang Lai and said in a low voice, Jiang Lai, gather 50 brothers. Divide them into 2 teams, one to secure the entrance, and the other to accompany Zhao Ming, ensuring his safety and the security of the surrounding area. Additionally, all venues in Yao Mati must be placed on heightened alert. Although Huang Zhiqing has fled, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. We must not allow him to exploit any loophole to cause us trouble. Understood, Qinghe brother. Jiang Lai immediately responded, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured. As long as I, Jiang Lai, am here, no one shall disrupt our peace. Anyone daring to stir trouble at the construction site or venues will find their legs broken. In the following 3 days, the entire Yao Mati stronghold of Helien operated at high speed. Zhao Ming's efficiency remained as reliable as ever. Within 3 days, he not only completed all the necessary procedures for Qinghe Real Estate Limited and obtained the official business license, but he also meticulously organized all the information regarding the prime plot on Nathan Road that Lu Qinghe desired, presenting it to him in a clear manner. This plot, situated adjacent to Nathan Road at the heart of Yao Mati, boasted a generous street frontage and an exceptional location, capable of accommodating commercial shops on the ground floor and residential units above, making it a veritable goldmine. However, the current owner was a nearly bankrupt British firm as proprietor. eager to liquidate the property for cash to retire back to England, thus pricing it exceedingly low, though no one dared to take the plunge. This was due to the substantial total price of the land and the fact that in 1980s Hong Kong, many had yet to recognize the impending boom in real estate, perceiving it as a high-risk venture not to be entered lightly. Yet, Lu Qinghe was different. Armed with the prophetic perspective gained from 4 decades of experience in Hong Kong's tumultuous landscape, he understood better than anyone the cataclysmic growth that awaited the real estate sector over the next 20 years. Securing this plot now would yield a value increase of several dozen, even hundreds of times in the future. On the very day he acquired the land information, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Zhao Ming, personally visited the property owner, Mr. Smith, the British firm's aging proprietor. Smith, a man in his 60s, was eager to sell the land due to his firm's impending bankruptcy, yet he was being pressed hard by several local real estate agents who conspired to undercut him, leaving him despondent. Upon Lu Qinghe's arrival, Smith initially regarded him with disdain, dismissing him as just another hoodlum from the streets incapable of affording such a property. However, when Lu Qinghe presented a comprehensive development plan for the land and articulated its future value with precision, analyzing the forthcoming trends in Hong Kong real estate with remarkable clarity, Smith was utterly taken aback. He could hardly believe that this young man, barely in his 20s, possessed such acumen and insight, surpassing even those local tycoons who had been entrenched in the industry for decades. Observing the astonishment on Smith's face, Lu Qinghe spoke with measured confidence. Mr. Smith, I understand your urgency to liquidate and return to England. The offers from local real estate agents are a blatant attempt to take advantage, being 30% below market value. I am prepared to offer you the market price, to be paid in full cash, and I can finalize all transaction procedures within 3 days. The only condition is that this land must be sold to me. Upon hearing this, Smith was instantly invigorated, rising to extend his hand towards Lu Qinghe, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, it's a deal. I shall sell you this land. After nearly a month of being cornered by local developers, he could no longer withstand the pressure. Lu Qinghe's offer not only matched the market price, but also promised full cash payment with prompt completion of the paperwork, leaving him with no reason to refuse. That very afternoon, both parties signed a memorandum of intent. 3 days later, all formalities were completed, and Lu Qinghe officially acquired the prime plot adjacent to Nathan Road. The news reverberated throughout Yao Mati and even the entire underground realm of Hong Kong, shocking many. No one had anticipated that Lu Qinghe, a figure from the underworld, would successfully transition into real estate, securing such a coveted piece of land. Many awaited to witness his downfall, certain that a street thug could not possibly navigate the complexities of real estate without ultimately facing ruin. However, Lu Qinghe remained unfazed by the gossip. On the very day he secured the land, he finalized partnerships with construction companies and suppliers of building materials, hiring renowned real estate operators and designers in Hong Kong at generous salaries, and solidified the complete planning of his inaugural residential project. Thus, the first project of Qinghe Real Estate was officially established. At the project launch meeting, in front of all his core brothers and the project team, Lu Qinghe publicly declared, For this project, every core brother who has fought alongside me will hold shares and receive dividends. If the project turns a profit, we shall all share in the bounty. I, Lu Qinghe, will never allow my brothers, who have stood by me through thick and thin, to end up with nothing. The brothers present were moved to tears upon hearing these words, rising in unison to shout, Thank you, Qinghe brother. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. Ding. The host has established Qinghe Real Estate Limited, acquiring the core plot in Yao Mati, completing the first step in commercial rehabilitation, unlocking the foundational permissions for the Commercial Empire module. Reward, 800 dominance points. Current total, 10, 400 dominance points. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe gazed at the project planning document in his hands, his resolve unwavering. This was merely the first step in his grand business strategy. In the future, he aimed to ride the wave of Hong Kong's real estate surge to construct his own commercial empire, thoroughly cleansing his past and paving a stable path for all his brothers who had followed him. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa in Kowloon, Huang Zhiqing lay hidden, nursing his gunshot wound. Upon learning that Lu Qinghe had not only remained unscathed, but had also established a real estate company and secured the golden plot on Nathan Road, he trembled with rage, shattering the whiskey bottle in his hand. Glass shards scattered, and liquor spilled across the floor. Lu Qinghe, you scoundrel, you dare to cleanse your reputation? He bellowed in fury. His eyes were filled with a frenzied resentment as he shouted to his confidant, Immediately contact Manager Lu from HSBC. I want to ensure that Lu Qinghe's real estate project receives not a single penny in loans. I will make his project's funding chain snap, leaving him with a total mess. I want him to be utterly disgraced, buried in debt, ultimately left with no choice but to swim with the fishes. His confidant promptly complied, turning to make the call to manager Lu. Huang Ziqing stared out towards Yao Mati, his murderous intent nearly spilling over. Lu Qinghe, I will not allow you to smoothly cleanse your past, he vowed. I will ensure you have no place to rest. A week later, the Qinghe real estate project officially entered the preparatory phase before construction. Lu Qinghe had just signed the formal construction contract with the head of the construction company at the stronghold, agreeing to commence work in 3 days. As soon as the contract was signed, Zhao Meng rushed in, his face etched with grave concern as he addressed Lu Qinghe anxiously. Brother, something terrible has happened. The bank has abruptly halted our project loan. The 80 million we had previously negotiated is now rendered void. I discovered that Huang Ziqing has been exerting pressure on the bank's higher-ups. Not only has he halted our loan, but he has also contacted our collaborating suppliers and subcontractors, aiming to completely sabotage our project. Chapter 39, Continuous Underhanded Tactics. The moment Zhao Meng's words fell, the atmosphere in the office froze. The head of the construction company turned pale, nearly dropping the contract he held. Their agreement with Qinghe Real Estate hinged on the smooth disbursement of the bank loan, ensuring a stable financial chain. With the sudden cessation of the loan, the project now faced imminent risks of financial collapse. How could they not panic? Jiang Lai slammed his fist on the table, rising in fury as he shouted, "That scoundrel Huang Ziqing. He has become a wanted criminal by the Independent Commission Against Corruption and still dares to act so brazenly. He actually has the audacity to meddle with our project. I'll go take care of him right now." As he spoke, he reached for a steel pipe on the table, ready to storm out. "Stop!" Lu Qinghe raised his hand, sharply commanding Jiang Lai to halt. Sitting at the helm, he exhibited no signs of alarm, not even a wrinkle in his brow, as if he had anticipated Huang Ziqing's underhanded move all along. He turned to the now pale construction company head, gesturing for him to sit down, and calmly stated, "Mr. Wang, please remain composed. This is merely a minor setback. I will resolve it swiftly. It will not affect our project commencement, nor will it impede our collaboration." Mr. Wang, gazing into Lu Qinghe's calm eyes, felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over him. Having conducted business in Xiangjiang for over a decade, he had weathered countless storms. Yet he had never encountered a young man who could remain so unflappable in the face of an 80 million loan being abruptly revoked. He nodded, returning to his seat, and solemnly remarked, "Mr. Lu, I trust your integrity. However, I must state clearly that if the project's financial chain falters and we cannot make timely payments, our contract may have to be suspended. Rest assured, Mr. Wang," Lu Qinghe affirmed with unwavering conviction, "within 3 days, I will rectify all financial issues, and the project will commence on schedule, with no payments owed to you being diminished." After reassuring the construction company head and seeing him off, the office was left with only Lu Qinghe, Jiang Lai, and Zhao Meng, the 3 core individuals. Jiang Lai could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Brother Qinghe, an 80 million loan just halted without warning. That scoundrel Huang Ziqing has extended his reach far too far. What are we to do? The project is set to commence in 3 days. Without funds, we cannot proceed." Zhao Meng added gravely, "Brother, the situation is even more dire than we anticipated. Not only has HSBC halted its cooperation, but several local Chinese banks in Xiangjiang have also suspended their partnerships with us. Our corporate accounts have been temporarily frozen, citing a notification from the police, suspecting our accounts of involvement in illegal financial transactions. Moreover, the suppliers we previously negotiated with have all unilaterally terminated their agreements, fearing daily inspections from law enforcement. Several subcontractors have also backed out. Huang Ziqing has mobilized all his connections within the police and business circles to completely obliterate our real estate project, intending for it to rot in our hands." Jiang Lai's rage reached a boiling point, and he pounded the wall in frustration, roaring, "That bastard Huang Ziqing. He just won't let go. I'll find his hideout. Even if I have to turn Kowloon upside down, I will drag him out and end him. Impulsiveness will not resolve any issues." Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the table, his gaze icy. He had long anticipated that Huang Ziqing would not relent, yet he was astonished that this rabid dog, even as a wanted criminal by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, still wielded such influence, managing to sway so many banks and businesses in Xiangjiang to orchestrate a comprehensive blockade against him. It seemed that his protector, Zhang Qiming, was pulling many strings behind the scenes. Huang Ziqing aimed to sever Lu Qinghe's path, ensuring his project would collapse, the financial chain would snap, ultimately leading to his disgrace and overwhelming debt, leaving no hope of recovery. A well-played hand of cards. Lu Qinghe raised his head, looking at Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, and spoke solemnly, "Huang Ziqing seeks to cut off my path and wishes to see my project fail. I will instead broaden that path. He plays dirty, and I shall match him blow for blow." He turned to Zhao Meng and promptly issued orders. "Zhao Meng, you are to undertake 3 tasks immediately. First, Investigate how many calls Huang Ziqing made to the bank, suppliers, and partners, what he said, what threats he employed, and gather all recordings and chat logs. I need solid evidence of his interference in business operations and abuse of power. Second, reach out to foreign banks in Xinjiang, particularly British and American banks, which are not under the local police's jurisdiction. Huang Ziqing's reach cannot extend that far. Our project possesses complete qualifications, and the land ownership is clear, fully meeting loan requirements. Negotiate with them for project financing, with terms that can be relaxed as needed, as long as we secure the funds. Third, contact those suppliers and subcontractors who have terminated their agreements with us. Ascertain who was coerced by Huang Ziqing and who acted opportunistically, and handle them accordingly. Understood, brother. I will set to work immediately. Zhao Ming responded promptly, turning on his heel to execute the orders. Lu Qinghe then turned to Zhang Lai, speaking earnestly. Zhang Lai, take your brothers and deliver a warning letter to those who opportunistically severed contracts. There are rules in the underworld, as well as in business. Since they dared to stab us in the back, they must pay the corresponding price. Remember, be discreet, do not escalate to violence, nor leave any incriminating evidence for Huang Ziqing. Just ensure they understand the consequences of opposing me. Lu Qinghe. Understood, brother Qinghe. Zhang Lai nodded vigorously, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he turned to carry out the arrangements. In the office, only Lu Qinghe remained. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the streets of Yao Mati, his expression cold and resolute. Huang Ziqing's blockade, though seemingly formidable, was fundamentally hollow. He was now a wanted man by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, unable to protect himself. Even with Zhang Qiming's backing, he could not dominate everything. The banks and businesses were merely responding to fear of his police power, wary of his potential to cause trouble. As long as Lu Qinghe could present solid evidence of Huang Ziqing's abuse of power, demonstrating that the man was on the brink of downfall, they would naturally alter their stance. Moreover, he held a trump card in the form of connections with the gambling king of Macau. Even if local banks could not grant loans, foreign banks would undoubtedly pose no issue. In the ensuing 2 days, the operations at the Yao Mati headquarters sped up once more. Zhao Ming's efficiency remained unwaveringly high. In the span of merely 2 days, he not only recorded the complete audio of Huang Ziqing threatening and pressuring the bank and its partners, but also secured incontrovertible evidence of Huang Ziqing's abuse of power and interference in commercial operations. Furthermore, he reached out to several foreign banks, including Standard Chartered, which exhibited considerable interest in Qinghe Real Estate's project. The head of Standard Chartered in Hong Kong personally reviewed Lu Qinghe's project proposal and land information, expressing great optimism regarding its prospects. Moreover, being a foreign bank, they were not intimidated by Huang Ziqing's police influence and remained unaffected by his threats. Their sole concern was Lu Qinghe's connections in the underworld. Meanwhile, on Zhang Lai's side, in accordance with Lu Qinghe's directives, warnings were dispatched to those partners who had opportunistically sought to undermine him. Those merchants, who had initially believed Lu Qinghe was doomed and hastily sought to rescind contracts, were left in a state of panic following Zhang Lai's admonitions. They quickly realized that even if Lu Qinghe's project faced difficulties, he remained the underground emperor of Yao Mati, a figure they could not afford to provoke. They hastily called to apologize, seeking to restore their partnerships, only to be met with outright refusals from Lu Qinghe. Once betrayed, he would never grant them a second chance. 2 days later, Lu Qinghe personally visited Mr. Smith, the head of the Standard Chartered Bank's Hong Kong branch, bringing along project documentation. In the conference room, Smith looked at Lu Qinghe and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Lu, I have reviewed your project proposal, and it is truly impeccable. The value of this land is beyond doubt, and our bank is very eager to collaborate with you. However, I must be candid, we do harbor some concerns regarding your background. After all, we are a legitimate bank and prefer not to entangle ourselves with gang influences." Lu Qinghe met his gaze with calm composure, a smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a tape recorder from his file and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Smith. "Mr. Smith, you may wish to listen to this first." Smith, perplexed, picked up the tape and inserted it into the recorder. The audio clearly revealed Huang Ziqing threatening the HSBC manager to halt Lu Qinghe's project loan, detailing his abuse of police authority to interfere with bank operations, as well as substantial evidence of his bribery and collusion with criminal organizations. As Smith listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Upon finishing, he abruptly shut off the recorder, staring at Lu Qinghe in astonishment. Lu Qinghe, maintaining his composure, stated calmly, "Mr. Smith, I believe you are well aware of the current state of the police force in Hong Kong. Though I am involved in the underworld, I abide by the rules. I do not engage in drug trafficking, nor do I harm innocents. In business, I emphasize integrity. In stark contrast, Huang Ziqing, a high-ranking police officer, violates the law, abuses his power, frames innocents, and colludes with gangs. He is guilty of countless crimes. Now, due to my whistleblowing, he has become a wanted man by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, which has driven him to retaliate frantically, pressuring various banks to halt my loans. While you may be concerned about my underworld ties, I pose a question: who truly represents the risk, a rule-abiding individual from the underworld, or a corrupt police officer abusing his power? Smith remained silent for a long moment, contemplating Lu Qinghe's words. Having spent over a decade in Hong Kong, he was acutely aware of the dark underbelly of the police force. Huang Ziqing's actions had grossly violated regulations, even jeopardizing the normal operations of banks, an affront that foreign banks detest. Although Lu Qinghe had connections to the underworld, his project was fully qualified, with bright prospects. And he displayed an extraordinary vision and strategic mindset that had even cornered Huang Ziqing. Moreover, with Lu Qinghe holding core evidence against Huang Ziqing, the latter's downfall was merely a matter of time, presenting no real risk. Smith raised his head, looking at Lu Qinghe, and extended his hand with a hearty laugh. Mr. Lu, you are indeed correct. Our bank evaluates only the potential of the project and the integrity of our partners, disregarding all else. We have approved your project loan of 100 million, with interest set at the lowest industry standard. The funds will be fully disbursed within 3 days. Lu Qinghe smiled back, shaking Smith's hand firmly. To a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Smith. To a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Lu. That very afternoon, Lu Qinghe signed a formal loan contract with Standard Chartered Bank. The 100 million project loan would be fully disbursed within 3 days, not only resolving the project's funding issues, but also providing an additional 20 million in liquidity, sufficient to address any unforeseen circumstances. News of this development sent shockwaves through the business community in Hong Kong. Everyone had assumed that Lu Qinghe would be completely obliterated by Huang Ziqing's machinations, leading to the inevitable failure of his project. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lu Qinghe not only survived, but secured a loan of 100 million from Standard Chartered, even exceeding previous amounts. Those who had hastily sought to rescind contracts and undermine him were now filled with regret. Additionally, construction material suppliers who had previously hesitated to collaborate with Lu Qinghe due to Huang Ziqing's threats were now eagerly reaching out, seeking to restore partnerships and even offering more favorable prices. Huang Ziqing's comprehensive attempts to sabotage Lu Qinghe had been effortlessly dismantled. Ding. The host has successfully mitigated Huang Ziqing's business embargo, secured a substantial loan from a foreign bank, and ensured the smooth progression of the project, earning 500 dominance points. Current total of dominance points, 10,900. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Holding the formal loan contract, Lu Qinghe displayed no signs of disturbance. Such trivial turmoil was inconsequential to him. He turned to Zhao Meng beside him and instructed in a low voice. Organize all audio evidence of Huang Ziqing's abuse of power and threats against banks and businesses, and submit it to Director Li Guobang for record-keeping. Understood, Big Brother. Zhao Meng promptly replied, turning to carry out the task. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa in Kowloon, Huang Ziqing discovered that Lu Qinghe had not only evaded his attempts to silence him, but had also secured a loan of 100 million from Standard Chartered Bank. Enraged, he overturned the table before him, scattering its contents across the floor. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Huang Ziqing roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, nearly mad with rage. You can't even handle a mere kid. You can't even stop a loan. What good are you to me? His confidant stood by, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Huang Ziqing gasped for breath, his madness intensifying. He had never anticipated that the intricate web of his sabotage could be so easily unraveled by Lu Qinghe. This Lu Qinghe was indeed his nemesis. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed the number of the president of the Hong Kong Real Estate Association. As soon as the call connected, he bellowed into the receiver, I am Huang Ziqing, Chief Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Group in Kowloon. I warn you, all members of the Hong Kong Real Estate Association, anyone who dares to collaborate with Lu Qinghe's Qinghe Real Estate is opposing me, Huang Ziqing, opposing the Anti-Organized Crime Group in Kowloon. I will investigate his venues, his company, and all his partners daily. I intend to make it impossible for him to survive in Hong Kong. After hanging up the phone, Huang Ziqing slumped into his chair, his chest heaving violently. He could hardly believe it. As the esteemed chief inspector of the Kowloon Anti-Organized Crime Unit, he found it unfathomable that he could be outmatched by a mere Lu Qinghe. He was determined to ensure that Lu Qinghe would meet a fate where his remains would never be found. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that his phone call had been recorded in its entirety by Zhao Meng, providing irrefutable evidence of his abuse of power, which was promptly delivered into the hands of Li Guobang. 3 days later, the construction ceremony for the Qinghe real estate project was held at the Nathan Road site. With the construction team officially commencing their work, the project progressed smoothly, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. After attending the groundbreaking ceremony with Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng, Lu Qinghe had just returned to the He Lieni Tang when a call came through from the front desk. The voice of the receptionist was tinged with caution as she relayed, "Brother Qinghe, there is a gentleman at the entrance from Macau who claims to be the authorized representative of Mr. Ho, the Gambling King, and wishes to pay you a visit to discuss a cross-river collaboration." Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He had anticipated that securing the Nathan Road plot and the commencement of the project would inevitably attract attention from various quarters. But he had not expected the Gambling King's emissary to arrive so swiftly. He spoke into the phone in a low voice. "Let him in." Chapter 40. The Gambler's Olive Branch. Moments after hanging up, there was a gentle knock at the office door. "Come in." As Lu Qinghe's voice echoed, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of elegance. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and wearing a polite smile, devoid of any hint of a ruffian's demeanor. Instead radiating a scholarly aura indicative of someone who had long navigated the realms of business and high society. Following him were two tall bodyguards, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, never straying far from their charge. The man stepped into the office, his gaze landing on Lu Qinghe, and a flicker of barely concealed surprise crossed his features. He had heard of Lu Qinghe's name, recognizing him as the newly ascendant figure in Yao Mati's Underworld, a young man who had toppled the likes of Xinhe and boldly confronted the notorious black cop Huang Zhiqing, becoming the underground emperor of Yao Mati. He had assumed that someone capable of such monumental feats, regardless of their youth, would undoubtedly bear the rugged visage and menacing aura of a street thug. However, the Lu Qinghe before him, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, stood tall and handsome, with sharp yet unassuming eyes, exuding no trace of a gangsteress roughness, but rather the poise and gravitas of a figure of authority. He could hold his own even when compared to the top-tier magnates of Macau. The man quickly composed himself, offering a slight bow to Lu Qinghe as he extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lu, I have long admired your reputation. My name is Liang Wenda, the authorized representative of Mr. Ho from the Gambling Empire. I apologize for the audacity of my visit." Lu Qinghe rose to shake his hand, gesturing for him to take a seat, and replied with a smile, "Mr. Liang, you are too kind. The name of Mr. Ho resonates widely. It is my honor to have you here representing him." He signaled to one of his aides to pour a cup of tea for Liang Wenda. Once Liang Wenda was seated, he bypassed any pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Mr. Lu, I am here at the behest of Mr. Ho to discuss a potential collaboration." Liang Wenda looked at Lu Qinghe, smiling as he continued, "Mr. Ho has been following your progress with keen interest. In just a few months, you have ascended from a mere street-level enforcer to a prominent figure in Yao Mati, bravely confronting the likes of Huang Zhiqing and emerging unscathed, while also establishing a foothold in real estate and laundered ventures. Mr. Ho greatly admires your audacity and capability. Our company has long sought to establish a conduit for freight and entertainment within the Hong Kong region. However, the tangled web of police corruption and gang influence has made it exceedingly difficult to find suitable partners for collaboration. You, Mr. Lu, possess your own dock channels in Yao Mati, and you command a comprehensive network of gang affiliations. More importantly, you possess the fortitude and means to stand against corrupt police, which is precisely what we require." Lu Qinghe lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, refraining from interrupting, signaling for Liang Wenda to continue. Liang Wenda smiled and elaborated, "Mr. Ho's proposal is for us to engage in a deep collaboration. First, we will provide you with full financial support for your real estate and entertainment projects, offering up to 50 million Hong Kong dollars in unsecured, low-interest funding, assisting you in firmly establishing your position within the Hong Kong business community, countering the various schemes of Huang Zhiqing. Second, we propose that you take on the agency for all of our freight and entertainment businesses in Hong Kong, with profits split 50-50. We will provide the capital and resources, while you will oversee all operational aspects, including channel access and security. In exchange, we have only two requests. First, we ask that you assist us in fully opening the channels for freight and entertainment entry into Hong Kong, clearing any and all obstacles. Second, we require your help in eliminating the disruptive forces of the 14K Macau faction within Hong Kong. This faction has persistently opposed our interests, aggressively seizing our business and even engaging in acts of sabotage. We have been eager to resolve this issue, but have been constrained by cross-border complications. Mr. Lu, this encapsulates Mr. Ho's complete terms for collaboration. You may take your time to consider." With that, Liang Wenda regarded Lu Qinghe with a polite smile, patiently awaiting his response. The atmosphere in the office fell silent as Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng stood behind Lu Qinghe, their expressions filled with astonishment. 50 million Hong Kong dollars in unsecured financial backing. The agency writes for all of the Gambling Empire's businesses in Hong Kong. A 50-50 profit share. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Who was unaware that the Gambling King was the underground emperor of Macau, with wealth and influence that were unfathomable. For Lu Qinghe, establishing a partnership with the Gambling King would not only provide immense financial support, but would also significantly enhance his connections and power. Once this collaboration was forged, Lu Qinghe would no longer be merely a prominent figure in Yao Mati. He would emerge as a formidable force straddling both Hong Kong and Macau. Lu Qinghe set down his teacup, his expression remaining calm, though internally he was already well aware of the implications. This collaboration with the Gambling King, while seemingly a serendipitous opportunity, was in fact a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Gambling King sought to establish connections in Hong Kong, but was hindered by cross-border constraints, making it inconvenient for him to deal directly with the 14K Macau faction or the corrupt police in Hong Kong. Thus, he required a local agent who possessed strength, capability, and confidence. Lu Qinghe was the perfect candidate. He had territory, influence, and experience in confronting corrupt police. Moreover, he had a personal vendetta against the 14K faction, making the task of eliminating them advantageous to him with no downside. Furthermore, the conditions offered by the Gambling King were indeed generous. 50 million in unsecured funding, coupled with the resources and connections of the gambling empire, would be immensely beneficial for his current business ventures and expansion of influence. Most importantly, forging a partnership with the Gambling King equated to securing a formidable ally. Even Huang Zhiqing's protective umbrella, Zhang Qiming, would have to tread carefully. Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze to meet Liang Wenda's, smiling as he said, "Mr. Liang, I appreciate Mr. Ho's sincerity. I am open to discussing collaboration, but I have a few conditions of my own." Liang Wenda immediately straightened in his seat, responding earnestly, "Mr. Lu, please share your conditions. We will do our utmost to accommodate them." Lu Qinghe extended a finger and spoke in a deep voice. "First, collaboration is acceptable, but a 50-50 profit split is not negotiable. All operations, security, channel facilitation, and associated risks on this side of Hong Kong will be borne by me, and all the arduous and undesirable tasks will be undertaken by my people. The profits must be divided 60-40, with me receiving 60 and you receiving 40. Second, financial support must amount to 50 million Hong Kong dollars, provided without collateral and interest, rather than at a low interest rate. Furthermore, the funds must be transferred in full within 3 days following the signing of the cooperation agreement. Third, during the collaboration, you must not engage in any business dealings with other factions in Hong Kong. All business within Hong Kong must be exclusively entrusted to me. Fourth, I will assist in eliminating the 14K Macau faction. However, once cleared, all their territories and businesses in Hong Kong will belong to me, and you shall not interfere. If Mr. He consents to these 4 conditions, we can sign the collaboration immediately." As Lu Qinghe's words fell, Liang Wenda's brow slightly furrowed. Although Lu Qinghe's 4 conditions appeared stringent, each was indeed reasonable and justifiable. After all the risks and undesirable tasks in Hong Kong would indeed be shouldered by Lu Qinghe, making an additional share of profit entirely warranted. He fell silent for a few seconds, gazing at Lu Qinghe, and smiled as he said, "Mr. Lu, I need to consult with Mr. He regarding your terms before I can provide you with a response. Please hold on while I make a phone call." "Of course." Lu Qinghe nodded and gestured for him to proceed. Liang Wenda promptly stood up, took his phone, and swiftly exited the office to call the Gambling King in Macau for consultation. In the office, Jiang Lai immediately leaned closer and exclaimed, "Brother Qinghe, how can you propose so many conditions for such a promising collaboration? What if the Gambling King declines? What if the partnership falls through?" Lu Qinghe chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Fear not, the Gambling King will certainly acquiesce. He seeks my collaboration, not the other way around. The conditions I have set are entirely reasonable, and he has no grounds to refuse. Moreover, being able to facilitate channels in Hong Kong and eliminate the 14K faction, a significant thorn in his side, is far more valuable to him than these terms of profit and funding." Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, solemnly stating, "Brother Qinghe is correct. The Gambling King holds immense power in Macau, but has been unable to penetrate the Hong Kong market due to a lack of suitable agents. Now that we are the most fitting candidates, he would never forfeit this opportunity over such terms." Indeed, within 10 minutes, Liang Wenda returned, entering with a radiant smile. He approached Lu Qinghe, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, Mr. He has agreed to all your terms. He remarked that you possess courage and vision, and he is eager to forge this friendship with you. He has accepted all 4 of your conditions." Lu Qinghe looked at him and smiled in return, shaking his hand firmly. "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Liang, to prepare the cooperation agreement. I will personally go to Macau in 3 days to sign the agreement with Mr. He and pay my respects." Liang Wenda immediately responded with a smile, "Certainly, no problem. I will arrange it right away. Mr. He is also very much looking forward to meeting you in person." In the following 3 days, both parties finalized all the details of the cooperation agreement. 3 days later, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Jiang Lai, Zhao Meng, and 20 elite brothers. Boarded a ferry bound for Macau. Jiang Lai stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching Macau coastline with excitement, exclaiming to Lu Qinghe, "Brother Qinghe, I can hardly believe we are actually going to Macau to meet the gambling king. A few months ago, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of this." Lu Qinghe leaned against the railing, feeling the sea breeze, his gaze calm. Just a few months prior, he had been a lowly pawn on the verge of being submerged in despair. Now, he was on his way to Macau to negotiate collaboration with the gambling king. This was merely the beginning of his path to rebirth. Upon arriving in Macau, Ouyu's dedicated vehicle was already waiting at the dock. Lu Qinghe and his group were taken directly to Ouyu's headquarters, where they met the legendary gambling king, Mr. He, approaching 60 years of age. The gambling king remained vigorous and commanding, dressed in a white suit, exuding elegance. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe enter, he immediately greeted him with a smile and extended his hand. "Mr. Lu, I have long admired your reputation. Meeting you today, it is indeed true that heroes emerge in youth." Lu Qinghe shook his hand, maintaining a composed demeanor, and replied, "You flatter me, Mr. He. Your esteemed name resonates far and wide. It is an honor to meet you." The subsequent meeting was filled with lively exchanges. The gambling king grew increasingly appreciative of Lu Qinghe's vision and audacity, leveraging his astute predictions of historical trends over the coming decades. Lu Qinghe discussed the future developments of Hong Kong and Macau, the real estate sector, entertainment, and the gambling industry. Every word struck a chord with the gambling king. He could hardly believe that this young man in his 20s possessed such far-reaching foresight and profound insights, surpassing even the most seasoned veterans of the business world. He became ever more convinced that partnering with Lu Qinghe was the most astute decision he could make. That afternoon, both parties formally signed the cooperation agreement. The gambling king pledged that the 50 million Hong Kong dollars in interest-free funds would be fully transferred to Qinghe Real Estate's account within 3 days. The exclusive agency rights for all Ouyu's businesses in Hong Kong were officially entrusted to Lu Qinghe. In return, Lu Qinghe promised to thoroughly establish the logistics and entertainment channels in Hong Kong and eliminate the 14K Macau faction's influence within 3 months. The cooperation agreement was officially established. After signing the agreement, the gambling king hosted a grand banquet at the Lisboa Hotel to entertain Lu Qinghe and his entourage. Once the banquet concluded, Lu Qinghe, along with Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, returned to the presidential suite on the top floor of the Lisboa Hotel that had been arranged by the gambling king. As soon as he closed the door, Zhao Meng's phone rang. He answered the call, and his expression changed dramatically. After hanging up, he rushed to Lu Qinghe, lowering his voice, and urgently reported, "Big brother, this is bad. There's trouble. Our people have discovered that the area surrounding the hotel is swarming with 14K members, all armed. And they have surrounded the entire hotel. It's the 14K Macau faction's hall master, Sang Biao. Huang Zhiqing has already made arrangements with him, offering 3 million to have you killed in Macau. They are coming for us." Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened instantly as he reached for the gun at his waist. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the room. Chapter 41. The assassination plot. As Zhao Meng's words faded, the atmosphere in the presidential suite grew tense. Jiang Lai abruptly grabbed a steel pipe from the table, his expression turning ferocious as he shouted, "That dog Sang Biao. How dare he come after us in Macau? I'm going down there right now to chop these scoundrels to pieces." He made to rush toward the door. "Stop," Lu Qinghe commanded sharply, his gaze icy as he swiftly scanned the suite's floor-to-ceiling windows and the entrance. He activated the system's danger prediction skill, and a chilling alert reverberated in his mind. Danger warning. The host is being locked onto by high-level murderous intent. Targets are distributed downstairs in the hotel, in the stairwell, and in adjacent suites, totaling 37 individuals, all armed. Hostility level, 100. A siege has been formed. The main entrance, rear door, and fire escape of the hotel are all completely sealed off by the target, leaving no safe escape route. Lu Qinghe's brows furrowed slightly. It seems that Sang Biao was indeed well prepared. To have orchestrated such a significant operation at the Lisboa Hotel indicates his resolute intent to keep him in Macau. Behind all of this, Huang Zhiqing must certainly be pulling the strings. This mad dog has even extended his reach into Macau, colluding with Sang Biao to set up this cross-border assassination scheme. There will be no peace until one of them is dead. Lu Qinghe lifted his head, looking at Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, and said in a grave tone, "If we rush out now, we'll fall right into their ambush. The hotel is swarming with their men, and we only have 20 brothers. A headlong charge will only lead to our demise." Jiang Lai exclaimed urgently, "Then what shall we do, Qinghe? They have already surrounded the hotel. We can't just sit here and await our doom." "Of course, we will not await our doom," Lu Qinghe replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If Sang Biao wishes to kill me in Macau, he must be prepared to pay the price." He promptly took out his phone and dialed the number of the security chief of the gambling king. As soon as the call connected, Lu Qinghe spoke in a low voice. Captain Chun, this is Lu Qinghe. I am currently in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Lisboa Hotel. Sang Biao from 14K has brought dozens of gunmen and surrounded the hotel, intending to kill me. On the other end of the line, Captain Chun was immediately taken aback and shouted, What? Mr. Lu, please don't panic. Stay in the suite and do not come out. We'll rush over right away. The Lisboa Hotel is the gambling king's territory. Sang Biao actually dares to act violently here. This is an affront to the gambling king. Captain Chen wasted no time, hanging up the phone to gather all of the gambling king's security personnel and rush to the top floor. After ending the call, Lu Qinghe turned to Zhao Meng, saying solemnly, Zhao Meng, immediately contact our brothers stationed downstairs at the hotel. Instruct them not to act rashly, to secure the parking lot exit, and prevent Sang Biao's men from escaping. Additionally, ascertain the specific locations of Sang Biao's men, how many there are, how many guns they possess, and provide me with an accurate map of their positions. Understood, big brother. Zhao Meng immediately responded and turned to make arrangements. Lu Qinghe then looked at Jiang Lai. Speaking in a serious tone, Jiang Lai, take 10 brothers to guard the suite's door and windows, creating a crossfire setup. No proactive attacks without my command. If they dare to breach in, retaliate immediately. Understood. Qinghe. Jiang Lai replied promptly, leading his brothers to swiftly occupy all advantageous positions within the suite. Their guns aimed at the door and windows, ready for combat. Once all deployments were completed, Lu Qinghe approached the window, pulling aside a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. On the street below the hotel, several unmarked vans were parked, with shadows of armed men visible inside. Every entrance and exit of the hotel was guarded by Sang Biao's men, their vigilant eyes scanning the comings and goings of people. The entire Lisboa hotel had been ensnared in Sang Biao's elaborate trap. Lu Qinghe's gaze grew colder. Sang Biao dared to act on the gambling king's territory. Evidently intoxicated by Huang Zhiqing's 3 million. Today, he would make Sang Biao understand the consequences of provoking him. Lu Qinghe. Within a few minutes, hurried footsteps echoed outside the suite door, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the suite door, splintering wood and rendering it riddled with holes. Sang Biao's men began their assault. Jiang Lai, taking cover behind a barrier, shouted, Brothers, open fire. His shotgun erupted, unleashing a deafening blast. Bang. A massive hole was blasted through the door, and the 2 gunmen leading the charge fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Gunfire erupted as both sides exchanged shots, the sound reverberating through the hotel corridors. Inside the presidential suite, Lu Qinghe's phone rang. It was Captain Chen calling, his voice filled with urgency. Mr. Lu. We've been blocked in the stairwell by Sang Biao's men. Their firepower is overwhelming. We can't push through. Please hold on a little longer. We've contacted the Macau police. They'll be here soon. Lu Qinghe replied gravely. Captain Chun, you don't need to force your way through. Just hold the stairwell and fire escape, and don't let a single person escape. I will handle the situation inside. After hanging up, Lu Qinghe picked up the walkie-talkie. Addressing the brothers stationed in the monitoring room. Report your positions. Big brother. There are 12 gunmen in the corridor attacking the suite door. 8 snipers in the adjacent suite are targeting the suite's windows. There are 10 in the stairwell, facing off against Captain Chun's men. 7 more are guarding the various entrances and exits below. The walkie-talkie relayed precise reports from the brothers. Lu Qinghe nodded, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. He turned to Jiang Lai, stating, Jiang Lai, you and the brothers continue to guard the door and draw their fire. I'll take care of the snipers next door. Qinghe, no. That's too dangerous. Jiang Lai immediately protested. There are 8 snipers next door. It's far too risky for you to go alone. If anyone should go, it should be me. Enough talk. Follow orders. Lu Qinghe commanded sternly, his eyes forbidding any dissent. Jiang Lai, seeing the resoluteness in his gaze, could only grit his teeth and respond. Understood. Qinghe, please be careful. Lu Qinghe did not elaborate further, checking his handgun and its ammunition before turning to stealthily make his way through the emergency passage from the suite towards the adjacent room. The adjacent suite was connected to the presidential suite, separated only by a fire door. Lu Qinghe quietly approached the fire door, listening to the movements inside. He could hear the low murmurs of the snipers as they adjusted their scopes, aiming at the windows of the presidential suite. They had no idea that Lu Qinghe would take the initiative to approach. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinghe kicked the fire door open with a swift motion. As the door flew open, the 8 snipers inside reacted instantly, turning to raise their guns. But their speed could not match Lu Qinghe's. With his attributes fully enhanced and master-level proficiency with firearms, Lu Qinghe's hand moved as quick as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The successive gunshots rang out, each bullet accurately striking the wrist of a sniper. 8 agonized screams filled the air as their weapons fell to the ground, blood streaming from their wrists, rendering them incapable of resistance. The entire process lasted no more than 3 seconds. Lu Qinghe stepped inside, aiming his gun at the incapacitated snipers on the floor. Coldly demanding, "Where is Sang Biao?" The lead sniper, trembling in pain, stubbornly retorted, "Lu Qinghe, don't get too smug. Biao Ge has said he will definitely kill you today. Even if you kill us, you can't escape." Lu Qinghe regarded him with a chilling smile, raising his foot to stomp down hard on the severed wrist of the sniper, grinding it mercilessly. The sniper let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in agony, and finally, unable to endure, he stammered, "Biao Ge. Biao Ge is in the command vehicle downstairs, in the parking lot at the hotel's main entrance." Lu Qinghe released his grip, his gaze icy and resolute. He had long anticipated that Sang Biao would not charge into the fray personally, but rather orchestrate the operation from a distance. With a swift motion, he dispatched the 8 snipers on the ground, adhering to his principle of eradicating threats at their root. Those who dared to come for his life must pay the ultimate price. Having neutralized the snipers next door, Lu Qinghe turned back to the presidential suite. Meanwhile, the fierce assault in the corridor raged on. Sang Biao's men, frustrated by their inability to breach the defenses, had grown desperate, even resorting to grenades intended for the suite. Jiang Lai's eyes widened at the sight of the grenade, a surge of adrenaline prompting him to rush forward recklessly. Just then, Lu Qinghe emerged from behind him, raising his firearm and firing. Bang! The bullet struck the thug holding the grenade squarely in the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground. The grenade slipping from his grasp, Lu Qinghe darted forward, kicking the grenade toward the end of the corridor. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as the grenade detonated, sending the surrounding assailants into disarray, their cries of agony echoing through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qinghe bellowed, "Brothers, charge with me." His pistol continued to fire, each shot claiming a life. Jiang Lai and his comrades immediately followed suit, brandishing their weapons as they surged toward the stunned thugs. In mere minutes, all 12 assailants in the corridor were neutralized. With the corridor cleared, Lu Qinghe swiftly grabbed the intercom, addressing his brothers below in a grave tone. "Sang Biao is in the command vehicle at the hotel's front parking lot. Surround him immediately. Do not let him escape." "Received, boss," came the immediate response through the intercom. Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Jiang Lai and his comrades, hurried down the stairs. Meanwhile, in the hotel's front parking lot, Sang Biao sat in a van, gripping the intercom, his face draining of color as he listened to the chaos and explosions echoing from within. He could hardly fathom that the 30-odd gunmen he had dispatched were unable to even approach Lu Qinghe, who had methodically eliminated them one by one. An ominous premonition surged within him as he frantically shouted into the intercom, only to receive no reply. Just then, one of his subordinates shouted in panic, "Brother Biao, trouble. The Liani men are charging in. We're surrounded." Sang Biao shot up, peering out the window to see dozens of Liani brothers armed with knives and firearms converging from all directions, encircling his van. His face turned ashen as he roared, "Drive. Step on it. Break through." The driver immediately revved the engine, preparing to accelerate. But at that moment, Lu Qinghe appeared directly in front of the van, his pistol aimed squarely at a tire. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the van's front tires exploded instantly. The vehicle jolted violently, stalling in place. Unable to move further, Lu Qinghe strode forward, aiming his gun directly at Sang Biao inside the van. Jiang Lai and the others rushed up, yanking open the van's doors and dragging Sang Biao and his remaining men out, pinning them to the ground. Despite being subdued, Sang Biao remained defiant, lifting his head to glare at Lu Qinghe, his voice filled with bravado. "Lu Qinghe, do you dare to harm me? I am the 14K's Macau leader. If you kill me, 14K will not let you off. Inspector Huang will not spare you either." "Huang Zhiqing." Lu Qinghe chuckled, his eyes glinting with derision as he placed his foot on Sang Biao's face, pressing down with force. "You can't even save yourself, and you still think you can threaten me? Tell me, did Huang Zhiqing offer you 3 million to kill me in Macau? What was your plan? Speak." Sang Biao's face contorted in pain under Lu Qinghe's foot, yet he stubbornly refused to yield, shouting defiantly, "Lu Qinghe, if you have the guts, kill me. I want to say a word." "Not going to speak?" Lu Qinghe's gaze turned cold as he aimed his gun at Sang Biao's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck true, blood erupting from Sang Biao's leg. He let out a gut-wrenching scream, writhing in agony as cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Finally, Sang Biao could no longer withstand the torment, trembling as he divulged all the details of his collusion with Huang Zhiqing. From the 3 million bounty on Lu Qinghe's head to the agreement to hand over the cargo shipping channels in Hong Kong to the 14K Macau faction after the job was done. He laid bare the entire assassination plot. Zhao Meng recorded every confession meticulously, capturing the irrefutable evidence of Huang Ziqing's cross-border assassination scheme. After completing the recordings, Lu Qinghe regarded the subdued Sang Biao with an expression devoid of emotion. Sang Biao, seeing the icy glint in Lu Qinghe's eyes, quaked in fear, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Master Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been bewitched by Huang Ziqing's words to kill you. Please spare me. I will never dare again. I'll leave Macau immediately and will never oppose you again. Lu Qinghe gazed down at him, a chilling smile curling at his lips. Spare him? He would never release a tiger back into the wild. Moreover, Sang Biao not only sought to kill him, but was also a significant threat to the gambling king. He must die today. Lu Qinghe raised his gun, aiming it at Sang Biao's forehead. A dog hired by Huang Ziqing dared to come for my life. Today, you shall not return. Bang! The gunfire echoed. Sang Biao's screams were abruptly silenced. Ding! The host has successfully killed Sang Biao, the leader of the 14K Macau faction, dismantling the cross-border assassination scheme and obtaining complete evidence of Huang Ziqing's murder-for-hire operation, completing the counterattack mission. Reward, 2,000 dominance points. Current total, 12,900 dominance points. Level upgraded to LV5. All attributes significantly enhanced. The system's notification resounded in his mind. Lu Qinghe holstered his weapon and turned away. Captain Chun, the head of the gambling king's security, rushed over with his team, his eyes wide with shock and admiration as he surveyed the scene of carnage. He approached Lu Qinghe hastily, bowing deeply as he said, Mr. Lu, I apologize. Our security measures were inadequate, causing you distress. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, his tone serious. It's not your fault. Sang Biao and Huang Ziqing were simply too audacious, daring to act against Mr. He's territory. At that moment, the gambling king also approached swiftly. Observing the chaotic scene, his expression darkened considerably. Sang Biao's audacity to attack his esteemed guests in his own casino Lisboa was a blatant affront, showing utter disregard for him. He reached Lu Qinghe and, seeing that he was unharmed, sighed in relief. He clasped his hands in front of Lu Qinghe, saying, Mr. Lu, I apologize for the disturbance. This incident was due to my oversight, and I owe you an apology. Lu Qinghe shook his head and smiled, saying, Mr. He, you are too gracious. This matter is not your concern. It is a conspiracy orchestrated by Huang Ziqing and Sang Biao. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for your security personnel, who safeguarded my retreat and ensured that not a single person escaped. The gambling king looked at Lu Qinghe with even greater admiration, having endured such a perilous assassination attempt. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also retaliated against Sang Biao and all the assassins, maintaining his composure throughout. This level of courage and capability is rare, with few young individuals in the entirety of Hong Kong and Macau able to compare. He addressed Lu Qinghe gravely, Rest assured, Mr. Lu, with Sang Biao deceased, I will swiftly eliminate his 14K Macau faction. Their influence in Hong Kong will also be entirely left to your management. Additionally, as a gesture of my apology, I shall allocate an additional 50 million in interest-free investment to your project as a form of recompense. Lu Qinghe regarded him with a smile and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, I appreciate it, Mr. He. Having resolved the aftermath at the hotel, dawn had broken. The gambling king personally arranged for his private yacht to escort Lu Qinghe and his entourage back to Hong Kong. At the dock, Lu Qinghe stood on the deck of the yacht, clutching irrefutable evidence of Huang Ziqing's cross-border assassination attempts, gazing at the approaching coastline of Hong Kong with a cold glimmer in his eyes. Huang Ziqing, you have attempted to hire assassins against me time and again, employing underhanded tactics. This debt shall soon be settled. What you owe me will be reclaimed, with interest, piece by piece. Ding. The host has established a deep collaboration with the gambling king of Macau, thoroughly dismantling the 14K Macau faction and completing the cross-border layout mission, earning 1,000 dominance points. Unlocking the basic authority of cross-border network control. The system's notification resonated in his mind. Lu Qinghe faced the sea breeze, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Hong Kong. I have returned. It is now time for Huang Ziqing to pay the price. Chapter 42, The Underground Emperor of Yao Mati. The yacht slowly approached the dock of Hong Kong, emitting a long, sonorous horn. The dock was already a sea of people. Scardong, accompanied by over 200 brothers from the He Lian Yao Mati faction, stood in formation, awaiting Lu Qinghe's return. Not only that, but all the local leaders of Yao Mati's small factions, underground power holders, and shop owners had gathered, densely packed on both sides of the dock, each holding lavish gifts to welcome Lu Qinghe. The entire dock was packed to the brim with those there to greet him. Everyone was aware that Lu Qinghe's recent trip to Macau not only resulted in a profound collaboration with the gambling king, but also secured over $1 billion in funding support, culminating in the elimination of Sang Biao, the 14K Macau faction's leader, and the complete dismantling of Huang Ziqing's cross-border assassination scheme. This strength and audacity made Lu Qinghe unparalleled in the Hong Kong underworld. The Lu Qinghe of today was no longer the lowly figure he had been just months prior. He was now the true sovereign of Yao Mati. As the yacht came to a halt and the gangway was lowered, Lu Qinghe, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, stepped down. The moment his feet touched the dock, an uproar of deafening cheers erupted. "Welcome back, Brother Qinghe. Brother Qinghe is majestic." The voices rose in waves, reverberating throughout the dock. Scarred Dong hurried forward, clapping Lu Qinghe on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Qinghe, well done. I knew you would return safely, and to accomplish such great deeds in Macau. You have truly brought honor to us at Heliani." Lu Qinghe looked at Scarred Dong, smiling and cupping his hands. "Uncle Dong, I apologize for causing you concern." "Concern? Nonsense." Scarred Dong waved his hand, pride radiating from his expression. "I always knew there was nothing you, Lu Qinghe, could not achieve." Surrounding leaders of small factions and shop owners also gathered around, bowing respectfully to Lu Qinghe, their faces filled with flattery. "Brother Qinghe, you have finally returned. We have prepared a modest welcome to treat you. Brother Qinghe, you were magnificent in Macau. Killing that scoundrel Sang Biao was truly gratifying. From now on in Yao Mati, we will all heed Brother Qinghe's command. If Brother Qinghe directs us east, we shall never go west." The crowd eagerly presented their lavish gifts, each face displaying reverence and loyalty. They all relied on Yao Mati for their livelihoods. Those with the strongest fists and the ability to protect them were their leaders. Now, Lu Qinghe not only stood as the most powerful figure in Yao Mati, but also held connections with the gambling king of Macau, possessing both wealth and influence, pushing even top-tier corrupt officials like Huang Ziqing to retreat. By following Lu Qinghe, they could secure their livelihoods without being bullied by other factions or troubled by corrupt officials. Lu Qinghe addressed the crowd, slightly cupping his hands, and stated solemnly, "I appreciate your sentiments. As for the gifts, they are unnecessary. I, Lu Qinghe, only protect two types of people in Yao Mati, those brothers who fight alongside me through thick and thin, and the law-abiding, diligent merchants. In Yao Mati, as long as everyone abides by the rules, steering clear of drugs, harming innocents, and engaging in extortion, I, Lu Qinghe, shall protect you all. Should anyone dare to disrupt peace in Yao Mati or bully you, they will be opposing me, Lu Qinghe. However, should anyone dare to break the rules, regardless of who they are, I, Lu Qinghe, will ensure they pay the price." As Lu Qinghe's words concluded, the crowd erupted in unison. "We will certainly abide by the rules. We follow Brother Qinghe. Brother Qinghe is majestic. From now on in Yao Mati, we recognize Brother Qinghe." The cheers rose once more, deafening in their intensity. Everyone understood that from this day forward, Yao Mati had undergone a complete transformation. Lu Qinghe was the true underground emperor of Yao Mati. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming flanked Lu Qinghe, their eyes scanning the surrounding crowd vigilantly to ensure his safety. Simultaneously, they swiftly organized lists of the factions that had pledged allegiance, scrutinizing the backgrounds of all visitors and meticulously recording all information. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Scarred Dong and his core brothers, boarded a vehicle heading towards the Helian Yao Mati headquarters. As the convoy passed through the streets of Yao Mati, merchants and pedestrians alike paused to bow in respect, their eyes filled with awe. Wherever they went, everyone showed deference, none daring to challenge them. This was the grand spectacle of the underground emperor of Yao Mati. Upon returning to the headquarters, Lu Qinghe immediately convened a full assembly. The hall was filled with elders and core brothers of the Yao Mati faction, all eyes fixed on Lu Qinghe in admiration and reverence. Seated at the head of the table, Lu Qinghe surveyed the assembly and spoke solemnly. "Though we encountered a few minor troubles during our trip to Macau, we achieved the results we desired. We have established a deep collaboration with the gambling king, securing 100 million in interest-free funding support, along with exclusive agency rights for all of his businesses in Hong Kong. Moving forward, our real estate projects will accelerate, and our ventures in entertainment and freight will expand comprehensively. Those who follow me will have food on their tables, money in their pockets, and secure paths ahead." As the crowd heard these words, an immediate surge of excitement swept through them, and they rose to their feet in unison, passionately proclaiming, "Brother Qinghe, we pledge our unwavering allegiance to you." Lu Qinghe raised his hand to quell the clamor and continued, "Aside from matters of business, today I wish to announce several new regulations for Oil Hemp District. First, the entire territory of Oil Hemp District shall impose a complete ban on the trade of narcotics. Regardless of who you are or which faction you belong to, anyone caught engaging in the sale or distribution of narcotics within Oil Hemp District will face severe consequences, including the breaking of limbs and expulsion from Hong Kong. There will be no leniency. Second, harassment of civilian merchants is strictly prohibited, as is the practice of extortion and coercive buying. The protection fees for all establishments will be reduced by half from the previous standard. Merchants must be allowed to conduct their business safely, and we shall safeguard their security, promoting mutual benefit and ensuring that the common people are not oppressed. Third, violent confrontations that disturb the peace are forbidden, as is the unwarranted infliction of harm. Personal grievances must be settled within the confines of our world, without dragging innocent civilians into the fray, and no clashes shall occur in bustling areas that disrupt the lives of ordinary citizens. These 3 regulations will take effect immediately. Our brothers from Leonie must lead by example in adhering to them. Should anyone dare to contravene these rules, regardless of their identity or past contributions, they will be dealt with according to our code, without exception. As Lu Qinghe's words resonated throughout the hall, an abrupt silence fell. The elders and brothers exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. These regulations utterly overturned a century-old code governing the underworld of Hong Kong. How had such factions profited? Was it not through narcotics, protection fees, and territorial disputes? Now, Lu Qinghe not only prohibited narcotics outright, but also aimed to have protection fees and forbid violent confrontations. Such unprecedented measures were astonishing. Yet, as the shock subsided, the crowd quickly grasped the underlying strategy. Lu Qinghe's regulations, while seemingly curtailing substantial revenue streams, were, in fact, paving a pathway for Leonie's future. The narcotics trade, although lucrative, was a perilous endeavor. Being caught meant certain doom. The authorities were particularly vigilant with narcotics operations. By banning them, Lu Qinghe not only sidestepped the gravest risks but also garnered a commendable reputation for both himself and Leonie. Meanwhile, having protection fees and prohibiting the oppression of the populace would undoubtedly secure the support of all merchants and citizens in Oil Hemp District. He who wins the hearts of the people holds the key to power. In Oil Hemp District, as long as the merchants and citizens rallied behind Lu Qinghe, his position would be unassailable, impervious to threats from rival factions or corrupt officials like Huang Zhiqing. Realizing this, the crowd rose once more, affirming in unison, "We shall abide by Brother Qinghe's regulations. We would never dare to contravene them. Brother Qinghe is right. We shall never again engage in the oppression of the common people." Observing their fervent declarations, Lu Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. He understood well that the forces of the underworld were ultimately inconsequential. To establish a lasting foothold and navigate the impending changes, he must win the people's hearts and cleanse his reputation. These 3 regulations were merely his initial step. Ding! The host has issued new underground regulations for Oil Hemp District, winning the support of merchants and the populace, thereby solidifying his position as the underground emperor of Oil Hemp District, completing the ultimate side quest. Dominance over Oil Hemp District. Reward: 1,500 dominance points. Current total: 15,400 points. All attributes significantly enhanced. Unlocking the max-level passive skill, Brotherhood Unity. All core affiliated members will experience a substantial enhancement in all attributes, with loyalty permanently locked at 100, ensuring unwavering allegiance. The system's notification echoed in Lu Qinghe's mind. He expressionlessly dismissed the alert. Dominating Oil Hemp District was merely his starting point. His ultimate ambition encompassed the entirety of Hong Kong, aiming to secure a stable future for all his loyal brothers. In the following days, the new regulations for Oil Hemp District were disseminated to every corner of the area. The brothers of Leonie took the lead in enforcement. All protection fees were halved, the narcotics trade was entirely banned, and instances of oppression against the populace ceased to occur. The merchants and citizens of Oil Hemp District expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Qinghe. In the past, their greatest fears revolved around extortion from gang members, bullying of the populace, and violent clashes between rival factions, which left them perpetually on edge. Now, with Lu Qinghe's new regulations, they could finally conduct their businesses and lead their lives in peace. Everyone unanimously declared that Lu Qinghe was the first true protector of the common people in the district's history. Lu Qinghe's reputation soared to unprecedented heights in Oil Hemp District. The entire underworld of Hong Kong was profoundly shaken by his actions. No one had anticipated that he would establish such regulations, nor that he would successfully earn the support of the entire populace. Lu Qinghe had now become the undisputed underground emperor of Oil Hemp District, unassailable and unrivaled. Meanwhile, in the villa of Deputy Police Commissioner Zhang Qiming in the Kowloon district, Huang Zhiqing was hiding, nursing his injuries. Upon learning that Lu Qinghe had returned safely from Macau, having not only secured a partnership with the gambling king, but also amassed over $1 billion in funding, and firmly established himself as the emperor of Oil Hemp District, earning the unwavering support of its inhabitants, he was consumed with rage, shattering the wine glass in his hand. Glass shards scattered, and red wine spilled across the floor. Lu Qinghe, that bastard. Why can't I kill him? Huang Zhiqing's eyes were filled with a frenzied crimson hue, resembling a man driven to madness. Time and again, He had set traps intending to eliminate Lu Qinghe, only to have each scheme effortlessly thwarted, allowing Lu Qinghe's power to grow ever greater and his reputation to soar. Now, Lu Qinghe had become the underground emperor of Oil Hemp District, no longer the naive youth he could manipulate at will. How could he not seethe with hatred? How could he not go mad? Breathing heavily, Huang Zhiqing turned to his trusted confidant, barking orders with an icy tone. Immediately contact the Viper Assassin Group in Southeast Asia. No matter the cost, no matter the price, they must come to Hong Kong and take Lu Qinghe's life. I want him dead. He must die. The confidant quickly acknowledged the command and hurried off to contact the Viper Assassin Group. Huang Zhiqing gazed out the window towards the direction of Oil Hemp District, his murderous intent nearly spilling over. Lu Qinghe, I will not rest until you and I are at an impasse. This time, I shall ensure you have no place to bury your remains. 3 days later, having just concluded a meeting at the hall to finalize the execution details of the new regulations for Oil Hemp District and the responsibilities of each establishment's head, Lu Qinghe was approached by Zhao Meng, who rushed in with an extremely grave expression. He leaned close to Lu Qinghe and urgently reported, "Brother, we have received urgent intelligence. Huang Zhiqing has contacted the most ruthless assassin group in Southeast Asia, the Viper, offering 5 million Hong Kong dollars for your head. Assassins have already infiltrated Hong Kong in batches and may strike at any moment." Lu Qinghe slammed his teacup down heavily onto the table. The ceramic cup collided with the surface, producing a sharp, resonant sound. His gaze instantly turned icy, and an aura of menace enveloped the entire hall. Huang Zhiqing was truly relentless. Since he was intent on courting death time and again, Lu Qinghe would gladly oblige him. Chapter 43, The Serial Killers. As Zhao Meng's words echoed in the hall, the atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. Jiang Lai slammed his palm onto the table, rising to his feet, and exclaimed furiously, "That son of a dog, Huang Zhiqing. He simply won't let go of his vendetta. Time and again, he hires assassins to eliminate you. This time, he has resorted to the Viper Assassin Group. I shall lead our men to turn Hong Kong upside down, rooting out this rabble and eliminating them one by one." The surrounding elders and core brothers echoed his outrage. "Brother Qinghe, we can no longer remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative. Let us drag Huang Zhiqing out and be done with him once and for all. Indeed, as long as Huang Zhiqing lives, we shall never know peace. He has repeatedly sought your demise. Even if we deal with the Viper assassins this time, he will undoubtedly seek other means next time. Brother Qinghe, issue your command. We shall investigate Huang Zhiqing's whereabouts at once. Even if we have to scour Kowloon, we will unearth him." Lu Qinghe raised his hand, silencing the clamor. Seated in the main position, he exhibited not a trace of panic. His gaze was calm, as though he had anticipated Huang Zhiqing's moves. He turned to Zhao Meng and spoke in a low voice, "Provide the details on the Viper Assassin Group for everyone." "Yes, big brother." Zhao Meng nodded immediately and addressed the gathering in a solemn tone. "The Viper Assassin Group is the most ruthless serial killer organization in Southeast Asia. Established over a decade ago with numerous successful operations under their belt. Their targets have always been high-ranking officials in law enforcement, government officials, and prominent figures in the underworld. Their methods are exceedingly brutal and precise. They leave no survivors, often exterminating the families of their targets as well, employing exceedingly cruel tactics. Southeast Asian police have pursued them for years, yet they remain shrouded in mystery, with neither their stronghold nor key members ever uncovered. This time, Huang Zhiqing has invested heavily, offering 5 million for the head of our big brother. According to our intel, Viper assassins have already infiltrated Hong Kong in 3 waves, totaling at least a dozen seasoned killers, all armed." As Zhao Meng concluded, the hall fell into an immediate silence. The faces around him exhibited a grave demeanor. They were all seasoned figures of the underworld, accustomed to violence, yet faced with such a professional and previously undefeated serial killer group, uncertainty loomed in their hearts. The lurking threat of a hidden serpent could strike at any moment, making it all the more terrifying. Jiang Lai clenched his teeth and declared, "Regardless of whether they are vipers or cobras, if they dare to come to Hong Kong and threaten Brother Qinghe, I shall ensure they do not return." He added, "We can keep watch over Brother Qinghe 24 hours a day. Let us see how they dare to act." Lu Qinghe regarded the assembly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had encountered more killers than everyone present combined, having navigated the Hong Kong underworld for 40 years. He had faced assassination attempts countless times, if not 100, then certainly 80. While the Viper Assassin Group seemed formidable in the face of absolute strength and meticulous defenses, they would prove to be but a fleeting threat. Moreover, with his system's risk prediction skill, any murderous intent directed at him would be preemptively warned against. To him, the Viper Assassin Group, seen as a harbinger of death by others, was merely a gaggle of corpses walking into his grasp. Lu Qinghe lifted his head. Addressing the crowd with an authoritative tone, "Jiang Lai, Take 100 brothers and divide them into 5 teams, rotating shifts around the clock. One team will guard the entrance, another at Uncle Dong's residence, one at the construction site, one at the company on Nathan Road, and one will stay with me, never leaving my side. All entrances and exits must be secured with checks. Any suspicious individuals are to be detained for identity verification, and we must not allow any laxity. Remember, our objective is defense, not confrontation. As long as we hold the line and deny them the opportunity to strike, they will be at a loss. Jiang Lai immediately stood, saluting Lu Qinghe, and replied earnestly, "Understood. Big brother, I will attend to it at once. There will be no oversights. Should anyone dare to intrude, I shall break their legs." With that, he swiftly exited to arrange the defenses. Lu Qinghe then turned to Zhao Meng, continuing to issue commands. "Zhao Meng, take our most elite brothers and thoroughly investigate the Viper assassins' hideouts. Check every hotel, guest house, rental property, dock, and abandoned factory in Hong Kong. Scrutinize all incoming individuals, especially those from Southeast Asia. Investigate their entry records, financial transactions, and communication logs. Leave no stone unturned. I want to know how many of them have arrived, who they are, where they are hiding, and what their assassination plans entail. We must unearth them all before they can strike." "Understood, big brother," Zhao Meng responded resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I will uncover their whereabouts within 3 days. If I fail, I will present my head to you." With that, he too turned and hastened away to commence a comprehensive sweep. Lu Qinghe then addressed Scar Dong and the elders present, speaking solemnly. "Uncle Dong, esteemed elders, I urge you to contact all the brothers, merchants, and informants in Yao Mati, casting a wide net. Should any suspicious individuals or unusual circumstances arise, report immediately. Yao Mati is our territory. If we unite, even if vipers come here, they shall meet their demise." Scar Dong promptly stood, thumping his chest in assurance. "Qinghe, rest easy. This matter is in our hands. I will contact all the brothers and informants in Yao Mati to cast a wide net. Even if a fly enters Yao Mati, we will ascertain its gender. We shall not allow these scoundrels any opportunity." The gathered elders echoed their agreement and swiftly departed to make arrangements. The entire Helien Yao Mati headquarters sprang into swift action. A vast net was cast not only over Yao Mati, but across all of Kowloon. Jiang Lai, accompanied by 100 brothers, fortified the headquarters, Lu Qinghe's residence, construction sites, and companies into an impenetrable fortress, with guards every 3 steps and sentinels every 5, ensuring that no one could enter without rigorous scrutiny, not even a fly. Zhao Meng, leading the most elite brothers, collaborated with all informants in Yao Mati to meticulously search every corner and pursue every lead regarding incoming individuals, leaving no area unchecked. Upon learning that assassins were coming to kill Lu Qinghe, all merchants and citizens in Yao Mati took proactive measures. Any suspicious individuals were to immediately report to the headquarters. United as one, Yao Mati laid down an impenetrable web, awaiting the Viper assassins to walk into their trap. Meanwhile, in a concealed rental property in Kowloon, the leader of the Viper assassin group, codenamed Viper, observed the defenses of the Helien Yao Mati headquarters through binoculars. He appeared to be in his 30s, with dark skin, piercing eyes, and a long scar etched across his face, emanating a chilling aura of menace, akin to a coiled serpent. Surveying the tightly secured defenses, a contemptuous smile crept across his lips. His subordinate whispered, "Brother Snake, the defenses of Helien are too stringent. Yao Mati is teeming with their men, and we cannot find an opportunity to strike. Should we retreat for now and wait for a better chance?" "Retreat?" The Viper let out a cold, sardonic laugh, his voice hoarse and chilling. "We, the Viper, have never missed our mark when it comes to taking a life, nor do we entertain the notion of retreat. Do Lu Qinghe and his associates believe that by erecting such an impenetrable fortress, they can thwart us? How naive. A direct assault would certainly prove futile. However, we can draw the snake out of its lair." His subordinate paused momentarily, then inquired, "Brother Snake, how do we lure the snake from its den?" The Viper lowered his binoculars, his gaze steely and menacing, and replied in a grave tone, "Lu Qinghe values loyalty above all else and fiercely protects his brethren. We shall not touch him directly. Instead, we will strike at his trusted allies. We have discovered that his top enforcer, Jiang Lai, oversees security at the oil hemp lot and conducts nightly inspections. We will eliminate Jiang Lai. His fury will compel Lu Qinghe to rush to the lot. At that moment, we shall lay our ambush and await his arrival. Once we have slain Lu Qinghe, the bounty of 5 million will be ours, and we shall vanish without a trace." Upon hearing this, the subordinate's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Snake, your brilliance shines through. This plan is flawless. Lu Qinghe will never anticipate that we would target Jiang Lai first." A cold smile curled at the corners of the Viper's lips, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Having been an assassin for over a decade, he had never failed. His greatest skill lay in exploiting the vulnerabilities of his targets to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Qinghe's weakness was his excessive loyalty and protectiveness toward his companions. This time, he would use Jiang Lai's life to ensnare Lu Qinghe and claim his head. He addressed his subordinate with a commanding tone, immediately gather everyone, and devise the plan. We strike at Jiang Lai tonight. Understood, Brother Snake. The subordinate promptly acknowledged. Turning to make arrangements. The Viper once again raised his binoculars, gazing toward the direction of the He Lien Yitang entrance, his expression fierce and ruthless. Lu Qinghe, your time has come. That night, at the oil hemp lot, Jiang Lai patrolled with a dozen brothers. Ever since Lu Qinghe issued the defense order, he had personally inspected the lot every night to ensure that everything was in order. Armed with a steel pipe, he and his companions, each wielding weapons, scanned the corners of the lot with vigilant eyes. Observing the neatly parked trucks, Jiang Lai instructed his brothers in a low voice, stay sharp. The Viper's assassins may strike at any moment. We must not overlook any signs. Understood, Brother Lai. His brothers responded in unison. Jiang Lai nodded and advanced deeper into the lot, oblivious to the dozen pairs of eyes lurking behind the shadowy containers, guns loaded and aimed at him. The Viper, accompanied by his cadre of assassins, concealed himself behind the containers, watching Jiang Lai approach with a cold smile. He signaled to his accomplices, who immediately tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to spring into action. Just as Jiang Lai neared the container, the Viper suddenly gestured sharply, commanding, attack. A swarm of assassins erupted from behind the containers, their guns trained on Jiang Lai and his companions. Jiang Lai reacted instantly, his pupils dilating in alarm as he bellowed. Ambush! Take cover! He shoved aside a brother beside him and lunged toward a nearby container. The air was suddenly filled with the deafening crack of gunfire. Bullets rained down like hail, ricocheting off the container, sending sparks flying. Two of Jiang Lai's brothers, caught off guard, fell to the ground with cries of agony. The entire lot erupted into chaos. Jiang Lai, sheltered behind a container, seethed with rage, shouting, damn that Viper. How dare he ambush us here? Brothers, fight back. He reached for his walkie-talkie, intent on reporting to Lu Qinghe. Just then, Zhao Meng's urgent voice crackled through the speaker. Big brother, we've found out. The Viper's assassins are all at the lot, targeting Jiang Lai. They want to draw you out. Lu Qinghe's voice came through the walkie-talkie, calm and resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone, follow me. To the lot. Since they have come to us, we shall prepare their graves. With that, Lu Qinghe kicked open the doors of the hall. His gun was loaded, and behind him trailed 50 elite brothers from He Lien Yi, all armed and fierce-eyed. Racing toward the parking lot, the distant wail of police sirens echoed, a result of Zhao Meng having preemptively contacted familiar officers to report illegal firearm possession and intent to harm, effectively sealing the Viper's escape route while mitigating future repercussions. The night wind swept through the bustling oil hemp, causing Lu Qinghe's coat to flutter as he advanced with urgency, his gaze as frigid as ice. The system's danger prediction skill had already activated a maximum level red alert the moment gunfire erupted at the lot. Danger alert. Core ally Jiang Lai is under siege by 17 armed assassins, his life hanging by a thread. Assassins have set an ambush at the lot, targeting the host directly. Lu Qinghe's pace quickened, unwavering. Jiang Lai was his brother, a steadfast companion who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. He could not allow him to fall. Moreover, since the Viper dared to orchestrate this trap to lure him in, he would ensure these assassins learned the true meaning of self-destruction. The convoy came to a halt 500 meters from the lot. Lu Qinghe opened the car door and swiftly issued commands to his brothers. Team 1, charge through the front door and assist Jiang Lai. Team 2, circle to the back entrance and seal off all escape routes. Not a single one shall escape. Team 3, secure the flanking walls and occupy the high ground, establishing crossfire. No one fires without my order. He commanded. Everyone, prioritize the safety of the hostages. We must attempt to capture survivors. I need complete evidence of Huang Zhiqing's contract killing. Understood. His brothers replied in unison, immediately dispersing to execute the orders as they advanced toward the lot. Lu Qinghe, leading a team of brothers, stealthily approached the main entrance of the lot. Inside, the gunfire continued to erupt, mingled with Jiang Lai's furious roars and the assassin's shrieks. Lu Qinghe pressed himself against the door, listening intently to the commotion within. Signaling to his brothers, they immediately understood, yanking open the massive iron gates of the lot. As the gates swung wide, Lu Qinghe surged forward, his gaze rapidly scanning the battlefield. Jiang Lai, along with the remaining brothers, was cornered behind a container deep within the lot, fiercely holding their ground against a throng of assassins. Despite sustaining injuries, Jiang Lai had been shot in the arm, blood streaming down, yet he remained defiant, returning fire without a hint of retreat. Meanwhile, Numerous assassins lay in ambush on either side and above, their weapons aimed squarely at the entrance. Awaiting Lu Qinghe's entrance into their trap, Lu Qinghe had arrived. The ambushing assassin, upon witnessing Lu Qinghe burst into the scene, let out a startled exclamation. Instantly, he fired his weapon at Lu Qinghe. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless hail of bullets surged toward Lu Qinghe. Yet, Lu Qinghe's speed was as swift as a flash of lightning. Bolstered by the system's complete attribute enhancement and his master-level proficiency in firearms, his movements were ghostly quick, effortlessly evading every bullet. Simultaneously, his own weapon roared to life. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, another assassin fell, struck in the forehead, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In a mere span of seconds, the 6 assassins lurking on either side and above were all dispatched by Lu Qinghe, his aim impeccable and decisive. From behind a shipping container, Zhang Lai, witnessing Lu Qinghe's entrance, was instantly filled with rage and shouted, "Qinghe, what are you doing here? It's a trap. Get out now. Leave." Lu Qinghe chuckled, his voice cutting through the cacophony of gunfire, resonating clearly in Zhang Lai's ears. "I, Lu Qinghe, have never abandoned my brothers to save myself. Today, none of these scoundrels shall escape." Hidden in the shadows, the Viper observed as Lu Qinghe charged in and eliminated his 6 subordinates, his expression turning grave. He had heard tales of Lu Qinghe's prowess, but had not anticipated such ferocity. This marksmanship, this agility, was unmatched even within their esteemed assassins' organization. No wonder Huang Zhiqing's numerous assassination plots had been effortlessly thwarted. Lu Qinghe was indeed formidable. However, the Viper remained composed. He still had a dozen subordinates, encircling Lu Qinghe. No matter how skilled Lu Qinghe was, he could not possibly withstand an assault from so many professional killers. He barked orders to his lieutenant. Concentrate fire. Kill Lu Qinghe. Whoever takes him down, I'll reward them with half the bounty. With the promise of a substantial reward, the remaining assassins' eyes ignited with fervor. They swiftly redirected their weapons, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon Lu Qinghe. Bullets rained down like a storm, and Lu Qinghe quickly sought refuge behind a truck, using it as cover to evade the relentless barrage. At that moment, the sound of gunfire and shouts erupted from the rear and sides of the parking lot. "This is the Liani Alliance. Don't move. Scoundrels, you're surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons." The 2nd and 3rd teams, arranged by Lu Qinghe, had successfully encircled the area, charging in from all directions. The Viper's assassins were suddenly caught in a pincer movement, thrown into disarray. They never anticipated that their ambush would be turned against them. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qinghe lunged out from behind the truck. His handgun fired continuously, each shot dropping another assassin. Zhang Lai, alongside his comrades, surged forth from behind the shipping container, launching a fierce counterattack. Within mere minutes, the majority of the Viper's contingent lay dead, leaving only the Viper, his lieutenant, and 3 assassins cornered in the parking lot, desperately resisting. Lu Qinghe advanced step by step toward them, his gun aimed directly at the Viper. Behind him, dozens of Liani Alliance brothers aligned their weapons, creating an impenetrable encirclement. The Viper, witnessing Lu Qinghe's relentless approach, was filled with madness and resentment. After years as an assassin, he had never faltered, never faced such a crushing defeat as today. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gun to his temple, intent on taking his own life. As a professional killer, he would not allow himself to be captured alive. But before he could pull the trigger, Lu Qinghe preemptively squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet precisely struck the Viper's wrist. The Viper let out a heart-wrenching scream, his gun clattering to the ground as blood poured from his injured wrist. The remaining assassins, witnessing their leader incapacitated, panicked, raising their weapons in futile defiance. Zhang Lai and his brothers charged forward, swiftly dispatching the resisting assassins and pinning the Viper and his lieutenant firmly to the ground, binding them securely. Lu Qinghe approached the Viper, halting before him, looking down with cold detachment. "Speak. How did Huang Zhiqing contact you? How much did he offer? What was your assassination plan? Reveal everything." The Viper trembled in pain but stubbornly lifted his head, glaring at Lu Qinghe defiantly, and shouted, "Lu Qinghe, don't be so smug. We, the Viper organization, will not let you off. You have killed our people. We will surely take our revenge." "Revenge?" Lu Qinghe chuckled, his eyes brimming with scorn. "You are all about to die. Who will avenge you?" He raised his foot and brutally stomped on the Viper's severed wrist, grinding it down. The Viper emitted a soul-wrenching scream, writhing in agony as cold sweat cascaded down his face. After years of being an assassin and encountering countless ruthless individuals, he had never met someone as merciless as Lu Qinghe. His mental defenses crumbled in an instant. "I'll talk. I'll tell everything." The Viper stammered, divulging every detail. From how Huang Zhiqing had contacted them through intermediaries, offering 5 million Hong Kong dollars for Lu Qinghe's head, to the agreed payment upon completion, and the assassination plan that involved luring Zhang Lai into action and subsequently drawing Lu Qinghe into the fray, everything was laid bare. Zhao Ming recorded the entire confession, while also uncovering the transfer records of the deposit Huang Zhiqing had provided, the assassination schematics, and encrypted emails of communication with Huang Zhiqing. All the evidence was meticulously gathered, irrefutable. Once the confession was complete, Lu Qinghe observed the Viper on the ground, his gaze devoid of emotion. He signaled to Zhang Lai, who immediately understood, dragging the Viper and his lieutenant toward a corner of the parking lot. After 2 muffled gunshots, Zhang Lai quickly returned, nodding at Lu Qinghe. Eradicating every threat was Lu Qinghe's unwavering principle. Those who dared to come for his life must pay with theirs. The Viper organization, having accepted Huang Zhiqing's contract, should have been prepared for total annihilation. Ding. The host has successfully eradicated the Viper assassin group, dismantling Huang Zhiqing's assassination plan, acquiring complete and irrefutable evidence of the contract killing, and completing the counterattack mission. Reward: 1,800 dominance points. Current total: 17,200 dominance points. Skill Crisis Simulation has been unlocked to full level. Can accurately simulate enemy action routes and plans, preemptively avoiding all fatal risks, and formulate the optimal countermeasures. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe holstered his weapon, turned, and gazed at Zhang Lai, who had been grazed by a bullet on his arm, frowning. Why didn't you mention your injury sooner? Go to the hospital immediately. Zhang Lai scratched his head and chuckled, saying, Qinghe bro, just a minor injury, it's nothing. As long as you're alright, what do my wounds matter? Enough of the nonsense. Go immediately. Lu Qinghe commanded sharply, his tone imbued with an undeniable concern. Zhang Lai could only nod, supported by his comrades, and made his way to a nearby hospital. At that moment, Zhao Ming approached Lu Qinghe swiftly, phone in hand. Lowering his voice as he urgently said, Big brother, I've intercepted a phone call recording from Huang Zhiqing. He just tried to call Viper, but nobody answered. He already knows we've wiped out the assassins and is in a complete panic. Moreover, we've discovered that he was just in a car near the parking lot, observing the situation inside. He has now fled towards the Kowloon district. Lu Qinghe's gaze turned icy. Huang Zhiqing was indeed nearby, witnessing the destruction of his assassination plot. Now utterly dismantled by Lu Qinghe, this mad dog was growing increasingly audacious. Just as Lu Qinghe was about to speak, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. It was a call from the venerable leader of the He Lian. Lu Qinghe answered, and the voice of the elderly patriarch came through, steady yet aged. Qinghe, come to the He Lian headquarters immediately. We are convening a conference for all the Hong Kong factions. There is important news to announce, and all leaders must attend. Lu Qinghe replied, Yes, leader. I will be there right away. After hanging up, a flicker of understanding crossed Lu Qinghe's eyes. The old patriarch was calling for a conference at such a critical moment to announce significant matters. It seemed that the tides were about to change for He Lian. He turned to Zhao Ming and said solemnly, Make arrangements. Accompany me to the He Lian headquarters. Understood, big brother. Zhao Ming immediately responded. Turning to organize transportation and security personnel, Lu Qinghe surveyed the chaos and bodies strewn across the parking lot, his expression cold. Huang Zhiqing, you have repeatedly attempted to assassinate me and have failed each time. Your trump cards are dwindling. Meanwhile, I shall only grow stronger. This game is already yours to lose. Chapter 45, The Hong Kong Conference. An hour later, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Zhao Ming and 20 elite brothers, arrived at the He Lian headquarters. The headquarters, located in Kowloon City, was an old-style building with a courtyard where numerous brothers from various factions stood solemnly at the entrance. As Lu Qinghe's car approached, the brothers at the door immediately bowed and greeted him in unison. Qinghe bro. Lu Qinghe opened the car door and stepped out, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. He stood tall, his sharp gaze exuding the aura of a leader, not yielding in the slightest even before the elders and faction heads of all Hong Kong. Over the past few months, he had risen from a mere low-level enforcer to the decision-maker of the Yao Mati faction, bravely confronting the corrupt police officer Huang Zhiqing, forging alliances with the gambling king of Macau, and decisively annihilating various assassins, establishing his dominance in Yao Mati. He was no longer the naive youth easily manipulated. In the entire Hong Kong underworld, everyone had to show Lu Qinghe a measure of respect. Several faction leaders of He Lian quickly approached him, clasping their hands in greeting, smiling. Qinghe bro, long time no see, you are truly becoming more formidable. What you accomplished in Macau was truly magnificent. You've brought honor to He Lian. From now on, we shall rely on you for guidance. The crowd eagerly flattered Lu Qinghe, their faces filled with reverence. Lu Qinghe slightly bowed in acknowledgement and smiled. Gentlemen, you flatter me. We are all brothers here, and there is no question of guidance. He maintained an air of poise, neither arrogant nor excessively humble, striking the perfect balance. The onlookers regarded Lu Qinghe with increased admiration. At such a young age, possessing such depth and charisma. His future was boundless. Zhao Ming stood vigilantly beside Lu Qinghe, scanning the surroundings to ensure no threats were present. Simultaneously, he quietly reported to Lu Qinghe about the backgrounds and factions of the present leaders. Big brother, the one on the left is the Mongkok faction leader, Turkey, who has always been at odds with us. He is an old-timer who looks down on newcomers like us. The one on the right is the Tsuan faction leader, Uncle Biao, who is a direct subordinate of the patriarch and remains neutral. The elders and patriarch seated inside. The old patriarch doesn't seem well today. He appears quite ill. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, understanding the implications. The old patriarch's illness and the convening of this conference must be to discuss the succession of the leader's position. And Lu Qinghe would undoubtedly be the focal point of this gathering, a key candidate for the leader's role. Naturally, there would be dissenters, such as the Mongkok faction leader, Turkey. Lu Qinghe stepped into the main hall of the headquarters. The atmosphere was solemn, with a statue of Guangong adorning the central wall, incense wafting in the air. The leaders and elders of the various factions of Helian were seated on either side, all eyes fixed attentively on Lu Qinghe as he entered. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man with graying hair, the patriarch of Helian, Bo Shu, approaching 70 years of age. His pallid complexion indicated serious illness. His breathing was somewhat labored, yet his gaze remained sharp, exuding an undeniable authority. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, he nodded slightly, signaling him to take a seat. Lu Qinghe bowed respectfully to Bo Shu and took a seat beside Scar East. Scar East leaned in and whispered, "Qinghe, Bo Shu is gravely ill. He won't last much longer. Today's conference is to determine the next leader. Be prepared, regardless of any opposition. I, Scar East, along with the entire Yao Mati faction, will fully support you." Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, remaining silent. Once everyone had arrived, Bo Shu raised his hand and tapped the table. The hall fell silent instantly, every sound hushed. All eyes were directed at Bo Shu seated at the head. He surveyed the assembly and slowly began to speak, his voice hoarse yet still commanding respect. "Today, I have summoned all faction leaders and elders to convene this conference for two important announcements. The first is that my health is failing, and I cannot hold on much longer. The position of leader of Helian must be passed on." As his words echoed, whispers erupted throughout the hall. All gazes began to flit among the various leaders, particularly lingering longest on Lu Qinghe. Everyone knew that the most formidable contender for the next leader was Lu Qinghe. Bo Shu raised his hand once more to quell the murmurs and continued. "The second matter is to recognize Lu Qinghe for his remarkable contributions to Helian. His gaze settled on Lu Qinghe, filled with appreciation and acknowledgement. Lu Qinghe has only been in our ranks for half a year, rising from a lowly enforcer to a key player, overturning the Xinhe faction, reclaiming the territory of Xingtai Road, avenging us, confronting the corrupt police officer Huang Zhiqing head-on, dismantling his assassination plots multiple times, and acquiring critical evidence against Huang Zhiqing, leading to his status as a wanted criminal by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, thereby clearing the greatest obstacle for Helian. Dominating Yao Mati and establishing new regulations has garnered the unwavering support of all merchants and residents, elevating our reputation alongside Helian to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, our ventures to Macau have led to a profound collaboration with the gaming tycoon, resulting in the opening of vital channels and the influx of hundreds of millions in capital and business. Each of these accomplishments stands as a monumental achievement. In our decades of existence, no young individual has ever achieved such significant recognition within a mere 6 months. As Bo Shu's words resonated, the heads of the halls and the elders nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Lu Qinghe filled with admiration. Even the most traditional of elders could not deny that Lu Qinghe's contributions were indeed unparalleled. Bo Shu, surveying the assembly, continued, "Thus, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Lu Qinghe is officially bestowed the title of the Dual Flower Red Stick of Helian throughout Hong Kong, with the authority to command the halls across the region. I, Bo Shu, have chosen him as the next heir to the leadership." At Bo Shu's proclamation, the hall erupted in fervent excitement. The title of Dual Flower Red Stick represents the pinnacle of martial authority within the Hong Kong underworld, a position reserved for the most formidable individuals capable of commanding the respect of the entire organization, second only to the leader. More significantly, Bo Shu's direct announcement of Lu Qinghe as his chosen successor signified that upon Bo Shu's retirement, Lu Qinghe would ascend as the leader of Helian across Hong Kong. The reins of one of the 4 major factions in the Hong Kong underworld were to be entrusted to this young man in his 20s. Dagger Scar Dong was the first to rise, bowing to Bo Shu and declaring, "I, Dagger Scar Dong, on behalf of all the brothers in Yao Mati, wholeheartedly support Bo Shu's decision. We fully endorse Lu Qinghe as our next leader." Following suit, the leaders from Tsuan, Sham Shui Pa, and Kun Tong rose in unison, proclaiming, We stand behind Bo Shu's decision. We support Lu Qinghe as our next leader. More than half of the hall's leaders and elders expressed their complete backing for Lu Qinghe. Standing up, Lu Qinghe addressed Bo Shu and all present with a respectful bow, stating, "I am grateful for Bo Shu's trust and the support of all esteemed uncles and brothers. My achievements today are solely due to Bo Shu's guidance, Uncle Don's care, and the support of my brothers in He Lien. Everything I do is for He Lien, for my brothers to have food on their tables and a secure future." His gaze swept across the assembly, his tone resolute as he articulated, "From now on, as long as I, Lu Qinghe, am here, I shall ensure that the He Lien banner will not falter in our hands. I will not allow my brothers to suffer or go hungry. Whoever dares to oppose He Lien or harm our brothers, I, Lu Qinghe, will demand retribution in blood." The hall erupted with thunderous cheers, with supporters of Lu Qinghe chanting in unison, "Long live Brother Qinghe. He Lien is formidable." The echoes reverberated throughout the main hall. Yet, at that moment, a discordant voice pierced through. "I oppose." The Mong Kok leader, Fire Chicken, abruptly stood, casting a challenging gaze at Bo Shu and then at Lu Qinghe, sarcastically declaring, "Bo Shu, I am not convinced. Lu Qinghe is merely a novice who has only been in the society for a few months. He has merely stumbled upon good fortune and accomplished a few tasks. Yet he aspires to be a dual flower red stick and the next leader? This is an affront to those of us who have fought alongside He Lien for decades." He continued, "What does this newcomer know of the rules of the society? What does he understand about managing the halls across Hong Kong? If he were to become the leader, He Lien would inevitably fall under his reign." As Fire Chicken's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Several traditional elders nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence. Fire Chicken speaks the truth. Lu Qinghe is still too young, his experience too shallow. He may be fit for the title of dual flower red stick. But as for the position of heir to the leadership, it is indeed premature. Indeed, Bo Shu, the leader's position concerns the very survival of He Lien. Such a decision cannot be made hastily. Dagger Scar Dawn's fury ignited as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, vehemently rebuking Fire Chicken. "Fire Chicken, what nonsense are you spewing? Who among us can compare to the contributions Lu Qinghe has made for He Lien? You have lingered in Mong Kok for over a decade, unable to manage even the new He, losing your territory while remaining silent. Lu Qinghe has helped us reclaim our ground, and you have the audacity to speak derisively here? You oppose Lu Qinghe, you oppose me, Dagger Scar Dawn, and you stand against the Yao Mati faction. What do you intend to do? Draw a line." Fire Chicken, confronted by the furious Dagger Scar Dawn, turned pale but stubbornly retorted, "Dagger Scar Dawn, I am merely speaking the truth. In terms of seniority and status, I am undoubtedly above Lu Qinghe. As for capability, I am not necessarily inferior. Why should the leader's position be bestowed upon him? I refuse to accept it." Lu Qinghe regarded Fire Chicken with no trace of anger, instead offering a faint smile. He had anticipated opposition from someone like Fire Chicken, who valued seniority and lineage above all else and would never accept a newcomer as the leader. Calmly, Lu Qinghe addressed him, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. "Fire Chicken, if you say you do not accept me, that is of no consequence. The rules of He Lien dictate that the capable shall prevail. You claim your experience surpasses mine, your status is higher, and your abilities are stronger. Then let me ask you this. Could you confront the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing, who has oppressed He Lien for over a decade? Could you reclaim our territory in Mong Kok from the new He, which has been lost for so long? Could you secure the cooperation with the Macau gaming tycoon and the influx of hundreds of millions? Could you earn the genuine support of the merchants and residents of Yao Mati?" With each question, the weight of Lu Qinghe's words rendered Fire Chicken speechless, his face alternating between red and white, unable to articulate a single response. He had failed at every one of these tasks. He had no standing to compare himself with Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe continued, "These accomplishments I have achieved. The leader of He Lien must ensure that our brothers are well-fed and live prosperous lives, guiding He Lien to progress further and more securely. This is not a position earned merely through seniority or lineage. You may oppose me, that is your right. However, should you dare to sow discord for personal gain, attempting to fracture He Lien, you will have violated the Brotherhood's rules, and according to the code of the Underworld, it would be a matter of 3 blades and 6 wounds, and you would be expelled from the ranks." As Lu Qinghe's words settled, his gaze turned icy, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the hall. Fire Chicken, caught in the intensity of Lu Qinghe's stare, trembled and instinctively took a step back, no longer daring to utter another word. In Lu Qinghe's gaze, he perceived a chilling intent to kill. He had no doubt that if he dared to speak again, Lu Qinghe would indeed take action against him. Bo Shu, witnessing Fire Chicken's silence, slammed his hand on the table and sternly declared, "Enough. My decision is final. Lu Qinghe is the dual flower red stick of He Lien and my chosen successor. If anyone dares to oppose me again, They are not only defying me, Bo Shu, but also challenging the entire He Lian. Let them face the consequences according to the rules of the gang. Once Bo Shu's words echoed, no one dared to utter another syllable. Even the turkey could only sit down reluctantly, bowing his head, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. The meeting of the whole Hong Kong concluded smoothly. Lu Qinghe officially became the dual flower red stick of He Lian in Hong Kong, the next heir apparent to the leadership. After the meeting, Lu Qinghe, accompanied by Zhao Ming, exited the main hall. As they stepped out the door, Scar Dong hurriedly caught up, grabbing Lu Qinghe's arm, and whispered urgently, "Qinghe, be cautious." The turkey and his treacherous minions were secretly hiding in the corner during the meeting, making a call to Huang Zhiqing. They are definitely conspiring together to plot against you. A cold smile crept across Lu Qinghe's lips. He had anticipated this. Given that Turkey had the audacity to publicly oppose him, it was only natural for him to seek outside assistance and collude with Huang Zhiqing. He looked at Scar Dong and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Dong, do not worry. If he wishes to play, I shall accompany him to the end." Those who conspire with the Qing court, betray their own, and violate the 3 cardinal sins of the martial world must pay the corresponding price. The murderous intent was evident in Lu Qinghe's gaze. Chapter 46. The Dark Schemes of Internal Factions. Scar Dong observed the killing intent in Lu Qinghe's eyes and nodded, speaking gravely. "Qinghe, as long as you are aware, that is sufficient." The turkey has operated in Mong Kok for over a decade, possessing a considerable number of followers, and is backed by several old-school veterans. Now that he has joined forces with Huang Zhiqing, we must not let our guard down. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to ask. The brothers of Yao Mati stand ready to heed your command. Lu Qinghe patted Scar Dong's shoulder, smiling as he replied, "Uncle Dong, rest assured, I know what to do." The turkey will not stir up any significant waves. After bidding farewell to Scar Dong, Lu Qinghe and Zhao Ming got into a car, heading toward Yao Mati. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Ming looked at Lu Qinghe and said solemnly, "Brother, with the turkey colluding with Huang Zhiqing, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to us. Should we not take the initiative and directly send people to Mong Kok to capture the turkey and deal with him according to the gang rules?" Lu Qinghe shook his head, leaning back against the rear seat, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, his gaze icy. "Now is not the time. The turkey has merely opposed me publicly. He has not yet taken any concrete actions of betrayal. If we act now, it will lead the other hall masters and elders to believe that I am intolerant, that I have just become a dual flower red stick and am already purging dissenters, which would only invite discontent among the other hall masters. Moreover, since the turkey is allied with Huang Zhiqing, he is bound to make a significant move. By refraining from action, we aim to draw the snake out of its hole, forcing them to expose all their schemes. When the time comes, armed with solid evidence of their collusion with corrupt officials and betrayal of their own, we will cleanse our ranks with justification. No one will dare to utter a word of dissent." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately understood Lu Qinghe's plan. A glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he promptly replied, "You are right, brother. I had not considered this thoroughly. So what shall we do now? Just wait for them to strike?" "Certainly not." Lu Qinghe smiled, his eyes sharp. "We must create an opportunity for them to act, prompting them to reveal themselves sooner." He turned to Zhao Ming and said firmly, "Zhao Ming, you are to carry out 2 tasks immediately. First, monitor all communications of the turkey. Record every conversation he has with Huang Zhiqing, as I need the complete evidence of their collusion. Second, leak the information that for the coming week, I will be traveling daily between Yao Mati and the He Lian headquarters to discuss the leadership transition with Bo Shu, taking a fixed route through the Lion Rock Tunnel. I want the turkey and Huang Zhiqing to believe they have found an opportunity to strike." Zhao Ming instantly grasped Lu Qinghe's strategy, his eyes gleaming with respect as he replied, "Understood, brother. I will get right on it. I promise to ensure everything is executed flawlessly." After hanging up, Zhao Ming swiftly began to take action. He monitored all communications of the turkey while deliberately leaking Lu Qinghe's travel route as instructed. As anticipated, the following day, Zhao Ming intercepted a recorded conversation between the turkey and Huang Zhiqing. In the recording, the turkey's voice was filled with excitement and malice. "Inspector Huang, the opportunity has arrived. Lu Qinghe will be using the Lion Rock Tunnel daily to travel back and forth between Yao Mati and the headquarters, following a fixed route with only a few people accompanying him. This is the perfect chance to eliminate him." On the other end of the line, Huang Zhiqing's voice was cold and calculating. "Turkey, are you sure the information is reliable? That scoundrel Lu Qinghe is quite cunning. Do not let it be a trap he has set." "Absolutely reliable," the turkey asserted. "I received this information from Bo Shu's steward at the headquarters. It is unequivocally true. Bo Shu is gravely ill and has been calling Lu Qinghe to the headquarters daily to discuss the transition. He must take the Lion Rock Tunnel, as there are no other routes. Inspector Huang, if you help me eliminate Lu Qinghe, I will ascend to the position of leader in He Lian. Once that happens, all territories in Hong Kong will be open to you. I will deliver 500,000 Hong Kong dollars in black money to you every month. We will take over all your businesses in Hong Kong. Moreover, I will obtain all the incriminating evidence Lu Qinghe possesses against you and hand it over to you for complete destruction, ensuring no future troubles. Huang Zhiqing fell silent for a few seconds before promptly replying, "All right, I will assist you. I will send a dozen trusted officers, armed with heavy weapons, to cooperate with your men and set an ambush in the Lion Rock Tunnel. As soon as Lu Qinghe's car enters the tunnel, we will strike from both sides, shooting him down and disguising it as a gang-related murder. No one will trace it back to us. But Turkey, I warn you, this must be executed flawlessly without any errors. If we fail again, we will both be finished. Rest assured, Inspector Huang. This time, Lu Qinghe is as good as dead." The Turkey vowed fervently. The call concluded. Zhao Ming hurried to Lu Qinghe's office, playing the recording for him. After the recording finished, Zhao Ming said gravely, "Brother, everything is clear. The Turkey has gathered 200 brothers, along with a dozen armed corrupt officers sent by Huang Zhiqing, and has laid an ambush at both ends of the Lion Rock Tunnel, waiting for you to enter the tunnel to make their move. We have thoroughly investigated their ambush setup. There are 100 men at each end of the tunnel, with corrupt officers armed with heavy weapons stationed at the fire exits, prepared to flank you and shoot you down." Lu Qinghe listened to the recording without a hint of surprise, a cold smile forming on his lips. The Turkey and Huang Zhiqing had indeed taken the bait. They had truly set up an ambush in the Lion Rock Tunnel to kill him, colluding with the Qing court, betraying one's own, hiring assassins against fellow members. Each of these was a mortal sin in the martial world. At last, he had sufficient grounds to justifiably cleanse his ranks. Lu Qinghe raised his head, looking at Zhao Ming, and said solemnly, "Compile the recording of the Turkey's collusion with Huang Zhiqing, along with their ambush plans, and distribute it to all the hall masters and elders of Hulian in Hong Kong, so they can see the vile deeds the Turkey has committed. Additionally, gather the evidence of Huang Zhiqing's abuse of power in dispatching corrupt officers to assist the Turkey in setting the ambush to murder. Ensure it is submitted to Director Li Guobang for record." "Understood, brother. I will take care of it immediately." Zhao Ming immediately responded and turned to make arrangements. Lu Qinghe picked up the intercom and called Jiang Lai. Despite his arm still healing from a gunshot wound, Jiang Lai had rushed back from the hospital and was stationed at the entrance, awaiting Lu Qinghe's orders. Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's call, Jiang Lai promptly replied, "Brother Qinghe, I'm here. What are your instructions?" Lu Qinghe spoke firmly, "Jiang Lai, you are to take 100 of our most elite brothers and position yourselves in advance around the Shizishan Tunnel, both on the surrounding hills and in the fire escape passages. Tomorrow, Turkey and Huang Zhiqing's men will lay an ambush inside the tunnel, waiting for me to enter. The moment they launch their attack, you and your brothers will storm in from the outside, creating a counter-encirclement, working in concert to take them all down. Remember, try to capture the black police sent by Huang Zhiqing alive to extract their testimonies. As for Turkey's men who resist, deal with them directly." "Understood. Got it. Brother Qinghe, rest assured, I will handle it flawlessly. Not a single scoundrel will escape." Jiang Lai responded eagerly, his tone brimming with excitement and determination. He had long harbored disdain for Turkey, and now he finally had the opportunity to settle the score. With all preparations complete, they awaited the next day to spring the trap and ensnare their prey. Early the following morning, Lu Qinghe received a call from Uncle Bo, instructing him to come to the main hall to discuss the handover of authority. Lu Qinghe agreed, hung up the phone, and, accompanied by 20 elite brothers, boarded 3 vehicles heading towards the Hulian main hall. The convoy raced swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the Shizishan Tunnel. Seated in the vehicle, Lu Qinghe gazed into the dark abyss of the tunnel, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. He picked up the intercom and spoke with a somber tone, "All personnel, pay attention, prepare to enter the tunnel. Act according to plan, and do not move without my signal." "Received, brother," came the responses from Jiang Lai and the brothers over the intercom. Lu Qinghe set the intercom down and instructed the driver in a low voice, "Enter the tunnel." The driver nodded, pressing the accelerator, and the convoy plunged into the pitch-black Shizishan Tunnel. The lights within the tunnel flickered ominously, casting shadows upon Lu Qinghe's composed face. Devoid of any sign of panic, he was acutely aware that a meticulously crafted trap awaited him on both ends of the tunnel. Yet, he knew that the net would ultimately ensnare not him, but Turkey and Huang Zhiqing. As the convoy reached the midpoint of the tunnel, the entrances at both ends were suddenly blocked by a dozen unmarked vans. The lights within the tunnel extinguished completely, plunging the entire space into impenetrable darkness. Moments later, Turkey's arrogant voice echoed through the tunnel via loudspeakers. "Lu Qinghe, you've fallen into our trap. Today marks your demise. Let us see who can save you now." Lu Qinghe, seated in the vehicle, sneered at the approaching Shizishan Tunnel and commanded through the intercom, "Everyone, proceed as planned. prepare to net the catch. With that, the convoy continued its advance into the tunnel. Chapter 47, Turning the Tables. The instant the convoy entered the Shizishin tunnel, the entrances at both ends were swiftly barricaded by a dozen unlicensed vans. The tunnel's illumination extinguished entirely, enveloping the area in utter darkness. Only the headlights of the vehicles pierced through the gloom, casting two glaring beams of light. Turkey's boisterous roars reverberated through the loudspeakers at both ends of the tunnel. Lu Qinghe, you've fallen into our trap. You dare to vie for the position of leader? You must be tired of living. Today marks your end. Let us see who can save you now. Before he could finish, 200 henchmen armed with machetes and steel pipes surged from the fire escape passages on either side, with Turkey at the forefront. Brandishing a handgun and wearing a sinister grin, flanked by several plainclothes officers wielding heavy weaponry, trusted subordinates sent by Huang Zhiqing. The overwhelming numbers formed a pincer movement, effectively trapping Lu Qinghe's 3 vehicles in the middle of the tunnel, rendering escape impossible. Turkey advanced toward the convoy, aiming his gun at the driver's side window, barking, "Lu Qinghe, get out and face your doom. Did you think that becoming a double flower red stick would grant you the position of leader? Dream on. The leadership of Helien is mine. Today, I will show you the consequences of opposing me." As his words echoed, his henchmen brandished their weapons, their fervor reaching a fever pitch. Yet, inside the vehicle, there was no response, as if it were completely unoccupied. Turkey's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. He abruptly raised his hand and fired a shot at the driver's side window. Bang! The glass shattered instantly. Turkey leaned in to peer inside, only to find the vehicle entirely empty. All 3 vehicles were devoid of occupants. Panic surged within him. He had been outmaneuvered. Turkey realized with horror, we've fallen into Lu Qinghe's trap. Before he could finish, the tunnel's lights flared back to life, blindingly bright, flooding the entire space with illumination. From the hillsides and fire escape passages, 100 elite brothers from Helien surged forth, their guns and steel pipes aimed squarely at Turkey and his crew. Jiang Lai led the charge, wielding his steel pipe with ferocity, taking down the first 2 henchmen with a single swing, roaring, "Turkey, you traitor who colludes with the Qing court to betray your own. Think you can escape? Today, we shall cleanse Helien of your filth." Jiang Lai and his brothers rushed in from all directions, swiftly forming a counter-encirclement, ensnaring Turkey and his 200 men in the midst of the tunnel. Their escape routes were sealed, leaving them no avenue for flight. Turkey, witnessing the dense throng of Helien brothers surrounding him, trembled in fright, his face as pale as a sheet. He could hardly fathom that his meticulously devised ambush had turned into Lu Qinghe's trap. At that moment, Lu Qinghe's voice resonated through the loudspeakers in the tunnel, calm yet laced with an icy chill. "Turkey, are you surprised? I have long obtained the recordings of your conversations with Huang Zhiqing, plotting to ambush me and seize the leadership position. I know all your plans inside and out. You have colluded with the Qing court, betrayed your comrades, sowed discord, and fractured the brotherhood, violating the 3 cardinal taboos of the Jianghu. According to Helien Yi's rules, you should know how to be dealt with." As his words faded, Lu Qinghe descended from the elevated platform within the tunnel. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit, he stood tall and imposing, his gaze sharp and cold, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority as he advanced toward Turkey. Behind him followed Zhao Meng and dozens of elite brothers, equipped with recording devices and all the evidence of Turkey's collusion with Huang Zhiqing. Turkey, witnessing Lu Qinghe's approach, recoiled in fear, trembling as he aimed his gun at Lu Qinghe, shouting desperately, "Lu Qinghe, don't come any closer. I swear I'll shoot." Lu Qinghe gazed at him, unflinching, as he steadily advanced, a mocking smile curving his lips. "Fire? Do you dare? This place is filled with our brothers from Helien. If you shoot me, you'll seal your fate as a traitor to our kin, and death will be your certain end today. Even if you manage to kill me, you won't escape this tunnel. Brothers from all over the port will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Do you truly believe there is a path to survival for you?" Each word Lu Qinghe spoke struck the heart of the Turkey like a hammer. His hand trembled increasingly as he gripped the gun, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He understood Lu Qinghe was right. From the moment he fell into this trap, he had already lost his chance at life. Yet he was unwilling to accept that after decades in Helien, he would succumb to a mere rookie who had just joined a few months ago. He was unwilling to see the position of the dragon head slip through his fingers. A glimmer of frenzied despair flickered in Turkey's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Even if I die, I shall drag you down with me." With that, he prepared to pull the trigger. However, the moment his finger twitched, Lu Qinghe was already in motion. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged forward, seizing Turkey's wrist and twisting with force. A sharp crack echoed as Turkey's wrist was grotesquely broken. The handgun clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. Turkey let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing in agony. Lu Qinghe placed a foot on his chest, pressing down with force, looking down at him with icy disdain. Turkey, you colluded with the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing, betrayed your own, plotted to kill me, and sought to fracture He Lian. What defense do you have left? Turkey writhed in pain but stubbornly hissed in resentment. Lu Qinghe, I refuse to accept this. If it weren't for your underhanded tactics, I would never have lost. The position of the dragon head was rightfully mine. What right does a mere novice like you have to sit in that seat? Why? Lu Qinghe smiled mockingly, his eyes filled with derision. He gestured to Zhao Meng, who promptly picked up the recorder and pressed play. The recording of Turkey's collusion with Huang Zhiqing resonated clearly, each word echoing for all the brothers present to hear. From Turkey's agreement to open He Lian's territory to Huang Zhiqing for a monthly payment of 5 million in black money, to his promise to hand over all incriminating evidence against Lu Qinghe for destruction, every detail unfolded without omission. Hearing the recording, the brothers of He Lian erupted in outrage, their eyes wide with fury as they hurled accusations at Turkey. Turkey, you traitor! How dare you collude with a corrupt officer and betray our brotherhood? We regarded you as an elder, to seize the position of dragon head. You sold us to that corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing. Truly shameless. According to our rules, colluding with the Qing court and betraying our own warrants 3 stabs and 6 openings. To be fed to the fish. The chorus of indignation surged, each voice brimming with righteous fury. Turkey, listening to the recording and the brothers' accusations, turned pale as death, unable to utter a single word. The evidence was irrefutable. No amount of evasion would save him. Lu Qinghe raised his head, addressing the assembled brothers with a stern voice. Brothers, you have all heard. Turkey colluded with the Qing court, betrayed our kin, and sought to sell He Lian to the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing for his own selfish gain, plotting my demise and fracturing our brotherhood. According to our rules and the laws of the Jianghu, colluding with the Qing court and betraying our own is the gravest transgression. How shall we deal with him? The brothers roared in unison, 3 stabs and 6 openings. Feed him to the fish. Cleanse our ranks. Their voices thundered, reverberating through the tunnel. Lu Qinghe lowered his gaze to Turkey on the ground, coldly declaring, Turkey, you have heard. This is not my judgment. It is the law of our brotherhood. The decision of the brothers. Turkey, meeting Lu Qinghe's frigid stare, finally felt fear, his spirit shattering as he bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Master Lu, Brother Qinghe, I was wrong. I realize my folly. I should not have been bewitched, colluding with Huang Zhiqing. I should not have betrayed our brotherhood. Please spare me. I will withdraw from the struggle for the dragon head, take my men and leave Mongkok, and never oppose you again. I beg you for one chance. Lu Qinghe regarded his pitiful display, his eyes betraying no emotion. A traitor who colluded with corrupt officers could not be spared. He would never release a tiger back into the mountain. He lifted his head and exchanged a glance with Zhang Lai. Understanding immediately, Zhang Lai stepped forward with 2 brothers, dragging Turkey from the ground. Turkey, seeing the machete in Zhang Lai's hand, thrashed in a frenzy, screaming in terror, but it was all in vain. With a swift stroke, Zhang Lai's blade fell. In the tunnel, Turkey's screams abruptly ceased. After dispatching Turkey, Lu Qinghe turned to face the encircled henchmen and the dozen corrupt officers sent by Huang Zhiqing. The henchmen, witnessing Turkey's execution, were paralyzed with fear, discarding their weapons and kneeling in supplication. Brother Qinghe, spare us. We were forced by Turkey. We had no idea he intended to betray the brotherhood. Please, show us mercy. Lu Qinghe regarded them coldly, stating, Those who surrender shall be spared. Lay down your weapons and kneel. Do not move. Those who resist shall meet the same fate as Turkey. The henchmen immediately cast aside their weapons, kneeling on the ground, too afraid to stir. Meanwhile, the corrupt officers, sensing the tide had turned, attempted to raise their guns in defiance. But as they did, Zhao Meng and the brothers surged forward, guns trained on them, shouting, Do not move. Lay down your weapons. Simultaneously, the sound of police sirens echoed from the tunnel entrance. Li Guobang, accompanied by investigators from the Independent Commission Against Corruption and officers from the Internal Investigations Unit, stormed in. Li Guobang brandished a search warrant, directing his voice at the corrupt officers. ICAC is conducting an operation. Everyone, drop your weapons. You are suspected of abuse of power, collusion with gangs, and conspiracy to commit murder. We are launching an investigation against you. Anyone who dares to resist will be charged as an accomplice. The corrupt officers, seeing the ICAC personnel, turned ashen, their guns clattering to the ground as they no longer dared to resist. The investigators rushed in, swiftly handcuffing them and escorting them out. Zhao Meng presented all the evidence implicating Huang Zhiqing in the conspiracy to murder. Li Guobang examined the evidence, his expression darkening as he turned to Lu Qinghe, saying, Mr. Lu, thank you. With this evidence, we can initiate a comprehensive investigation against Huang Zhiqing and his protectors. Lu Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Director Li, you are too kind. Bringing down that corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing is also my desire. Is there anything you need my cooperation with? Feel free to speak up. Ding. The host has successfully cleared the way, eliminating the traitorous Turkey and dismantling the alliance between Huang Zhiqing and the internal dissenters, obtaining another core piece of evidence regarding Huang Zhiqing's abuse of power, and completing the main mission. Reward, 2,000 dominance points. Current accumulated dominance points, 19,200. Level upgraded to LV5. Unlocks, Master Level Combat Mastery. All attributes surpass human limits. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Lu Qinghe expressionlessly turned off the system alert. The Turkey lay dead, and the internal opposition within the Helien had utterly crumbled. No one dared to oppose his position as the leader of Helien any longer. Huang Zhiqing had once again suffered a crushing defeat, having lost even his last piece on the board. In this contest, Huang Zhiqing had no chance of a comeback. After dealing with the aftermath in the tunnel, Lu Qinghe returned to the Helien-es Yao Mati headquarters with his brothers. He had just sat down in his office, taking a sip of tea, when a hurried knock sounded at the door. "Come in." As Lu Qinghe's words fell, the door was pushed open, and Li Guobang rushed in, his face etched with grave concern. "Mr. Lu, our Independent Commission Against Corruption is preparing to launch an ultimate investigation against Huang Zhiqing and his protector, Deputy Commissioner Zhang Qiming. This matter requires your in-depth cooperation." Chapter 48, The Purge Plan. The fragrance of sandalwood still lingered in the hall, and the teacups on the rosewood table still emitted wisps of steam. Lu Qinghe had just finished clearing the way, armed with complete evidence of the Turkey's collusion with corrupt officers, returning from the Lion Rock Tunnel to the Helien-es Yao Mati headquarters. Seated in the Grand Master chair at the head of the table, his fingers gently stroked the leader's token, his gaze calm and undisturbed. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng stood on either side, tallying the casualties from the purge, arranging medical care for the injured brothers and the aftermath for the fallen, maintaining order throughout the hall without the slightest hint of chaos. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the main door. A younger brother stationed at the entrance hurried in, bowing as he reported, "Leader, Director Li Guobang from the Independent Commission Against Corruption has arrived late at night, stating he has urgent matters to discuss with you. He has brought only one assistant and no one else." Lu Qinghe raised his eyes, his fingers pausing on the token. He had already guessed the reason for Li Guobang's visit at this hour. Huang Zhiqing and his protector Zhang Qiming were a malignant tumor hanging over the Hong Kong police force. Li Guobang had been investigating them for nearly a year without obtaining the crucial complete evidence chain, and all that evidence was in Lu Qinghe's possession. Lu Qinghe set down the token and said solemnly, "Let him in." The younger brother complied, and soon, Li Guobang's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. He was still clad in a crisp white uniform of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, his face bearing signs of fatigue, yet his eyes remained sharp, exuding righteousness. Following closely was a young assistant carrying a briefcase, who appeared vigilant throughout. Approaching the leader seated at the head of the table, Li Guobang quickly walked over, slightly nodding his head in acknowledgement, and got straight to the point. "Mr. Lu, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. However, I have come to discuss a matter of great significance regarding the moral climate of the entire Kowloon police force and the rule of law in Hong Kong. And I wish to talk about deep cooperation with you." Lu Qinghe gestured for him to take a seat, signaling to a nearby younger brother, who promptly served a cup of hot tea. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Qinghe regarded Li Guobang with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Director Li, I am well aware of the purpose of your visit. It pertains to Huang Zhiqing and his protector, Deputy Commissioner Zhang Qiming of the Kowloon region." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Guobang's eyes, quickly followed by a serious nod. "Indeed, Mr. Lu, your insight is exceptional. Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing have entrenched themselves within the Kowloon police force for years, constructing a comprehensive network of corrupt officers, accepting bribes, colluding with gangs, abusing power, and framing innocent individuals, with countless lives lost at their hands. The Independent Commission Against Corruption has been investigating them for a long time, but has yet to secure the core, complete evidence chain necessary to uproot them. Yet I know that all this evidence is in your possession. From Huang Zhiqing's initial contract to assassinate you, to the framing and collusion with gangs, the misappropriation of police funds, and even the bribes accepted by Zhang Qiming in his role as a protector, you possess it all." Lu Qinghe lifted the teacup from the table, taking a gentle sip, remaining silent. The evidence he held had been painstakingly collected over several months. From the moment Huang Zhiqing first contracted an assassin against him, he had meticulously preserved every piece of evidence from each confrontation and counterattack, including comprehensive records of Zhang Qiming's multiple warnings to Huang Zhiqing and his misuse of police authority to cover for him. This evidence was sufficient to ensure that both Huang Zhiqing and Zhang Qiming would be nailed to the pillar of shame, destined to languish in prison. However, he understood that the Independent Commission Against Corruption was not a charitable organization, and Li Guobang was not an uncalculating do-gooder. Cooperation was possible, But he must ensure the absolute safety of himself and his brothers. They could not be used as pawns and discarded once their utility had expired. Lu Qinghe set the teacup down, looking at Li Guobang with a calm demeanor, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness. Director Li, I can provide you with the evidence. And I am even willing to cooperate with all your operations. However, I have one condition, and it is the sole condition. You must guarantee the personal safety of myself and all my brothers, ensuring that Huang Zhiqing and Zhang Qiming are given no opportunity for retaliation. They have operated within the police force for years, their connections deeply rooted. If we startle them without thoroughly eliminating them, it will be my brothers and me who pay the price. I, Lu Qinghe, do not fear death. But I will never allow my brothers who follow me to fall into an irretrievable abyss because of this cooperation. Li Guobang, observing the unwavering resolve in Lu Qinghe's eyes, nodded solemnly, leaning slightly forward as he extended his hand toward Lu Qinghe. Mr. Lu, I, Li Guobang, as a senior investigative officer of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, assure you with my integrity and professional career that as long as the evidence is irrefutable, I will uproot this corrupt police network that has plagued Kowloon for years, leaving no one unpunished. Simultaneously, I will utilize all resources of the Independent Commission Against Corruption to ensure the absolute safety of you and your brothers, ensuring they have no chance for retaliation. It will be a mutually beneficial cooperation to topple this group of corrupt officers and restore justice to Hong Kong. Lu Qinghe looked at the hand extended by Li Guobang, remaining silent for a few seconds before ultimately reaching out to shake it firmly. Very well. I will trust Director Li once. After saying this, he gestured to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming immediately turned and walked into the back hall, returning shortly with a thick leather briefcase, which he placed on the table before Li Guobang. Lu Qinghe opened the briefcase to reveal neatly stacked files, audio recordings, photographs, and bank statements. From the initial correspondence regarding Huang Zhiqing's contract to assassinate him, to the transfer records, and the complete evidence chain of framing and collusion with gangs. The recordings, testimonies, and material evidence of all the corrupt practices were all contained within. Even more alarming are the complete records detailing Zhang Qiming's repeated acceptance of bribes, his covert communications with Huang Zhiqing, and the abuse of police power to interfere in cases, along with the transaction details of his overseas secret accounts, all meticulously compiled. A full box of undeniable evidence capable of sealing the fates of both Huang Zhiqing and Zhang Qiming. As Li Guobang gazed upon the comprehensive chain of evidence within the box, his pupils constricted suddenly, filled with astonishment and admiration. After nearly a year of diligent investigation, he had only managed to gather fragmented pieces of evidence against Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing. Yet, in a matter of mere months, Lu Qinghe had amassed such a complete and lethal core of evidence. This young man in his early 20s possessed not only courage and strategy, but also an acute meticulousness that reached its zenith. It was no wonder that the cunning Huang Zhiqing had repeatedly fallen into his traps, suffering relentless setbacks. Taking a deep breath, Li Guobang closed the briefcase and solemnly nodded once more to Lu Qinghe. Mr. Lu, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. With this evidence, Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing will find no escape. For the next 3 hours, Lu Qinghe and Li Guobang engaged in a closed-door meeting within the inner sanctum of the hall, meticulously finalizing the ultimate investigative procedures, the precise timing of the operation, the milestones for evidence submission, the details for internal cooperation within the police department, and the coordination methods from Lu Qinghe's side. Each step was rehearsed repeatedly to ensure absolute certainty, leaving Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing no opportunity for retaliation. Ultimately, it was agreed that at 9 o'clock in the morning 3 days hence, the Independent Commission Against Corruption would officially hold a press conference to publicly disclose all evidence, while simultaneously executing formal arrests of Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing. The reformist high ranks within the police department would coordinate to freeze both their powers and control all their loyalists, ensuring a thorough operation. As the meeting concluded, the first light of dawn began to break outside the window. Li Guobang, clutching the briefcase, expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Qinghe once more before hastily departing with his assistant to return to the commission for final arrangements. No sooner had Li Guobang left than Lu Qinghe issued directives to Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, immediately back up all evidence into 5 copies, concealing them in 5 prearranged safe houses. Assign 2 of our most trusted brothers to guard each safe house, rotating shifts every 24 hours, with no room for complacency. Jiang Lai, promptly increase manpower and upgrade security. I, Uncle Dong, and all core brothers' residences, venues, and construction sites must be tripled in personnel, maintaining 24-hour vigilance. Any suspicious individuals must be detained for investigation. No slip-ups are allowed. Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming stood at attention, responding in unison, yes. Brother. Their eyes met, filled with determination. Jiang Lai thumped his chest resolutely, stating, rest assured, brother. even if it costs us our lives. We will never allow the evidence to fall into enemy hands, nor let you or our brothers suffer even a scratch. With that, they turned on their heels and strode out of the hall to execute Lu Qinghe's orders. The entire Helian Yao Mati faction sprang into efficient action, functioning like a finely tuned web, steadfastly guarding all critical facets. Ding. The host has established a deep cooperation with the Independent Commission Against Corruption, formally initiating the campaign to eradicate the corrupt police network, significantly enhancing influence in the legitimate sphere. Skill unlocked. Network control, max level. The host can precisely manage the balance of interests within the legitimate realm and the underworld, greatly increasing the success rate of collaborations and reducing risks. The system's notification chimed in Lu Qinghe's mind, which he expressionlessly dismissed. Mastering network control at its peak would undoubtedly bolster his forthcoming business strategies and underworld maneuvers. However, he understood all too well that until the operation was executed, any unforeseen events could transpire. Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing had operated within the police force for many years. They would not sit idly by and would likely resort to desperate measures, making reckless counterattacks. Meanwhile, in the office of the Deputy Commissioner of Police in the Kowloon Command, Zhang Qiming sat in a large chair, his expression dark enough to drip with malice. On his desk lay an internal report from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, clearly indicating that Senior Investigation Officer Li Guibang had urgently requested access to all case files involving him and Huang Zhiqing, while also contacting the reformist high ranks of the Internal Investigation Unit. Zhang Qiming took a deep drag from his cigar and, addressing the standing Huang Zhiqing, spoke in a low voice. The recent movements of the Independent Commission Against Corruption are suspicious. That mad dog Li Guibang must have obtained something, and we are their targets. Aside from Lu Qinghe, no one else could provide such crucial information. Huang Zhiqing, standing nearby, appeared ashen, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. Having barely clawed his way back from a suspension through Zhang Qiming's machinations to ascend to the position of Chief Inspector in the Kowloon Anti-Triad Unit, he now faced renewed scrutiny from the Independent Commission Against Corruption. This entire predicament was a result of Lu Qinghe's machinations. Huang Zhiqing slammed his fist onto the desk, gritting his teeth and roaring, "It's that bastard Lu Qinghe again. I cannot coexist with him. Commissioner Zhang, we cannot sit idly by if we wait any longer. Once Li Guibang obtains the complete evidence, we are finished. We must act first. Let us utilize our police authority to apprehend Lu Qinghe first and sentence him to death. If Lu Qinghe is dead, Li Guibang will lose his witnesses and source of evidence, and this matter will fade into nothingness." A glint of malevolence flickered in Zhang Qiming's eyes as he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating in silence for several seconds. He knew Huang Zhiqing was correct. Given the current circumstances, the only way out was to eliminate Lu Qinghe first and destroy all evidence. Once the Independent Commission Against Corruption officially launched their investigation, they would have no chance of turning the tide. Zhang Qiming abruptly extinguished his cigar, a flash of wild determination crossing his gaze. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will personally sign off on a city-wide wanted notice for Lu Qinghe, citing involvement in multiple underworld homicides and organizing a criminal gang. We will mobilize all anti-Triad forces in Kowloon to comprehensively besiege and dismantle all of Helian ES operations in Kowloon, sealing Lu Qinghe's companies and freezing his bank accounts. We must eliminate Lu Qinghe before the Independent Commission takes action, securing all evidence to prevent future repercussions." A spark of exhilaration ignited in Huang Zhiqing's eyes as he hastily bowed. "Thank you, Commissioner Zhang. Thank you, Commissioner Zhang. I will lead the team personally. He must be captured alive or dead." Zhang Qiming nodded, picking up the pen on the desk to sign his name on the pre-prepared wanted notice. Affixing the official seal of the Kowloon Command, a city-wide wanted notice targeting Lu Qinghe had officially come into effect. The curtain had risen on a frantic counteroffensive against Lu Qinghe. At that moment, within the Helian Yao Mati faction, Lu Qinghe had just finalized the execution time of the operation with Li Guibang and was lifting a cup of tea to his lips when Zhao Ming burst into the room, clutching an urgent fax that had just arrived from the Kowloon Command. His face was pale, and he exuded an air of panic. Forgetting to knock, he rushed in front of Lu Qinghe and urgently exclaimed, "Brother, this is bad. A major incident has occurred. Zhang Qiming has personally signed a city-wide wanted notice against you, citing involvement in multiple underworld homicides. The entire anti-Triad force of Kowloon has been mobilized, surrounding all our establishments in the district." Lu Qinghe forcefully set down his teacup onto the mahogany table, causing scalding tea to splash onto the surface, instantly creating a dark stain. He abruptly stood up, an aura of murderous intent sweeping through the hall, his gaze turning as frigid as ice. Zhang Qiming, Huang Zhiqing. Indeed, cornered dogs will leap over walls, striking preemptively. Chapter 49, The Counterattack of the Umbrella. The sharp sound of the teacup hitting the table reverberated through the hall. Lu Qinghe rose with sudden intensity, his murderous aura palpable, freezing the air in the room. He fixed his cold, piercing gaze upon Zhao Ming, who held a fax document. His voice devoid of any tremor, yet laced with an oppressive force that sent shivers down the spine. Read it. Zhao Ming promptly unfolded the fax. His voice hurried as he read each word aloud. A wanted notice from the Kowloon District Police. Suspect Lu Qinghe, male, 22 years old. Accused of organizing and leading a triad, participating in multiple vendetta-related homicides, malicious injury, illegal business operations, and operating gambling houses, among other charges. A citywide wanted order has been issued. Upon discovery, immediate arrest is to be executed, and if there is any resistance, force may be employed. Issued by Kowloon District Deputy Police Commissioner Zhang Qiming. Moreover, 6 anti-triad teams and over 100 armed officers have been dispatched, splitting into multiple units to suppress all our establishments in Yao Mati, Mongkok, and Simsha Sui, along with our real estate and entertainment companies, and our cargo station. Reports from the bank indicate that all our corporate accounts, including your personal account, have been frozen by the Kowloon District in conjunction with the banks. Not a single cent can be withdrawn. As Zhao Ming's words echoed, the hall erupted into chaos. The core brothers of Helian E, stationed in the hall, glared with fury, gripping their steel pipes and knives tightly, eyes ablaze with rage. That wretched Zhang Qiming. How dare he issue a wanted notice against our boss? It is utterly lawless. Huang Zhiqing, that corrupt officer, is undoubtedly the one instigating this behind the scenes. Let us fight back. Boss, give the order. We will rally the brothers and confront them. Anyone who dares to invade our territory shall be met with lethal force. Jiang Lai stepped forward, forcefully slamming his steel pipe against the ground, producing a resounding clang, and shouted at Lu Qinghe, Boss, give the order. I will lead the brothers to defend our turf. Anyone who dares to enter, I will break their legs. Not even the police can bully us like this. Lu Qinghe raised his hand sharply, silencing the uproar. His gaze swept across all the brothers present, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, instantly quieting the hall. What is all this panic about? It's merely a wanted notice. Just the police trying to suppress us. The sky isn't falling. Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing are cornered and attempting to force us into a confrontation with the police, conveniently providing them with justification for violent resistance and police assault, which would lead to our complete eradication. If you rush to confront the police, you will only fall into their trap. Lu Qinghe's words instantly enlightened everyone present. The brothers quickly calmed down, their anger transforming into apprehension. Indeed, Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing aimed to provoke them into violent defiance, leaving even the Independent Commission Against Corruption unable to protect them. Jiang Lai too realized his folly, a hint of regret flashing across his face as he bowed to Lu Qinghe. Boss, I acted impulsively. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, not reproaching him, and immediately picked up the intercom, issuing commands in a stern voice. All brothers at the establishments, this is Lu Qinghe. Immediately withdraw. All locations, whether gambling dens, racing tracks, construction sites, or companies, all brothers must retreat at once. No direct confrontation with the police. No violence. No injuries. Conserve your strength. No unnecessary sacrifices. Execute immediately. Responses from the various establishment heads came through the intercom, the voices tinged with reluctance, yet they replied in unison, Yes. Boss, we will execute immediately. Lu Qinghe set down the intercom, turned to Zhao Ming, his eyes sharp. Zhao Ming, contact all media outlets across Hong Kong, newspapers, radio stations, and magazines, and expose all evidence of Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing accepting bribes, abusing their power, acting as corrupt protectors, and framing others for murder. I want the citizens of all of Xinjiang to see the true nature of these high-ranking police officials. I will let the entire city know that this wanted notice is a tool of their abuse of power and retaliation. Zhao Ming immediately nodded, responding earnestly, Understood. Boss, I will handle it right away. He turned and swiftly exited to engage with the media channels across Hong Kong. Lu Qinghe then looked at Jiang Lai, his voice resolute. Jiang Lai, take 20 of our most elite brothers to Uncle Dong's residence to ensure his secure transfer to a safe house. We must not allow any misfortune to befall him. If Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing cannot catch me, they will certainly target Uncle Dong. Yes, boss. I guarantee Uncle Dong will not lose a single hair. Jiang Lai swiftly replied, turning to lead his brothers toward the residence of Scarface Dong. In an instant, the hall was left with only Lu Qinghe and his 2 bodyguards. He approached the window, observing the red and blue flashing lights of police vehicles rapidly approaching, their sirens growing louder and more insistent. Huang Zhiqing personally led the charge toward the Yao Mati headquarters. A cold smirk crept across Lu Qinghe's lips. Zhang Qiming, Huang Zhiqing, do you truly believe that a mere wanted notice can force me, Lu Qinghe, into a corner? You are gravely mistaken. If you wish to engage in a war of public opinion, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. I will ensure your disgrace and reveal your true faces to the citizens of Xiangjiang. Lu Qinghe promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Li Guobang. The phone rang once before being answered, Li Guobang's anxious voice coming through the line. Mr. Lu, I've just received news. Zhang Qiming has issued a city-wide wanted notice against you and mobilized the entire anti-Triad force of Kowloon to suppress your establishments. Zhang Qiming has gone mad. This is a blatant abuse of power and retaliation. Leaning against the window, Lu Qinghe gazed at the approaching police lights, his voice steady and calm. Director Li, I am aware. I have already arranged for all our brothers at the establishments to withdraw without any confrontation with the police. Now, I need your cooperation to launch this war of public opinion. In the name of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, publicly announced to all media outlets in Hong Kong that a comprehensive investigation into Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing has been initiated, with substantial evidence of abuse of power and retaliation regarding the wanted notice. I will expose all their corrupt deeds to the media. Together, we shall place Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing at the center of public scrutiny, rendering their suppression plan utterly futile. Li Guobang on the other end immediately responded with unwavering resolve. All right, Mr. Lu, I will take care of it right away. I am now reaching out to all the media across Hong Kong to convene an urgent press conference and make a public statement. I shall not allow the nefarious schemes of Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing to succeed. Hanging up the phone, Lu Qinghe turned to the two bodyguards beside him and spoke in a low voice. Let us depart through the secret passage at the back of the hall. The two bodyguards immediately complied, shielding Lu Qinghe as they swiftly made their way towards the entrance of the secret passage in the back hall. Just as they entered the passage, the main door of the hall was forcefully kicked open. Huang Zhiqing, accompanied by over 100 armed officers, stormed into the Honglianyi Yao Mati hall, guns drawn. Don't move. Police. Everyone get down. Huang Zhiqing shouted as he charged into the hall, only to find it eerily empty, devoid of any human presence. The only indication that someone had recently been there was a teacup still steaming on the table. Huang Zhiqing's face turned ashen, and he slammed his fist onto the rosewood table, roaring, Search. I want a thorough search of every household. Even if it means turning Yao Mati upside down, we must apprehend Lu Qinghe. Citywide manhunt. Seal off all entrances, docks, and ports. Do not allow Lu Qinghe to escape Kowloon. The officers immediately responded, scattering to launch a sweeping search throughout Yao Mati. However, despite scouring the entire area, they found not a trace of Lu Qinghe. He had already safely relocated to a prearranged concealed safe house via the secret passage, leaving no signs behind. Meanwhile, public sentiment across Hong Kong had erupted into chaos. Zhao Ming swiftly disseminated all evidence of the corrupt actions of Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing to dozens of media outlets, radio stations, and weeklies throughout the region. Simultaneously, Li Guobang convened an emergency press conference for all media, publicly announcing in front of dozens of cameras that the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, had officially launched a comprehensive investigation into Deputy Police Commissioner Zhang Qiming and Chief Inspector Huang Zhiqing of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit. The evidence was compelling, implicating both men in multiple serious crimes including bribery, abuse of power, collusion with organized crime, framing, and contract killing. The warrant issued by the Kowloon district against Mr. Lu Qinghe was suspected of severe abuse of power and malicious retaliation, prompting the ICAC to intervene. I hereby sternly warn Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing to cease all illegal activities immediately and cooperate with the ICAC investigation. Li Guobang's public declaration, coupled with the complete exposure of the corrupt police evidence by Lu Qinghe, swept through Hong Kong like a tsunami. The populace was in an uproar. Countless citizens flooded the police department, the ICAC, and the governor's office with calls, denouncing Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing as disgraceful elements within the police force, demanding the immediate withdrawal of the warrant and a thorough investigation into their actions. All the newspapers and radio stations in Hong Kong went into a frenzy covering this matter, with front-page headlines dominated by the evidence of Zhang Qiming and Huang Zhiqing's corruption, creating a one-sided public outcry. The entire Hong Kong was united in denouncing the two corrupt officers. At the Kowloon District Command Center, Zhang Qiming stared at the newspapers in front of him, listening to the reports on the radio, as well as the accountability calls coming in from the governor's office and the police headquarters, his face pale as a ghost, trembling with fear. He never anticipated that Lu Qinghe possessed such immense influence, capable of inciting such a significant public uproar in such a short span of time. He was even more astonished that Li Guobang had the audacity to publicly expose the matter before the entire media, thrusting him and Huang Zhiqing into the eye of the storm. The calls from the police headquarters continued incessantly, each one more urgent than the last, demanding he halt all operations against Lu Qinghe, withdraw the warrant, and submit to an internal investigation. Zhang Qiming realized he was finished. This reckless counterattack not only failed to eliminate Lu Qinghe, but had instead pushed him to the brink of disaster. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the police headquarters officially issued an announcement. They urgently called off all operations targeting Honglianyi in the Kowloon district and formally rescinded the warrant for Lu Qinghe. Simultaneously, an internal investigation into Deputy Police Commissioner Zhang Qiming was initiated, suspending all his duties. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ICAC officially announced the initiation of arrest procedures against Zhang Qiming and Huang Ziqing, with the armed investigative team already deployed to apprehend them. In the safe house, Lu Qinghe observed the announcements from the police department and the ICAC, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. At that moment, his cell phone rang. It was a call from Li Guobang. As soon as the call connected, Li Guobang's voice, filled with joy, came through the line. Mr. Lu, good news. The senior officers at the police department have ordered the cessation of all operations and have officially withdrawn the warrant for your arrest. The ICAC has launched formal arrest procedures against Zhang Qiming and Huang Ziqing, and the armed investigative team is already on the move. Their days are numbered. Leaning back against the sofa, a faint smile curved Lu Qinghe's lips. Thank you, Director Li. This is merely the beginning. The upcoming operation to net them will require our continued cooperation. After ending the call, the door of the safe house gently opened, and Jiang Lai hurried in, his face alight with excitement. Brother, the entire underworld of Hong Kong is in an uproar. The leaders of the 14K, Sun Yan, and He Shenghe Triads have all sent representatives with formal greetings, eager to meet with you to discuss the future landscape of the Hong Kong underworld. Lu Qinghe rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape of Kowloon. The myriad lights of Hong Kong twinkled like stars, sprawling before him. A cold smile played on his lips. The downfall of Zhang Qiming and Huang Ziqing was merely a matter of time. His journey in the underworld had only just reached a new starting point. The balance of power among the 4 major triads in Hong Kong was destined to be redefined. Ding! The host successfully countered the reckless retaliation of Zhang Qiming and Huang Ziqing, igniting public opinion across Hong Kong and prompting the ICAC to initiate formal arrest procedures. Earning 800 dominance points. Skill unlocked. Public opinion control beginner. The host can precisely manipulate the direction of public sentiment, guiding public emotions and significantly enhancing the success rate of public opinion warfare. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Qinghe expressionlessly dismissed the message. He turned to Jiang Lai and spoke in a steady voice. Reply. 3 days from now, at the Kowloon Tong Clubhouse. I will meet with the 3 of them in person to discuss matters. Zhao Ming stepped forward immediately, bowing slightly to report. Elder brother, we have finalized arrangements with the contact on the other side. In 3 days, a closed-door meeting will take place at the Kowloon Tong Club, attended solely by the heads of the 4 major gangs, with no outsiders present. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, his fingertips resting on the signature of the invitation, and spoke slowly. Very well, it shall be set for 3 days hence. As his words settled, he ambled to the window, gazing out at the myriad lights of Yao Mati, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the invitation. It had been precisely 2 months since the day he was reborn beneath the sea. 2 months prior, he had been a lowly 49er at the Liani Yao Mati faction, on the brink of being fed to the fish. In the face of death, he had activated the Jianghu overlord system, turning the tables on the scheming fly that had framed him, establishing a 3-day military order to seize territory. Sweeping through the domains of Xinghe and Tsingtai Dao, consolidating his power by recruiting Jiang Lai and Zhao Ming as his 2 core subordinates. He had confronted the corrupt officer Huang Ziqing head-on, toppling his dark financial networks and acquiring ironclad evidence of his collusion with criminal organizations, thwarting his repeated attempts to frame him and orchestrate assassinations. On his trip to Macau, he had retaliated against the 14K Macau faction, forming a deep alliance with the gambling king of Macau, securing over 100 million in funding, and firmly establishing himself as the figurehead of Yao Mati. In the span of 2 months, he had transformed from a mere pawn to the true underground emperor of Yao Mati. The first volume of his ascent had reached its conclusion today. Lu Qinghe's gaze was sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the direction of Kowloon. The foundation of Yao Mati was now solidified, yet he understood all too well that this was merely the beginning. The protective umbrella behind Huang Ziqing, Deputy District Commander Zhang Qiming, would not allow him to expand unchecked. Huang Ziqing, too, had sworn vengeance. Each thwarted assassination attempt would only drive this ruthless officer to greater madness and desperation. The storm in Kowloon was only just beginning to brew. Jiang Lai. Lu Qinghe turned to look at Jiang Lai, who stood rigidly to the side, his voice laden with undeniable authority. Jiang Lai stepped forward, chest out and head held high. Responding sharply, Elder brother, I am here. The security for the meeting at Kowloon Tong in 3 days shall rest entirely in your hands. Lu Qinghe's gaze fixed upon him, enunciating each word. I do not care what methods you employ, or how many personnel you mobilize. You must ensure that throughout the meeting, there is no eavesdropping, no ambush, and no risk whatsoever. Should there be even the slightest oversight, I will hold you accountable. Jiang Lai's eyes sparkled with resolve as he pounded his chest, his voice booming with absolute loyalty and valor. Rest assured, elder brother, I will lead the team personally. I will establish 3 layers of defenses inside and out. Should any fly dare intrude, I shall crush it without hesitation. I will ensure that there is no unexpected incident for you. He had been waiting for this affirmation. The gathering of the heads of the 3 major gangs was the pinnacle of the underworld in Hong Kong. The trust placed in him by elder brother to manage security was the highest form of confidence, and he would not allow even the faintest mistake to occur. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, then turned to Zhao Meng, speaking in a grave tone. Zhao Meng, there are 2 matters for you. Zhao Meng stepped forward immediately, his demeanor steady. As he opened his notepad, ready to record, his eyes reflecting meticulousness and vigilance. First, synchronize with all gangs and the police force in Kowloon regarding the latest movements, especially the whereabouts of Huang Ziqing and Zhang Qiming. Maintain 24-hour surveillance. Any unusual activity must be reported to me at once. Lu Qinghe's voice chilled further, his fingertips lightly tapping the window ledge. Huang Ziqing and Zhang Qiming will undoubtedly attempt to sabotage my meeting with the heads of the 3 major gangs. We must keep a close watch on them, leaving no room for error. Second, conduct a comprehensive risk assessment of the Kowloon Tong Club's entire process. From the route to the venue, to all surrounding buildings, all entrances and exits, and any potential hiding spots. Identify and eliminate all possible risks in advance. For the meeting in 3 days, I require absolute safety and complete confidentiality. Zhao Meng promptly nodded, responding solemnly. Yes, elder brother. I will attend to it immediately. All findings will be compiled into a complete report and delivered to you by tomorrow morning. He was always thorough in his work, leaving no room for oversight. The tasks assigned by Lu Qinghe were always executed to perfection. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, signaling for the 2 to proceed with their arrangements. Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng both bowed and exited swiftly, each to implement Lu Qinghe's directives. In the hall of the faction, Lu Qinghe was soon left alone. He walked back to his seat, picking up the 3 invitations on the table, his fingertips gliding over them slowly. He understood that the meeting with the heads of the 3 major gangs was both an opportunity and a trap. The opportunity lay in the chance to officially step into the circle of the top underworld figures in all of Hong Kong, to establish the rules of the Jianghu in Kowloon and pave the way for future expansion. The trap, however, was that the 3 major gangs would never allow a newcomer like him to grow unchecked, threatening their positions. This meeting would inevitably be a smoke-free battle, fraught with hidden dangers. His bottom line was clear. He would cede no ground in Yao Mati. The landscape of Kowloon must be redrawn. The interests with Liani were non-negotiable. As for Huang Ziqing and Zhang Qiming, his enduring mortal enemies, he would grant them no opportunity for resurgence. Lu Qinghe's expression hardened, his grip tightening on the invitation, his knuckles turning pale. Just then, the door of the hall was gently pushed open, and Scar Dong stepped inside. The scar that ran across his face stood out sharply under the light, exuding the weighty aura of a seasoned underworld figure. He carried with him a bottle of aged whiskey and 2 glasses. Scar Dong approached and sat across from Lu Qinghe, placing the bottle and glasses on the table, smiling as he spoke. Qinghe, I hope I am not interrupting you. Lu Qinghe raised his gaze to meet his, nodding slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Uncle Dong is jesting. How could you be a disturbance? He was well aware that Scar Dong was his guide within Liani and his staunchest supporter. From the moment he had begun to consolidate his power, Scar Dong had stood by his side, protecting him and paving the way for him. Scar Dong poured whiskey into the 2 glasses, sliding one across to Lu Qinghe, and raised his own glass to clink against Lu Qinghe's. Congratulations, Qinghe. After taking a sip, Scar Dong looked at Lu Qinghe, his eyes filled with admiration and pride. In just 2 months, you have risen from a mere 49er to the figurehead of Yao Mati. And now even the heads of the 3 major gangs wish to meet with you personally. In all our years with Liani, we have never seen a young man as capable as you. Lu Qinghe took a sip of the whiskey, replying mildly, it is all thanks to Uncle Dong's guidance and the support of my brothers. Without them, I, Lu Qinghe, would not have reached this point. Do not be so modest, you rascal. Scar Dong waved his hand, the smile on his face dimming slightly as his tone grew serious. I have come today not only to congratulate you, but also to share something important with you. Lu Qinghe regarded him attentively, nodding slightly to encourage him to continue. As for the meeting with the 3 major gangs, you need not worry. I will ensure that the Yao Mati faction remains secure, and there will be absolutely no disruptions. The voice of Scar Dong was deep and resonant, imbued with the certainty of an old-school figure from the underworld. I, Scar Dong, along with the entire Yao Mati faction, stand unequivocally by your side. Regardless of who it may be, anyone wishing to oppose you is, in essence, opposing me, Scar Dong, and the whole of Yao Mati. Lu Qinghe felt a slight stir within his heart as he gazed at Scar Dong and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Dong. No need for thanks. Scar Dong waved his hand dismissively, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone taking on a weighty gravity. However, there is one matter I must caution you about. Within the Helian E, not everyone is united. The old-school elders at the main hall, along with the heads of other factions, look down upon you as a newcomer. Believing your experience is too shallow and your ascent far too rapid, they harbor discontent. Particularly the Turkey from the Mongkok faction, who maintains close ties with the chief advisor at the main hall, has been eyeing the leadership position and is constantly targeting you, orchestrating various underhanded schemes behind your back. The former leader's health is deteriorating, and he is now bedridden. The undercurrents at the main hall are growing increasingly perilous. Every single word of Scar Dong resonated in Lu Qinghe's ears. He understood all too well that Scar Dong was speaking the truth. Where there are people, there exists an underworld. And where there is an underworld, conflict is inevitable. With over a dozen factions under Helian E across the city, the entrenched elders value seniority and experience. Naturally, they would harbor grievances against him. A newcomer who ascended to the position of Yao Mati leader in less than 6 months. And it was to be expected that they would engage in covert actions against him. Lu Qinghe raised his glass and took another sip, his gaze calm and unwavering. As he spoke softly, Uncle Dong, rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. If they remain compliant and walk alongside Helian E, I, Lu Qinghe, will ensure they are treated well. But should anyone dare to engage in underhanded actions, attempting to fracture the organization and collude with corrupt officers like Huang Zhiqing, thereby undermining the rules of the underworld, then I, Lu Qinghe, shall show no mercy. His voice was subdued, yet carried an unmistakable resolve, devoid of any semblance of sentimentality. The path of the underworld has always been one where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Being lenient towards enemies is a cruelty towards oneself and one's brothers. Rooting out threats has always been his guiding principle. Scar Dong observed the cold determination in Lu Qinghe's eyes, and his heart settled instantly. He knew that this young man was as clear-sighted as a mirror, fully cognizant of everything, requiring no further concern from him. Scar Dong smiled and nodded, raising his glass to clink with Lu Qinghe's. Excellent. With your word, I am reassured. Regardless of what transpires, Scar Dong stands with you. After exchanging a few more words, Scar Dong rose to take his leave. The hall of the faction was once again left with only Lu Qinghe. He approached the window, gazing towards Kowloon, where the lights shimmered brilliantly in the night, resembling a dormant dragon. The winds of Kowloon were about to erupt, and he was the one poised to stir the tempest. Ding! The host has completed the first volume of The Dragon Emerges from the Sea, firmly securing the position of the underground emperor of Yao Mati, shaking the entire underworld landscape of Hong Kong, triggering the first volume's concluding settlement. Reward, 2,000 dominance points. Current accumulated dominance points, 8,600. Host level elevated to LV3. Title unlocked, Red Stick Warrior. Unlocks significant all-attribute enhancement. Mastery of firearms. Skill in danger prediction. Intermediate permissions in the system shop have been unlocked. The cold system notification echoed relentlessly in Lu Qinghe's mind. He expressionlessly dismissed the notifications, his gaze remaining sharp. LV3, Red Stick Warrior. This was merely the starting point. His ambition was to reach the pinnacle of the underworld in Hong Kong. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The day of their scheduled meeting arrived as planned. The Kowloon Tong Club, the most prestigious private club in Hong Kong, reserved exclusively for the affluent, was inaccessible to ordinary underworld figures. Today, the entire Kowloon Tong Club was sealed off by 3 major factions. Inside and outside the club, every 3 steps was a guard. Every 5 steps a lookout, all elite enforcers from the 3 factions, each agile and vigilant, concealing weapons, the atmosphere brimming with tension. Lu Qinghe's black Mercedes slowly came to a halt outside the entrance of the Kowloon Tong Club. Zhang Lai was the first to open the car door and stepped out, scanning the surroundings with a watchful eye, confirming there were no risks before leaning into the car and saying, "Big brother, it's safe. You may disembark." Lu Qinghe adjusted his black Zhongshan suit, calmly pushed open the car door, and stepped out. He stood tall and composed, emanating a powerful aura befitting a leader, showing no signs of trepidation even in the face of the formidable assembly of the 3 major factions. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng flanked him on either side, like 2 iron towers, steadfastly guarding him, their vigilance palpable, exuding a fierce demeanor. At the entrance of the club, 2 attendants clad in black suits awaited his arrival. Both were trusted aides to the leaders of the 3 factions, having witnessed countless grand occasions, yet upon seeing Lu Qinghe approach, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, quickly bowing in respect with smiles of deference. "Mr. Lu, we have been instructed by the three leaders to await your presence." Lu Qinghe nodded slightly to the two and strode towards the club's grand entrance. Just as his foot crossed the threshold of the Kowloon Tong Club, his mobile phone began to vibrate violently in his pocket. Lu Qinghe halted, retrieved the phone, and pressed the answer button. On the other end, the voice of Zhao Meng's trusted aide, left behind at the faction, came through, urgent and panicked, each word striking Lu Qinghe's ears like thunder. "Big brother, urgent report. The old leader of He Liani is critically ill. It's dire." Lu Qinghe's grip on the phone tightened instantaneously. His eyes narrowed sharply. Chapter 51, Internal Strife. The receiver still pressed against Lu Qinghe's ear. The frantic report had yet to conclude, when a message from Zhao Meng popped up on the screen, bold red letters that stung the eyes. The old leader of He Liani passed away suddenly 10 minutes ago at the main hall residence. Lu Qinghe's fingers, gripping the phone, turned pale from the force. The warmth seemingly drained from his fingertips. His steps remained frozen at the entrance of the Kowloon Tong Club, facing the attendants sent by the leaders of the three factions. While Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng stood behind him, the club's lighting cast half his face in shadow and half in light, concealing any trace of emotion. At that moment, Zhang Lai rushed over, leaning close to Lu Qinghe's ear, his voice lowered to the barest whisper, yet tinged with urgency and gravity, each word pronounced with meticulous care. "Big brother, just received news from the main hall. The old leader has passed." Zhang Lai's breath was slightly disordered. He understood all too well what the death of the old leader signified. With over a dozen factions under He Liani across Hong Kong, the old leader's decades-long prestige had kept the various powers in check. Now that the old leader was gone, the mountain that had loomed over the various factions had collapsed in an instant. With the leadership position vacant, a power reshuffle among the factions was inevitable, heralding a tumultuous internal strife. Moreover, the old-fashioned elders of the General Hall, along with the turkey from the Mong Kok faction, have long harbored grievances against Lu Qinghe and have been eyeing the position of the leader for quite some time. It is inevitable that they will seize this opportunity to create trouble. This is undoubtedly a monumental upheaval. Lu Qinghe slowly lowered the mobile phone pressed against his ear, his fingertip pressing the hang-up button, causing the screen to instantly darken. He raised his gaze to the two receptionists waiting attentively before him. His expression was calm, devoid of any hint of panic, his voice steady and unwavering, betraying no emotion. "I would appreciate it if you could return and inform the three leaders that there has been an urgent matter at Liani, and I must return to the General Hall immediately. Today's meeting will have to be rescheduled. I will send someone to coordinate the new time with the contacts of the three leaders." The two receptionists were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that revealed their astonishment. Everyone was aware of the significance of this closed-door meeting among the four major factions leaders for the entire Hong Kong underworld. All the practitioners of the Hong Kong underworld were focused on this gathering. Yet, Lu Qinghe, upon stepping through the club's entrance, intended to terminate the meeting and leave. This was an unprecedented occurrence. However, upon witnessing the undeniable aura radiating from Lu Qinghe, the two dared not ask further questions and promptly bowed in response. "Understood, Mr. Lu. We will certainly convey your message." Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, refraining from uttering another word, and turned to walk toward the club's exit. His steps were steady, showing no hesitation. Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng exchanged a glance and promptly followed suit, closely flanking Lu Qinghe. At the same time, they issued stern orders through their earpieces. "Everyone, stand down immediately. Return to the Liani General Hall with the boss." Quickly, the hundreds of elite brothers stationed around the club, upon receiving the command, wasted no time in swiftly regrouping and converging towards the convoy. Within a minute, Lu Qinghe was already seated back in the Mercedes. The moment the door closed, it severed all external scrutiny, and the calm facade on Lu Qinghe's face instantly dissipated, his gaze turning as cold as the ice of midwinter. "Zhao Meng." His voice was heavy, imbued with an undeniable authority, each word articulated with precision. "Immediately ascertain the exact cause of the old leader's death. Investigate any potential foul play and gather all related details. I want to know everything within 10 minutes. Simultaneously, keep a close watch on all the faction heads throughout Hong Kong and the elders of the General Hall, especially the turkey and the hall master. Monitor all their movements, communications, and any unusual activities. Leave no stone unturned." Zhao Meng promptly retrieved his notepad, his fingers swiftly jotting down Lu Qinghe's directives while simultaneously issuing commands to the intelligence team over his earpiece. His speech was rapid yet clear, devoid of any panic. He was meticulous in his approach, ensuring zero oversight. Even amidst such a sudden and monumental upheaval, he maintained absolute composure. executing each of Lu Qinghe's instructions to the fullest extent. Yes, brother. I have already made arrangements. All intelligence will be in your hands within 10 minutes. Zhao Meng replied solemnly, his eyes filled with vigilance and gravity. The sudden demise of the old leader was undoubtedly not a simple matter. The Turkey and the Hall Master had long been in collusion with Huang Zhiqing, the corrupt officer. With the old leader's death, they stood to gain the most. And this incident was undoubtedly linked to them. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, and then turned to Jiang Lai, his voice growing colder. Jiang Lai. Brother, I am here. Jiang Lai immediately straightened his posture, gripping the steel pipe tightly, his muscles taut, eyes filled with ferocity and murderous intent, ready to spring into action. You are to take 200 elite brothers and rush to the Liani General Hall at full speed. Secure all entrances and exits surrounding the hall, safeguard the memorial hall, and protect the old leader's body. No one is to enter or exit without permission. No one is to touch the old leader's remains. Lu Qinghe's gaze was sharp as an eagle, each word deliberate. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance, to force their way in, or to exploit this situation, apprehend them without mercy. I require the General Hall to be absolutely stable and secure before my arrival. Any error will be addressed with severe consequences. Rest assured, brother. Jiang Lai's eyes instantly reddened as he pounded his chest, his voice booming with unwavering loyalty and courage. I will head over immediately, even if it costs me my life. I will ensure the General Hall remains intact and the old leader's body is protected. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, I will break their legs without hesitation. I will not let you down, brother. Before his words had fully dissipated, Jiang Lai had already flung open the car door and leapt out, shouting fiercely to the convoy behind him. All brothers, follow me. Full speed to the Liani General Hall. Move. Hundreds of elite brothers immediately followed Jiang Lai. Jumping into the off-road vehicles, the convoy roaring forward like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the Liani General Hall. Inside the Mercedes, only Lu Qinghe and Zhao Meng remained. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, tailing the convoy toward the Liani General Hall. Outside the window, the streets of Kowloon flashed by in rapid succession, the streetlights casting fleeting shadows across Lu Qinghe's face. He leaned back in the rear seat, lightly tapping his knees with his fingertips, his mind racing. The sudden demise of the old leader was undoubtedly no accident. He was all too familiar with the sordid tactics of the underworld. Although the old leader had been unwell for years, bedridden, his condition had remained stable until now. How could he have suddenly passed away? There was certainly something amiss. The most likely suspects were the Turkey and the Hall Master, along with their faction's elders. With the old leader's death, the position of the leader was vacant, granting them the opportunity to vie for power, potentially fracturing Liani, and even using this chance to oust Lu Qinghe entirely. Moreover, these individuals had long been in collusion with Huang Zhiqing, the corrupt officer. Behind this incident, there might very well be Huang Zhiqing's influence at play. Lu Qinghe's gaze grew increasingly frigid, the rhythm of his fingertip tapping against his knee quickening. He understood that the most critical task now was to stabilize the situation. Liani could not descend into chaos. Should internal strife erupt, Huang Zhiqing and the three major factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike, jeopardizing the foundation he had painstakingly built. He must regain control of the situation in the shortest time possible, quell the internal discord, unearth the puppet masters, and safeguard the broader interests of Liani. Brother. Zhao Meng set down his phone and turned to Lu Qinghe, his expression grave as he reported. I've just received intel that the old leader consumed a bowl of medicinal soup this morning and suddenly began to experience difficulty breathing. Within 10 minutes, he was gone. The person responsible for preparing the medicine is a distant relative of the Hall Master, and they are currently missing, whereabouts unknown. Additionally, the Turkey from the Mongkok faction has already set off with 200 brothers toward the General Hall, leaving 5 minutes before us. And all the old-fashioned elders have also arrived at the General Hall, gathering in the Memorial Hall. Lu Qinghe's gaze suddenly sharpened. Indeed, there was a problem. The person who prepared the medicine was a distant relative of the Hall Master, and they had vanished. This was clearly indicative of a murder. The Turkey and the Hall Master were the true puppeteers. A cold glint of murderous intent curled at the corners of Lu Qinghe's lips. Daring to engage in such vile acts of usurpation against Liani, while simultaneously seeking to seize power through this opportunity, is tantamount to courting death. Very well. Lu Qinghe's voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity. I am curious to see what tricks they intend to play. The Mercedes sped along, reaching the headquarters of Liani in less than 20 minutes. The headquarters, located in Kowloon City, was an old-style arcade building with a courtyard. At this moment, the entire vicinity was besieged by the brothers brought by Jiang Lai, leaving no room for escape. Hundreds of elite brothers, armed with steel pipes and machetes, stood guard at every entrance, their eyes vigilant and exuding an aura of menace. Jiang Lai stood at the entrance of the headquarters, and as he saw Lu Qinghe's car approach, he quickly advanced to greet him, opening the car door and bowing slightly. "Brother, you have arrived." Lu Qinghe pushed the door open and stepped out slowly. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit, he stood tall, radiating a formidable presence, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Sweeping across the crowd, wherever he passed, all the brothers bowed in respect, chanting in unison, "Brother Qinghe?" Their voices thundered, echoing down the street. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, refraining from uttering a word, and proceeded towards the main entrance of the headquarters. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming flanked him closely, their bodies tense, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Inside the main hall of the headquarters, a mourning altar had already been set up. In the center, the coffin of the old dragon head was displayed, flanked by a black and white portrait, with incense wafting through the air, creating a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. The leaders of the various factions of Heliene from across the territory, along with all the elders of the headquarters, had gathered in the mourning hall, divided into two distinct factions. One faction, led by the battle-hardened Scarred East, comprised the pro-war faction, all supportive of Lu Qinghe, standing on the left side of the altar, their expressions grave and their eyes warily fixed on those opposite. The other faction, led by the Mong Kok leader Turkey, represented the peace faction, consisting of the old-timers. Stationed on the right side of the altar, their faces dark and whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with calculation. As Lu Qinghe stepped into the mourning hall, the entire room fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to him, a mixture of reverence, wariness, dissatisfaction, and hostility reflecting in their expressions. Lu Qinghe paid no heed to the stares, walking calmly to the coffin, taking 3 incense sticks, lighting them, and bowing 3 times before the portrait of the old dragon head, placing the incense in the burner. His movements were steady and meticulous, devoid of any hint of disrespect. After paying his respects, he turned, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "The sudden passing of the old dragon head weighs heavily on all our hearts. However, what is most crucial now is to ensure he rests in peace and to stabilize the overall situation of Heliene, rather than engaging in petty intrigues and factional disputes. Anyone who dares to exploit the old dragon head's demise to incite internal strife, fracture the brotherhood, and violate the code of conduct will be deemed a traitor to Heliene. I, Lu Qinghe, shall be the first to oppose it." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the mourning hall, leaving everyone breathless. Scarred East promptly stepped forward, standing beside Lu Qinghe, and spoke sternly. "Qinghe is right. The old dragon head has just departed, his body still warm. Anyone who dares to instigate turmoil, seize power, or split the organization at this moment is violating the gang rules. It is an affront to the old dragon head. I, Scarred East, will be the first to take action against them." As an elder of Heliene and the seated leader of the Yao Mati faction, Scarred East held significant sway within the organization. As he spoke, the pro-war faction leaders on the left side of the mourning hall immediately echoed his sentiments, responding in unison, "Yes. Whoever dares to divide the organization, we will never allow it." The faces of the peace faction elders on the right side darkened instantly. Turkey, at the forefront, stepped forward, his jowls trembling with indignation. In his 40s, he was short and stout, his face filled with malice, dressed in a black suit, his belly protruding prominently, his eyes brimming with disdain and hostility, fixating intently on Lu Qinghe. "Lu Qinghe, don't presume to take charge here." Turkey's voice was sharp, laced with mockery, as he sneered. "You are merely a fledgling who has been in the organization for less than 6 months. Nothing more than a leader of the Yao Mati faction. When did it become your place to speak here? The old dragon head has just passed, and you already wish to issue orders and control the organization? You clearly have no regard for the old brothers who have fought alongside the old dragon head for decades." As his words fell, several elder members behind him nodded in agreement, chiming in, "Turkey is right. Lu Qinghe's experience is too shallow. He lacks the qualification to preside over matters here. Indeed, when has it become the prerogative of a newcomer to dictate the affairs of Heliene? To seek to usurp power so soon after the old dragon head's demise is rather too eager, wouldn't you agree?" The atmosphere in the mourning hall became taut with tension. Zhang Lai's eyes turned red in an instant. He stepped forward, gripping his steel pipe tightly, ready to charge. His voice a fierce roar, "Turkey, what nonsense are you spewing? How dare you speak to my brother like that? You're courting death." Lu Qinghe immediately raised a hand to restrain Zhang Lai's shoulder, his gaze cold as he glanced at Turkey, devoid of anger, instead allowing a faint smile to surface. He understood all too well what Turkey and his faction were attempting. They sought to leverage the old dragon head's death to undermine his authority by invoking seniority, casting him out of the power center and seizing the leadership position for themselves. Looking at Turkey, Lu Qinghe spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling undertone. Whether I possess the qualifications is not for you to decide. I, Lu Qinghe, reclaimed the territory of Xingtado for He Liani, toppled Tongtsen, dismantled the 14K Macau faction, and forged a partnership with the gambling king of Australia, bringing over $1 billion in business to He Liani. Who among you here can match my contributions to the organization? You, Turkey, have lingered in Mongkok for over a decade, unable to even manage Tongtsen, while your territory was seized and you dared not utter a word. Now you have the audacity to lecture me about qualifications? His words struck Turkey like a blow, causing his face to flush an angry red, akin to raw liver. As he stood there, speechless for a long moment, he had no standing to compare accomplishments with Lu Qinghe. He had not achieved a single one of these feats. Turkey's face oscillated between red and white. Incensed and humiliated, he slammed his hand on the table, shouting furiously, Lu Qinghe, do not attempt to leverage your accomplishments here. The rules of the underworld dictate seniority. Even if you have achieved something, you are still a newcomer. Your qualifications are insufficient. You are utterly unworthy to take the helm of He Liani, let alone assume the position of the dragon head. His voice grew louder, saliva flying as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Qinghe, bellowing, I tell you, that position of dragon head does not belong to you. You are unworthy. The atmosphere in the morning hall plummeted to freezing point. Everyone held their breath, watching the two men, poised for confrontation, too afraid to even exhale. Just then, a sharp, piercing wail of police sirens erupted from outside the morning hall. Growing louder and more insistent, the red and blue flashing lights pierced through the windows, casting fleeting glimmers across the faces of those present. A triumphant sneer spread across Turkey's face in an instant. He had long anticipated that Lu Qinghe would come to the main hall. He had already contacted Huang Zhiqing, instructing him to lead a team over, ostensibly to maintain order, but with the ulterior motive of creating trouble for Lu Qinghe and driving him out of the main hall. Lu Qinghe's gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over the sneering face of Turkey, and in that instant, he comprehended the truth. Indeed, Huang Zhiqing's machinations lay behind this incident. Turkey, observing Lu Qinghe's frigid demeanor, felt his own grin widen, and with a sudden thump on the table, he bellowed at Lu Qinghe, his voice echoing throughout the entire memorial hall. Lu Qinghe, I shall repeat myself. You are unworthy to seize control of He Liani. No sooner had he spoken than the grand doors of the hall were violently kicked open. Huang Zhiqing burst in, flanked by over 100 armed officers, weapons drawn, and shouted fiercely, Police! Everyone, stay still. Crouch and cover your heads. Chapter 52, Factional Fracture. The blaring sirens rang like a death knell at the entrance of He Liani's main hall, the alternating red and blue lights casting an eerie glow over the solemn space. Huang Zhiqing strode in with an imposing demeanor, his black uniform gleaming under the lights, the police badge reflecting a blinding glare. His face bore an expression of unwavering righteousness, his sharp gaze scanning everyone in the hall before finally landing on Lu Qinghe, brimming with undisguised hostility and malice. Turkey, witnessing Huang Zhiqing's entrance, felt a surge of triumph, instinctively retreating a half-step to stand beside him. As if he had found a solid backing, his posture straightening with newfound confidence as he provocatively regarded Lu Qinghe. Zhang Lai, consumed by rage, stepped forward to protect Lu Qinghe, gripping his steel pipe tightly, his fierce gaze fixed on the encroaching officers as he shouted, What are you doing? This is He Liani's main hall, the memorial for the old dragon head. Do you dare to breach this sanctuary and violate the rules of the martial world? Are you not afraid of retribution? The hundreds of He Liani brothers behind him instantly advanced a step, their steel pipes and sabers glinting menacingly, confronting the officers in a standoff, the tension palpable, ready to erupt into conflict. The atmosphere in the hall dropped to a freezing point. Audacious! Huang Zhiqing roared, his voice ringing out sharply as he raised his firearm, his malevolent gaze sweeping over Zhang Lai, admonishing, We are the police of the Kowloon District Anti-Organized Crime Unit. We received reports of a brawl, suspected gang assembly. We are here to investigate according to the law. Anyone who obstructs police duties will be arrested on the spot. His gaze shifted past Zhang Lai, locking onto Lu Qinghe with an intensity that hinted at his long-awaited opportunity. The sudden death of the old dragon head and the ensuing turmoil within He Liani presented the perfect moment for him to intervene. By masquerading as a peacekeeper, he intended to meddle in He Liani's internal affairs, supporting Turkey and his faction, thereby plunging He Liani into chaos and cornering Lu Qinghe, step by step, into a dire situation. He could even seize this opportunity to arrest Lu Qinghe and fabricate charges to ensure he would never see the light of day again. Lu Qinghe regarded Huang Zhiqing's venomous expression with a calm demeanor, unperturbed. He raised his hand, gently resting it on Zhang Lai's shoulder. His voice steady and composed as he said, Zhang Lai, step back. Elder brother. Zhang Lai turned sharply, his eyes filled with reluctance and urgency, wanting to voice his protest. I said step back. Lu Qinghe's tone grew firmer, imbued with an undeniable authority. Jiang Lai clenched his teeth, ultimately retreating a step, returning to Lu Qinghe's side. His steel pipe still tightly gripped, eyes vigilantly trained on Huang Ziqing and the officers behind him, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. Lu Qinghe slowly advanced, standing directly before Huang Ziqing, his gaze steady as he regarded him, a faint smirk curling his lips. Inspector Huang, or rather, now you should be addressed as Chief Inspector Huang. Lu Qinghe's voice was calm, yet laced with piercing intent. In light of the old dragon head's passing, we have gathered here to pay our respects, which is both reasonable and lawful. Where then is this alleged brawl? Where is this supposed gang assembly? You storm in here, armed to the teeth, disturbing the peace of the deceased, violating the most fundamental codes of our world. Is this how the Chief Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit enforces the law? His words, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall, eliciting displeasure from all present, including the elders of Heliene, who frowned in discontent. Even those among the pro-peace faction exhibited signs of disapproval. In the realm of martial arts, the deceased are held in the highest regard. With the old dragon head recently departed and the memorial still set here, Huang Ziqing's armed intrusion was a profound disrespect to the deceased and an affront to the entire Heliene. Huang Ziqing's expression darkened, taken aback by Lu Qinghe's audacity to confront him in front of everyone, immediately placing him in opposition to all of Heliene. Gritting his teeth, he retorted sharply, Lu Qinghe, do not attempt to employ clever rhetoric here. I have received reports that you are seizing this opportunity following the old dragon head's demise to plot a coup within Heliene, inciting conflict in the martial world. I am here to investigate. What issue do you have with that? If you are innocent, cooperate with us and accompany us back to the station. He had already devised a plan. Once he could trick Lu Qinghe into the police station, he would find countless ways to ensure Lu Qinghe would never emerge again. Return to the station? Lu Qinghe chuckled, the derision in his gaze intensifying. He spoke slowly. Chief Inspector Huang, you may conduct your investigation. However, this is the memorial hall of the old dragon head. The deceased deserve reverence, regardless of the rules of our world or common decency. It is utterly inappropriate to apprehend the deceased's kin for investigation within the hall. If you genuinely wish to investigate, wait until the old dragon head is laid to rest, and I will gladly oblige. But now, you and your men must leave immediately. The last 3 words fell from Lu Qinghe's lips like ice, imbued with an overwhelming authority that swept through the entire hall. Huang Ziqing's face turned ashen, humiliated by Lu Qinghe's public reprimand, his rage boiling over. He raised his firearm, aiming it directly at Lu Qinghe, and shouted, Lu Qinghe, do you dare obstruct police enforcement? I can arrest you right now. Try it if you dare. Jiang Lai erupted, stepping forward to shield Lu Qinghe, leveling his steel pipe at Huang Ziqing's head, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he bellowed. You dare point your gun at my elder brother. I will incapacitate you today. Anyone who dares touch Qinghe will face us. Scar Dong also surged forward, positioning himself beside Lu Qinghe, drawing his saber with a glint of ferocity in his eyes, fixating on Huang Ziqing. In an instant, all the brothers from the main faction stepped forward, their weapons drawn, confronting the officers with palpable bloodlust. Should Huang Ziqing make any move, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Huang Ziqing, witnessing the scene before him, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had not anticipated that Lu Qinghe would command such immense respect within Heliene. If he dared to pull the trigger, he would undoubtedly find himself unable to leave the main hall alive. Huang Ziqing's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. His hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. He found himself in a state of indecision, neither advancing nor retreating, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and ashen, utterly mortified. At that moment, the turkey standing beside him hastily tugged at his arm, casting him a knowing glance, and whispered, Inspector Huang, let it go for now. Today is not the right time. The turkey had not anticipated that Lu Qinghe would be so resolute, daring to confront Huang Ziqing head-on and rallying such a multitude. If a brawl were to ensue, he would gain nothing from it. Moreover, the old dragon head's wake was right here. Should a conflict erupt within the solemnity of the wake, resulting in casualties, he would be deemed a sinner alongside Lieni, forfeiting any claim to the position of dragon head. Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth, surveying the tense standoff before him. Ultimately relenting and reluctantly lowering his gun, he shot Lu Qinghe a venomous glare and barked at the officers behind him. Fall back. The officers, as if granted a reprieve from a death sentence, promptly holstered their weapons and turned to exit the wake. Before leaving, Huang Ziqing glanced back at the turkey, exchanged a covert signal, and silently mouthed 2 words, tonight. The turkey instantly grasped his meaning, nodding slightly with a glint of malice in his eyes. Huang Ziqing snorted disdainfully and, accompanied by the officers, swiftly departed from the Lieni headquarters. The wailing of police sirens gradually faded. and the atmosphere within the wake grew somewhat more relaxed. Lu Qinghe's gaze swept coldly over the turkey, a faint smirk of derision curling at his lips. He had observed the subtle exchanges between Huang Zhiqing and the turkey with clarity. Indeed, it was evident that the turkey had long been in collusion with Huang Zhiqing. The death of the old dragon head was undoubtedly linked to them. The turkey, feeling the weight of Lu Qinghe's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively averted his eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of bravado, scoffing as he addressed the elders present. Let's put this matter aside for now. The old dragon head has just passed. We must not allow any further disturbances. Let us keep vigil for him. We will discuss the matter of the dragon head's position later. With that, he turned and led several elders to a corner of the wake, where they began to whisper conspiratorially, occasionally glancing towards Lu Qinghe, filled with calculation. Lu Qinghe paid them no mind and approached the coffin of the old dragon head, taking 3 incense sticks, igniting them once more, and bowed respectfully. He understood all too well that today was merely the beginning. The turkey and Huang Zhiqing would not simply let matters rest. They were bound to concoct even greater schemes behind the scenes. Scar Dong approached Lu Qinghe's side, lowering his voice, and said urgently, "Qinghe, there's definitely something amiss with the way the turkey and Huang Zhiqing were exchanging glances. These people are certainly in cahoots with Huang Zhiqing. The old dragon head's death could very well be their doing." Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am aware. Uncle Dong, arrange for people to keep a close watch on the turkey, the headquarters secretary, as well as those elders from the peace faction. Monitor their every move, all communications, all meetings. Nothing must escape our notice. I intend to see what tricks they are playing." Scar Dong immediately nodded, his voice low and resolute. "Understood. I will arrange it at once." With that, he turned and hurriedly exited to organize his men. The remainder of the afternoon passed uneventfully within the wake. Brothers from various factions across the port, along with representatives from various societies, came to pay their respects to the old dragon head. Lu Qinghe and Scar Dong graciously welcomed them, maintaining impeccable decorum without the slightest hint of impropriety. Meanwhile, the turkey and the elders of the peace faction remained huddled in a corner, occasionally stepping out to take phone calls, whispering to one another, their expressions furtive, plotting something unknown. As night fell, the stream of visitors gradually dwindled. The wake was left with only the core leaders and elders of Liani. After arranging for the brothers to keep vigil, Lu Qinghe departed the headquarters with Jiang Lai and Zhao Meng, returning to the prearranged safe house. He was acutely aware that the turkey and Huang Zhiqing's conspiracy would likely unfold that very night. He needed to be prepared. In the safe house, Lu Qinghe settled on the couch, his gaze fixed on the intelligence report handed to him by Zhao Meng, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the table. Zhao Meng stood before him, his tone grave as he reported, "Big brother, we have gathered all the information. This afternoon and into the evening, the turkey made 5 calls to Huang Zhiqing. We are still deciphering the specifics, but it is clear they are plotting something. Additionally, the turkey has contacted the leaders of the Tsuan Yuan Long, and Sham Shui Pa factions, all of whom are closely aligned with the peace faction. Tonight, they held a secret meeting for 2 hours at the Mongkok faction. Furthermore, the headquarters secretary has been stealthily transferring funds and core documents of the society tonight, with a significant portion already relocated." Lu Qinghe's gaze grew increasingly icy, the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the table intensifying. Indeed, these people were conspiring to fracture the society and seize the position of Dragon Head. Just then, the door of the safe house was abruptly flung open. The leader of the intelligence team stationed at the headquarters rushed in, his face pale and trembling. Clutching a stack of photographs and tapes, he exclaimed urgently, "Big brother, something terrible has happened. We intercepted the turkey's secret orders, and we have irrefutable evidence of their collusion with Huang Zhiqing." Lu Qinghe's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing sharply. The man hurried to Lu Qinghe's side, slamming the secret orders, photographs, and tapes onto the table. His voice urgent and filled with indignation as he articulated each word. "The turkey and his cohorts are colluding with Huang Zhiqing, plotting to establish a new dragon head at the Mongkok faction at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The turkey intends to position himself as the new dragon head. They have coordinated with Huang Zhiqing, who will lead a team to set up a perimeter. Should we cause a disturbance, they will apprehend us all under the guise of anti-crime operations. This is their secret order, along with their recorded conversations with Huang Zhiqing, the black money transfer records. All irrefutable evidence." Lu Qinghe's fingers fell sharply upon the words Mongkok faction on the order. The temperature of his fingertips plummeted to an icy chill. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the safe house, suffocating everyone present. Jiang Lai stood beside him, eyes reddening at the sight of the orders and evidence on the table. He slammed his steel pipe down with a resounding crash, bellowing furiously, "That damned turkey! How dare he collude with the Qing court, fracture the society, and establish a new dragon head? He is courting death. Big brother, issue the order." I will take the brothers to the Mongkok faction and bring back all those traitors, executing them according to our rules. 3 knives, 6 holes. Feed them to the fish. His entire body was taut with tension, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent so fierce that he longed to burst forth and rend the traitor to pieces. In the realm of the underworld, 3 cardinal sins resided: seducing the wife of a brother, betraying one's own comrades, and colluding with the Qing court. To transgress any of these was to invite a relentless pursuit throughout the entire harbor, culminating in a fate of sinking to the depths of the sea to feed the fish. Not only had the traitor allied with the Qing court, but he had also conspired with the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing, seeking to fracture the brotherhood and establish himself as a new leader, an egregious crime worthy of death. Zhao Meng stood nearby, his expression grave as he perused the tapes and transfer records on the table, solemnly stating, "Brother, all this evidence is indisputable." The traitor transferred 500,000 in illicit funds to Huang Zhiqing's account as remuneration for supporting his ascension to leadership. Huang has promised that, should the traitor assume the position of leader, he would provide police protection in Kowloon, eliminate rival factions, and even assist in seizing our turf in Yao Mati. Furthermore, the traitor has already contacted the heads of 4 factions, promising them doubled territory and profits in exchange for their support. These 4 leaders have agreed and will bring their men to the Mongkok Hall tomorrow to partake in his coronation as leader. Lu Qinghe slowly raised his hand, his fingertips drifting away from the secret order, and turned his gaze towards the window. The night sky was alive with the dazzling lights of Mongkok, concealing an undercurrent of lethal intent. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. The traitor and Huang Zhiqing had unwittingly delivered him a most fortuitous gift. He had been troubled by the lack of irrefutable evidence to eliminate both the traitor and the corrupt officer in one fell swoop. Now, they had conveniently placed the incriminating evidence directly in his hands, colluding with the Qing court, fracturing their organization, declaring himself leader. These offenses alone were sufficient to tarnish the traitor's name beyond redemption and, according to the rules of the underworld, condemn him to a watery grave. As for Huang Zhiqing, his acceptance of bribes, conspiracy with the gang, and interference in internal affairs constituted a gross abuse of power, enough to prompt the ICAC to launch a comprehensive investigation against him, leaving him to flounder in chaos. Lu Qinghe reclined against the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the table as his mind raced with strategies, formulating a plan. Lure the snake from its lair, capture both the man and the evidence, eliminate them all. He intended not only to cleanse the traitors from their ranks, but also to seize this opportunity to gather further evidence of Huang Zhiqing's collusion with the gang. Delivering a final, devastating blow to this persistent scourge, Lu Qinghe fixed his gaze upon Zhao Meng, his voice steady and unwavering. "Zhao Meng, immediately back up all this evidence and send a copy to Director Li Guibang of the ICAC. Inform him that Huang Zhiqing has accepted bribes, conspired with the gang, supported the traitors, and will hold a ceremony to declare himself leader at the Mongkok Hall tomorrow morning at 8. Huang will lead the squad to secure the perimeter, aiding the traitor. Ask him if he wishes to collaborate, to capture both the man and the evidence, and once again nail this corrupt officer to the wall." Zhao Meng nodded promptly, responding solemnly, "Yes, brother. I will take care of it right away." He understood that Li Guibang was the only person in the entire harbor willing to confront Huang Zhiqing and his corrupt police network head-on. A figure of integrity within the ICAC determined to eradicate corruption. Collaborating with Li Guibang was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Lu Qinghe slightly inclined his head and then turned to Jiang Lai, his gaze chilling, and spoke with a commanding tone. "Jiang Lai, brother, I am here." Jiang Lai stepped forward, chest out, his eyes gleaming with valor and bloodlust, ready to spring into action. "You are to lead 200 elite brothers to lay an ambush around the Mongkok Hall immediately." Lu Qinghe's voice carried an undeniable authority, each word deliberate. "Divide into 3 teams, one to guard the main entrance, another for the rear, and the last to secure all surrounding exits, forming a perfect encirclement. Tomorrow morning, once the traitor's men have gathered and the ceremony commences, upon my command, rush in and apprehend the traitor and all those involved in the rebellion. None are to escape. Remember, without my order, do not engage, do not alarm the snakes, and do not disturb the local residents. Should there be even a hint of error, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, brother." Jiang Lai pounded his chest, his voice booming with unwavering loyalty and courage. "I guarantee that not a single traitor will escape. If even one slips through the net, I will present my head." He had been eagerly awaiting this order. The traitors had dared to conspire with the Qing court and fracture their brotherhood. He had longed to eliminate them. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, and then turned to Zhao Meng, adding, "Zhao Meng, you will monitor all communication between the traitor and Huang Zhiqing, intercepting all their calls to gather more evidence. Simultaneously, arrange for equipment at the ceremony venue in Mongkok to record audio and video. capturing the entirety of tomorrow's proceedings as well as the collusion between the traitor and Huang Zhiqing, ensuring not a single detail is overlooked. I want the entire harbor to witness the true face of these traitors and observe how Huang Zhiqing colludes with the gang to disrupt the underworld. Zhao Ming immediately nodded, responding earnestly, "Yes, brother. I will arrange it right away. I guarantee that all footage and recordings will be captured in their entirety without any omissions." He was meticulous in his work, and this task was second nature to him. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, signaling for the two to proceed with their arrangements. Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming bowed respectfully before swiftly exiting, each carrying out Lu Qinghe's orders without a hint of hesitation. In the safe house, only Lu Qinghe remained. He picked up the tape on the table and placed it into the player. The voices of the traitor and Huang Zhiqing emanated from the device. "Director Huang, rest assured. Once I assume the position of leader of Heliani, I will double your share every month. I will also find a way to reclaim the Yao Mati turf from Lu Qinghe and hand it over to you. Traitor, remember, the ceremony tomorrow must be flawless. The entire harbor must know that you are the rightful leader of Heliani, and that Lu Qinghe is inconsequential. I will lead the squad to secure the perimeter. And should Lu Qinghe dare to stir trouble, I will apprehend him on the spot, framing him with charges of gang warfare to ensure he never emerges. Thank you, Director Huang. From now on, I, the traitor, will follow your every command." As the recording concluded, the player crackled with static. Lu Qinghe's gaze turned frigid as ice. "Excellent. Huang Zhiqing, you truly seek your own demise. Time and again, you have opposed me. Time and again, you have sought to eliminate me. And now you dare to blatantly support the traitors and fracture Heliani. This time, I shall see how you meet your end." Lu Qinghe reached for his mobile phone and dialed Dao Badong's number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Dao Badong's voice came through, thick with fury. "Qinghe, I am already aware of the traitor's scheme. This betrayer dares to conspire with the Qing court and declare himself leader. It is sheer folly. Qinghe, what do you propose we do? I, Dao Badong, stand ready with all the brothers from Yao Mati to heed your command." Lu Qinghe grasped the walkie-talkie and slowly spoke. "Uncle Dong, tomorrow morning, please gather all the elders from the Oil Hemp D Hall and the supportive hall masters to go to the Mongkok Hall. I intend to expose the conspiracy of Turkey and Huang Zhiqing in front of all the brothers of Hong Kong and Liani, presenting irrefutable evidence of their collusion, to cleanse our ranks and deal with these traitors according to our guild rules. I want all the brothers in the society to see who truly cares for Liani and who is the traitor selling out the gang." Scar Dong immediately replied sternly, "Understood. No problem. I will convene everyone first thing in the morning. We will be on time at the Mongkok Hall. I want to see how Turkey, the traitor, dares to show his face." Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, offered a few more reminders, and then hung up the phone. Outside the window, the night deepened. Dark currents surged towards the Mongkok Hall, where a sense of impending violence loomed. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit hall of the Mongkok Hall, Turkey sat in the main seat, a glass of red wine in hand, his face twisted in a triumphant sneer. Beside him sat 4 hall masters and the chief advisor, all of them wearing expressions of exhilaration, as if they could already envision Turkey ascending to the throne, leading them to glory. "Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock marks our auspicious day." Turkey slammed the glass of red wine down on the table, his voice brimming with arrogance. "Tomorrow, I will be the new leader of Liani. Lu Qinghe and that young brat think they can challenge me? They are woefully inexperienced. Inspector Huang has already promised me that he will deploy teams around the area tomorrow. If Lu Qinghe dares to show up, he will be taken down immediately, never to emerge again. Once I ascend to the throne, all of you seated here will be the founding heroes of Liani. Our territory will double. Our profits will double. From now on, the underworld of all Hong Kong will bow to our whims." The 4 hall masters immediately rose, raising their glasses in a sycophantic cheer. "Congratulations, leader. We shall follow your lead. Lu Qinghe and that boy are utterly unworthy to compare with you. If he dares to come tomorrow, we will ensure he does not return." The chief advisor also stood with a smile, bowing. "Rest assured, leader, all arrangements for tomorrow's ceremony have been meticulously organized. I have also contacted the media from across Hong Kong's underworld. Tomorrow, it will be known far and wide that you are the new leader of Liani." Upon hearing this, Turkey's smile grew even broader as he raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. He could almost visualize himself seated on the throne, with the entire Hong Kong underworld bowing to him. Unbeknownst to him, a net was slowly tightening around him. Simultaneously, in the Kowloon District Police Headquarters, Inspector Huang Zhiqing stood by the window, gazing in the direction of Mongkok, a sinister smile etched on his face. He toyed with a handgun, his fingertips gliding over its surface. "Lu Qinghe, you never anticipated this. Not only have I survived your attempts to undermine me, but I will also seize this opportunity amidst Liani's internal strife to support Turkey, this puppet, and fully control Liani, driving you into a corner. Tomorrow, should you dare to approach the Mongkok Hall, I will ensure you do not return. Even if you choose not to come, once Turkey assumes the leadership, I can gradually use him to encroach upon your territory, dismantle your power, and ultimately eliminate you. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Huang Ziqing's mouth. He picked up the phone on the table, dialing his trusted aide, Li Kuan, and commanded, Li Kuan, immediately arrange for 6 anti-gang teams, fully armed, to deploy around the Mongkok Hall at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember, do not act without my orders. As soon as Lu Qinghe and his men burst into the Mongkok Hall, leading to a confrontation, take action immediately to apprehend all of them. No mercy. On the other end of the line, Li Kuan quickly responded, yes. Inspector Huang, I will arrange it right away. Task completion is guaranteed. Huang Ziqing hung up the phone, his gaze fixed intently on the night outside, his murderous intent almost palpable. Lu Qinghe, tomorrow marks your demise. The night passed swiftly. By 7:30 the next morning, the Mongkok Hall was lavishly adorned. A grand throne was placed at the center of the hall, a red carpet laid beneath it, flanked by baskets of flowers. A banner announcing the inauguration ceremony of the new leader of Liani hung prominently at the entrance, creating a grand spectacle. Turkey, clad in a custom black suit, his hair slicked back, had taken his seat upon the throne early, basking in the flattery of the 4 hall masters and his subordinates, his face glowing with arrogance and pride. The chief advisor stood nearby, clutching the agenda, making final preparations. The 4 hall masters, accompanied by their respective brothers, guarded all exits of the hall, their expressions brimming with confidence as if victory was already assured. At 7:50, Li Kuan, Huang Ziqing's right-hand man, arrived with 6 anti-gang teams and over 100 armed officers, stealthily surrounding the Mongkok Hall, ready for action at Huang Ziqing's command. At 7:55, Huang Ziqing's appointed representative, his trusted adjutant, entered the Mongkok Hall with a black and gold box. Upon seeing him, Turkey leapt from his throne, hastening to greet him with a sycophantic smile. Adjutant, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. The adjutant nodded slightly, his expression neutral, as he placed the black and gold box on the table before the throne. This box contained the $50,000 Huang Ziqing had allocated to Turkey as startup funds, and it served as irrefutable evidence of their collusion. Turkey's eyes gleamed with greed as he returned to his throne, clearing his throat to address the crowd, declaring, the auspicious time has arrived. The inauguration ceremony for the new leader of Liani now commences. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the doors of the Mongkok Hall were violently kicked open. Jiang Lai charged in, leading hundreds of elite brothers, wielding steel pipes and knives that glinted ominously in the light, their furious shouts reverberating throughout the hall. Who dares to betray the gang and establish a new leader? We will show no mercy. Chapter 54, The Deadly Struggle at the Hall. The thunderous sound of the doors being kicked open echoed like thunder throughout the hall. The massive wooden doors fell from their frame, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar, sending dust flying. Jiang Lai led the charge, accompanied by his elite brothers, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. His blade glinted coldly in the light, muscles taut, his gaze fierce like a wolf, sweeping across the room as he bellowed, who dares to betray the gang and establish a new leader? We will show no mercy. The hundreds of brothers behind him echoed his battle cry, their voices booming, shaking the very beams of the hall as the oppressive aura of violence engulfed the space. Everyone in the hall was momentarily stunned. Turkey, seated on the throne, felt his triumphant smile freeze, his pupils dilating in shock as he leapt to his feet, glaring at Jiang Lai and the incoming brothers, shouting furiously, Jiang Lai, what do you want? This is the inauguration ceremony for the new leader of Liani. Do you dare to storm in here? Are you trying to betray the gang? The 4 masters beneath the stage immediately reacted, hastily producing their weapons and bellowing at the intruding Jiang Lai and his entourage, put down your knives. Otherwise, we shall not show mercy. To dare disrupt the inauguration ceremony, you must be seeking death. The underlings stationed at the entrance also sprung into action, brandishing their steel pipes and machetes, preparing to confront Jiang Lai's men. All of you, stand down. Jiang Lai roared fiercely, thrusting his machete forward, the blade aimed directly at the traitor, Turkey. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to overflow. Turkey, you traitor who colludes with the Qing court, betrays your brethren, and seeks to divide our society, having committed the 3 greatest taboos of the martial world. How dare you shamelessly hold an inauguration ceremony here? I see you are courting death. Today, I shall cleanse He Lian of your presence. As his words fell, the brothers behind Jiang Lai surged forward, securing every entrance to the hall, encircling the entire space, leaving no room for escape. Turkey and his men found themselves trapped in the center, caught between a rock and a hard place, their faces ashen, hands trembling slightly around their weapons. They were but ordinary underlings of various factions, originally accompanying their master for support, now surrounded by Jiang Lai's elite, whose fierce aura sent them into a panicked frenzy, stripping away any semblance of their earlier arrogance. Turkey, witnessing this scene, trembled with rage, his facial muscles quivering as he pointed at Jiang Lai, shouting, "Jiang Lai, do not be so arrogant. This is an internal matter of He Lianyi. It does not concern a mere lackey like you. Where's Lu Qinghe? Bring him out. Hiding behind you to act as the scapegoat. What kind of ability is that?" As his words echoed, a voice, calm yet laced with an icy chill, resonated from the entrance. "I am here." The crowd parted instantly, creating a path. Lu Qinghe, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, strode in with an upright posture. His face bore no expression, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the entire assembly, causing everyone to instinctively avert their eyes, not daring to breathe. Scar Dong followed closely behind, accompanied by all the elders from the Yuma district and various masters supporting Lu Qinghe, each with grim faces and fierce glares fixated on Turkey at the podium. Zhao Meng brought up the rear, holding a tape recorder and a thick stack of incriminating evidence. His demeanor steady, eyes scanning the room vigilantly. Lu Qinghe stepped into the center of the hall, halting to gaze at Turkey on the stage, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Turkey, were you not looking for me? Here I am." Turkey's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Lu Qinghe, instinctively taking a half-step back, though he feigned bravado, shouting fiercely, "Lu Qinghe, how dare you bring people to crash the inauguration ceremony and split the society? What are you trying to accomplish? I am now the newly appointed leader of He Lianyi. To show me disrespect is to violate the gang's rules. I can expel you from He Lianyi right now." Newly appointed leader? Lu Qinghe chuckled, his laughter dripping with mockery. His expression turned stern, his voice rising sharply. "Turkey, do you even deserve that title? The leader of He Lianyi is passed down from the old leader, requiring votes from all factions across the port, earning the recognition of all brothers to assume such a position. You collude with outsiders, betray your brethren, and conspire with the Qing court. Having committed the 3 great taboos of the martial world, you dare to claim to be the leader of He Lianyi? I see you have lost your mind." His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity throughout the hall. The underlings below erupted into a frenzy, whispering among themselves, their gazes toward Turkey filled with doubt and wavering loyalty. The code of the martial world places utmost importance on rules. To collude with the Qing court, betray one's brethren, and divide the society. Any one of these offenses warrants a fate of being cast into the sea to feed the fish. If Turkey truly committed these acts, he was entirely unworthy of the leadership, even unworthy to remain within He Lianyi. Turkey's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to that of a pig's liver, as he pointed at Lu Qinghe, shouting vehemently, "Lu Qinghe, you slander me. When did I collude with the Qing court? When did I betray the society? Produce your evidence. If you cannot, I will not let this matter rest today." He was painfully aware that even if Lu Qinghe knew of his collusion with Huang Zhiqing, he would undoubtedly lack solid proof. As long as he denied it, Lu Qinghe would find himself powerless. "Evidence." Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he turned to Zhao Meng and nodded slightly. Zhao Meng stepped forward, raising the tape recorder and pressing the play button. Instantly, the recorded conversation between Turkey and Huang Zhiqing echoed throughout the hall, crystal clear. "Inspector Huang, rest assured, once I ascend to the leadership of He Lianyi, your share will double each month. I will find a way to reclaim the territory of Yuma district from Lu Qinghe and hand it over to you for control. Turkey, remember, the ceremony tomorrow must be flawlessly executed. I will arrange the perimeter. Should Lu Qinghe dare to cause trouble, I will have him arrested immediately, ensuring he never sees the light of day again. Thank you, Inspector Huang. From now on, I, Turkey, will follow your lead. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." As the recording concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire hall, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned, staring at Turkey on the stage with expressions of shock and disdain. It was indeed real. Turkey had truly colluded with the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing, betraying the society while promising to hand over control of He Lianyi's territory. This was a blatant act of collusion with the Qing court, a betrayal of one's brethren, having committed the 3 great taboos of the martial world. The underlings below erupted into chaos, their gazes toward Turkey filled with anger and contempt, their hands slowly lowering their weapons. Even the dimmest among them understood that following a traitor like Turkey, who sold out their society, could only lead to a disastrous end. Turkey's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, his body trembling, as he glared at Zhao Meng's tape recorder, shouting furiously, "It's fake. That recording is fabricated. You forged it. Lu Qinghe, you dare to fabricate evidence to frame me. I will fight you to the end." In his panic, he was ready to leap from the stage and confront Lu Qinghe. "Fabricated?" Lu Qinghe sneered coldly, nodding again at Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng immediately slammed a hefty stack of evidence onto the table before Turkey, speaking forcefully, "Fabricated? This is the bank statement for your transfer of 500,000 in black money to Huang Jiqing's account. Here are the photographs of your meeting with Huang Jiqing. The time and place are clearly documented. And this is the meeting record of your conspiracy with the four masters to split the society and establish a new leader. Your signatures are all over it. With so much solid evidence, tell me, which part is forged? With each statement, Zhao Meng slammed another piece of evidence onto the table, the sound growing louder with each impact, causing Turkey's face to pale further, retreating step by step. His eyes filled with terror and despair. He never imagined Lu Qinghe could acquire such a wealth of incriminating evidence. All of his schemes and conspiracies have been thoroughly uncovered by Lu Qinghe and Cha, with not a single detail overlooked. The four hall masters seated below the stage turned as pale as a sheet upon seeing the evidence laid out before them, trembling uncontrollably, instinctively attempting to retreat. Yearning to escape, thinking of fleeing? Jiang Lai bellowed fiercely, stepping forward with his brothers to block their path, the mountain-cutting knife in his hand pointed menacingly at them, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You were quite arrogant when conspiring with Turkey just moments ago, weren't you? Now you wish to leave? It's too late. The four hall masters froze in place, caught in a dilemma, their faces ashen, not daring to lift their heads. Lu Qinghe took a deliberate step forward. Approaching the front of the stage, his gaze swept across all the younger brothers below, his voice steady yet imbued with an overwhelming authority, enunciating each word with gravitas. Brothers of Helianyi, I, Lu Qinghe, have brought everyone here today not to vie for power, but to cleanse our ranks and expose the true nature of this traitor. Turkey has colluded with the Qing court and with the corrupt officer Huang Jiqing, betraying the interests of our society, fracturing Helianyi, and causing the demise of our venerable leader. He has committed the three cardinal sins of the underworld, an unforgivable crime, unworthy of pity. To follow him is to betray Helianyi, to betray one's own kin, rendering oneself the common enemy of all in the Hong Kong underworld, ultimately leading to a fate of being thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Now, lay down your weapons and sever ties with this traitor, and I shall overlook past grievances. However, should anyone dare to continue following this traitor and resist, they shall be opposing all of Helianyi, opposing me, Lu Qinghe, and will face merciless retribution. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire hall, each word striking deep into the hearts of the younger brothers. They exchanged glances, and one by one, they relinquished their weapons, stepping back in unison, decisively distancing themselves from Turkey and the four hall masters. In less than 10 seconds, the stage was left with only Turkey, the chief secretary, and the four hall masters, 6 solitary figures standing there like lost dogs. Turkey, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in despair. He never anticipated that his meticulously orchestrated inauguration would turn into a trial where Lu Qinghe would unveil his conspiracy. He had lost, completely and utterly. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat. Even in death, he intended to drag Lu Qinghe down with him. A flash of frenzied, murderous intent flickered in Turkey's eyes as he abruptly drew his handgun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Lu Qinghe below the stage, roaring with rage. Lu Qinghe, even in death, I will take you down with me. Die. His finger tightened on the trigger. Brother, watch out. Jiang Lai's eyes widened in alarm as he roared, leaping forward like a fierce tiger, positioning himself in front of Lu Qinghe. The steel pipe in his hand, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, struck ruthlessly against Turkey's wrist. The entire hall erupted into chaos. Everyone drew their weapons, tension crackling in the air. A deadly confrontation on the brink of igniting. Chapter 55, Flattening the Opposition. Turkey's finger was poised on the trigger, knuckles turning white from exertion, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. In that critical instant, Jiang Lai's figure surged forward like lightning, shielding Lu Qinghe. His steel pipe struck Turkey's wrist with tremendous force. Crack! The sharp sound of bone shattering resonated throughout the hall. Turkey let out a heart-wrenching scream, the handgun slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Racked with agonizing pain, he curled up and knelt down, cold sweat mingling with blood on his face. His wrist had been brutally shattered by Jiang Lai's blow. Dare to point a gun at my brother? You must be tired of living, Jiang Lai shouted fiercely, raising the steel pipe again, ready to bring it down upon Turkey's head, wishing to crush this traitor on the spot. Jiang Lai, stand down. Lu Qinghe's voice came from behind, calm, yet laced with undeniable authority. Jiang Lai's movements halted abruptly, the steel pipe suspended in midair. He turned sharply to face Lu Qinghe, his eyes filled with reluctance and urgency. Brother, this traitor dared to point a gun at you. He even caused the death of our venerable leader. Let us just kill him. Lu Qinghe took a step forward, gazing at Turkey, who was trembling and kneeling on the ground, his expression as cold as ice, devoid of any hint of emotion. To kill him would be too merciful. His voice was flat, but carried an icy chill. He has violated our gang's code, colluded with the Qing court, betrayed his brethren, fractured our society, and led to the death of our leader. He must be dealt with in front of all the brothers of Helianyi, according to the rules of the Underworld, to give everyone an explanation. To give our leader an explanation. Killing him now would merely grant him a swift end. Zhang Lai gritted his teeth, ultimately relinquishing the steel pipe with a reluctant step back, returning to Lu Qinghe's side, his fierce gaze fixed on Turkey, prepared to pounce and tear him apart at the slightest hint of movement. Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze towards the chief secretary and the four hall masters, who were already trembling in fear, pale-faced. A cold smile crept across his lips. The four hall masters and the chief secretary quaked under Lu Qinghe's penetrating gaze, collapsing to their knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing their heads and crying for mercy. Brother Qinghe, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. It was all Turkey's coercion. He threatened us. If we didn't follow him, he would kill us. We were forced into this. Please, Brother Qinghe, spare our lives. We will never dare again. From now on, we will follow your lead. Whatever you command, we shall obey. Please grant us this one mercy. Their pleas were accompanied by tears and blood from their foreheads, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. Lu Qinghe regarded them with no trace of compassion. These individuals had conspired with Turkey to fracture the society, establish a new leader, collude with the Qing court, and betray their brethren. Now that their schemes had been exposed, they sought to shift all blame onto Turkey, kneeling in supplication. It was too late. In the Underworld, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. If one dares to be a traitor, they must be prepared to face the repercussions. Ignoring the groveling pleas of the individuals, Lu Qinghe turned to Scar Dong and spoke slowly. Uncle Dong, according to the rules of Helianyi and the customs of the Underworld, how should these individuals be dealt with? Scar Dong stepped forward, his face etched with anger, speaking sharply, colluding with the Qing court, betraying their brethren, fracturing the society, and conspiring against our venerable leader. These are the 3 cardinal sins of the Underworld. According to the gang's rules, they deserve 3 blades and 6 holes. To have their hands and feet broken, expelled from Helianyi, and hunted down throughout Hong Kong's Underworld. Turkey, as the ringleader, deserves the gravest punishment, cast into the sea to feed the fish. As his words fell, all the elders and hall masters of Helianyi nodded in agreement, responding in unison, yes. Deal with them according to the gang's rules. Cast them into the sea to feed the fish. These traitors must not be shown leniency, otherwise, who would dare to betray the society in the future? Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Zhang Lai as he issued a stern command. Zhang Lai, apprehend Turkey, the chief secretary, and these 4 hall masters. Ensure they are closely guarded, prevent any chance of suicide, and allow no one to contact them. Once the funeral for our leader is concluded, they will be dealt with according to the gang's rules in front of all the brothers in Hong Kong. Understood, brother. Zhang Lai immediately responded with a wave of his hand, prompting his elite brothers behind him to rush forward and firmly pin the individuals on the ground to the earth. They swiftly bound their hands, muffled their cries, and dragged them away. The captives, unable to voice their protests, emitted only muted whimpers, their eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. Yet utterly powerless to resist, Lu Qinghe observed the individuals being taken away, his gaze cold and devoid of any emotion. Cleaning house was merely the first step. He turned to Zhao Meng and spoke in a grave tone. Zhao Meng, ascertain immediately which factions and individuals were involved in the Turkey's conspiracy. Leave no one behind. I want them all uncovered. Additionally, keep a close watch on Huang Zhiqing and his confidant Li Kuan, as well as the officers stationed around. Should they dare show any signs of movement, report to me at once. Zhao Meng nodded earnestly, replying, yes, elder brother. I will see to it immediately. With that, he turned and swiftly exited to organize his men. Lu Qinghe then addressed all the heads, elders, and younger brothers present. His voice steady as he declared, today's events are before your eyes. The Turkey colluded with corrupt officers, betrayed the gang, and attempted to establish himself as a leader. He has been apprehended by us. From this day forward, within Helianyi, no traitor or anyone conspiring with the court to betray their brethren shall be tolerated. As long as we unite for the sake of the gang and our brothers, I, Lu Qinghe, will ensure that none of you are wronged. However, let it be known that anyone daring to betray the gang will meet the same fate as the Turkey. His words, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight. Resonating throughout the hall, everyone present bowed deeply, exclaiming in unison, we shall heed Brother Qinghe's orders. We would never dare betray the gang. Their voices rang out, echoing through the entirety of the Mong Kok faction. It was clear to all that from this moment forth, Lu Qinghe's word was law within Helianyi. The incident with the Turkey had illuminated who was truly capable of leading the faction forward. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, having arranged the follow-up matters for the Mong Kok faction, instructing Scar East to safeguard their territory and eliminate the remnants of the Turkey's influence. while he himself returned to the safe house accompanied by Zhang Lai and Zhao Ming. He was acutely aware that the ordeal was far from over. Although the Turkey had been subdued, his remaining forces and those colluding with him had yet to be thoroughly eradicated. More critically, Huang Zhiqing, the corrupt officer, was still lurking in the shadows. Inside the safe house, Lu Qinghe sat upon the sofa, reviewing the intelligence recently brought by Zhao Ming, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Zhao Ming stood before him, reporting in a low voice, "Elder brother, we have clarified the situation. In addition to the 4 faction heads already captured, the deputy head of the Yuanlong faction and 3 managers from the main faction are involved in the Turkey's conspiracy. These individuals, along with over 200 remaining followers, have taken refuge in the underground chamber of the Mongkok faction, determined to resist. Furthermore, the officers stationed around, arranged by Huang Zhiqing, have all withdrawn." Upon learning of the Turkey's capture, Huang Zhiqing flew into a rage at the police station, smashing his office, and is now seeking ways to distance himself from the Turkey. Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened suddenly. Indeed, there were still fish slipping through the net. Over 200 individuals hiding in the underground chamber of the Mongkok faction, resisting stubbornly. If these individuals were not completely eradicated, they would inevitably pose a future threat, potentially being exploited by Huang Zhiqing to strike back. One must uproot the weeds entirely. This had always been his principle of action. He would never allow a tiger to return to the mountain. Lu Qinghe raised his head, looking at Zhang Lai, his eyes cooling further as he spoke sternly. "Zhang Lai." "Yes, elder brother. I am here." Zhang Lai stepped forward, his eyes filled with valor and a fierce intent to fight, ready to depart at a moment's notice. "You are to take 300 elite brothers immediately to the Mongkok faction and completely eliminate the remaining forces hiding in the underground chamber." Lu Qinghe's voice, imbued with undeniable authority, articulated each word. "Remember, capture only the leading few. If the remaining younger brothers lay down their arms and surrender, they shall not be held accountable. But should anyone dare to resist, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. I want the Mongkok faction thoroughly subdued before dawn, leaving not a single remnant behind." Zhang Lai's eyes instantly sparkled with determination, thumping his chest with a resounding pledge, his voice booming with absolute loyalty and bravery. "Rest assured, elder brother. I guarantee that before dawn, I will ensure the complete eradication of the remnants within the Mongkok faction. Not a single one will escape. If I fail, I will present my head to you." Without another moment's delay, Zhang Lai turned and dashed out, rallying the brothers as they sped towards the Mongkok faction. Lu Qinghe watched Zhang Lai's departing figure, nodding slightly. He understood well that Zhang Lai's fierceness was more than sufficient to deal with these remaining forces. Just then, an alert rang out in his mind. Ding! Main mission triggered. Uproot the weeds. Mission requirements. Completely eliminate the Turkey's remaining forces. Flatten the stronghold of the opposition in the Mongkok faction, and ensure no core traitors escape. No tigers shall be returned to the mountain. Mission rewards. 1,500 dominance points. 200 reputation points. Mission failure penalty. If the host allows a tiger to return to the mountain, violating the system's core rule of establishing authority through violence, supremacy above all dominance points will be deducted, and all attributes will be significantly weakened. The cold system notification echoed in Lu Qinghe's mind. He expressionlessly dismissed the system reminder, his gaze remaining icy. Without the system's prompting, he would never allow any traitor to escape. As night deepened, the atmosphere of bloodshed once again enveloped the Mongkok faction. Zhang Lai, leading 300 elite brothers, silently surrounded the Mongkok faction, securing all exits, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Clutching the underground chamber blueprint provided by Zhao Ming, Zhang Lai issued the order to attack with a fierce tone. The brothers immediately sprang into action, following the markings on the blueprint to locate the entrance to the underground chamber, stealthily making their way inside. Within the underground chamber, the remnants of the Turkey's faction were thrown into chaos. The deputy head of the Yuanlong faction paced nervously, gun in hand, his face pale and trembling. He never anticipated that the Turkey would be defeated so swiftly and captured by Lu Qinghe on the spot. Now, hiding in this underground chamber, they found themselves in a dire predicament, like fish in a barrel. At any moment, they could be discovered by Lu Qinghe's men. "Deputy head, what are we to do now?" A young brother lamented urgently. "Brother Turkey has been captured, and Inspector Huang has withdrawn. We are like fish in a barrel. Lu Qinghe's men could come at any moment. We must run." "Run? Where can we possibly run?" The deputy head bellowed in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. "The entire Mongkok is surrounded by Lu Qinghe's men. There is no way for us to escape. That ruthless Lu Qinghe will not let us go. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well fight them." No sooner had he spoken than the door to the chamber was violently kicked open. Zhang Lai, accompanied by his brothers, burst into the room, wielding a mountain-splitting knife that glinted ominously in the dim light. He bellowed fiercely, "Everyone freeze. Lay down your weapons. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The remnants of the forces within the secret chamber were instantly thrown into disarray, shrieking and fleeing in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. The deputy leader, eyeing the charging Zhang Lai, flickered with a hint of madness, raising his gun to aim at Zhang Lai's heart. Yet, as soon as his hand ascended, Zhang Lai's figure surged forward like lightning, bringing his steel pipe down mercilessly on the deputy's wrist. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The deputy let out a wretched scream as his pistol clattered to the ground, and he collapsed to his knees. Zhang Lai stomped on his back, roaring. Who else dares to resist? The younger members of the secret chamber, witnessing their deputy subdued beneath Zhang Lai's foot, were instantaneously paralyzed by fear. They tossed their weapons aside, crouching on the ground with their hands over their heads, pleading for mercy. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Lai had completely eradicated the remnants of the underground forces. All the core leaders were apprehended, and the remaining subordinates surrendered. Zhang Lai instructed his brothers to escort everyone out while ensuring the entire Mongkok faction was thoroughly cleaned up, leaving no potential threats behind. As dawn approached, Zhang Lai returned to the safe house and reported to Lu Qing with a bow. "Brother, the mission is complete. The remnants of the Mongkok faction have been entirely eradicated. All the core leaders have been captured. Not a single one has escaped." Lu Qing regarded Zhang Lai with a slight nod, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Ding. The host has completed the main mission, root out the weeds. The remnants of the Turkey faction have been entirely eliminated, and the opposing stronghold in Mongkok has been leveled. Reward, 1,500 dominance points. Reputation value, 200. Current total dominance points, 11,600. The system's notification resonated in his mind. Lu Qing lifted his gaze towards the window. In the east, the sky was beginning to pale with the dawn. Over the course of a single night, he had thoroughly dismantled the Mongkok faction, wiping out all remnants of the Turkey faction, and stabilized the situation with the Alliance of Unity. Yet, he understood all too well that this was far from sufficient. Although the Turkey faction had fallen, the corrupt officer Huang Zhiqing remained. This perennial adversary would not simply acquiesce. Lu Qing's gaze hardened once more. He approached the window, staring towards the direction of Yao Mati, his fingertips lightly tapping the window ledge. "Huang Zhiqing, it is time we settle our accounts." As the dawn light bathed the streets of Kowloon in a gentle glow, the cleansing operations of the Mongkok faction were complete. Zhang Lai and his brothers had securely detained the core leaders of the Turkey faction's remnants, while the surrendered subordinates were meticulously catalogued and kept under watch. The entire Mongkok faction had been brought firmly under Lu Qing's control. Accompanied by Zhao Meng, Lu Qing returned to the Mongkok faction, surveying the thoroughly cleaned establishment and the captured traitors with a slight nod of approval. Scarred Dong approached briskly, his face alight with joy, and earnestly remarked to Lu Qing, "Qinghe, you've done splendidly. In a single night, you've leveled the Mongkok faction and purged all traitors. The brothers across Hong Kong are in complete admiration of your leadership." Lu Qing offered a subtle nod to Scarred Dong, replying in a calm tone, "Uncle Dong, you flatter me. This is the result of our brother's relentless efforts." He then walked over to the bound Turkey, halting in front of him. Turkey's wrist was fractured, his face smeared with blood and dirt. Upon seeing Lu Qing approach, a fierce glint of hatred ignited in his eyes. Fixating on Lu Qing as he let out a muffled roar, attempting to speak, but rendered mute by the gag. Lu Qing regarded him with a frigid stare, devoid of any emotion. "Turkey, you conspired with corrupt officials, betrayed the Brotherhood, divided our ranks, and caused the death of our old leader, violating the 3 cardinal sins of the Jianghu. By our laws, you deserve to be fed to the fish in the sea." Lu Qing's voice was calm, yet each word pierced the heart. "Once the old leader's funeral is concluded, I shall give you your due justice before all the brothers of the Alliance of Unity. For the old leader and for all our brothers." Turkey's eyes burned with even greater animosity upon hearing this, thrashing in a futile attempt to confront Lu Qing. Yet tightly bound to the pillar, he could only emit desperate whimpers. Lu Qing chose to ignore him, turning to take his seat at the head of the hall. He looked over the list of individuals involved in Turkey's conspiracy that Zhao Meng had handed him, his fingertip lightly tracing the names. The list included not only the already captured leaders and core figures, but also the spies placed in various factions by the chief advisor. Over 20 individuals scattered across Hong Kong's factions. Still at large, these individuals represented potential hazards that needed to be completely eliminated. Lu Qing raised his head, meeting Zhang Lai's gaze, and issued a solemn command. "Zhang Lai, take your team immediately and apprehend these elusive fish according to the addresses on this list. Not a single one must escape. Remember, act swiftly and discreetly, without alarming the enemy. All must be captured before dawn." Zhang Lai stepped forward, taking the list, glancing over the names and addresses with determination. He thumped his chest and vowed, "Rest assured, brother, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. None shall escape." With that, he turned and led 200 elite brothers swiftly out of the Mongkok faction, splitting into multiple teams and racing towards various factions across Hong Kong to apprehend the remaining traitors. Lu Qing sat at the head of the hall, watching Jiang Lai's departing figure with a slight nod. He was acutely aware that these spies embedded in various factions were the chief advisor's trusted confidants, holding significant core secrets of the Alliance of Unity, and they had to be captured swiftly. If they were allowed to escape and leak the organization's secrets, the consequences would be dire. Scar Dong, seated nearby, observed Lu Qing and remarked with a smile, "Qinghe, now that Turkey has been captured and the remnants have been mostly dealt with, the situation of the Alliance of Unity is firmly stabilized. The arrangements for the old leader's funeral should be made promptly. Once he is laid to rest, we must convene a conference of all factions to select the new leader." Lu Qing nodded slightly, responding thoughtfully, "The old leader's funeral is of utmost importance and must be conducted with great ceremony. All prominent figures in the Jianghu should be invited. There must be no hint of disrespect. As for the leadership position, after the old leader's burial, it will be determined by a vote among all the faction leaders and brothers at the conference. I will not impose my will." He understood well that the leadership position was his to claim. However, he desired the allegiance of all faction leaders and brothers to be given willingly, not through coercion. Only in this way could he truly control the Alliance of Unity, ensuring that this century-old organization functioned as a cohesive unit rather than a facade of submission hiding ulterior motives. Scar Dong regarded Lu Qing with admiration. Had it been anyone else, they would have been eager to seize the leadership position at such a moment. Yet Lu Qing remained composed, strategic, and unhurried. This level of composure was not something the ordinary individual could possess. In the hands of Liani, the past glory could undoubtedly be resurrected. Just then, Zhao Meng's mobile phone unexpectedly began to vibrate violently. He immediately answered the call, and after listening for a few moments, his expression changed drastically. His brows knitted tightly. His eyes filled with shock and fury. He hung up the phone and hurriedly approached Lu Qing, bowing slightly as he urgently exclaimed, "Brother, something has happened." The informants that Jiang Lai led the team to capture, aside from the two residing in Yao Mati, all over 20 others have fled. When Jiang Lai's men arrived, the place was deserted. Everything in the house was still there, yet the people had vanished without a trace. Judging by the signs at the scene, they escaped a full 15 minutes prior. Lu Qing's brows furrowed instantly, his gaze sharpening. Fled? Over 20 people, except for the two in Yao Mati, had all escaped 15 minutes in advance. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. Jiang Lai's operation was absolutely confidential, aside from a few present. Only the executing brothers were privy to it. How could those traitors have possibly received the news in time to escape? There was only one possibility, a leak. Moreover, the traitor was among the core members of the Liani headquarters, right beside him. Lu Qing's eyes turned icy, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table as his mind raced. The list of targets for this capture had just been compiled by Zhao Meng. Only he, Zhao Meng, Jiang Lai, and Scar East knew of it. Jiang Lai had led the operation and could not have leaked it. Zhao Meng was his most trusted subordinate, utterly loyal and incapable of betrayal. Scar East had been with him the whole time, without contact with outsiders, thus also incapable of leaking information. So who could it be? Lu Qing's gaze slowly swept over everyone present, finally settling on the few stewards guarding the entrance of the headquarters. These individuals were all trusted confidants of the late Dragon Head, capable of accessing the core secrets of the headquarters. When Zhao Meng reported the list earlier, they were right outside and could very well have overheard. At that moment, Jiang Lai's call came through. Zhao Meng promptly answered, pressing the speakerphone button. Jiang Lai's furious voice erupted from the other end, laden with frustration and rage. "Brother, Zhao Meng, I'm infuriated. We've searched every address, but those bastards have all escaped. They left early. The tea in the house is still warm, yet the people have vanished. There's definitely someone leaking information. They must have been tipped off beforehand. Otherwise, they couldn't have fled so swiftly." Lu Qing spoke calmly, his voice steady yet laced with a chilling undertone. "Jiang Lai, do not panic. Leave a portion of the brothers to search the vicinity. The rest should immediately return to the Mongkok headquarters. If the monks can run, the temple will remain. Since there is a leak, we shall unearth this internal traitor." "Understood, brother." Jiang Lai responded immediately, hanging up the phone and leading his brothers back to the Mongkok headquarters. Lu Qing set down the list in his hands, raising his gaze to Zhao Meng, his expression growing more severe as he commanded, "Zhao Meng, investigate immediately. Examine everyone who had contact with this list, scrutinize anyone who could have overheard our conversation, and review all calls made or individuals who left in the past half hour. I want to know precisely who informed those traitors and what the leaks channel was. I need all results within 10 minutes. Zhao Ming nodded solemnly, replying yes. Brother, I will commence the investigation at once. With that, he turned and swiftly departed with the intelligence team to conduct a thorough search. The atmosphere at the Wong Kok headquarters grew tense in an instant. Everyone present held their breath, not daring to exhale. It was clear that Lu Qinghe was now in a furious state. The internal leak had allowed over 20 traitors to escape ahead of time, releasing a dangerous threat that was utterly unforgivable. Lu Qinghe sat at the head of the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his gaze calm, yet unsettling. He understood well that this internal traitor, capable of accessing core secrets and tipping off the traitors in advance, was certainly not an ordinary individual. Moreover, this traitor was likely colluding with Huang Zhiqing. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to send the information out so precisely 15 minutes in advance. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Ming burst back in, his expression grave, holding a call log and surveillance footage. He approached Lu Qinghe, bowing as he urgently reported, "Brother, we've identified the leaker. It's Chinemo, the steward of the headquarters. Just now, during our conversation, he was hiding behind the screen in the hall, eavesdropping on our capture plan, and then used an encrypted phone to call each of those traitors, warning them to flee at once. Here is his call log and the footage, all irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, we also discovered that he made a call to Huang Zhiqing, informing him about our efforts to eliminate the remnants of the Turkey faction and the capture list." Lu Qinghe's eyes turned to ice in an instant. Indeed, it was he, Chun Mo, the steward of the headquarters, the most trusted aide of the late Dragon Head. Responsible for all the confidential documents and accounts of the headquarters, was also a core conspirator in the Turkey faction's plot to establish a new leader. He had already been apprehended and was detained in a side room of the Wong Kok headquarters, under the watch of dedicated brothers. It was astonishing that even after being captured, he could still arrange for someone outside to warn the traitors and leak information to Huang Zhiqing. This internal traitor was exceedingly cunning. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered at the corners of Lu Qinghe's mouth. At that moment, a system alert rang in Lu Qinghe's mind. Ding. Main quest activated. Expose the leaking traitor. Quest requirements. Uncover all leaking traitors. Obtain irrefutable evidence of their collusion with Huang Zhiqing, and eliminate all traitors without letting any escape. Quest rewards. 1,000 dominance points. Unlock the skill, lie detection. Quest failure penalty. If the host fails to eradicate the threat, leading to continued leaks by the traitor, severe system penalties will be invoked, deducting 2,000 dominance points and temporarily disabling the danger prediction skill. The chilling system prompt echoed in Lu Qinghe's mind. He expressionlessly dismissed the notification, fixing his gaze on Zhao Ming as he commanded sharply, "Where's Chun Mo now?" Zhao Ming quickly responded, "He is confined in the secret room of the side chamber, under the watch of 4 brothers. Take me to see him." Lu Qinghe slowly rose, his gaze filled with a palpable murderous intent. Eager to ascertain just how audacious Chun Mo was to dare leak information under his watchful eye and collude with Huang Zhiqing. Just as Lu Qinghe was about to step towards the side room, Zhang Lai burst in with his brothers, his face aflame with rage as he shouted, "Brother, we've tracked them down. Those traitors have all fled towards Sham Shuepa. Our men at the intersection spotted their convoy. They must be heading to seek refuge with the He Sheng He faction. We still have time to pursue." Lu Qinghe's steps halted abruptly. The gaze suddenly sharpened. Sham Shuepa, Wixinghua. These traitors, how dare they seek refuge with Wixinghua? It seems Huang Zhiqing had long arranged an escape route for them. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Qinghe's mouth. "Want to flee? It's too late." Chapter 57, A Citywide Ambush. As Zhao Ming's words fell, Zhang Lai's furious roar erupted from the doorway, his presence sweeping in like a tempest, his cleaver still dusted with the remnants of battle, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "Brother, we've tracked them down. Those traitors have all fled towards Sham Shuepa. Our men at the intersection of Nathan Road witnessed their convoy, 5 vehicles in total, heading straight for Wixinghua's territory." Zhang Lai swiftly approached Lu Qinghe, his chest heaving with exertion, and sternly added, "They are certainly going to seek refuge with Wixinghua. Huang Zhiqing has long colluded with Wixinghua's leader. This escape route was surely premeditated. If we mobilize now, we can intercept them before they enter Sham Shuepa." Lu Qinghe's grip on the list of informants tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white as the chill in his eyes enveloped the entire hall. Wixinghua, the foremost gang under the Wa banner, with its core territory in Sham Shuepa, had historically maintained a distance from Helian-E, yet harbored long-standing grievances due to territorial disputes. Huang Zhiqing's move was ruthless indeed. Not only had he allowed informants to leak vital information, facilitating the escape of the remnants of the Turkey faction, but he had also lured them into Wixinghua's domain. Should these individuals enter Sham Shuepa and ally with Wixinghua, it would grant Wixinghua a pretext to meddle in He Lian Yi's internal affairs, while also leaving Huang Zhiqing with a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. At that time, all Huang Zhiqing would need to do was unite with Xinghua and support these traitors, reigniting internal strife within Helian Yi and leaving him besieged on all sides. To let a tiger return to the mountain would spell endless troubles. Lu Qinghe abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle, and issued an order with an unmistakable decisiveness. Split into 2 teams. Zhonglai, you will immediately take 150 elite brothers, drive the fastest cars, take the shortcut via Prince Edward Road, and intercept the traitors' convoy before they reach Sham Shui Pa. They must not set foot on Wuxinghua's territory, not even a step. Remember, capture only the core leaders. The remaining underlings may be spared if they surrender, but the main ones must be brought back alive. Not a single one is to die, nor to escape. Zhang Lai's eyes lit up instantly. He thumped his chest, his voice resounding like a bell, filled with unwavering bravery and loyalty. Brother, rest assured. Even if I have to block the road with my car, I will certainly intercept them. If even one escapes, I will bring my head to you. Before his words had fully settled, he had already turned, seizing the intercom, sprinting toward the door while bellowing orders to the convoy, directing hundreds of elite brothers to assemble instantly, charging out of the Mong Kok headquarters, the roar of engines deafening. The convoy speeding towards Prince Edward Road like arrows loosed from a bow. Lu Qinghe watched Zhang Lai's departing figure, then turned to Zhao Meng beside him, his expression as cold as ice. Zhao Meng, take a team and immediately go to the side room. Bring Chun Mo to me. At the same time, search Chun Mo's quarters in the main hall, his office, and his safe house outside for any evidence of collusion with Huang Zhiqing. Confidential letters, illicit funds, recorded calls, leave not a single detail overlooked. I want all the ironclad evidence of his betrayal against the gang. Zhao Meng nodded immediately, responding solemnly. Yes, brother. I will take care of it right away. I guarantee there will be no oversights. He waved his hand, and the intelligence team brothers promptly split into 2 groups, one accompanying him to retrieve Chun Mo, while the other sped towards the main hall to search all of Chun Mo's residences, their movements swift and meticulous. The hall fell silent in an instant. Scars East stood beside Lu Qinghe, observing his frigid profile, unable to restrain his anger as he exclaimed, that dog Chun Mo. The old dragon had trusted him so much in life, entrusted him with all the secrets of the main hall, and he dared to collude with the Qing court, betraying the gang and warning the traitors. Truly a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. Once we bring him here, I will personally make him pay. Lu Qinghe nodded slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop, his mind racing. The fact that Chun Mo could orchestrate a leak while imprisoned indicated that he had embedded far more spies within Helian Yi than they had anticipated. Moreover, his collusion with Huang Zhiqing was certainly not a recent development stemming from the Turkey faction's plot to establish a new leader. It was likely that he had long been a pawn planted by Huang Zhiqing within Helian Yi. The sudden demise of the old dragon head might very well be connected to him. Lu Qinghe's gaze grew increasingly frigid. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Meng returned, flanked by 2 brothers, escorting Chun Mo into the room. Dressed in a gray long robe, his hair disheveled and his face disheveled, Chun Mo appeared utterly unkempt. One of his glasses shattered, the genteel image of the former advisor completely shattered, as 2 brothers firmly held his arms, pushing him to his knees before Lu Qinghe. He raised his head, and upon seeing Lu Qinghe seated at the head, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, straightening his neck, and coldly stated, Lu Qinghe, why have you brought me here? I am already in your custody. What more do you want? The Turkey affair was orchestrated entirely by him. I was merely coerced. I never betrayed the gang. Even at this juncture, he continued to argue, attempting to shift all blame onto the Turkey faction. Lu Qinghe regarded him with a cold smirk, slowly articulating, You never betrayed the gang? Chun Mo, just now, while I was discussing the plan to apprehend the traitors with Zhang Lai and Zhao Meng. You were eavesdropping behind the screen and used an encrypted phone to warn those traitors, enabling their escape, correct? Chun Mo's face turned ashen, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, You're talking nonsense. I did nothing. I've been locked in the secret room. How could I overhear your conversation or warn anyone? You have no evidence. Do not attempt to frame me. Evidence. Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly to the intelligence team brother who had just entered the hall. The brother quickly stepped forward, placing a recorder and a thick stack of call logs on the table before Lu Qinghe, bowing as he spoke. Brother, these are the call logs extracted from Chun Mo's encrypted phone, along with recordings of his warning to the traitors. It is all here. Additionally, we found this encrypted radio in his main hall office, along with secret letters he exchanged with Huang Zhiqing, the earliest dating back 6 months. As he spoke, he placed a small encrypted radio and a stack of yellowed secret letters on the table. Lu Qinghe picked up the recorder and pressed the play button. Chun Mo's voice immediately resonated through the hall, clear and unmistakable. Quick, Leave immediately. Lu Qinghe has already tracked you down and sent people to capture you. Run towards Sham Shuipa. Go find Brother Biao from Washingwa. Inspector Huang has made arrangements. Hurry. It will be too late if you delay. As the recording concluded, the hall fell into a profound silence. Chun Mo's face turned pale as a sheet, his body trembling. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and streaming down his cheeks. He never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would swiftly uncover his encrypted phone and obtain recordings of his treachery. Lu Qinghe set down the recorder and picked up the stack of secret letters on the table, flipping through them one by one, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. The earliest of these letters dated back 6 months, coinciding with the moment he had just been reborn and seized control of Xingtai Dao. They explicitly documented how Chun Mo had divulged all of He Lianyi's core secrets, including territory, manpower, business dealings, and accounts, entirely to Huang Zhiqing. Furthermore, every detail regarding the old dragon head's health status, medication records, and fluctuations in his condition were meticulously reported to Huang Zhiqing by Chen Mo. The old dragon head's sudden demise was indeed linked to him. Lu Qinghe forcefully threw the letters into Chun Mo's face, his voice laced with a chilling intensity that could freeze the soul. Chen Mo, what could you possibly say now? 6 months ago, you began colluding with Huang Zhiqing, betraying He Lianyi by leaking all its core secrets, becoming a mole planted within by Huang Zhiqing. You were responsible for concocting the old dragon head's medication. You disclosed his health condition to Huang Zhiqing, and you, along with Huang Zhiqing and the Turkey, orchestrated the old dragon head's death, did you not? With each inquiry, Lu Qinghe stepped closer, his oppressive aura intensifying. Chun Mo was nearly suffocated by his imposing presence, trembling uncontrollably, and ultimately collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing before Lu Qinghe. Weeping and pleading for mercy, Qinghe go. I was wrong. I realized my mistake. It was all Huang Zhiqing's coercion. He possesses evidence of my embezzlement of the guild's funds and threatened to imprison me if I failed to provide him with intelligence. I was forced into this predicament. The old dragon head's death was plotted by the Turkey and Huang Zhiqing. They compelled me to tamper with his medication, and if I refused, they threatened to kill my entire family. I had no choice. Qinghe Ge, spare my life. I will divulge everything I know. I possess information on Huang Zhiqing's spies in various guilds, as well as evidence of his collusion with other factions. I beg you, grant me this one mercy. He cried, tears and snot streaming down his face, his forehead bleeding, utterly stripped of any semblance of a senior advisor. The onlookers in the hall regarded the kneeling Chun Mo with expressions of anger and disdain. As the senior advisor of He Lianyi, trusted deeply by the old dragon head, he had colluded with the Qing court, betrayed the guild, and caused the old dragon head's demise. Such treachery was akin to being lower than a beast, deserving of the harshest punishment. Lu Qinghe looked at him, devoid of any compassion. Now he sought mercy? Had he not contemplated the consequences when he betrayed the guild and caused the old dragon head's death? In the world of the rivers and lakes, one misstep leads to irretrievable ruin. If one dares to be a traitor and betray their guild, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Lu Qinghe disregarded the pleading Chun Mo and turned to Scar Dong, slowly articulating, Uncle Dong, according to He Lianyi's guild rules and the laws of the rivers and lakes, how should we deal with this traitor who colluded with the Qing court, betrayed his brethren, and caused the death of the dragon head? Scar Dong's face was filled with fury as he firmly responded, according to guild rules, he should be subjected to 3 blades and 6 holes, rendered incapacitated, and fed to the fish in the sea. A manhunt must be launched across the entire harbor. Such a heartless wretch must not be spared. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the deceased old dragon head and all the brothers he betrayed. The assembled hall masters and elders nodded in unison, declaring, yes, dispose of him according to guild rules. Feed him to the fish in the sea. Such a traitor must not be allowed to live. Lu Qinghe slightly nodded and, turning to his brothers, issued a stern command. Take Chen Mo away. Confine him with the Turkey under strict surveillance. Prevent him from committing suicide, and ensure no one interacts with him. Once the old dragon head's funeral is concluded, he will be dealt with alongside the Turkey in front of all the brothers in the harbor, providing an explanation to the old dragon head and all the brethren. Yes, Qinghe Ge. 2 brothers immediately stepped forward, firmly restraining Chun Mo and dragging him away. As Chun Mo was taken away, he continued to cry out for mercy. But no one paid him any heed. Lu Qinghe observed Chun Mo being dragged off, his expression icy, remaining unfazed. The traitor had been apprehended. The ironclad evidence of collusion with the black police was also secured. Now, only the fleeing traitors remained. Just then, Lu Qinghe's mobile phone abruptly rang. It was Jiang Lai calling. Lu Qinghe promptly answered, activating the speakerphone. On the other end, Jiang Lai's voice erupted with excitement and fury, brimming with bravado. Big brother. We did it. We intercepted the traitors' convoy at the intersection of Prince Edward Road and Lai Chi Kok Road. 5 vehicles, not a single one escaped. The core leaders at the forefront have all been captured. The remaining lackeys have all surrendered. We are now heading towards the Mong Kok Guild. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's previously anxious heart finally settled. Excellent. All traitors had been captured. Not a single one had evaded. Ding. Host has completed the main quest, uncover the leaking traitor. All traitors have been apprehended, and complete evidence of the traitor's collusion with Huang Zhiqing has been obtained, eradicating all traitors, fulfilling the mission to root out the source. Reward, 1,000 dominance points. Unlocking, lie detection skill. Current cumulative dominance points, 12,600. Temporary punishment lifted. The cold system notification echoed in Lu Qing's mind. He expressionlessly dismissed the system prompt and addressed Jiang Lai on the other end of the line in a solemn tone. Well done. Ensure safety and bring everyone back securely. Rest assured, big brother. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Jiang Lai replied robustly before hanging up. Lu Qinghe placed the phone down and raised his gaze to the window. The sunlight had penetrated the morning mist, illuminating the streets of Kowloon. In a single night, he had subdued the Turkey, flattened the Mong Kok Guild, exposed the traitor Chen Mo, apprehended all fleeing traitors, and secured complete evidence of Huang Zhiqing's collusion within the guild. The internal strife within He had been completely quelled. Now, it was Huang Zhiqing's turn. Lu Qinghe picked up the secret letters implicating Chen Mo and Huang Zhiqing, his fingertips gliding over them slowly, the murderous intent in his gaze intensifying.